In the realm of Tianyuan continent lies the venerable Tiandao sacred sect, one of the most ancient sects, esteemed for its rich history and profound significance, a sanctuary for countless aspirants of the immortal path. Its revered status is not merely a product of its antiquity, but is primarily attributed to the inexhaustible depth of its legacy and its formidable prowess that commands respect. In the current AGEAT, the pinnacle of the sect, stands a majestic 9 immortal peaks, renowned as the foremost among the 9 principal summits. This peak derives its name from the 9 true immortals who once graced its heights, and within the Tiandao sacred sect, only the current Holy Son is deemed worthy to reside here. At this very moment, a young man named Yin Shi stands atop the highest point of the 9 immortal peaks, gazing into the distant sea of clouds. After a brief moment of contemplation, he murmurs to himself, "I have actually traversed realms. Have I found myself within the pages of a novel?" As he assimilated the memories of his predecessor, an overwhelming urge to curse surged within Yin Shi. He had been peacefully slumbering at home, only to awaken in an entirely different world. Acceptance of this new reality settled upon him, for returning home was no longer an option. Yet, to his dismay, this realm was indeed that of a fictional narrative. The tale is titled The Ancient Sanctity, a rather clicked and simplistic narrative. Due to the absurdity of certain plot devices within the story, Yin Shi retained a vivid recollection of its events, particularly the antagonist Holy Sona figure of immense cultivation, unparalleled talent, and strikingly handsome that he epitomized the archetype of a wealthy and attractive protagonist. However, this character was lamentably depicted by the author as a devoted sycophant, infatuated with his junior sister, who, in contrast, harbored no interest in him and instead despised him profoundly. Ultimately, the tragic conclusion revealed that the Holy Son, having crossed the boundaries of devotion, met a merciless demise at the hands of the male lead, earning the scorn of all around him. Now, that very sycophantic Holy Son is none other than Yin Shi himself, having been reincarnated as the story's villain, endowed with the unparalleled ancient sacred physique and the status of Holy Son within the Tiandao sacred sect. How could such a promising beginning lead to a life of servitude? With the potential for ascension at his fingertips, he foolishly sacrifices his future for a brainless woman. Yin Shi felt an urge to strangle the Holy Son. When he had first read this novel, he had perceived the Holy Son as a character lacking in common sense, willing to commit any folly for the sake of a woman. He even sacrificed his own cultivation to save someone, ultimately leading to his own execution. Could such madness arise from a sound mind? Furthermore, the female lead, Lu Yanran, was equally peculiar. In the original narrative, her family was annihilated due to enmity, and during a chance encounter, Yin Shi saved her life rather than expressing gratitude. Lu Yanran harbored resentment towards him, mistakenly viewing him as her family's enemy. Fueled by vengeance, she dedicated herself to relentless training within the sect, her sole ambition being to avenge her family against Yin Shi. It was only after his demise and the truth emerged that she realized he was not her foe. The true enemy lay in the father of the original male lead, Xiao Fan. Most repugnantly, even after uncovering these truths, Lu Yanran ultimately chose to unite with Xiao Fan, affectionately addressing her family's nemesis as father. This situation was indeed abhorrent, a true testament to the depths of distastefulness. What a match made in heaven! Yin Shi spat vehemently. Now that he had assumed the identity of the original, it was impossible for him to continue being a sycophant. With the backing of the heavenly Dao sacred sect and possessing an unparalleled cultivation physique, he was destined to strive for immortality, to become that ethereal being who gazes down upon all life. As for those insufferable couple, they could distance themselves as far as possible. As for the progression of the plot, what concern was that of his? Having vented his frustrations, Yin Shi found his mindset considerably more serene. At that moment, a melodious notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Verifying host information. Identity confirmed. System loading. Loading system, please hold. System loaded successfully. The Supreme Couch Potato. System is at your service. Oh, there's an external aid? Yet. The name of this external aid seems rather unrefined. The corner of Yin Shi's mouth twitched. As a seasoned reader, he was no stranger to systems after years of perusing novels. He had encountered a plethora of bizarre systems. However, this was the first time he had heard of one named after a couch potato. Though the name was peculiar, it was still a system, and he was determined to comprehend its functionalities. System, what capabilities do you possess? Replying to the host, this system has but one function: to assist the host in becoming a couch potato. As long as the host remains a couch potato, rewards will be granted. The longer the host remains a couch potato, the more bountiful the rewards will be. Upon reaching a certain number of days as a couch potato or completing specific couch potato tasks, additional grand prizes will be awarded. After absorbing the system's introduction, Yanshi was momentarily taken aback, then remarked with a twitch of his lips, "Your system is indeed unique. Most systems aim to empower their hosts, guiding them step by step toward greatness. Yet his system, it encouraged him to lounge about. As a contemporary model of diligence and virtue, he was expected to strive valiantly and maintain an optimistic outlook, crafting a beautiful future through the sweat of his brow. Now, the system proclaimed that only by embracing a couch potato lifestyle could he receive rewards. This was simply extraordinarily delightful. Yinshi hastily inquired, "System, when can I commence my couch potato journey? I believe I can challenge my own limitations." Calculation commenced as soon as the system loaded successfully. As long as the host can remain a couch potato until tomorrow, a day's worth of couch potato rewards will be granted. That is splendid. Yinshi feigned a cough, sighing dramatically. Ahem. What I mean is, despite being such a diligent young man, to suddenly be told to lounge about is indeed a heartbreaking predicament. If the host dislikes being a couch potato, this system can assist in transitioning to a more competitive lifestyle. Absolutely not. I was jesting. I adore being a couch potato. Fearing a misunderstanding, Yinshi quickly interjected, "What a jest. Who would choose to be competitive when one could simply lounge? Competition is merely a means of survival. Being a couch potato is the essence of life that in his previous life, he toiled like a beast of burden, compelled by the harshness of existence to exert himself relentlessly. Though he could not compare to the elite overachievers, the endeavor left him utterly drained and devoid of agency. Now, with the advent of the lazy fish system, where rewards are bestowed simply for idleness, only a fool would continue to strive. What? Is reclining uncomfortable? Do you not enjoy slumber?" With a sense of delight, Yinshi was just about to turn and depart when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. The Jioshin Peak, as the residence of the sect's holy sun, is a place where few may enter freely. Even elders from within the sect must announce their visits in advance. Only his master, the sovereign of the Tiandao holy sect, could traverse its grounds without hindrance. Moreover, among the scant few who possess the special token granting access to Jioshin Peak, one is his junior sister, Lu Yanran. Yanshi's affection for Lu Yanran is well known within the sect, prompting him to bestow upon her a token, ensuring her frequent visits to Jioshin Peak. Sensing the presence behind him, Yansha turned to gaze in that direction. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman stood serenely at a distance, accompanied by a man whom Yansha chose to ignore, focusing solely on Lu Yanran. To describe Lu Yanran's figure, one could say it was perfectly balanced, neither too ample nor too slender, gracefully elongated, and just right, even with the memory of her visage etched in his mind. Seeing her in reality momentarily left Yansha entranced. In terms of beauty, Lu Yanran truly embodied the title of fairy. It was no wonder she could captivate the heart and soul of his former self. However, Yansha was no longer the Yansha he once was. While she was undeniably beautiful, looks alone could not sustain one. With a hint of impatience, Yansha spoke. "Is there something you need?" Lu Yanran was taken aback by his demeanor. The usually obedient Yansha appeared quite irritable today, and the unmistakable disdain in his eyes momentarily rendered her speechless. "I." The abrupt shift in Yansha's attitude left Lu Yanran at a loss for words. Her intended reply caught in her throat. Noticing her hesitance, Yansha chose not to inquire further, bypassing her to continue on his way. Casting her a fleeting glance as they brushed past each other, This simple glance ignited Lu Yinran's fury. Yinsha? Stop right there. Ignoring her, Yinsha proceeded onward. Lu Yin and swiftly positioned herself in front of him, her cold visage reflecting her displeasure as she regarded him with icy disdain. If you have something to say, then speak. If not, step aside. Yinsha frowned, feeling no inclination to indulge this woman, whom he deemed rather dim-witted. Yinsha, take your things back. I've said it countless times. Do not bring me any more gifts. I hope this is the last time. Lu Yinran's expression was frosty, tinged with a hint of contempt. She had always viewed Yinsha as her enemy, harboring deep-seated hatred for him, the one responsible for her family's annihilation. Since joining the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, Lu Yinran had dedicated herself tirelessly to her training, all for the opportunity to exact revenge on Yinsha for her tragically fallen kin, until her power surpassed his. She had no intention of engaging with him excessively. Yet, Yinsha, like a devoted admirer, continually sought her out, presenting her with rare treasures from time to time, which only deepened her aversion towards him. Upon hearing Lu Yinran's words, Yinsha paused. Recalling that he had indeed gifted her a rare treasure not long ago, the blood of a dragon turtle. An exceedingly rare material that significantly enhanced affinity for water and ice elemental techniques. Lu Yinran, possessing the Rarian physique, naturally wielded ice-based powers, making the dragon turtle's blood immensely beneficial for her cultivation. After acquiring it by chance, the original owner had intended to present it to Lu Yinran, but upon being rebuffed, he ultimately entrusted the precious blood to her subordinate. It appears that the package has arrived, but unexpectedly, Lu Yinran has come directly to the door. Yinshi nodded slightly and extended his hand, coolly stating, "Since you have no use for it, kindly return it to me." He was no longer the submissive admirer he once was, and would not indulge Lu Yinran. The blood of the dragon turtle was a valuable resource that he could utilize in his future cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran was momentarily taken aback. As if she had never anticipated she would express such a request. In the past, he had never asked her for anything back. She would simply discard items to him, and he would quietly return them. Ultimately, she would reluctantly use them herself, filled with reluctance. Today, it was quite perplexing that Yinshi dared to ask her for something. "Take it. I don't cherish the gifts you have given me," she exclaimed, hoping he would cease to bother her in the future. Lu Yinran swiftly retrieved a glass vial from her storage ring and forcefully tossed it to Yinshi, glaring at him with fury. After opening the vial and confirming it indeed contained the dragon turtle's blood, Yinshi nodded and stored it in his own ring. "Since you find it so insignificant, you might as well return the items I previously gifted you," Yinshi remarked calmly, seemingly oblivious to the flush of anger spreading across Lu Yinran's face. "You." Lu Yinran was momentarily at a loss for words. Her anger had been impulsive. The precious materials had long been consumed. Otherwise, how could her cultivation have progressed so swiftly over the years? "You have used them, Haven to you? So what do you mean by saying you don't value them? Are you merely trying to appear lofty? Since you cannot be true to your words. There is no need to boast. Such claims only lead others to perceive you as." She sighed. "Never mind, I never expected you to return them anyway. Let us consider those precious items as having been fed to pigs. Please return the token of the 9 Immortals Peak. If you do not appreciate this place, then do not return." Lu Yinran trembled with indignation. Who are you calling a pig? Although filled with rage, Lu Yinran felt helpless and could only grit her teeth as she reluctantly retrieved the token from her bosom. Here. What token? What privilege of free access? Lu Yinran had never desired such things. She had only used the precious materials out of fear of waste. Who would cherish them? This opportunity to sever ties with she was indeed fortuitous. "If there is nothing further, I kindly ask Miss Lu to take her leave," She continued. "Furthermore, please remember your place and refrain from addressing me by my name. I am the Holy Sun. You must show me the respect I deserve. I trust this will be the last time." Yinshi's eyelids flickered slightly as he spoke slowly. I understand." Lu Yinran trembled, instinctively responding. She could sense that although Yinshi's tone remained gentle, there was an unmistakable firmness in his words that conveyed an impenetrable distance. As the current Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, the unspoken authority he exuded left her heart quaking in awe. "I shall not see you out." Just then, the silent man beside Lu Yinran finally spoke up. "Is this the manner in which the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect receives its guests? It truly broadens my horizons," remarked the man, shaking his head, his tone laced with derision. Yinshi cast a fleeting glance at the man, too apathetic to utter a word. "So, it appears that the Holy Sun does not concur with my sentiments? If the Holy Sun has thoughts to share, I would be most eager to hear your esteemed insights. Noticing Yin Shi's silence, the man's smile widened, and his words became increasingly audacious. The outside world claims that the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect is a prodigious talent in cultivation across the entire Tianyuan continent. Yet, upon this encounter, it seems he is merely a hollow shell. The man's arrogant demeanor no longer concealed, his gaze towards Yin Shi brimmed with contempt. Is that your pet? Yin Shi once again disregarded the man, turning to Lu Yinran. Who do you call a dog? Before Lu Yinran could respond, the man erupted in fury. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A mere sycophant? No wonder he bites at the slightest provocation. Perhaps you should keep him on a leash, lest he becomes a nuisance. If there is nothing else, I suggest you depart swiftly. Yin Shi waved his hand impatiently. Yan, holy son, this is Lin Tianhao, the chief disciple of the Zhengyang sect. He has come alongside the sect's master to discuss matters concerning the Heavenly Palace's secret realm in half a month's time. Lu Yinren hesitantly introduced the man. The underlying implication was clear. She sought to highlight Lin Tianhao's status, urging Yin Shi to avoid conflict, for it would lead to complications. After all, her grievances with Yin Shi were personal and not meant for outsiders. Involving others would alter the nature of the affair. Lin Tianhao was merely an acquaintance she encountered en route. Out of courtesy, she had greeted him, only to find that he had clung to her without letting go. She had never anticipated that Lin Tianhao would confront Yin Shi directly. Should this escalate, she would ultimately bear the consequences. I do not know him, nor do I care to. I have matters to attend to today and am disinclined to engage with him. Have him vanish from my sight, Yin Shi stated, turning away without acknowledging Lin Tianhao throughout their exchange. Yin Shi's dismissive attitude ignited Lin Tianhao's fury, his face flushing crimson. With a flick of his hand, several silver needles appeared in his grasp, and as he glared at Yin Shi's retreating back, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Just as his hand began to rise, a voice echoed in Lin Tianhao's ear. If you wish to perish, you may attempt it. The sound of Yin Shi's voice sent a tremor through Lin Tianhao's entire being. You. A terrifying aura suddenly descended, enveloping Lin Tianhao. It felt as if a tangible force bore down upon him, causing his bones to creak under the pressure. Lin Tianhao sensed that should he move even a fraction more, unspeakable horrors would ensue. He would die? Absolutely, he would perish. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, as the instinct for survival screamed within him. Confronted by the imminent specter of death, Lin Tianhao remained utterly motionless, his hand extended forward in a rigid pose that appeared both bizarre and comical. It was only when Yin Shi had receded into the distance, his silhouette becoming increasingly indistinct, that the terrifying aura began to dissipate. Lin Tianhao promptly fell to his knees. Gasping for breath, his dignity cast aside as he clutched his chest. Brother Lin, what you just did was... Lu Yinran began, her cheeks flushing, only to quickly avert her gaze. Perhaps you should change your trousers first. I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Yinran soared away. It was then that Lin Tianhao noticed, to his dismay, that the area around his trousers had become uncomfortably damp. Get lost. The voice of Yin Shi echoed once more. Upon hearing it, Lin Tianhao hastily scrambled to his feet, using both hands and feet in a frantic escape from Jiuxian Peak. Yin Shi was a man of discernment. This Lin Tianhao, who had not even merited a mention in the original narrative, was undoubtedly a mere background character of little consequence. Yin Shi had no desire to engage with such a triviality. While eliminating him might provide a fleeting sense of relief, it would inevitably lead to a multitude of unnecessary complications. After all, this was a tangible world, not the nonsensical realm of a convoluted novel. The thought of taking a life, especially that of the chief disciple of the opposing sect, was burdensome enough to contemplate. Moreover, the system had advised him to adopt a more languid approach to life. Thus, it was prudent to avoid entanglements and minimize troublesome affairs. Lu Yinran did not cease her flight until she had left the confines of Jiuxian Peak. Casting a distant glance back, a medley of emotions surged within her. She acutely sensed Yin Shi's growing detachment and disdain. He was no longer the elder brother who had once orbited her every move. In the past, such a shift would have delighted her, liberating her from the clutches of this bothersome individual, as she had little desire to see Yin Shi. Yet, inexplicably, a pang of loss welled up within her heart, as if something of great importance had been irretrievably lost. Finally, she felt the weight of departure. Once assured that Lu Yinran's presence had completely vacated Jiuxian Peak, Yin Shi exhaled a sigh of relief. To him, Lu Yinran was akin to a harbinger of misfortune. As the female lead of the original tale, any reckless association with her would undoubtedly invite an avalanche of troubles, perhaps even more severe than the act of dispatching Lin Tianhao. Such entanglements would severely disrupt his desired languorous existence. To impede my leisure? I care not for your affairs. All of you may vanish. However, as he gazed in the direction Lu Yin had departed, Yin Shi began to contemplate. Her recent visit had served as a poignant reminder, rekindling his awareness that he inhabited the world of a novel. The entirety of this realm revolved around the narrative of the protagonist, Xiao Fan. As the first major antagonist, his role was equally vital. Future plots would undoubtedly necessitate his involvement, signifying that, regardless of his efforts to evade, he would inevitably intersect with the protagonist's path. This was the will of the grand narrative, and mere avoidance would prove futile. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yin Shi pondered as he made his way back to his cave abode. According to the current trajectory of the narrative, we find ourselves at the inception of a significant arc. Xiao Fan awakens the ring, breaking his seal, and subsequently ascends into the heavens, embarking on a merciless path of slaughter and treasure-seeking, ultimately reaching the central continent. His next objective is to join the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Following this, he intends to display his prowess within the sect, culminating in a climactic duel with Yin Shi. Logically, given Xiao Fan's humble origins, even with extraordinary talent, his entry into the heavenly Dao sacred sect would be exceedingly challenging without a recommendation. His exceptional admission, however, is inextricably linked to Lu Yinran, which unfolds a rather melodramatic tale. During his exploits in the central continent, Xiao Fan fortuitously encountered Lu Yinran. Upon catching a glimpse of her breathtaking beauty from afar, he was utterly captivated. From that moment, he resolutely decided that he would make Lu Yinran his companion on the path of enlightenment. Through various inquiries, he ascertained her identity and subsequently devised a plan riddled with flaws to heroically rescue her. This scheme would not only win her heart but also grant him an opportunity to enter the heavenly Dao sacred sect, thus serving a dual purpose. Indeed, events unfolded as he had anticipated. Owing to his life-saving act for Lu Yinran, Xiao Fan successfully gained entry into the sect. Yet, mere affection was insufficient to win Lu Yinran. He needed formidable strength as well. Fortuitously, Xiao Fan was the favored child of fortune, blessed by the heavens. Since joining the sect, his power ascended at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket. Witnessing Xiao Fan's remarkable talent, Lu Yinran eventually opened her heart to him. Such a tale is indeed fraught with melodrama. Meanwhile, Yin Shi, in a fit of frustration, summoned the system within his mind. System, Xiao Fan should be in the central continent. Do you think it would be worthwhile for me to eliminate him now? It is not surprising that Yin Shi harbored such thoughts, as Xiao Fan was undeniably an unlikable character. Not solely due to his enemies but also because of his very nature. Typically, protagonists in light novels exhibit only a degree of selfishness. Those more extreme might possess a lower moral compass and engage in petty misdeeds. However, Xiao Fan transcends mere selfishness, devoid of any moral integrity. For instance, to counteract Yin Shi's ancient holy body, Xiao Fan concocted a lethal poison specifically designed to target it, ruthlessly using Lu Yinran as bait to administer the toxin to her. He then called upon Yin Shi to rescue her, thereby inflicting the poison upon Yin Shi's ancient holy body, causing it to sustain damage. Furthermore, to amplify a low-grade spiritual artifact, he slaughtered tens of thousands across a province, subsequently framing Yin Shi for the atrocity, tarnishing his reputation and branding him a villain. Those who once stood by Yin Shi began to abandon him. Ultimately, Xiao Fan emerged, brandishing the banner of righteousness, attacking stealthily to claim Yin Shi's ancient holy body for himself. This individual epitomizes extreme selfishness, willing to forsake all moral considerations for personal gain, descending to depths beneath even that of the basest creatures. There are many similar occurrences. For selfish gains, one aligns with external demons, leading to the demise of countless human cultivators. In a bid to enhance his soul, he ultimately devoured even the ring spirit that had accompanied him. Such a person could be aptly described as a beast clad in human skin. In other literary works, it would not be excessive to flay him alive and refine his soul into lamp oil. However, in this narrative, Xiao Fan is the protagonist. It is precisely due to this unique and unconventional style that a niche audience, with particular tastes, was drawn to the book, causing it to gain fleeting popularity online. Yin Shi happened to read this novel during that period. If possible, Yin Shi harbored a strong desire to eliminate Xiao Fan, not out of any lofty principle, but merely to vent his frustration. Yet, As the child of destiny, he was certainly not an easy opponent to deal with, which prompted Yanxi to pose such a question. The child of destiny enjoys the protection of heaven and earth. Attempting to slay him is exceedingly difficult. And even if one were to force the act, it would inevitably result in backlash. With the current strength of the host, it is insufficient to contend with this realm. It is advised that the host strive to improve his own power. Understood. Difficult to kill, yet not impossible. However, it is wiser to first enhance one's strength. Once fortified, these matters will seem trivial. The ruler is indeed formidable. Very well. I shall grant you this favor and refrain from confronting him for now. After all, he cannot stir up significant trouble at this moment. When I return stronger, we shall deal with him decisively. Acting now would only serve to his advantage. After all, as the child of fate, he is akin to an indomitable cockroach. Should a single strike fail, it would only empower him further, unless one were to strike with overwhelming force to subdue him. Moreover, Xiao Fan is currently at the zenith of his fortune. Even if Yanxi were resolute in his intentions, he might not succeed in killing him. Let us not forget that Xiao Fan has a Ring Elder, who is no ordinary character. A formidable being who escaped from a higher realm, well-versed in the arts of alchemy and formations. Should the other wish to take Xiao Fan away, few in this lower realm could impede them. Why dwell on such thoughts? It is better to take a moment to relax. As Yanxi pondered these matters, he returned to his own courtyard. Ruler, set an alarm for me. Wake me at this time tomorrow. Having spoken, Yanxi reclined into a lounge chair, crossed his legs, and drifted into slumber. Damn Yanxi. Back in her room, Lu Yanran was furiously punching and kicking her pillow, as if it were Yanxi himself. The thought of Yanxi's imposing presence and icy gaze upon her departure ignited her anger. It was the first time she felt such a surge of rage towards Yanxi. In that moment, fear also crept into Lu Yanran's heart. Previously, Yanxi had always been compliant, never raising his voice at her. Even when she hit or scolded him, he would merely smile and inquire if her hands hurt. How could his demeanor change so drastically in just a few days? Could it be that he has discovered my intention to kill him? The mere thought sent a chill through Lu Yanran, her face paling in an instant. Although she had always regarded Yanxi as an enemy, she had never dared to mention it before him, even in her profound dislike for him. She had merely chosen to remain silent or avoid his presence as much as possible. Yet today, the aloofness displayed by Yanxi felt more intense than that of a complete stranger. It was reminiscent of the moment she first learned that Yanxi was the one responsible for her family's extermination. No, it was even stronger than that. For from Yanxi, she sensed not only a cold detachment, but also a profound revulsion, akin to the disgust one feels upon encountering something truly abhorrent. He must have figured it out. Where did I reveal a chink in my armor? For years, I have feigned ignorance. The thought of her greatest secret being uncovered by Yanxi made Lu Yanran's eyes redden with urgency, tears welling up, threatening to spill over at any moment. She bore the weight of her entire clan's blood feud. After years of enduring humiliation and hardship, could she truly abandon it all? No, absolutely not. The blood debt of hundreds of lives from the Lu family must be avenged. Yet, my plans for revenge. Now that Yanxi has grown wary of me, even reclaiming the token from Jiaoxin Peak, the chances of approaching him to carry out my intentions have dwindled. Am I to submit to him? Lu Yanran's eyes darkened as she muttered under her breath. No, it is still uncertain. I refuse to believe he could be so heartless. If I find myself in peril, he will surely. Someone. Resolute in her decision, Lu Yanran summoned a disciple, whispering her instructions before taking flight toward the Wanzhong mountain range. Her thoughts were straightforward. If you, Yanxi, wish to sever our ties, then I shall not grant you that satisfaction. I am bound for the Wanzhong mountain range, and I will send a message through my disciple, claiming I have sustained grave injuries and am on the brink of death. Let us see if you can remain indifferent then. After pursuing me for so long, I refuse to believe you would let me perish. When you arrive, I shall offer you a taste of sweetness, ensuring you are completely under my control. Yanxi, however, remained blissfully unaware of Lu Yanran's scheming. Had he known, he might have laughed aloud. A few dishes could bring you to such a state? You truly have the audacity to think so. And she would much prefer if this foolish girl simply took her last breath. The reason was simple. Lu Yanran was the protagonist. The more entangled he became with her, the greater the trouble he would encounter. This would severely impede his leisurely pursuits. Therefore, let any calamity befall her elsewhere. Do not disturb my peace. The Wanzhong mountain range sprawled endlessly, its peaks intertwined like dragons and serpents, stretching for countless miles, hence its name. Additionally, it bordered the Great Wasteland to the east and the frozen plains to the north, rendering it a place of exceptional geological significance, truly a perilous domain. It was recognized as one of the 9 forbidden lands of the Tianyuan continent. The Wanchong mountain range, with its unique geographical environment, has given rise to a rich diversity of resources. Countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as rare and exotic beasts, may be found within its depths. The pursuit of fortune often accompanies peril. Despite the inherent dangers of the Wanchong Mountains, the abundance of extraordinary treasures draws countless cultivators each moment, all seeking their own opportunities. At this very moment, within a cave of the Wanchong Mountains, a young man with short black hair, clad in a dark robe, sits at the cave's entrance, occasionally glancing into the distance. His appearance is unremarkable, with thin lips and a delicate nose, yet his eyes gleam sharply like a blade, harboring an unmistakable sinister intent. An aura of malevolence emanates from him, sending chills down the spine of those who gaze upon him. Master, my plan is foolproof. Just wait and see. Xiao Fan murmurs with confidence, his gaze ever vigilant of the movements outside. Suddenly, a soft chime resonates, and a flicker of light reveals a faint, ethereal figure within the cave, as if it could vanish with the slightest breeze. This figure is a regal lady, with elegantly arched eyebrows and skin as flawless as jade, exuding an indescribable beauty enhanced by her unique presence. However, the once flawless visage is now marred by a subtle trace of melancholy. This is none other than Xiao Fan's ring-grandfather, Yi Shuanger, a once great power from the upper realms. Having been assassinated by enemies, she lost her corporeal form and was left with only her spirit, fleeing to the lower realms in haste. My disciple, that Lu Yin is a prodigy of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, undoubtedly possessing exceptional intellect. It is not my intention to discourage you, but if your plan fails, it may jeopardize your relationship with the sacred sect, making future endeavors to join them exceedingly difficult. I believe it would be wise to refine your strategy further and identify any potential shortcomings. Yi Shuang sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. A fortnight prior, after meeting Lu Yanran, Xiao Fan had shared his plan with her, intending to stage a heroic rescue. However, Yi Shuanger held little faith in this scheme, deeming it overly simplistic. Through diligent investigation, Xiao Fan learned that the heavenly Dao sacred sect frequently dispatched disciples to the Wanchong Mountains for training. He decided to wait in anticipation, hoping to encounter Lu Yanran. Upon her arrival, he planned to lure nearby ferocious beasts to her, prompting her to engage in battle. When she was gravely wounded and on the brink of death, Xiao Fan would spring into action, not to drive away the beasts, for he lacked the strength, but to protect Lu Yin and with his life, shielding her from harm and then escaping with her. With a life-saving debt established, he believed it would only be a matter of time before Lu Yanran would open her heart to him. While Xiao Fan's vision was indeed idyllic, the plan harbored a significant flaw. Setting aside whether Lu Yanran would even venture into the Wanchong Mountains, even if she did, ordinary beasts would pose no threat to her. Only the most formidable ferocious beasts could inflict harm upon her, and such creatures possess a strong territorial instinct, rarely venturing from their domains. The monstrous beasts erupted in inexplicable chaos, coinciding with the sudden emergence of the stranger, Xiao Fan. All these peculiar coincidences woven together appeared to be nothing short of a grand conspiracy, not to mention the esteemed genius of the sacred sect, Lu Yanran. Even an ordinary woman with a modicum of intelligence would sense something amiss. Master, you underestimate me. My plan is impeccably devised and will undoubtedly succeed. Xiao Fan believed his design to be flawless. He was confident there were no vulnerabilities in his scheme, considering it remarkably perfect. He understood the intricacies of a woman's heart well. As long as he consistently protected Lu Yanran, enduring sufficient hardship and appearing sufficiently tragic, he was certain it would evoke her compassion. With that bond established, he could draw closer to her, providing the care a man ought to offer. Ultimately, he would reveal his extraordinary talents, and even the most aloof of women would fall under his influence. Noticing Yi Shuanger still hesitating, Xiao Fan laughed heartily, his confidence radiating. Master, fret not. I understand a woman's heart far better than you. Yi Shuanger opened her mouth, but found no words to express. Ultimately letting out a soft sigh, Xiao Fan continued to envision a glorious future. Once he rescued Lu Yanran, he would smoothly enter the heavenly Dao sacred sect, ascending step by step to become its foremost figure, then the Holy Son, and ultimately the Holy Lord, thereby seizing control of the entire sect. By then, He would be able to assist his master in reshaping her soul and reconstructing her body, avenging her grievances in the process. At this juncture, Xiao Fan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Shuang'er, a fleeting glimmer of lust flickering in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a more fervent light. It was the flame of ambition, burning fiercely like a wildfire. Observing Xiao Fan's unwavering confidence, Yi Shuang'er found herself at a loss for words and simply nodded in agreement. Very well, I will trust you. Although she outwardly acquiesced, inwardly she held reservations. The strategy was undeniably too simplistic, treating the other party as if they were a fool. Any reasonably astute individual would see through it. Yet, in the original narrative, Lu Yanran, the distinguished prodigy of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, fell prey to it. Harboring no suspicion towards Xiao Fan's presence, and even developing certain tender feelings for him afterward. This was not merely a case of the protagonist's resonance. It was, quite frankly, the fault of a hapless author who, unable to conceive a more captivating plot, resorted to such foolish contrivances to fill the void. By forcibly employing grandiose ideals to brainwash everyone, the narrative rendered logic irrelevant, leading to the two characters stumbling into a relationship despite the absurdity. With the author's endorsement, even the most outrageous plot lines became plausible. Suddenly, Xiao Fan sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure clad in white against the distant sky. It was none other than Lu Yanran, the very vision that occupied Xiao Fan's thoughts. It's not yet sufficient here. We must delve deeper. As Lu Yanran pondered within herself, she soared deeper into the vast Wanchong Mountains. Since she was to perform a charade, it was imperative that her act bore the semblance of reality. Otherwise, with Yan Xi's prowess, he would discern the authenticity of her injuries at a mere glance. This was merely the outer region of the mountain range, devoid of formidable beasts. To deceive Yan Xi, she would need to draw forth a creature of ferocious caliber. One must admit, Lu Yanran's thoughts mirrored those of Xiao Fan in many respects, both considering the other as a fool, oblivious to the fact that the greatest fool was, in truth, herself. Suddenly, as she flew through the air, Lu Yan sensed the presence of living beings nearby. A frown creased her brow, her mind clouded with uncertainty. Although this was the periphery, the desolate terrain typically bore little human activity. She had deliberately chosen this path for her journey to avoid encounters that could lead to unnecessary complications. After all, she was merely acting, not seeking demise. Selecting a safe route was of utmost importance, ensuring that Yanxi could swiftly arrive for her rescue upon receiving word. Before she could further contemplate, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. The sound was akin to the earth fracturing, followed by tremors that shook the ground. As if a great dragon were thrashing in turmoil, an uncountable horde of beasts surged forth from all directions, charging madly toward Lu Yanran. What? In an instant, Lu Yanran was thrown into disarray. She could not fathom the cause of this sudden uprising of beasts. Observing the frenzied demeanor and blood-red eyes of the approaching horde, she sensed something amiss. Forcing herself to regain composure, Lu Yanran unsheathed her longsword and launched an assault against the throng below. The sword energy surged forth, radiating divine light, sweeping through the ranks of beasts like a tempest, swiftly claiming their lives. Lu Yanran's formidable strength at the Golden Core stage was on full display. She carved a semicircle through the advancing horde, rendering it incapable of advancing further. After all, Lu Yanran was among the elite disciples of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, and though she faced this predicament with haste, she was not a mere beast that could withstand her might. Not only was she beautiful, but her strength was equally formidable. Yet only a woman of such caliber could be worthy of me. Concealed at a distance, Xiao Fan licked his lips, his gaze upon Lu Yanran brimming with avarice. Let us see how you fare against this. While Lu Yanran was preoccupied with fending off the beasts, Xiao Fan stealthily tossed a small vial into the fray. In the midst of such chaos, the sound of the vial shattering was nearly imperceptible. Once it struck the ground, an unknown liquid spilled forth, quickly seeping into the earth. Roar. Moments later, a colossal roar echoed from afar. A beast, towering nearly 100 meters, charged forth, an ape-like creature, its crimson eyes and labored breath betraying a deranged state of mind. Its target was none other than Lu Yanran, the golden wheel lion ape. How could such a ferocious beast appear here? A jolt of alarm surged through Lu Yan's heart. Upon gazing into the eyes of the golden wheel lion monkey, they mirrored the ferocity of the beasts surrounding it. Someone lay in ambush here. Who could it be that seeks to harm me? Could it be Yanxi? From the inexplicable appearance of the beast horde to the sudden emergence of the golden wheel lion monkey, even Lu Yanran, despite her usual obliviousness, began to sense something amiss. Though she typically exuded a quiet demeanor and refrained from excessive conversation, she was never one to offend others. She understood that she would eventually stand against Yanxi. Provoking an enemy without cause would only complicate her path to vengeance. Within the heavenly Dao sacred sect, her reputation remained commendable. She neither formed overly close ties nor engaged in malevolence. Apart from Yanxi, she could hardly conceive of anyone else harboring such lethal intent towards her. It was no wonder Lu Yanran entertained such thoughts. Only a handful of individuals were aware of her outing today, excluding a few less formidable disciples. The only other possibility was Yanxi. Could it be that Yanxi has indeed uncovered my secret and seeks to silence me? Is he so eager to bring about my demise? Such a ruthless heart. Lu Yanran let out a bitter smile. Indeed, Yanxi, the illustrious son of the sacred sect, could not tolerate any blemish upon his grand image. How could he allow the one who held his greatest secret to remain alive? It dawned on her that she had been the fool all along, believing Yanxi to be a lovesick fool, foolishly thinking she could draw near him through romantic entanglement. How utterly laughable. Today, she finally witnessed Yanxi's true nature, calculating, ruthless, a true tyrant. Yet my life, Lu Yanran's life, is not so easily taken. If you wish to kill me, then come and try. This mere beast is not enough. Employ whatever means you desire. With a surge of fierce determination, Lu Yanran shook off the gloom, her eyes ablaze with combat fervor. As her sword danced, she surged forth with unmatched momentum, charging at the golden wheel lion monkey. Perhaps fueled by a desperate will to survive, Lu Yanran's combat prowess soared beyond her usual caliber. She dispatched numerous beasts, fiercely suppressing the golden wheel lion monkey, which bore numerous gaping wounds, blood flowing profusely. After battling for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated onslaught of ferocious beasts never materialized. Had I miscalculated? How could there have been only one beast? Lu Yan mused inwardly. Yanxi was acutely aware of her capabilities. It would be impossible for her to be subdued by a single beast. At least 5 would be required for any chance of success. And she could not possibly make such a fundamental mistake. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized the flaw. Such treachery would not be carried out by Yanxi himself. He would undoubtedly enlist someone else for the task. Countless individuals would willingly play the role of Yanxi's lackey. If Yanxi had orchestrated this himself, such a blunder would not have occurred. However, if someone unaware of her true strength had been tasked with this mission, it seemed Yanxi had indeed recruited a fool. One who believed that a lone beast could bring her down, grossly underestimating her. Lu Yanran let out a cold laugh as she delivered a decisive blow to the golden wheel lion monkey. With a cold glance at Xiao Fan's hiding place, Lu Yanran was about to turn away when she abruptly halted her steps. No, something still felt amiss. There was an inexplicable element. How could someone as meticulous as Yanxi leave such a glaring loophole? If he truly intended to take her life, he would surely anticipate her instinct to flee. If she were to escape now, she would undoubtedly find herself ensnared in a web far more terrifying than death itself. Could it be? Lu Yanran's complexion paled dramatically as she contemplated another possibility. Yanxi would not engage in such trivial games. His motives for this charade were to deliver a warning. Indeed, everything suddenly made sense. The clumsy traps, the feeble beasts, the deliberately exposed henchmen, coupled with his seemingly permissive attitude toward her escape. All of it was a blatant threat. He was communicating that if she dared to run, she would surely regret it for the rest of her life. Was he truly expecting her to obediently present herself to his bed? Yanxi, you are nothing short of a scoundrel, a beast, a soulless demon of lust. Lu Yanran's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips clenched tightly as humiliation surged within her. In her fervor, she bit her lip until it bled, crimson droplets trailing down her chin. Meanwhile, Yanxi, who was napping in the small courtyard, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, turned over, and fell back asleep. Xiao Fan, lurking from a distance, observed Lu Yan's unsteady demeanor and mistakenly believed she was exhausted, nearing her limit. Elated, he sprang from behind a massive rock, shouting, "Don't fear, fair maiden. I'm here to assist you." Leaping out with exuberance, he raised his fists, carving a bloody path through the beasts. He fought his way to Lu Yanran, shattering a beast that was poised to ambush her with a single blow. With a self-satisfied grin, he addressed her, "My lady, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Lu Yanran replied coldly, her gaze icy. "I am Xiao Fan, and I have yet to inquire your name." As he continued to dispatch the beasts, confidence radiated from his expression. After the golden wheel lion monkey fell, the remaining beasts were of a mere liquid condensation realm at best, and their numbers were few. Xiao Fan, although not yet at that level himself, being only in the foundational realm, was favored by fate, possessing formidable combat prowess, making it routine to vanquish foes beyond his current capability. Although he could not slay them all, he could certainly ensure his own safety in the short term. Did this maiden truly believe him? Yi Shuang'er, residing within the ring, found it hard to believe. The simplicity of such a scheme succeeding struck her as incredible. Was it possible that Lu Yanran, the pride of the holy sect, was a mere fayade? It should not be this way. Is it true that the Celestial Path sect has now fallen? With its prodigies of such mediocre caliber, the demonic beasts seem endless, stretching into infinity. Although Xiao Fan possesses formidable strength, the sheer number of ferocious creatures is overwhelming. And he is but a mere fledgling in the foundation establishment stage. Surrounded by these beasts, the immense pressure soon led him to a state of despair, his attacks growing increasingly feeble. Despite this, a portion of his attention remained fixated on Lu Yanran. Be careful. Xiao Fan deliberately allowed a few demonic beasts to charge towards Lu Yanran. He then threw himself in front of her, shielding her with his own body. With a desperate resolve, he engaged in a fierce battle against the beasts, exerting every ounce of strength to protect Lu Yanran. Though his injuries multiplied, the exhilaration in his eyes intensified. He believed that by risking everything to protect her, Lu Yanran must surely feel deeply moved by his efforts. Alas, he was mistaken. Instead of feeling touched, Lu Yanran contemplated whether she should eliminate Xiao Fan altogether. After a brief moment of hesitation, she suppressed the thought. This sycophant named Xiao Fan was a subordinate of Yan Shi. Although weak, his assignment indicated a certain standing in Yan Shi's eyes. To kill him would complicate matters with Yan Shi. Casting a cold glance at Xiao Fan, Lu Yanran commanded, "Step back. No, I cannot allow these beasts to harm you, even if it costs me my life." Xiao Fan mistakenly interpreted Lu Yanran's words as concern for his well-being, igniting an even greater fervor within him. It seemed his strategy was yielding success. The more he suffered, the more moved Lu Yanran would become. Ultimately, she would open her heart to him. Observing Xiao Fan's antics, resembling a jester before her, Lu Yanran let out a disdainful snort. "Suit yourself." With that, Lu Yanran found a clean rock to sit upon, remaining silent as she watched Xiao Fan's performance. She was acutely aware that while she could not act against this sycophant, if he sought his own suffering, it was of no concern to her. Unable to offend Yan Shi, why should she fear him? It was only fitting to reclaim some interest from him. At worst, she could save him at the last moment when he was on the brink of death. While Xiao Fan continued to fight valiantly, he was taken aback when he noticed Lu Yanran had suddenly sat down. In that moment of distraction, a demonic beast struck him with a claw, leaving a long gash across his chest. Blood instantly soaked his garments, and he grimaced in pain. However, he quickly realized that Lu Yin must have exhausted herself and needed a moment to recover. "All right, I shall guard you during this time." Resolute in his decision, Xiao Fan charged back into the fray, fighting with renewed fervor, trading injury for injury in a frenzied assault. "Seeing how hard I fight for you, you must be deeply touched by now. Lu Yanran, you cannot escape from my grasp." Xiao Fan let out a hearty laugh, his speed of action noticeably increasing. Observing the suddenly exhilarated Xiao Fan, Lu Yanran merely cast a cold glance his way. Indeed, he was a fool with a troubled mind. It seemed even Yan Shi could misjudge at times. After a while of slaughtering, Xiao Fan's stamina dwindled, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. As his injuries began to take a toll on his actions, not recovered yet. Seizing the moment, Xiao Fan glanced at Lu Yanran. She maintained her aloof demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. Yet he was on the verge of collapse. He aspired to become a figure of great renown. How could he perish at the hands of such a trivial beast? "My lady, if you have regained your strength, I implore you to lend me your aid." Though seeking help from a woman felt somewhat beneath him, he absolutely could not afford to die here. Lu Yanran merely cast a fleeting glance, assessing Xiao Fan's injuries, and replied indifferently, "You won't die just yet. Wait a moment." With that, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. Lu Yanran's attitude left Xiao Fan utterly dumbfounded. This was not how he had envisioned her reaction. Shouldn't she have rushed to assist him? From her expression, she appeared completely unconcerned. "My lady, I truly am at my limit. I beseech you to extend your hand in assistance." This time, Lu Yanran couldn't even be bothered to respond, treating him as if he were invisible. Witnessing her resolute demeanor, Xiao Fan's expression darkened considerably. A twinge of regret began to brew within him. No, he could not simply await his demise. Casting one last glance at Lu Yanran, Xiao Fan struggled momentarily before turning and sprinting towards her. A woman could be replaced, but a life lost was irretrievable. If Lu Yanran could stall for just a moment, he might find a way to break free from the encirclement. It was a pity for such a beautiful woman to be involved in this scheme. The idea was sound. Had he employed this tactic of diversion earlier, success would have been likely. Yet Xiao Fan had forgotten the gravity of his current condition. Earlier, in an effort to win Lu Yanran's favor, he had intentionally sustained multiple injuries, leading to a severely critical state. Now, when he attempted to flee, it was far too late. No sooner had he turned than he was knocked to the ground by a beast. Its sharp fangs sank deep into his back, tearing flesh and muscle. Xiao Fan let out a piercing scream of agony. Almost immediately, other beasts surged forward, viciously gnawing at him, swiftly exposing the white bone beneath his ravaged back. Boom. In the moment where life hung by a thread, Xiao Fan cast aside any pretense of concealment and directly unleashed one of his trump cards. This was a talisman he had fortuitously acquired, a protective jade charm. Classified as a growth-type magical artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an adversary one realm above his current level, while neutralizing the opponent's assault. It also generated a widespread shockwave, propelling enemies away. Such a treasure for defense was indeed rare. He had previously utilized this artifact to slay a severely wounded Golden Core cultivator, an experience that granted him a taste of the thrill of killing. He realized that killing was the swiftest path to power. Although this jade charm was exceptionally useful, it required a lengthy interval between uses, with a cooldown period of a full 6 months. Originally, Xiao Fan had planned to wait until he reached the liquid condensation stage to hunt down Golden Core experts. Little did he anticipate that this precious opportunity would be spent on this group of beasts today. The cooldown had only recently expired. Now at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he would soon ascend to the liquid condensation stage within a month. This was a devastating loss. Xiao Fan's heart bled at the thought. Seizing the moment while the demon beasts were momentarily stunned, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and continued toward Lu Yanran. Having already deployed his life-saving trump card, he hoped no further misfortunes would arise. But misfortune indeed loomed. A few flying demon beasts, drawn by the battle, discovered the scattered corpses of their kin and were filled with glee. This attracted a swarm of flying demon beasts. These aerial creatures, unaccustomed to such a scene, frantically fought for the carcasses. While they dared not approach the central corpses, the scant offerings on the periphery led to a situation of many eager mouths but insufficient sustenance. Just then, Xiao Fan used his protective talisman, clearing the center of demon beasts and creating a vast open space. Such a fortunate opportunity could not be ignored. The beasts that had missed the feast swiftly descended, seizing pieces of flesh and departing. Those slower to react, just as they prepared to land, discovered that the central meat had been devoured, causing them to panic and squawk in distress. By chance, they spotted Xiao Fan limping below. Xiao Fan, noticing the flying demon beasts above, turned pale with dread. "Miss, help me. I beg you to save me. I, Xiao Fan, will forever be at your service." At this moment, he could no longer afford to be proud. Xiao Fan knelt before Lu Yanran, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Though he displayed a contrite demeanor, deep within him resentment festered, and a venomous glare seemed to solidify in his eyes. "One day, I will ensure that this woman, who has witnessed my disgrace, experiences a fate worse than death." Lu Yanran, though her eyes remained closed, kept her consciousness attuned to Xiao Fan's every move. When she saw him retrieve the defensive treasure, she was momentarily surprised. With her discerning eye, she recognized that the artifact was no ordinary item. She had not expected Yan Shi to bestow such a precious treasure upon him, indicating that Xiao Fan surely possessed extraordinary qualities. Observing Lu Yanran remain unmoved, Xiao Fan grew frantic, urgently proclaiming, "I am willing to sign a servant contract with you, if only you would grant me my life." Although the servant contract may not possess the same absolute power as a soul bond, which can sever life and death with a mere thought, it remains a significantly binding agreement. A servant is compelled to diligently fulfill the master's commands. Failure to do so results in the excruciating punishment of divine retribution. Should the servant disobey, the master is entitled to impose discipline. However, there is a limitation to the servant contract. It can only be established with individuals of a lower realm. If the servant's realm surpasses that of the master, the contract automatically becomes void. It is precisely this understanding that led Xiao Fan to willingly enter into the servant contract with Lu Yinran, as he believed surpassing her in strength would be a trivial matter. Once he exceeds her in power, he intends to reclaim all the humiliation he has suffered at her hands. Xiao Fan did possess other trump cards, yet they proved ineffective in his current dire situation. Initially, with Yi Shuang'er present, he could have utilized her spatial abilities to transport himself to safety. However, having squandered that opportunity during an earlier venture into a secret realm, he found himself without recourse. Even if Yi Shuang'er wished to rescue him now, she would be powerless to do so. This fundamental reason underpinned her skepticism regarding Xiao Fan's plan, as any unforeseen circumstances could easily lead to peril. Is this true? Lu Yinran inquired, her eyes widening with intrigue as she observed Xiao Fan, who was kneeling and pleading for mercy. The malice in Xiao Fan's gaze did not escape her notice. But she was indifferent. Having ensnared a lackey of Yin, she was, in some respects, a victory for her. Absolutely. I beg you to save me. Very well. Step aside and do not obstruct me. With a casual flick of her hand, Lu Yinran unleashed a gust of wind that struck Xiao Fan's face, sending him sprawling into the distance. The tremendous force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, intensifying the fury within him. If you dare to look at me like that again, I shall pluck out your eyes. Lu Yinran warned coldly. Terrified, Xiao Fan promptly lowered his head. It was no jest. Lu Yinran, regardless of her circumstances, was a prodigy emerging from the heavenly Dao sacred sect, wielding the strength of the Golden Core realm. Had she not seen any value in Xiao Fan, that earlier slap could have easily crushed him. A waste, so inept in the face of a beast horde, could never hope to be her rival. Had Xiao Fan not interfered, she would have long since cleared the area of those demonic beasts. To Lu Yinran, Xiao Fan's antics were akin to a farcical performance. Once the troublesome presence was removed, a powerful aura emanated from Lu Yinran, a formidable being of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Fan, at a distance, was taken aback by her overwhelming presence. He was the child of destiny, capable of battling beyond his realm. Yet did the prodigies of the heavenly Dao sacred sect lack such prowess? Underestimating the world's heroes would surely lead to his own downfall. Witnessing the formidable aura exuded by Lu Yinran ignited a fierce determination within him, intensifying his desire to join the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Only such a prestigious sect could be worthy of his extraordinary talents. Just then, the beast that had been sent flying roared and charged back towards him. The tumultuous waves surged forth, resembling a monstrous force poised to devour all in its path. The earth trembled beneath the onslaught of the beastly tide, a terrifying spectacle. "Be careful," Xiao Fan instinctively exclaimed. His survival hinged upon Lu Yinran, and he harbored an earnest desire for her safety. Moreover, Lu Yinran was destined to become his nominal master, and a timely warning might foster a positive impression, perhaps averting any potential mistreatment. Fleeing was not an option for Xiao Fan. Lu Yinran's earlier strike had severely injured his internal organs, exacerbating his already grave condition. At this moment, even a mere handful of foundational-level beasts could easily spell his demise. Yet, in the recesses of his mind, Xiao Fan entertained a flicker of hope regarding Lu Yinran, whom he regarded as his destined partner. If she could reconsider her stance, he would graciously forgive her transgressions. The threat posed by the beasts was immense, though Lu Yinran perceived them as trivial. Engaging in combat with a sword seemed cumbersome. Thus, she sheathed her blade and produced a large, square seal. The mountain-turning seal. Without a change in her demeanor, she hurled the seal skyward, channeling her energy to unleash several beams of divine light. The seal radiated a brilliant glow, expanding rapidly in response to the wind. In mere moments, an enormous seal loomed in the sky, akin to a majestic mountain, emanating an aura of ancient grandeur, imbued with the power to subdue all. Go! The seal descended with a thunderous roar, unleashing boundless might that shattered the creatures below, reducing them to mere fragments, their blood splattering in all directions. The colossal seal fell like a mountain, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Not only did it annihilate the beasts, but the ground itself sank several meters, creating a stark, square pit that appeared before them. Gulp! The power of the mountain-turning seal left Xiao Fan in awe, compelling him to swallow hard. This singular strike claimed the lives of thousands of beasts, leaving no trace behind. Observing Lu Yinran's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed as though she had merely crushed a swarm of ants rather than vanquished formidable creatures. The formidable presence exuded by Lu Yanran sent a shiver through Xiao Fan. How could she be so powerful? He was astonished. Her strength surpassed all his expectations. Ah, an 8th-level golden core cultivator, wielding a mystical artifact for protection. Even a nascent soul expert would find it challenging to contend with her. Disciple, your plan has utterly failed, Yi Shuang'er lamented. She had sensed something amiss the moment she observed Lu Yanran's unsteady footing. How could a solitary golden core beast inflict harm upon her? The Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect was no mere small faction. Those deemed as prodigies by the sect were exceptional in both intellect and prowess. Not to mention, even a nascent soul beast would find it impossible to catch Lu Yanran. The strength she displayed was worthy of her status. Far removed from Xiao Fan's initial assumptions that she could be harmed by a beast, Xiao Fan's countenance was dim, and he found himself unable to retort. It seemed that his attempt to assist had instead become his gravest misstep. Not only had his plan faltered, but he had also put himself in jeopardy. In his heart, Xiao Fan inquired of Yi Shuang'er, Master, now that the plan has unraveled, how shall I proceed to gain her entry into the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect? The heroic endeavor to rescue the maiden had collapsed. Xiao Fan's sole ambition now was to gain admission to the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. As the preeminent force in the Tianyuan continent, even the prospect of becoming an ordinary disciple within its ranks would offer substantial aid to Xiao Fan. No human cultivator could refuse the opportunity to join the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, and Xiao Fan was no exception. However, entry into the sect was not easily granted. Even for the outer disciples, one needed the recommendation of internal members and sufficient aptitude. Unfortunately, Xiao Fan's talents were not remarkable. Without Yi Shuang'er's assistance, he feared he would be relegated to a mere mortal, enduring humiliation within his family until his demise. Yi Shuang'er reassured him, you ultimately came to her aid. Albeit without effect, Lu Yanran may consider your selfless act of protection and recommend you for admission. Even if that does not come to pass, you could sign a servant contract with her. Though it may seem demeaning, such an agreement carries its own merits. With this bond, she would surely facilitate your entrance into the sect. Once my spirit regains some strength, I can assist you in nullifying the contract. Do not worry, my disciple. Yi Shuang'er spoke thus to provide Xiao Fan with some solace. The servant contract binds both souls, and in her prime, it would have been a trivial matter. However, her own spirit was currently frail, making it unlikely she could free another from such a bond. When her spirit recovers, the timeline remains uncertain. It would be best to avoid signing altogether, but if it came to that, it would solely be a stroke of misfortune for Xiao Fan. She was taking a gamble on Lu Yanran's compassionate nature, hoping that in light of Xiao Fan's desperate rescue, she would refrain from binding him to a servant agreement and would instead welcome him into the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions rang through the air, unmistakably the result of the mountain summoning seal's attack. The surrounding area had been leveled for miles, obliterating several mountains in the process. Countless demonic beasts had been slaughtered by Lu Yanran. With a flick of her hand, she summoned the mountain summoning seal back, her expression remaining impassive as she surveyed the devastation. Xiao Fan swallowed hard, his demeanor obsequious as he clasped his fists and addressed her, Lu, this esteemed fairy. He had intended to refer to her as Fairy Lu, but suddenly he realized he should not acknowledge Lu Yin and by name at this moment. To divulge her surname would expose his ulterior motives, only serving to deepen her disdain for him. Yet Lu Yanran was acutely aware of Xiao Fan's intentions. Upon nearly uttering her name, her eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, this Xiao Fan knows me. These demonic beasts must have been summoned by him. Yinche's lackey is truly a fool. What is it? Lu Yanran's delicate visage turned frosty, resembling an iceberg, as she cast a frosty glance at Xiao Fan, offering him no warmth whatsoever. How should one address the celestial maiden? Xiao Fan chuckled awkwardly, his heart in turmoil. His plans had crumbled, and the path to take her as a companion was now obstructed. He remained oblivious to the reasons for offending her. Most critically, he had gravely underestimated her prowess. She alone could quell the beastly tide. This was the crux of the matter. Lu Yanran was the key to unlocking the treasury for Xiao Fan. The opportunity to join the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect rested solely upon her, and he could not afford to relinquish this chance. Lu Yanran gazed intently at Xiao Fan, eager to discern his intentions. Lu Yanran, could you be the renowned Lu Yanran of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect? Celebrated throughout the central region, hailed as its most formidable prodigy, Xiao Fan exclaimed dramatically, showering her with accolades and elevating her status to extraordinary heights. By declaring her the greatest prodigy, he sought to curry favor. Though somewhat exaggerated, there is a saying, one does not strike a smiling face. Who would refuse flattery? I am not. You have mistaken me. Lu Yinran scoffed inwardly, finding Xiao Fan's audacity quite remarkable. His theatricality was so exaggerated it elicited disdain. Perhaps Yin Shi was drawn to such a character for his ability to flatter. Xiao Fan feigned ignorance, continuing his praise. Yet, I firmly believe that the celestial maiden Lu is indeed the unparalleled prodigy of the central region. No matter who it may be, none can compare to the celestial maiden Lu. He responded with a smile, striving to appear sincere. Such clumsy flattery should be avoided. It repulses me. Lu Yinran frowned. Her tone icy. Xiao Fan's smile faltered, leaving him in a state of acute embarrassment. This woman truly was impervious to flattery. Noticing Lu Yinran's disinterest in compliments, Xiao Fan swiftly altered his approach, steering the conversation anew. Celestial Maiden Lu, I have long admired the heavenly Dao sacred sect. My aspiration has always been to become a disciple of this esteemed sect. However, the exceptional talents within are numerous, making an audience nearly impossible, leaving me feeling helpless. To encounter you here today is a stroke of fortune. Might you consider introducing me? Pausing, Xiao Fan donned a sorrowful expression, continuing, I hail from humble beginnings. And in my youth, my entire family was annihilated. I was but a child, untouched by cultivation, thus narrowly escaping a calamity. Alas, the enemy is far too powerful. Even harboring thoughts of vengeance feels futile. Hence, I yearn to enter the heavenly Dao sacred sect to dedicate myself to cultivation, aspiring to achieve mastery and avenge my fallen kin. Of course, all of this was a fabrication. The tales of deep-seated blood feuds and foes were mere lies conjured by Xiao Fan to evoke sympathy from Lu Yinran. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yinran narrowed her eyes, a surge of murderous intent igniting within her. The narrative of family annihilation resonated with her own experiences. How dare this Xiao Fan utter such words in her presence? Had Yin Shi divulged these matters to him? It appears that the relationship between him and Yin Shi is indeed extraordinary. She must be someone of great significance to him. If I were to hastily enter into a servant contract with him, it would likely be discovered by Yin Shi on the spot. Killing him is not an option, and signing a servant contract is out of the question. How should I deal with this sycophant? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yinran devised a plan. You wish to join the heavenly Dao sacred sect, do you? Very well, I shall grant you that. However, I have one condition. Upon hearing Lu Yinran's acquiescence, Xiao Fan was instantly filled with joy and eagerly responded, I would agree to not just one condition, but even 10 or 100 if it were to be proposed by you, Fairy Lu. Though Xiao Fan feigned immense gratitude, his inner thoughts were entirely different. That wretched woman. I shall make her my servant one day, and she shall never escape my grasp. Very well. Provide me with 3 drops of your essence blood, blood from your brow, heart, and dantian. Essence blood is no ordinary fluid. Each drop is irreplaceable, and the 3 types Lu Yinran demanded are the most precious blood within one's body. Although Xiao Fan felt some resistance, the coldness in Lu Yinran's gaze ultimately compelled him to relent. While essence blood may be invaluable, it is still preferable to losing one's life. Entering the heavenly Dao sacred sect without signing a servant contract was a far better outcome than he had anticipated. A mere few drops of essence blood were a price he could afford. If so, then follow me. Having successfully obtained the 3 drops of blood, Lu Yinran nodded and waved her hand, lifting Xiao Fan as they flew towards the heavenly Dao sacred sect. At the 9 Immortal Peak, in Yin Shi's courtyard, the system's alarm clock rang punctually. Yin Shi stretched lazily while simultaneously opening his eyes. Ah, how delightful it is to indulge in leisure. He beckoned, and immediately a disciple approached to begin reporting. As he listened to the updates, Yin Shi appeared somewhat listless until he heard that Lu Yinran had returned with an unfamiliar man, which piqued his interest. Almost as soon as Lu Yinran had brought Xiao Fan back to the heavenly Dao sacred sect, Yin Shi had received the news. As the holy son of the sect, Yin Shi held an extremely high position, second only to the sect master. He required no effort to investigate. Any significant events within the sect would reach his ears. His subordinates would autonomously organize and analyze the information before presenting it to him. Particularly, Lu Yinran, whom Yin Shi had long cherished, was under close scrutiny, and nearly all news concerning her would be delivered to him promptly. Holy Son, it appears that the disciple named Xiao Fan shares a deep bond with Fairy Lu. Should we? A robust male disciple beside him suggested, making a gesture akin to slitting a throat. This individual, named Xiao Long, was the captain of the guards at 9 Immortal Peak. Possessing golden core strength, he had served Yin Shi for many years, and was a loyal subordinate. Many of the sect's affairs, both overt and covert, were managed directly by Qiulong, aware of his holy son's affection for Lu Yinran. He had long accepted that she would eventually become the matriarch of 9 Immortal Peak. Therefore, upon seeing Xiao Fan, his first thought was to eliminate him. No need. Furthermore, refrain from gathering any information regarding Lu Yin and in the future, and do not report it to me. It is a waste of time. Yanxi waved his hand, quickly interjecting. His current ambition was to lead a life of leisure. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the protagonists and would prefer that they distance themselves from him. Qiulong's face was a portrait of astonishment, as if he had misheard. In the past, whenever news about Lu Yinran surfaced, the Holy Sun would exhibit considerable concern. Yet now, Yanxi displayed a complete lack of interest, even a hint of disdain. Could it be that the Holy Sun no longer harbors feelings for Lu Yinran? Indeed, it was understood. Qiulong was an exemplary subordinate, fiercely loyal to Yanxi. Since Yanxi had ceased to be preoccupied with Lu Yinran, regardless of the reason, Qiulong would no longer investigate. To prevent unnecessary speculation among his subordinates, Yanxi deliberately added, "As for that Xiao Fan brought back by Lu Yinran, do not trouble him, nor interfere with his affairs." Like many novels of the genre, in the original story, Yanxi played the role of an early antagonist, suppressing Xiao Fan when Lu Yinran returned to the sect with him. Ironically, such suppression only facilitated Xiao Fan's rapid rise, allowing him to establish himself within the Tian Daosheng zone. He had no intention of providing the protagonist with experience points by sending him heads. Yanxi had now embraced a life of leisure, showing no interest in the original male lead's matters. Moreover, he was curious to see how Xiao Fan would ascend within the Tian Daosheng zone without his assistance in bestowing experience. After dismissing the disciple who had come to report, Yanxi rose from his chair to stretch his limbs. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully embracing a life of leisure and receiving the Hong-level technique. Great covering heaven hand. The system's notification chimed. For having done nothing, the system determined that Yanxi had successfully adopted a leisurely existence and rewarded him accordingly. The Hong-level technique was quite commendable. As the holy son of the Tian Daosheng zone, he naturally lacked for high-tier techniques. Not only had he mastered several techniques of the Hong level, but he had also learned a few of the Zhou level. Any technique that could be classified at a certain grade possessed its own supreme power. Techniques and secret arts are categorized into Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang, while magical artifacts and spiritual tools are divided into Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. This does not imply that ordinary techniques lack potency. For instance, a certain sword technique that has yet to reach a grade can be wielded by a mighty being to devastating effect, capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. However, when faced with graded techniques, they pale in comparison. Graded techniques not only boast formidable power but also possess numerous miraculous applications. Thus, no one would ever complain about having too few techniques. Acquiring an additional technique equates to enhancing Yanxi's combat prowess and adding another card to his arsenal. The system opened the panel. A luminous screen materialized in his mind, displaying Yanxi's current information. Host: Yanxi, age, 70, realm, 6th layer of the nascent soul stage. Innate talent, primordial sacred body, cultivation techniques, great desolate emperor scripture, 33 heavens, within reach of heaven. Path of the universe, great. Magical artifacts, heavenly Dao sacred sword, measuring heaven ruler, yin yang seal. This is the current information regarding Yanxi. His cultivation has reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage, possessing the most formidable cultivation physique. The primordial sacred body. The techniques he practices are all of exceptional quality, particularly the great desolate emperor scripture and 33 heavens, which are legacies left by ancient immortals. The rest are also of commendable rank. His magical artifacts are equally remarkable. The heavenly Dao sacred sword is the treasured artifact of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, and there exists only one such heavenly tier artifact within the entire sect. Its offensive capabilities are unparalleled, rendering ordinary magical artifacts utterly insignificant in comparison. Any confrontation would result in shattering. The measuring heaven ruler is also an attacking magical artifact, possessing not only the power to slay foes, but also the ability to trap enemies with its mystical prowess. The yin yang seal is a top-tier magical artifact capable of protecting one's soul, seamlessly combining defense and evasion, rendering it nearly invincible. With these treasures at his disposal, Yanxi could face even those in the god transformation stage without a hint of trepidation. To put it boldly, among the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, the number of young talents who could rival him is exceedingly few. With such a realm and strength, it is astonishing that he would play the role of a sycophant. Yanxi couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for that foolish author deliberately reducing the character of the Holy Sun to a simpleton, the characters in the story would never be inclined to fawn over a woman with such a flawed intellect. With his qualifications, he could certainly vie for the path of immortality, aspiring to become one above the masses. Even if he ultimately failed, he could at least attain the status of a semi-immortal. In the Tianyuan continent, that would still place him among the highest echelons. To sever the path to immortality and become a sycophant, no less to a woman who does not reciprocate his affections. That foolish author is truly repugnant. Regaining his composure, Yanxi began to contemplate the developments ahead. After a day of idleness, he had acquired a tome of profound techniques and even elevated his minor realm. At this pace, the god transformation stage should not be far off. Generally speaking, realms below the golden core stage can be accelerated through spiritual herbs, with good talent and abundant resources. Reaching the golden core stage within a century is not particularly challenging. However, upon entering the nascent soul stage, the rate of progress becomes exceedingly sluggish. This is because the nascent soul stage requires not only talent and spiritual herbs, but also insights into oneself and the universe that profoundly affect cultivation advancement. The fact that Yanxi can elevate his minor realm in a single day would surely astonish anyone if spoken aloud. According to the system, the longer one remains idle, the more special rewards one may receive, which would undoubtedly expedite cultivation progress. Thus, the path to immortality no longer seems a mere fantasy. The journey to becoming an immortal consists of 13 layers: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, liquid condensation, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, avatar, fusion, void refinement, great ascension, tribulation crossing, feather transformation, and ascension. Each realm is further divided into 9 minor tiers. A nascent soul at less than 100 years of age is indeed a rare existence in the annals of the Tianyuan continent. When it comes to the elevation of realms, I recall the first significant advancement of Xiao Fan, which occurred because his original self had dispatched subordinates to suppress him. This inadvertently presented him with a fortuitous opportunity, leading to a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation level. It was precisely due to this event that he began to stand out within the sect, gradually establishing his foothold. Had I chosen to ignore him and refrained from bestowing experience upon him, it is uncertain whether Xiao Fan would have encountered such a grand opportunity. Yanxi pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. In the early stages, Xiao Fan's growth was fundamentally intertwined with Yanxi's influence. What was deemed suppression was merely viewed as providing support. I am curious to see if, without this phase, Xiao Fan could still manage to flourish and assert himself. The subordinates executed Yanxi's orders with remarkable efficiency. No one sought to create trouble, nor did anyone attempt to suppress Xiao Fan. They did not ostracize him simply because he was brought into the sect by Lu Yanran. Instead, they treated him as an ordinary disciple. During Xiao Fan's first half-month in the sect, nothing significant occurred, allowing him to diligently cultivate as per the prescribed routine. The overwhelming tranquility was somewhat unexpected for Xiao Fan. This sense of calm evoked a subtle discomfort within him. Master, for some reason, I feel that there is something peculiar about the Tiandao sacred sect, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. What peculiarity? Yi Shuang'er inquired, somewhat perplexed. Isn't this a good situation? A peaceful environment for stable cultivation. I cannot quite articulate it, but there is an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. The disciples of the Tiandao sacred sect were all aware of the sacred son's deep affection for Lu Yanran. Any male who interacted with her would be deliberately marginalized and suppressed by him. Given that I was brought into the sect by Lu Yanran, it would be expected that I should be favored in his eyes. Yet, normally, the sacred son would have already taken action against me, employing both overt and covert tactics. However, half a month has passed without any sign of exclusion or suppression, leaving me restless and deeply uncomfortable, Xiao Fan said, furrowing his brows tightly as he spoke with Yi Shuang'er. In truth, it was not just these matters. He also sensed that, in an intangible way, he had lost something significant. This elusive loss felt crucial, yet it was invisible and intangible. Such feelings of agitation plagued Xiao Fan, seemingly stemming from some vague cause that had driven these important aspects away from him. If pressed to identify the reason, he could only attribute it to a sixth sense. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yi Shuang'er paused for a moment before breaking into a soft laugh, offering reassurance. Disciple, I believe you may be overthinking. Imagine if you were the sacred son of the Tiandao sacred sect, seeing an ordinary disciple brought back by Lu Yanran, with neither remarkable strength nor talent. Would you truly care? To someone of his stature, an ordinary disciple is hardly more significant than an ant. If you were in his position, would you concern yourself with the actions of an ant? Yi Shuang'er found herself at a loss for words, sensing that Xiao Fan's mindset seemed somewhat skewed. Ordinary individuals would eagerly welcome amicable relations with others, yet Xiao Fan appeared to be contemplating the notion of inviting exclusion and suppression upon himself. Could it be that the slap from Lu Yanran has unsettled his mind? Xiao Fan slightly parted his lips, at a loss for how to retort. Upon reflection, he realized that Yi Shuang'er had indeed spoken with profound insight. Though Yi Shuang'er had likened him to an ant, which irked him greatly, the stark truth remained undeniable. In his current state, he was utterly unqualified to be compared with Yin Shi. They were worlds apart. The latter, being a revered saint, naturally deemed it fit to disregard him. Were their roles reversed, he too would not deign to acknowledge such an insignificant creature. Yi Shuang'er, perceptive as ever, noticed Xiao Fan's spirits dampening and recognized that her words may have been too harsh. Gently, she offered words of solace. Disciple, there is no need for such despondency. Viewed from another perspective, this could be a blessing in disguise, a chance for you. The more he ignores you, the more time you have to cultivate your potential. When you rise, it will be akin to delivering a resounding slap to him. Have you ever heard that even ants can shake the heavens? Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement as he absorbed her words. Yi Shuang'er nodded, continuing, although your talents may not seem extraordinary at present, you possess ample time to unearth your inner strength. Time is all you require. Given sufficient time, even the vast Taoist sacred sect will pale in comparison to you. Furthermore, it is essential to remember that the status of a saint is not immutable. Surpass him, and you may very well become the next saint, earning the admiration of all. To reassure Xiao Fan, Yi Shuang'er had meticulously crafted this discourse, aiming to help him calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. She understood that he was a proud individual. While he may have lacked many commendable traits, he was crucial to her future endeavors of body reconstruction. Thus, she sought to inspire him through her words, encouraging him to cast aside distractions and devote himself to his training. Master, I understand. Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute once more. Yi Shuang'er's encouragement had indeed proven effective, restoring his unsettled spirit and instilling a sense of vigor. Moreover, it subtly established a new aspiration within him, to surpass Yin Shi and become the saint of the Taoist sacred sect. He recognized that even the power of an ant should not be dismissed. After all, Xiao Fan was no mere ant, nor could Yin Shi be equated with the heavens. The comparison rekindled Xiao Fan's confidence. Yi Shuang'er exhaled in relief, glad to see him reassured. Xiao Fan had always been somewhat self-important, lacking steadfast resolve. A minor setback could easily plunge him into despair, leading to bouts of self-pity and blame. Disciple, your understanding is indeed wonderful. The journey of life is fraught with challenges, and momentary advantages hold little significance. True victory lies in reaching the destination. I believe your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Yin Shi, she said with a gentle smile. Master, if given the chance to choose once more, would you select Yin Shi or me? Xiao Fan's earnestness seemed unrelenting, as if he were locked in a contest with the other. He had been continuously comparing himself to Yin Shi. Yi Shuang'er's smile faltered, a sense of unease settling in her chest. What merit was there in comparing the two? To speak candidly, Xiao Fan was unworthy to even carry Yin Shi's shoes. If there truly existed a second chance, unless Yi Shuang'er had lost her mind, who would not wish to choose Yin Shi? Selecting Yin Shi would instantly grant her the opportunity to reconstruct her physical form, whereas following Xiao Fan was fraught with uncertainty. Such thoughts, of course, were not to be voiced. Yet, Xiao Fan appeared oblivious to this reality. Yi Shuang'er began to feel a throbbing headache. It seemed that Xiao Fan possessed no self-awareness whatsoever, resembling a child lacking intellectual maturity. While she could not make definitive judgments about his future, in the present, Xiao Fan had no grounds for comparison with Yin Shi. In every aspect, Yin Shi overwhelmingly surpassed Xiao Fan. Although Yi Shuang'er had once stated that only those who reached the finish line could be deemed victorious, there was an essential caveat. One S finish line could merely be another S starting point. It was certainly possible for individuals of modest beginnings to surpass geniuses through diligence. Yet such cases were exceedingly rare, like finding a needle in a haystack. Even from Yi Shuang'er's perspective, she could not guarantee that Xiao Fan would achieve the level of accomplishment that Yin Shi had already attained, let alone surpass him. With a sigh inwardly, Yi Shuang'er declared, naturally, I would still choose you. Our bond as master and disciple far exceeds any innate talent, and I have always held unwavering faith in your potential to become extraordinary. Though she silently criticized him, she maintained a facade of encouragement for Xiao Fan, ensuring he felt supported. After all, she was currently in a state of great weakness, unable to wield many of her divine powers. The opportunity for Yi Shuang'er to reconstruct her body now rested upon Xiao Fan. Should this opportunity be lost, it would spell considerable trouble. All right, just watch, Master, as I trample Yanxi beneath my feet and become a figure he looks up to. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with determination, his entire being infused with boundless ambition, exuding confidence for the path ahead. Very well, I believe in you, Yi Shuang'er replied, left with no alternative but to praise him. Meanwhile, at Lu Yinran's residence, ever since she had brought Xiao Fan back to the sect, she had been closely monitoring any news regarding Yanxi. Particularly on the day they returned, Lu Yin and was on high alert, anticipating any possible actions from Yanxi, perhaps sending someone to convey a message or employing forceful means to secure her. However, events unfolded contrary to her expectations, as Yanxi completely disregarded Xiao Fan and, by extension, her as well. For a full fortnight, there had been not a whisper of movement. Lu Yinran had not even caught a glimpse of Yanxi, as if he had vanished from existence within the sect. It appeared as though Yanxi had forgotten her entirely, which left Lu Yinran with a sense of unease. In the past, Yanxi would often pester her, leaving Lu Yinran thoroughly exasperated. Now that Yanxi has ceased to pay her any attention, Lu Yinran finds herself plagued by uncertainty. She begins to ponder, could it be that I have misjudged? Has Yanxi truly not discerned my secret? Is it simply that he no longer harbors any affection for me? Or is this merely a ploy of feigned indifference? Grasping her hair in frustration, Lu Yinran is beset by confusion. Yanxi's absence should be a source of happiness, yet instead, Lu Yinran feels an inexplicable discomfort at the sudden lack of the annoying presence that once surrounded her. She cannot quite articulate this sensation, but it leaves her feeling profoundly unsettled. No, I must uncover the truth. After all these years, how can I abandon my pursuit now? The fate of the Lu family rests upon this. With hundreds of restless souls yearning for justice, I am obligated to avenge them. Once, the entire Lu clan was mercilessly slaughtered, leaving her as the sole survivor. Through relentless training over the years, her sole purpose has been to seek vengeance. Lu Yinran had always believed Yanxi to be the perpetrator, which fueled her disdain for him. Yet, reflecting upon Yanxi's demeanor within the sect and his gentle attitude towards her, coupled with his recent contemptuous glance, she has begun to waver in her conviction. If I have indeed misjudged and wronged Yanxi, then my actions over the years would be no better than that of a beast. Her mind a chaotic tangle. The frustration within her compels her to wish to level the entire mountain in a fit of rage. No, I must confront him directly. I need to ascertain what his true intentions are. At 9 Immortal Peak, in a quaint courtyard, Yanxi reclines leisurely in a chair, humming a cheerful tune, blissfully unaware of any troubles. The joy of idleness is unparalleled. A brief 2 weeks have already seen him ascend to the second tier of the transformation realm. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be consumed by envy. Ha ha ha, we are truly remarkable. Yanxi grins broadly, revealing his back teeth. During this fortnight, his routine has consisted solely of waking, eating, wandering, and then returning to sleep, epitomizing the art of leisure. Not only has his cultivation remained stable, but it has also significantly improved. What a delightful turn of events. Under normal circumstances, even with his exceptional talent and enhanced physique, without extraordinary opportunities, such a dramatic advancement would be inconceivable. He would have merely brushed against the threshold of the transformation realm. But now, merely by indulging in leisure, his cultivation flourishes effortlessly. Can one truly encapsulate such bliss with a single word? It is nothing short of euphoric. Furthermore, even his mastery of techniques has seen considerable improvement. It is as if he has activated an automatic leveling system, continuously gaining experience with each passing moment. Indeed, it is clear that a life of leisure is the ultimate destination. The king of the rolling waves is no longer suited for this version. The once dominant contenders have now reverted to a state of mediocrity. A familiar aura is approaching Jiuxian Peak, causing Yanxi to furrow his brow. He recognizes it as Lu Yinran's presence. This foolish girl again. Did I not make it clear that she should cease bothering me? Why has she returned? Qiulong has also come to report, stating he has encountered Lu Yinran outside the mountain gate. Unable to decide what to do, he sought Yanxi's judgment. Send her back when she came. From now on, anyone without a token is strictly prohibited from stepping foot on Jiuxian Peak. Yanxi replied dismissively, waving his hand. Understood. Qiulong responded and turned to leave. Yanxi had thought that with Qiulong present, he could easily dismiss Lu Yinran. Just as he was about to rest, Lu Yinran's voice rang out from outside the mountain gate. Yanxi, if you refuse to see me today, I shall reveal your greatest secret. If you are not afraid of humiliation, then feel free to try. Lu Yinran proclaimed with all her might, her voice echoing clearly throughout Jiuxian Peak. After speaking, she sat defiantly at the gate, clearly unwilling to leave. This left Qiulong in a predicament. After all, Yanxi had previously indulged Lu Yinran's whims, and he could not be certain what secrets might have been shared. If any unsavory truths were to be exposed, the entire sect would soon be aware. Considering the son's reputation, Qiulong had no choice but to ponder deeply. Lu Yinran, do not speak recklessly. The son is of high moral character. How could you defame him? Depart at once, or do not blame me for being unkind. With the son's command, she could not be allowed in. Yet allowing her to linger was not a solution. It would be better to drive her away first, and then consult the son for a strategy. Commander Qiu, I could tell you something about a person that you may verify with the son, and together you shall discern the truth, Lu Yinran proposed. This left Qiulong in a quandary, and after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately nodded. Very well, but the son. Lu Yinran then utilized a secretive method to convey her message to Qiulong. Upon hearing it, his expression changed dramatically, and he hastily flew towards Yanxi's residence. Disregarding Lu Yinran, a slight smile played on Lu Yinran's lips, as if victory were assured. What? Lu Yinran claims I am incapable of intimacy. Nonsense. She is the one lacking in that regard. Her entire family is. Bring her here, and I shall show her what I am truly capable of. The matter concerned the dignity of a man, and Yanxi could not suppress his anger, just as no man would admit to any weakness, especially one more severe than mere impotence. Soon, Qiulong returned with Lu Yinran in tow. Knowing that the ensuing conversation between the two would be highly confidential, Qiulong prudently excused himself, taking those nearby along, thereby providing an ideal environment for the two. Lu Yinran, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? Faced with Yanxi's inquiry, Lu Yinran displayed no semblance of panic. Coldly, she replied, I am here to express my gratitude. Thank you for your leniency regarding the matter of the Wanzhong mountain range. She emphasized the words leniency with a notable weight, almost squeezing them through clenched teeth. Following this, Lu Yinran discreetly observed Yanxi's expression. Have you lost your senses? What nonsense about the Wanzhong mountain range and leniency? It's broad daylight. If you're unwell, go to the alchemy chamber and leave me be. Yanxi displayed considerable impatience in response to Lu Yinran's nonsensical utterances. The fabrication of such a grand rumor merely to utter a few incongruous words infuriated Yanxi. The Holy Sun need not engage in verbal sparring with me. Aside from you, there is no one else here. I have already probed the area with my spiritual sense. You may speak candidly about the Wanzhong mountain range. Yanxi rolled his eyes and retorted, You're delusional. Undeterred, Lu Yinran continued, It matters not whether you deny it. However, before I departed, I dispatched someone to deliver a message to you. How will you explain that? Surely you cannot claim ignorance of my visit to the Wanzhong mountain range. Before her journey, Lu Yinran had intentionally sent a disciple to inform Yanxi, fearing he might be unable to provide assistance in time. Now that Yanxi denied the affair regarding the Wanzhong mountain range, Lu Yinran held decisive evidence. The very disciple who had conveyed the message was Yanxi's greatest vulnerability. Messages and such nonsense. I was asleep at the time and paid no heed. Moreover, I instructed those below to ensure that anyone or anything related to you does not appear at Jiuxian Peak in the future. Lu Yinran, do you truly believe you are so enchanting that every man must revolve around you? I suggest you take a moment to reflect on your own appearance. Do you believe you are worthy? Yanxi held a strong disdain for this foolish female protagonist, and thus his attitude was even more dismissive, not sparing her a single kind glance. Furthermore, this female protagonist not only exhibited folly but also a hint of madness, prompting Yanxi to further disregard her. Compared to indulging in leisure, women were of no significance. Yanxi was solely focused on hastening her departure to avoid disruption to his leisurely pursuits. Yanxi's words left Lu Yinran with a flushed face, her chest heaving with agitation. Fine, your denial matters not. I shall pose but one question. Upon its completion, I will take my leave and vow never to trouble you again. Yanxi responded with a cold smile, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Still the same question, are you worthy? Must I answer you? Do I have any obligation to engage in idle chatter with you? Who do you think you are? Be gone. Disappear from my sight at once. Lu Yin and truly seemed to believe herself to be of great importance. I am not your father. Why should I indulge you? It appears that not only are you unwell, but your condition is quite severe. I suggest you consider a Z-shot teapot. If you refuse to answer me, I shall spread the word about your incompetence far and wide. After all, within the sect, it is well known that you once held affections for me. I am willing to sacrifice my own reputation to assert that your shortcomings are the very reason I have always looked down upon you. I will personally vouch for this. And we shall see whether more believe than disbelieve. Lu Yin has also risked much to uncover the truth. She is willing to tarnish her own reputation to drag Yin-shi down with her. Do you not have any shame? How can you utter such words? I perceive that your mind is truly troubled, and your character is deeply flawed. Lu Yinran's tactics are particularly despicable. While it's said that rumors cease with the wise, the world is predominantly filled with fools. If this were to leak out, it wouldn't be long before the entirety of the Tianyuan continent learns of his alleged deficiencies. Years of Yin-shi's hard-earned reputation would be utterly destroyed. As the holy son of the Tiandao sacred sect, his scandal holds significant market value. Those who listen are merely after the spectacle. Who truly cares about the truth? Have you not seen that even Miss Lu has stepped forward to acknowledge it? What woman would jest with her own virtue? Even if it were false, who would ponder its authenticity when the tale is so juicy and sweet? It is indeed an unsolvable dilemma. Just as Yin-shi contemplated whether to silence her permanently, Lu Yinran spoke again. As long as you answer me, I can make a vow before heaven that I shall absolutely refrain from spreading rumors about you. I will also never mention this to our master. Initially swayed, Yin-shi narrowed his eyes, a palpable murderous intent erupting forth, his icy gaze rendering Lu Yinran motionless. You intend to use our master as leverage against me? Lu Yinran's face turned pale, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her speech faltering. I did not mean, Master. Holy Son, that is not what I intended. Witnessing Yin-shi's sudden fury, Lu Yinran never anticipated that a single phrase could incite such a drastic shift. She regretted it immensely, yet she had no choice but to press on regarding her inquiries. You had better. Yin-shi retracted his murderous intent, coldly uttering a warning. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Lu Yinran realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. Eventually, she could no longer maintain her composure, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for air. You may threaten me, but do not involve our master, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Do not think I would shy away from taking action against you. I am the Holy Son. Lu Yinran merely nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent, her head bowed in quietude. Observing her demeanor, Yin-shi felt a growing irritation. This woman was clearly unstable, and allowing her to remain at Jiuxian Peak would undoubtedly lead to further turmoil. One instance sticks worth of time. Ask your questions and depart quickly. Lu Yinran promptly acquiesced and began to inquire about the thoughts that weighed heavily on her mind. As the sun descended, Lu Yinran departed with a heavy countenance. This foolish woman had promised to pose only a single question, yet she proved utterly untrustworthy. Nevertheless, her departure was a blessing in disguise, sparing me considerable trouble. My precious afternoon nap was also disrupted. This woman truly is a harbinger of misfortune. As the foremost female protagonist in the original narrative, Lu Yinran is undoubtedly a figure blessed by fate, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate her, as a plethora of obstacles would invariably arise. It is simply the nature of those favored by fortune to be so unreasonable. Yin-shi lounged languidly in a rocking chair, pondering Lu Yinran's words. Not only did she inquire about the Lu family's adversaries, but she also casually mentioned Xiao Fan, seemingly regarding him as Yin-shi's subordinate. This conclusion left Yin-shi utterly speechless. The woman's thought process was truly unique, effortlessly connecting disparate ideas. The matter concerning the Wanzhong mountain range was merely her own fabrication. Such coincidences are simply implausible. The reason Yin-shi divulged a portion of information to Lu Yin and was not due to any threat posed by her words, but rather because he contemplated the ensuing plot, the Heavenly Palace secret realm. He could use Lu Yinran to test Xiao Fan, perhaps even garnering unexpected benefits. If nothing substantial emerged, it would merely serve as a strategic maneuver. Speaking of the Heavenly Palace secret realm, it was due to manifest shortly. However, it remained uncertain whether Xiao Fan would achieve anything noteworthy this time around. This segment of the story represents a pivotal juncture within the book, holding significant importance in the early narrative. Xiao Fan began to rise amidst Yan Shi's various suppressions, experiencing fortuitous gains and making rapid progress in his cultivation. He garnered a modicum of renown within the heavenly Dao sacred sect. In the original tale, at this juncture, Xiao Fan should have already entered the liquid condensation realm, on the brink of reaching the golden core realm. However, lacking Yan Shi's guidance and the experience she provided, Xiao Fan missed numerous opportunities for growth, resulting in a rather meager advancement in his current state. Now, Xiao Fan barely managed to break through to the liquid condensation realm, with a mere half-month's worth of progress. The golden core realm remained tantalizingly out of reach. Yan Shi stroked his chin in contemplation. I recall that in the original plot, my suppression of Xiao Fan inadvertently allowed him to acquire two impressive techniques, which he wielded with devastating effect within the Heavenly Palace secret realm, vanquishing many other sects' prodigies and beginning to make a name for himself across the central state. Yet now, without the techniques, should he enter the Heavenly Palace secret realm, one could only wonder what amusing events might transpire when he encounters those prodigies. He might very well find himself the one subjected to humiliation, and there exists a high probability that he would emerge empty-handed from the secret realm. Yan Shi remembered the Heavenly Palace secret realm plot vividly, as it was specifically designed for Xiao Fan, a dedicated instance for his rapid ascension in strength. He amassed countless treasures within the realm, acquiring an abundance of remarkable items. According to the lore, the Heavenly Palace secret realm itself was an ancient and formidable sect, renowned even within the central state. However, due to offending a reclusive powerhouse, the entire sect was annihilated. The sect's dedicated secret realm subsequently vanished, only to re-emerge later. Nevertheless, as a once mighty sect, its foundation remains remarkably rich. This secret realm still harbors numerous treasures, including their treasured martial art, the Dingtian Fist, a formidable technique of the Han grade. This martial art is exceedingly domineering, ranking among the elite in its category. It was through acquiring this technique that Xiao Fan achieved unparalleled prowess in the early stages, slaying foes across realms with the ease of consuming food and drink. It can be said that the acclaim Xiao Fan garnered subsequently was largely attributable to the Dingtian Fist, which enabled him to turn the tables against formidable adversaries on multiple occasions. This technique serves as Xiao Fan's golden key to success. Moreover, Xiao Fan unearthed an extraordinary treasure within the secret realm, the Tai Su Qian Kuan Jin Jing. This rare material, as its name suggests, embodies the essence of yin and yang within the cosmos. Should one successfully refine it for personal usage, they could attain either the innate lunar body or the innate solar body. Even those with unique constitutions could elevate themselves to the level of an innate physique. While this innate constitution might not rival the primal sacred body of Yan Shi, it is nonetheless a remarkably potent form, ranking at least as a T1 among countless physiques. However, the refinement of this treasure necessitates a prerequisite, dual cultivation. Only through the mutual practice of dual cultivation can one fully refine it. Contemplating this, Yan Shi inwardly cursed the foolish author once more for crafting such a scenario, clearly designed to facilitate the collection of a harem. In the original narrative, Xiao Fan's relationship with Lu Yanran began to flourish only after they engaged in dual cultivation, leading to the refinement of the Tai Su Qian Kuan Jin Jing. Upon obtaining the innate solar body, Xiao Fan bid farewell to his ordinary qualifications and began to ascend among the elites. This formidable physique laid a solid foundation for Xiao Fan's future cultivation. Without this distasteful dual cultivation subplot, Xiao Fan would hardly have qualified for such an ascent. Thus, Yan Shi pondered whether to intervene. While passively observing might yield rewards, it would also afford Xiao Fan the opportunity to acquire the Tai Su Qian Kuan Jin Jing. If he were to seize it from Xiao Fan, the latter's path to greatness would likely become exceedingly arduous, effectively delivering a crippling blow to him. However, in accordance with the conventions of such narratives, even if Xiao Fan were to lose this treasure, he would inevitably encounter compensatory opportunities. In a sense, the child of destiny only grows stronger when faced with adversity, much like a spring. The more it is compressed, the more forcefully it rebounds. Should Yan Shi intercept Xiao Fan and claim his fortune prematurely, destiny may very well offer even greater compensation, resulting in Xiao Fan acquiring superior treasures. Thus, this line of reasoning suggests that such an intervention might inadvertently provide Xiao Fan with opportunities for growth. Ultimately, as the saying goes, one should let nature take its course. Perhaps remaining passive suits Yan Shi better. He would leave Xiao Fan to his own devices. The allure of idleness proved too great for Yin Shi to resist. Moreover, it is said that the offerings from a mere salted fish may surpass expectations, should fortune favor one. Acquiring something 100-fold more exquisite than the true essence of the void could very well be within reach. When calculated this way, it appears that the allure of idleness is indeed more pleasurable. Furthermore, Yin Shi casually mentioned the matter of the Heavenly Palace secret realm to Lu Yanran. Whether Xiao Fan could obtain the true essence of the void remains uncertain. After all, he plays the role of the antagonist, and actively seeking trouble could invoke the backlash of destiny. Yet Lu Yanran is different. She is the fated heroine. If the protagonist were to stir up trouble, it would undoubtedly lead to some delightful entertainment. Time swiftly approached the moment of the Heavenly Palace secret realm's unveiling. This time, the secret realm was unlike any before, as the entire small world was fully accessible. Typically, the opening of the Heavenly Palace secret realm allowed only for the exploration of a minuscule part, appearing almost pitiful to the naked eye. However, this occasion was distinct. The entire realm was unveiled, inviting exploration over an expanse comparable to an entire continent. The announcement of this news immediately captured everyone's attention. Even the celestial Dao sacred sect could not remain aloof, urgently summoning the elders to discuss the particulars. In the celestial Dao sacred palace, several formidable presences stood resolute. These were the elders of the celestial Dao sacred sect, representing its greatest foundation. Each individual was at least at the tribulation stage. Alongside the elders attending the meeting were several prodigious disciples from the sect, including Yin Shi and Lu Yanran. However, their esteemed master, the celestial Dao Lord, was notably absent. This elusive mentor often vanished, spending most of their time away from the sect, leaving the management of the sect to the elders. The meeting was presided over by the third elder, who took the esteemed seat at the forefront. He began to speak slowly. The Heavenly Palace secret realm has opened. However, this instance differs remarkably from past occurrences. For reasons unknown, this time the realm is entirely unveiled, its area exceeding that of previous openings by more than 100-fold. The sect behind the Heavenly Palace has vanished for many years, leaving us unable to investigate or ascertain the cause of this phenomenon. The purpose of gathering you all is to deliberate on the exploration of the Heavenly Palace secret realm. Such significant changes in the realm may not be entirely disadvantageous. As the saying goes, opportunity coexists with peril. If we can navigate the dangers within the realm, the rewards for this expedition could be substantial, with the potential to acquire the formidable technique, the Titan Fist. The third elder's words were quite explicit. This iteration of the Heavenly Palace secret realm was not only larger, but also more perilous. Yet correspondingly, the opportunities had multiplied. Those unexplored regions could very well harbor rare treasures. For those with the courage to venture forth, they were invited to seek him out to register. As the third elder concluded, the hall erupted into lively discussion regarding the exploration of the Heavenly Palace secret realm. Lu Yanran, however, refrained from joining the discourse and instead turned her gaze towards the impassive Yin Shi. Yin Shi's demeanor, so light and carefree, stood in stark contrast to the fervent discussions surrounding him, as if he were indifferent to the bustling atmosphere. He had already divulged a portion of the secrets of the Heavenly Palace's mystical realm to Lu Yanran. There was no danger within the realm. It was, in fact, as safe as could be. The beings that once inhabited the secret realm had long since perished. Had it not been for the depletion of the spiritual energy that concealed the realm, it would not have revealed itself for another 10,000 years. The circumstances of this encounter were devoid of profound significance, merely orchestrated by the will of the heavens, intended to bestow treasures upon the destined children of fate. Within the entire Heavenly Palace's mystical realm, only two treasures held true value: the Ding Tian Fist and the Tai Su Qian Kuan True Essence. Remarkably, both treasures were concealed in the same location, a puzzling choice by the individual who hid them. The Tai Su Qian Kuan True Essence lay deep within the caverns of the fifth peak, while the secrets of the Ding Tian Fist were inscribed on the cavern walls. The main peak, however, yielded nothing, leading many to make fruitless journeys. It seemed the original hider intended to play a trick of misdirection, ultimately benefiting Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's actions were indeed despicable. Knowing full well that refining the Tai Su Qian Kuan True Essence required dual cultivation, he pretended to be unaware, dragging Lu Yanran into the process. Once the essence entered her body, it would be too late for her to regret her decision. The most absurd aspect was Lu Yanran herself, a prodigy of the Heavenly Dao sacred sect, who surprisingly did not recognize the Tai Su Qian Kuan True Essence. Was it not ludicrous? What kind of prodigy could be so unfamiliar with the treasures of heaven and earth? If so, what purpose did her adventures serve? Perhaps she would be better off tending to the fields at home. Naturally, Lu Yanran was oblivious to Yin Shi's thoughts at that moment. Yet she was aware of the locations of the Ding Tian Fist and Tai Su Qian Kuan true essence, as mentioned by him. She harbored doubts about Yin Shi's claims. After all, this was the first time in many years that the mysteries of the Heavenly Palace had been fully unveiled. No one could ascertain what truly lay within. How did Yin Shi acquire such knowledge of the mystical realm? Did he possess some prophetic ability? If all his information proved accurate, the credibility of what he had shared would soar. At that juncture, how would she face Yin Shi? And with what mindset would she regard him? All those years of cold words would seem like acts of treachery. With a deep breath, Lu Yanran exhaled slowly, her gaze regaining its resolve. Whether true or false, I must personally investigate the Heavenly Palace's mystical realm to discern the truth. She declared, if it is false, then everything is easily explained. But if Yin Shi is indeed correct, then he likely possesses some prophetic gift. Lu Yanran's emotions were in turmoil. She wished for Yin Shi's words to be true, yet simultaneously hoped they were not. She yearned to uncover her family's nemesis through his insights, but dreaded the implication that would cement her as a cold-hearted individual. How could she remain disrespectful to her savior? Such behavior was also what she despised. She did not wish to become the very person she loathed. With the information provided by Yin Shi, Lu Yanran seized the opportunity. If Yin Shi was not deceiving her, she could swiftly acquire the two most precious treasures within the Heavenly Palace's secret realm. Both the Ding Tian Fist and the true essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan were invaluable assets for cultivation, particularly the true essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan, which resonated perfectly with Lu Yanran's innate Taiyin physique. Should she refine it further, her constitution might transcend the innate Taiyin body, reaching a higher echelon. Although it may not rival Yin Shi's archaic sacred body, it would elevate Lu Yan's potential to an astonishing degree, significantly enhancing her innate talent and foundation, propelling her to extraordinary heights. Lu Yanran's natural endowment was, in truth, rather mediocre, adequate but unremarkable. Compared to ordinary disciples, she possessed considerable advantages and could indeed be deemed a prodigy. However, when juxtaposed with those of unique constitutions, her Taiyin body appeared somewhat commonplace. If she could elevate her Taiyin physique to an innate level, she too could ascend to the ranks of unparalleled prodigies. Contemplating this, Lu Yanran felt a surge of excitement, yearning to venture into the Heavenly Palace's secret realm immediately. At that moment, the third elder, seated in the high position, spoke up, directing his gentle gaze towards Yin Shi, inquiring whether the Holy Sun would join them in the Heavenly Palace's secret realm. As these words were uttered, the eyes of all present turned to Yin Shi, and the previously fervent atmosphere of discussion fell silent. No, Yin Shi replied with a slight shake of his head. This response eased the tension among the disciples, who were aware of Yin Shi's formidable prowess. His participation would have introduced a formidable rival. If Yin Shi feasted, they would be left with mere scraps, if there were any scraps to be had at all. A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Lu Yanran's eyes before vanishing swiftly. Yin Shi's reasons for abstaining were straightforward. It would disrupt his own leisurely pursuits, and apart from those two treasures, the items in the Heavenly Palace's secret realm held little significance for him. Since he had resolved not to interfere in Xiao Fan's affairs, it was better to remain uninvolved altogether. Lu Yanran cast one last profound glance at Yin Shi before turning to exit the Grand Hall. The remaining disciples, having completed their registrations, began to disperse. The Heavenly Dao sacred sect exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, all preparations for the expedition were finalized. They swiftly gathered the participants, including the registered disciples, and hurried towards the Heavenly Palace's secret realm. Coincidentally, among the disciples participating in this venture was Xiao Fan. Due to Yin Shi's decision not to suppress him, Xiao Fan's reputation and strength had become rather average. By all accounts, he should not have qualified to join. Nonetheless, considering Lu Yanran's connection to him, the elders did not impose excessive difficulty and permitted Xiao Fan to join the ranks. After all, even prodigies sometimes benefit from favorable connections, and Lu Yanran's status as the disciple of the Holy Lord afforded her considerable leverage. Even in the absence of Lu Yanran, Xiao Fan would likely secure a spot. As the chosen one, blessed by the Heavenly Dao, acquiring a mere position is hardly a daunting task. The group steadily advanced towards the secret realm of the Heavenly Palace. Yet, aboard the vessel, Xiao Fan's gaze flitted across the crowd, soon alighting upon a certain white-clad figure. "Sister Lu," he called out, hastening towards Lu Yanran, a radiant smile gracing his face. Lu Yanran represented the only support Xiao Fan had within the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Thus, it was imperative for him to cultivate a good rapport with her, lest his future within the sect become arduous. Moreover, his yearning for Lu Yanran had not waned. He often daydreamed of one day welcoming her into his harem. With these motivations in mind, Xiao Fan felt compelled to bridge the gap between them. "Xiao Fan, you are being too reckless," Yi Shuanger urgently cautioned. As a seasoned elder, her life experience far surpassed that of Xiao Fan, and her understanding of social dynamics and human relationships was on an entirely different level. In dealings with others, one must be adept and diplomatic. Even then, it's possible to offend someone. Especially after her own body had been damaged, Yi Shuanger had grown increasingly cautious, emphasizing stability in her actions. Having reluctantly acquiesced to Xiao Fan regarding the matter of the Wanzhong Mountains, she now wondered if he had forgotten the pain of his wounds so soon. In the midst of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, one must tread carefully, avoiding provoking formidable adversaries. The Son of Heaven, in particular, could pose endless troubles if one were to entangle with him. Under normal circumstances, knowing that Lu Yanran was the forbidden treasure of Yanxi, one would surely keep their distance. Yet, Xiao Fan deliberately sought contact with her, as if determined to make his interest known. The Son of Heaven held significant power within the sect. Any minor disturbance would surely reach his ears. Previously, he might have ignored a mere ordinary disciple. But should that disciple choose to provoke him, it would not take much for him to crush them without a second thought. "Master, what do you fear? I am now a formal disciple of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, a part of their ranks. Even though the Son of Heaven holds a lofty position, he must weigh his actions against me, especially regarding matters of romance. Such news would tarnish his reputation." Xiao Fan dismissed her concerns, confident in the sect's rules. The regulations are clear. He remained unfazed, fully convinced that Yanxi would not resort to violence over such trivialities, for that would be akin to slapping his own face. "Disciple, should the Son of Heaven wish to deal with you, he need not lift a finger himself. Countless others would gladly act on his behalf," Yi Shuanger replied. Exasperated by Xiao Fan's arrogance and simplistic reasoning, she struggled to convey how someone of Yanxi's stature could accomplish his goals without direct involvement. With a mere wave of his hand, countless sycophants responded. He yearned to confront a single individual, to say nothing of Xiao Fan, an outer disciple. Even the elite disciples of the inner sect would not evoke any hesitation in him. The so-called rules were merely instruments to restrain ordinary disciples. Yet, Yanxi was the very architect of these rules. Upon hearing Yi Shuanger's words, Xiao Fan chuckled heartily, his confidence further bolstered. If his subordinates dared to challenge him, let them all become stepping stones for his ascent. In matters of combat, Xiao Fan had never feared anyone. At that moment, Yi Shuanger was suddenly engulfed by a sense of regret, not for Xiao Fan, but for herself. Had her choice of Xiao Fan truly been wise? If only she could have a chance to reconsider her selection of a disciple. Lu Yanran, upon hearing her name called, turned to see Xiao Fan, her brows furrowing as she coldly replied, "What is it?" She had already gleaned some information about Xiao Fan from Yanxi, although she could not yet discern its veracity. It nonetheless left her feeling somewhat displeased, particularly since Xiao Fan was deeply entangled with her family's tragic past. Remembering Xiao Fan's previous actions in the Wanzhong Mountains only amplified her disdain for him. Xiao Fan seemed taken aback by Lu Yanran's frosty demeanor. Offering an awkward smile as he said, "I have just arrived at the Tiandao sacred sect, and aside from you, Lu Shiji, I have no other acquaintances within the sect. I came specifically to extend my greetings, and I am deeply grateful for your guidance that enabled my entrance into the Tiandao sacred sect. This has always been etched in my heart. Thank you, Lu Shiji." In essence, Xiao Fan's gesture was a bid to flaunt his association with Lu Yanran, signaling to the surrounding disciples that he was brought in by her, thus establishing her as his protector. Those contemplating trouble with him should proceed with caution and not overstep their bounds. Lu Yanran cast a cold glance at Xiao Fan and retorted sharply, "I am not familiar with you. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Vanish from my sight at once." The moment her words left her lips, a palpable silence descended, an awkward atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. Several disciples stifled their laughter, their gazes towards Xiao Fan laced with mockery. One might have thought Xiao Fan enjoyed a close relationship with the fairy Lu, but the truth revealed him as nothing more than a jester. This revelation shattered the recent rumors within the sect that Lu had brought Xiao Fan back solely due to his talents, with no other ulterior motives. Yet here stood Xiao Fan, naive and arrogant, foolishly believing that Lu had taken a liking to him. Now, having provoked her displeasure, he had exposed the truth and received a resounding slap to his pride. One couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. Xiao Fan stood frozen in place, awkwardness enveloping him as he felt the weight of ridicule and scorn from those around him. Everyone seemed to mock his ignorance of the world's realities. "I shall take my leave," he managed to say, forcing a calm demeanor as he clasped his hands in farewell. He then hurriedly retreated, vanishing from the sight of the gathering crowd. Alas, indeed, there are all types of people. Some dare to forge connections with Sister Lu without considering their own worth. If I were that Xiao Fan, I would wish to disappear into the ground. Sister Lu merely recognized his potential and brought him into the sect. Yet he seems to believe himself extraordinary. How laughable. It turns out they truly share no connection. Of course, I said that such an arrogant person as Sister Lu could never be interested in someone of his caliber. It was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan possesses quite the audacity. Knowing that the Holy Sun has affections for Lu Yanran, he still dares to disturb her. How foolish. The Holy Sun is a figure of great stature, while Xiao Fan is merely a buffoon. How could the Holy Sun possibly concern himself with such a pest? That is indeed true. Moreover, Sister Lu has even turned down the Holy Sun. How could she ever look favorably upon a mere insect like him? Yes, yes. The crowd erupted in laughter, filling the air aboard the flying vessel with a joyous atmosphere. The fanciful notions of a toad provided ample amusement for the tedious journey. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Fan sat silently on his bed. Yishuang feeling compelled, spoke to console him. "Disciple, your foremost goal now is to immerse yourself in cultivation. Only through strength can you possess everything. Otherwise, even if you acquire it, you cannot protect it. There is no need to be overly anxious about matters of romantic companionship. Once you possess formidable power, women will naturally gravitate toward you. At that point, what kind of woman would not be at your disposal? Why must you fixate on Lu Yanran?" Yishuang felt utterly helpless. Xiao Fan, with his unremarkable appearance and mediocre talent, currently possesses only average strength. Yet he persists in his obstinate ways, holding himself in high regard. Without the foundation of great strength, he still dreams of looking down upon others. Had Lu Yanran's words been directed at her, she would have said the same. Who would have the patience for an inconspicuous disciple? Furthermore, the other party sought to leverage her position to intimidate. It is a testament to Lu Yanran's character that she did not resort to violence. Their relationship is not complex. The act of saving Lu Yanran from the peril of the 10,000 heavy mountains did not endear him to her. Rather, it was Lu Yanran who saved Xiao Fan's life. Even so, she still brought him into the heavenly Dao sacred sect. In truth, Xiao Fan owes Lu Yanran a significant debt of gratitude. Lu Yanran has clearly expressed her desire to avoid any association with him. Yet, Xiao Fan clings on tenaciously. Yishuang was at a loss for words. "No, master, you are mistaken. I understand Lu Yanran's true intentions. She is protecting me. Just moments ago, I was indeed filled with fury and harbored resentment towards her. But now, having taken a moment to reflect, I realize her good intentions. She fears that a close relationship with her may provoke she into taking action against me, which is why she hastily sought to distance herself, thereby safeguarding me. Lu Yanran is truly an empathetic and understanding woman. Yes, that must be the reason." Xiao Fan, with an air of confidence and a beaming smile, spoke with assurance. He seemed to have discerned Lu Yanran's subtle intentions, perceiving her as a benevolent woman willing to endure pain to protect her beloved. Such a woman, he thought, is destined for me alone. With clarity of mind, Xiao Fan gradually grasped the entirety of the situation. Meanwhile, Yishuang found herself utterly speechless. This could hardly be attributed solely to arrogance. It was a case of self-deception intertwined with daydreams. Just moments ago, aboard the flying vessel, Lu Yanran's words revealed her evident impatience, a fact that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would have recognized. There was no question of protection or understanding involved. Perhaps I should truly contemplate whether it's time to seek a different companion, she mused. Fear of an opponent who possesses divine-like prowess pales in comparison to the trepidation of having a teammate akin to a fool, especially as she observed Xiao Fan's ever-inflating ego. Yishuang felt her aspirations for a rebirth becoming increasingly elusive. Should Xiao Fan continue on this path? Her chances of reshaping her corporeal form would be akin to scaling the heavens, if not more challenging. She found herself increasingly bereft of hope for a future alongside him. If given the chance to choose anew, I would undoubtedly refrain from selecting Xiao Fan, she lamented. Yin Shi appears to be far more reliable. With a resigned sigh, Yi Shuang'er realized these thoughts were mere fantasies. With no alternatives available, she could only place her hopes in Xiao Fan. If choices were an option, she would gladly accept even an ordinary person over him. Master, do you think I am correct in my assumptions? Xiao Fan exclaimed with excitement. Yes, my disciple. As long as you are content, Yi Shuang'er replied, her voice lacking vigor, no longer wishing to argue with him. She felt utterly drained. In the Tiangong mountain range, renowned for the Tiangong secret realm, the original name of this place has been lost to history. Since the emergence of the Tiangong secret realm, these mountains have been collectively referred to as the Tiangong mountain range. Typically, this area is devoid of human presence, with no signs of life for miles around. It is only when the secret realm opens that various factions converge here, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At present, it was still before the time of the realm's opening. Yet the outskirts were already teeming with people. The Tiandao Shengzong had departed early enough, but among the arriving sects, they were still considered latecomers. With a thunderous rumble, the enormous flying vessel of the Tiandao Shengzong descended slowly, its imposing aura drawing the attention of those nearby. The Tiandao Shengzong has arrived. How magnificent this vessel is. The figure standing at the forefront of the vessel must be the fifth elder of the Tiandao Shengzong. It is said that he has reached the transcendent stage. Indeed, it is the famed sword madman. Even from such a distance, one could feel the formidable presence emanating from him. It was truly terrifying. What a farce it is. What realm do they inhabit, and what realm do you occupy? Not even the fifth elder, but even a mere Yuaning practitioner could frighten you to death. It is only because we are at a distance that we remain unscathed. Otherwise, the mere pressure they casually release could crush you. The arrival of the Tiandao Shengzong captured the gaze of all present. Ah, is that not our frosty fairy, Lu Yanran? As ever, she wears a cold expression, as though someone owes her a debt. A melodious voice emerged from the crowd, imbued with an inexplicable rhythm that stirred the imagination of all who heard it, regardless of gender. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yanran frowned, her mind drifting to a most detestable individual, and she turned to look. Not far away, upon a magnificent flower boat, stood a captivating beauty, adorned in a flowing gown of red and black. Her shoulders were partially exposed, and her exquisitely chiseled features seemed divinely crafted. Her fair skin resembled the finest mutton-fat jade, flawless and radiating a soft luminescence. Her eyes, like shimmering waters, left an indelible impression, possessing an enchanting allure that, the longer one gazed, stirred primal desires within the heart. She stood there, exuding a dazzling brilliance that dimmed all else around her, with only Lu Yanran capable of contending with her. She resembled a blooming flower, effortlessly attracting admirers, while Lu Yanran was akin to a pure and unblemished snow lotus, ethereal and pristine. Both were extraordinary beauties, yet their styles were starkly different, evenly matched in allure. Nangong Qianro, you shameless harlot. Lu Yanran's eyes flashed with disdain, her tone decidedly ungracious. Haha, I am truly grateful for your praise, Lu Fairy. I had no idea you held our Hahuan sect in such high regard. I am indeed fortunate, the beautiful woman replied with a bright smile. Nangong Qianro was the current saintess of the Hahuan sect, renowned for her beauty. Unlike other sects, the Hahuan sect practiced dual cultivation, exploring the profound paths of yin and yang through intimate union. Most disciples of the Hahuan sect were adept in this art, each one a master of the bedroom skills, and any one of them could be considered an expert. Commonly, women referred to the disciples of the Hahuan sect as lewd individuals, and they were generally not favored. However, the disciples took no offense. Being labeled as such brought them joy, as they perceived it as a compliment, a sign of envy. With a deepening understanding of the yin-yang principles, they had long since cast aside worldly notions, no longer bound by traditional views on gender. Oh, how delightful! Nangong Qianro giggled again, her laughter like silver bells. She raised an eyebrow at Lu Yanran and remarked, why does Lu Fairy wear such a grim expression? And where's the Holy Sun? I used to see you two inseparable, always together. It seems the rumors are true. The Holy Sun has lost interest in you. What a pity. A devoted soul like the Holy Sun is rare. If I were you, I would have accepted long ago. There are no secrets that remain hidden, especially within the heavenly Dao sacred sect. The news of Yin Shi's waning pursuit of Lu Yanran had spread far and wide. becoming fodder for the idle chatter of many cultivators. Yet, Yanxi has refrained from explicitly stating his position, leaving this news to be merely speculative. Even within the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, there is hesitation to confirm it, with many assuming that Yanxi, who has been less visible of late, is simply engaged in secluded cultivation. The gathered crowd maintains a cautious skepticism. However, in the presence of so many, Nan Gong Qianrou's revelation has prompted a reaction from the members of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. Her words carry a semblance of truth. Has the Holy Sun truly relinquished his affections for Lu Yanran? All eyes turn towards her, while others from various factions eagerly listen in. It is human nature to indulge in gossip, and even cultivators are not immune to such whims, especially when the topic revolves around the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. As one of the most distinguished talents of the Tianyuan continent, Yanxi has always been the subject of much discussion, particularly regarding his unwavering devotion. With the vast waters of love, he has taken but a single scoop, rejecting countless advances from women, and has steadfastly adored Lu Yanran, much to the astonishment of many. Even after being spurned by her, he has not wavered in his affections over the years, earning him the moniker of the devoted suitor. Many await the final outcome, whether Yanxi will voluntarily withdraw or if Lu Yanran will be swayed by his sincerity. Presently, it seems that the Holy Sun is not inclined to pursue Lu Yanran any further. What does that have to do with you? Lu Yanran shot a glare at Nan Gong Qianrou. This frivolous woman is truly insufferable. Since Lu Yanran's emergence, she and Nan Gong Qianrou have been dubbed the peerless beauties of the younger generation. Their prowess and beauty are comparable, creating a perfect balance. Lu Yanran has largely ignored this rivalry, while Nan Gong Qianrou has consistently sought to antagonize her. Whenever they cross paths, Nan Gong Qianrou never fails to deliver her barbed jests, much to Lu Yanran's annoyance. Of course it matters. If the Holy Sun has lost interest in you, then my chance will arise. Nan Gong Qianrou winked, her smile radiant. Lu Yanran scoffed, retorting bluntly, "Don't get your hopes up. Even if you wish for it, the Hehuan sect would never consent. They wouldn't dare. To take the esteemed Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect as a furnace for their ambitions would be sheer madness. Even if Yanxi were willing, the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect would never agree, let alone the Hehuan sect. As the Holy Son, Yanxi bears the immense hopes of the entire Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, destined for greatness in the pursuit of immortality. To entertain such thoughts regarding the Holy Sun would likely provoke the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect to obliterate the Hehuan sect without hesitation. This is no exaggeration. The Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect possesses the strength to do so. Oh ho ho, Lu Fairy, while you appear aloof and pure. Who would have thought your thoughts could be so base? Truly enlightening. Nan Gong Qianrou shook her head, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Although the Hehuan sect is formidable in its own right, comparisons must be made judiciously. Against ordinary sects, it stands as one of the top-tier factions. However, when compared to the illustrious Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, it pales significantly. The disparity between ancient sects and top-tier sects is immeasurable. Even pushing through the diminutive Hehuan sect requires little effort. Lu Shenzi's words are indeed harsh. What do I have to fear? I merely wish for the Holy Sun to be my companion on the path, not a mere vessel. Lu Shenzi, who appears so pure and untainted, is surprisingly coarse at heart. Moreover, I am still intact, and even the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect cannot find any fault in me. Nan Gong Qianrou replied with a smile. Bah, intact indeed. Hee hee. In response to Nan Gong Qianrou's words, Lu Yanran retorted with a cold laugh. The saintess of the Hehuan sect dares to claim she is intact. It is nothing short of a joke. It is akin to a courtesan telling a patron that it is her first time. Utterly laughable. The Heavenly Palace's secret realm is about to commence. All disciples, prepare yourselves. Observing the escalating tension between Lu Yanran and Nan Gong Qianrou, Elder Wu timely interjected. As an elder, he should not meddle in the disputes of the younger generation. However, this matter also involves Yanxi and pertains to the reputation of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, compelling Elder Wu to intervene. Lu Yanran's verbal prowess evidently does not match that of Nan Gong Qianrou. Should the argument continue, it is Lu Yanran who will suffer. His intervention could be seen as a means to restore balance. Elder Wu's words proved effective, as the various factions withdrew their gazes, turning towards the distant ethereal figure. After all, observing the unfolding of the secret realm is of greater importance than mere gossip. In what seemed to be a response to Elder Wu's reminder, a tremendous tremor suddenly erupted. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sounds of shaking and shattering, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended, and the thunder roared through the sky. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to tear open, spilling forth countless radiant lights, forming a passageway. Through this passage, glimpses of the secret realm could be seen, where palatial structures rose majestically, and auspicious and mystical beasts manifested, ethereal and dreamlike, resembling a celestial paradise. Yet, the absence of human presence rendered it somewhat lifeless. As the passageway fully opened, various factions commenced their movements. "Let us proceed," Elder Wu commanded, and the disciples of the heavenly Dao sacred sect displayed their abilities, soaring towards the passageway. Lu Yanran took the lead, surpassing all disciples and rushing into the passageway first. Xiao Fan blended into the crowd, anxiously making his way towards the passage. However, due to his average strength, he was repeatedly pushed back by others. "This area is off-limits," someone shouted, and several men landed before the passageway, blocking others from entering. These men were all of the Golden Core realm, emanating an aura that suggested they were at least at the 5th level of Golden Core. One burly bald man stepped forward, grinning menacingly at the crowd, and spoke, "If you wish to pass through here, you must first defeat us." Among those blocked, someone recognized him and immediately shouted in anger, "Li Hu, what do you intend to do? This secret realm does not belong to your family." This remark immediately resonated with others, inciting a chorus of indignation and vehement rebukes. The crowd was already substantial. Any delay could mean a lost opportunity, and should they be obstructed, would not all the treasures be snatched away by others? The Yin-Yang sect truly wields significant power. Did they not fear offending all the other sects? The 4 sons of the Yin-Yang sect, being siblings born of the same mother, share a symbiotic strength, and their combined force in battle is exponentially greater. How infuriating! With these 4 ruffians blocking the way, our entry seems perilous. My treasures, my opportunities, my secret arts. Those lacking strength could only watch helplessly as others passed by with ease, while they remained thwarted. The 4 brothers of the Yin-Yang sect were no fools. They understood that inciting the wrath of the crowd was a burden they could not bear. Hence they only obstructed those weaker than themselves. Those who surpassed their strength were allowed to pass without a second glance. In this contest among the younger generation, being unable to proceed due to insufficient power rendered even the elders of other sects speechless. After all, who could blame you for your lack of skill? This was precisely the calculation these 4 were making. This segment is, in fact, a minor episode from the original text. The passage to the secret realm was obstructed by the 4 sons of the Yin-Yang sect, prompting Xiao Fan to act in fury, swiftly defeating the 4 and using them as stepping stones to elevate his own reputation. However, in the original narrative, Xiao Fan possessed formidable strength and was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage, which allowed him to easily overcome the 4. Yet now, Xiao Fan lacked many opportunities and his strength was not particularly impressive. He had merely just broken through to the liquid condensation stage. Despite his relatively low power, Xiao Fan's competitive spirit remained unchanged. "Humph, a path to self-destruction." Xiao Fan bellowed in anger and swiftly struck out. His tightly clenched fist, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, descended upon the 4 like a thunderous shockwave. "Get lost." Li Hu merely cast a glance and waved his hand lightly. Bang! A slap struck Xiao Fan's cheek, sending him flying. He rolled like a tumbleweed until he finally dissipated the force. How dare a mere liquid condensation practitioner speak so brazenly? Li Hu scoffed disdainfully. "You fool." Xiao Fan, sprawled at a distance, clutched his swollen cheek as he struggled to rise, cursing under his breath. Failing to impress in front of such a crowd left Xiao Fan feeling utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, few recognized him. They only knew he was a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. Several disciples from the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect chuckled at the scene, not out of mockery, but rather in the spontaneous amusement one might feel upon witnessing something comical. "I merely have a low threshold for humor. There was no intent to ridicule you." A liquid condensation practitioner should humbly retreat into their shell. It is hardly the time for someone of your caliber to stick your neck out. Li Hu looked down upon Xiao Fan, his eyes filled with contempt. It would be one thing for a Golden Core practitioner to intervene, which he could somewhat comprehend. At the very least, they should be perfected liquid condensation practitioners. Yet a mere fledgling of the liquid condensation stage dares to step forward? Truly, one could not be more ignorant of their own limitations. When one perceives oneself as an unparalleled prodigy, is it not akin to being a reincarnated celestial? I am a disciple of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect. Observing that force alone was insufficient, Xiao Fan boldly invoked the illustrious name of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect, intending to leverage its authority to coerce the 4 members of the Yin-Yang sect into allowing him entry. If you refuse to grant me face, surely you must accord some respect to the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect. The reputation of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect is a golden emblem. Most would afford it a modicum of esteem upon hearing its name, although resorting to invoking one's sect for intimidation may be somewhat embarrassing. It is indeed the only strategy that came to mind at that moment. Having already lost face on a grander scale, what further shame could be endured? What if you are a disciple of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect? I have defeated countless disciples of your sect. What are you in comparison? Were you the holy son of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect, we might grant you a modicum of respect, but as a mere inconsequential practitioner of the liquid condensation realm, how dare you use the name of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect to intimidate us? Worthless fool. In an instant, Li Hu appeared beside Xiao Fan, raising his palm. Xiao Fan was taken aback and hastily raised his hand in defense. However, evading the strike of a golden core expert was no simple task. Slap. Another resounding blow sent Xiao Fan flying, leaving the other half of his once unblemished face swollen like a pig's head. Xiao Fan's plans had crumbled. The 4 brothers of the Yin-Yang sect were utterly unimpressed by his tactics. Although the Yin-Yang sect may not rival the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect, it stands on par with the top-tier sect of the Hehuan sect. Moreover, in competitions among the younger generation, unless the honor of the sect is at stake, the elders of both sides would refrain from intervening. Even in the event of a fatal defeat, it would simply reflect a lack of skill. This principle applies even to the true disciples within the sect, let alone an ordinary disciple. Cultivating immortality is no child's play. It is a life-and-death struggle of relentless competition. Only those of noble status, like the Holy Son or Holy Maiden, might receive special consideration. However, Xiao Fan possessed neither power nor standing. Li Hu. If our Holy Son were present, it would not be your place to act so brazenly. A discontented disciple of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect interjected. If the Holy Son truly were here, we would clear the way without hesitation, but in the current circumstances, Li Hu chuckled, dismissing the concern. They had engaged in this kind of bullying countless times, emboldened by the absence of formidable figures from the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect. First, they would allow the stronger factions to enter, while the weaker ones would be left to wait. By detaining a portion of them, they could create more opportunities for others within their sect, and they felt no guilt in such self-serving actions. Li Hu's words were a blatant admission of their shamelessness, openly proclaiming their preference for preying on the weak. What? Are you dissatisfied? If you are, then come and challenge me. Li Hu's brazen demeanor incited frustration among the others, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Particularly, Xiao Fan's anger surged to a boiling point upon hearing the mention of the Holy Son, his eyes reddening with rage. The Holy Son, always the Holy Son. What makes him so exceptional? He is merely basking in the glow of his slightly superior talent and formidable background. If I possessed his gifts and connections, I would undoubtedly surpass him 100-fold, nay, 1,000-fold. Although consumed by fury, Xiao Fan retained a semblance of rationality. Confining these thoughts to his mind, terrified to voice them aloud. Yet she held considerable prestige within the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, serving as a paragon for many disciples, particularly among the younger generation, who idolized him fervently. Should Xiao Fan utter such words, he would find himself utterly ostracized within the sect, with the disciples readily bringing him to ruin, even without Yin Shi's intervention. Joyful moments invariably pass swiftly, while periods of suffering stretch interminably. After 2 hours had elapsed, Li Hu sensed the time was ripe, calling to his companions as he led the other 3 brothers into the secret realm. They had finally endured the trial. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, for they had at last secured the opportunity to explore the secret realm. The profound humiliation that engulfed Xiao Fan ignited a fierce blaze of wrath within him. The passage had remained open for so long, and countless opportunities had been snatched away by others. The Li brothers were truly deserving of their fate. The 4 sons of Yin-Yang sect, is it? I shall remember you. Xiao Fan's gaze turned cold and menacing as he etched their figures indelibly into his memory. From the very moment the passage was opened, Lu Yinran rushed in. However, upon entering the secret realm, she did not hasten to explore. Instead, she aimlessly wandered around the periphery, feigning busyness while glancing about. Once the main group had ascended to the summit, Lu Yinran stealthily flew towards the 5th peak. Her actions were primarily motivated by a desire to guard against Nangong Chinro. If Nangong Qianro were to discover her, they would inevitably clash once more, and the coveted treasures could easily fall into either of their hands. Lu Yinran arrived at the 5th peak, circling the mountain until she stumbled upon a hidden cave halfway up. Upon entering the cave and venturing deeper, she soon spotted a complex scripture inscribed upon a grand wall. The scripture was etched in gilded characters, and despite the passage of many years, it emitted a faint glow, exuding an air of mystery and profound essence. This was the Ding Tian Fist. A flicker of excitement crossed Lu Yinran's face as she promptly seated herself cross-legged, absorbing the scripture's luminescence into her being while concurrently channeling the techniques outlined within. The entirety of the scripture encompassed several 100,000 words, each character laden with vast information. Yet, for Lu Yinran, a prodigy of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, mastering such techniques posed no significant challenge. As the brilliance of the scripture gradually dimmed, Lu Yinran successfully assimilated the entirety of the technique. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her long sword, cleaving the entire section of the wall and stowing it within her storage ring. Now, only the essence of the Taishu Qian Kuan remained. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Yin set off once more, venturing deeper into the cave. She traversed layers of stone pillars, waded through several pools, and navigated a narrow passage until a sudden light illuminated her path. A smile spread across Lu Yinran's face as she rushed forward. Indeed, it was the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. Before her lay a spherical phantom of ethereal energy, composed of black and white, forming a mesmerizing dual fish shape that flowed and intertwined endlessly, radiating a subtle sense of harmony. The mere sight of it evoked an exquisite sense of beauty. Clearly, Yanxi had not deceived her. This place truly harbored the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. If she could refine it, it would undoubtedly elevate her Taiyin body to new heights. However, gazing at this treasure, Lu Yinran found herself at a loss. How was she to collect it? She had no intention of absorbing the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan here. This secret realm was inherently perilous, and recklessly absorbing it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Just then, a voice resonated from behind her. Hee, Lu Xianzi, you truly are my lucky star, my great benefactor. Following you has proven to be fortuitous. You've managed to uncover the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. The melodious laughter echoed throughout the cavern, unmistakably belonging to Nangong Qianro. Lu Yinran's expression stiffened, her countenance darkening significantly. Drawing her sword, she turned to face Nangong Qianro, her gaze icy and resolute. You have been following me. The appearance of Nangong Qianro infuriated Lu Yinran. Despite her deliberate scrutiny of the surroundings, she had detected no signs of anyone trailing her. How had this vixen managed to do so? Observing Lu Yinran's furious demeanor, Nangong Qianro's smile widened in delight. Ever since you entered the secret realm, you have been wandering about as if intentionally avoiding me. I kept a watchful eye, curious about your intentions. To my surprise, you have indeed discovered the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. This is the treasure our He Huan sect has long coveted. With that, a fervent gleam ignited in Nangong Qianro's eyes, her desire no longer concealed, fixated intently on the distant true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. The He Huan sect has a long-standing tradition of studying the principles of yin and yang, possessing profound knowledge of all matters related to them. This treasure is the culmination of their lifelong pursuit, with the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan being the most sought after. This heavenly material is perfectly tailored for the He Huan sect. Furthermore, their most formidable techniques can only be cultivated to the highest levels through the refinement of the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. Thus, it is a coveted artifact for every disciple of the He Huan sect. Only by obtaining the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan can they aspire to reach the pinnacle, mastering the supreme yin-yang techniques of their sect. Yet, such treasures among heavenly materials are exceedingly rare, perhaps only manifesting once in several millennia. Throughout the extensive history of the He Huan sect, only a handful have managed to cultivate their supreme techniques to the utmost level. Each of these individuals has been a remarkable figure, leaving an indelible mark on the world. Now, after 10,000 years have passed, the He Huan sect has yet to witness the emergence of another figure of such caliber. Lu Fairy, dear sister Lu, might you grant me this one favor? I have addressed you as sister. Could you not indulge me this time? Nangong Qianro, unhesitatingly employing her enchanting skills, wove words that caressed the ear, igniting vivid imaginations and stirring one's blood. The seductive arts of the Hahuan sect are unparalleled, capable of ensnaring both men and women alike. Sensing Nangong Qianruo's mesmerizing power, Lu Yinran quickly recited the heart-purifying incantation several times, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, and coldly declared, "You shall not have it. I have yet to settle the score for your clandestine following, and now you dare to covet the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan? What a jest! How could Lu Yinran possibly part with such a treasure? This item is crucial for my future ascendance." Yanxi had also informed her that should she absorb the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan, there exists a substantial probability that her constitution would surpass even that of the innate Taiyin body. To relinquish, it would be tantamount to severing her path to greatness. Under no circumstances could she allow the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan to leave her possession, even if it meant a fierce confrontation. Lu Yinran silently began to mobilize her inner energy, preparing for battle. "Since you desire it, I shall yield it to you." To her surprise, Nangong Qianruo did not persist but rather took a step back, causing Lu Yinran, who was on high alert, to momentarily falter, her imposing aura significantly diminishing. "When did this wanton become so magnanimous? Do you truly expect me to trust you?" Lu Yinran regarded Nangong Qianruo with suspicion, her voice icy. "Indeed, it is true. Yet I must forewarn you, Lu Fairy, the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan is unlike ordinary treasures. To refine it, one must engage in the harmonious blending of yin and yang. Neither excess nor deficiency will suffice. If you are earnest about the refinement, you must prepare for this undertaking. It requires counterparts of opposite genders to refine together, intermingling as one in true yin-yang unity. Yielding the true essence to you is inconsequential, but as for the refining, if it were me, I could easily capture a male cultivator, but if you wish to refine it, you may find your body lost in the process. I wonder how the Holy Sun would react upon learning this. How would the disciples of the heavenly Dao sacred sect perceive you?" Nangong Qianruo spoke with a smile, one imbued with a hint of cunning. She had Lu Yinran firmly in her grasp, fully aware that Lu Yinran harbored an exceedingly lofty sense of self-worth. Unable to bear even the slightest blemish, should she have to find a man to yield her body, it would likely torment her to the core. Moreover, Nangong Qianruo discerned that Lu Yinran lacked any means to contain the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. Otherwise, she would have long since secured it for herself. The methods of containing the true essence are indeed a profound study, known only to a select few, yet the Hahuan sect possesses extensive knowledge on the matter. Nangong Qianruo's remarks effectively rendered Lu Yinran speechless. Lu Yinran instinctively retreated a step, her gaze fixed on the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan. Although Yanxi had mentioned the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan to him, he had refrained from disclosing that its refinement required the union of male and female. Such intimate matters were not suitable for open discussion, as it might provoke Lu Yinran's fury. At this moment, Lu Yinran's emotions were tumultuous. Unconsciously, she found herself contemplating Nangong Qianruo's words. If she were to truly refine the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan, and Yanxi were to discover it afterward, the mere thought sent a shiver through her heart. For reasons she could not articulate, Lu Yinran was determined to keep this knowledge from Yanxi. Moreover, she did not wish to become that kind of person. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yinran was lost in her thoughts, Nangong Qianruo deftly produced a peculiar jade bottle, quickly tapping it. Seal. With a resonant hum, a divine light erupted from the bottle, instantly absorbing the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan within. Since Fairy Lu is reluctant, I shall spare her the trouble. Allow me to take on this arduous task. Nangong Qianruo chuckled softly, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she swiftly darted toward the cave's exit. The earlier words had merely been a strategy to disturb Lu Yinran's focus, allowing her to seize the moment. Even if she were to fail, she remained unperturbed. She had no intention of relinquishing the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshape her celestial foundation and elevate her potential. How could she abandon it so easily? Nangong Qianruo. Lu Yinran's brows furrowed in anger, ready to unleash her frustration, only to find that Nangong Qianruo had already vanished from sight. She had allowed her adversary to succeed. Lu Yinran sighed inwardly, acknowledging her lack of decisiveness. She possessed a vessel capable of containing the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan, yet her confidence wavered. Coupled with Nangong Qianruo's insinuations, her resolve had indeed been shaken. She could not ascertain whether her abilities would suffice to successfully absorb the essence. One misstep led to another. resulting in her losing the advantage and allowing Nangong Qianro to triumph. Alas, Lu Yanran sighed, feeling the sting of loss as the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan slipped away. To claim it was not regrettable would be disingenuous. According to Yanxi, this essence was fundamental to her future growth, the very capital for competing against the most elite of talents. In terms of significance, the essence was as beneficial to her as it was to Nangong Qianro. Yet, it was too late for lamentations now. The most precious treasure within the Heavenly Palace's secret realm had been lost. At least she had acquired the Ding Tian fist. Her journey had not been entirely in vain. Lu Yanran sought solace in her own thoughts, attempting to find joy amidst her frustration. Though resigned, she realized that persuading Nangong Qianro to relinquish what she had seized would be futile. It would be more prudent to confront her head-on. It seemed that Yanxi had spoken the truth. Both the Ding Tian fist and the essence of Tai Su Qian Kuan had come to fruition. He had not deceived her. All that he had shared appeared to be genuine. Thus, it seems that I am. As past experiences surfaced in her mind, Lu Yanran's countenance darkened considerably. The mere thought of her previous actions towards him filled her heart with profound regret. She truly was, as Yanxi had said, a foolish woman, a thankless wretch. Clearly, it was Yanxi who had rescued her, yet she had repaid kindness with enmity, treating him as an adversary. While Yanxi had consistently endeavored to bring her joy, she had responded with cold words and indifference. Indeed, Lu Yanran's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling under the weight of her emotions as she uttered, "I have wronged him." To speak those words felt as though Lu Yanran had expended all her strength. Her delicate face turned pale, and she nearly faltered in her stance. "Yes, I am indeed a thankless wretch, a foolish girl who repays kindness with malice, as Yanxi described. He is my savior, and yet I have treated him thus, while he has never once shown me anger. I truly am." As Lu Yanran continued, her words became increasingly bitter, and tears streamed down her cheeks. According to Yanxi, she would eventually turn against him, loving the child of her enemy. The agony in her heart surged once more. Lu Yanran pressed her hand to her chest, leaning against the wall, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Guilt, sorrow, and anger intertwined within her, tangling her thoughts into a chaotic mess. "No, I shall not allow such tragedies to unfold. I will not let the events Yanxi spoke of repeat themselves. This time, I will stand behind Yanxi, becoming his pillar of support." Lu Yanran's gaze hardened, a new light igniting within her eyes. After traversing the celestial realm's secret domain, her mindset had transformed. She yearned to regain Yanxi's recognition. Though it was somewhat late, fortunately, it was not too late. There were still opportunities for redemption. Yet, prior to that, one paramount issue remained to be resolved. Who, indeed, was Xiaofan's father? A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Lu Yanran's eyes. Regarding this enemy who had annihilated her clan, she yearned to exact 100-fold revenge. In her past naivety, she had committed many foolish acts, but now that she had discerned her true foe, she vowed to repay that grudge in full. "Damn the 4 sons of the Yin-Yang sect. When I rise in the future, you shall pay dearly. The humiliation I have tasted today shall become your nightmare." Finally entering the celestial realm's secret domain, Xiao Fan muttered curses under his breath. Today, he had suffered a tremendous loss of face, being humiliated before so many. This incident would remain etched in his memory until he could utterly annihilate them. Observing Xiao Fan's relentless tirade, Yi Shuang'er had intended to offer words of comfort, but held her tongue. This was entirely Xiao Fan's own folly, and he could blame no one else. Had he not possessed the backing of the Heavenly Path Sacred Sect's identity, it would have been entirely normal for others to slay him. If only Xiao Fan could mature and exercise restraint, avoiding arrogant provocations, would he have found himself in such a disgraceful predicament? Ultimately, the fault in this matter lies with Xiao Fan. It is precisely this thought that renders Yi Shuang'er speechless. To show favoritism, one must possess a point of entry. Yet, Xiao Fan's actions are akin to inviting a blow, a reckless pursuit of trouble. During this tumultuous period, Xiao Fan has faced a series of misfortunes. And should Yi Shuang'er speak up now, it could very well provoke an explosive reaction from him. Furthermore, it is possible that he might harbor resentment towards her. She harbors hopes of Xiao Fan assisting her in reconstructing her physical form. To let trivial matters create a rift between them would be utterly unjust. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. When one is down on their luck, even a sip of water seems to get stuck between their teeth. And more misfortune is about to unfold. As Xiao Fan hastened along his journey, a A familiar figure suddenly emerged ahead. It was senior sister Lu. Upon recognizing Lu Yanran, a look of delight illuminated Xiao Fan's face. The displeasure that had lingered in his heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile. His transformation was as swift as a masterful change of countenance. A profound sense of gratitude filled his expression as he gazed at Lu Yanran, as if she were his beloved wife. I knew that senior sister Lu still harbored affection for me. Even amidst the perilous depths of this secret realm, she would travel great distances to seek me out. Indeed, my intuition was correct. Her seemingly aloof demeanor was merely a facade to shield me. Lu Yanran's arrival left Xiao Fan overwhelmed with gratitude, his mind entirely occupied by her visage. In stark contrast to Xiao Fan's optimism, Yi Shuanger held a differing perspective. She timely cautioned, "Be wary, my disciple. The visitor may not come with good intentions." Yi Shuanger's expression grew serious, for she sensed tremendous hostility emanating from Lu Yanran. Particularly in the way Lu Yanran gazed at Xiao Fan, a murderous intent seemed to emanate palpably. "Master, you are overthinking. How could senior sister Lu ever wish me harm? Just watch as I win her heart." Xiao Fan donned a bright and cheerful smile, addressing Lu Yanran. "Senior sister Lu, our meeting here is truly fortuitous." "Why not?" Before Xiao Fan could complete his sentence, Lu Yanran's form transformed into a flash of wind, appearing directly before him. The sword in her hand was poised perilously against Xiao Fan's throat, the tip barely a hair's breadth from his skin. "What is your father's name? And where is he now?" Lu Yanran's eyes were icy, her tone as frigid as the frost of the highest heavens, sending chills coursing through him. "Lu, senior sister Lu, please do not jest with me." Xiao Fan's face paled, his hands flailing in confusion, entirely unprepared for such a turn of events. Lu Yanran pressed the sword closer, the razor-sharp blade slicing through skin, a trickle of blood cascading down Xiao Fan's neck. With this most direct of actions, she conveyed her seriousness far more eloquently than words could express. She was indeed earnest. She truly intended to take a life. Faced with Lu Yanran's overwhelming murderous intent and unabashed malice, Xiao Fan finally grasped that she was not jesting. Should he dare to jest again? He harbored no doubt that the sword would pierce his neck. Yet, Xiao Fan was utterly perplexed. Why? Why did such animosity dwell within him? Was it due to the incident aboard the flying vessel? Was that not a performance he enacted to protect me? Or was it related to the matter of the Wanzhong mountain range? Yet, I had aided you there. Instead of gratitude, you sought my life. How could you dare? Even if I ultimately could not assist you, I had still rendered aid. How could one turn a blade against their benefactor? Xiao Fan remained oblivious to this aspect, his mind consumed with thoughts of his gratitude towards Lu Yanran. "Do not make me ask a third time. Answer my question." Lu Yanran's gaze grew colder, her hands trembling as she gripped the sword. It was not that she could no longer hold it, but rather she was desperately restraining the impulse to slay Xiao Fan. Upon confirming that she had spoken the truth, Lu Yanran's heart turned to murder, reflecting upon the journey through the Wanzhong mountain range, and recalling what she had inadvertently revealed about Xiao Fan's actions in the original text. It became evident that Xiao Fan was a person of vile intentions and a treacherous heart. Feeling the palpable intent to kill emanating from Lu Yanran, Xiao Fan swallowed hard. Panic rising as he explained, "I do not know who my father is. I have never seen him since birth. He abandoned my mother and me." As he spoke of this faceless father, his teeth clenched and his breath quickened. Even his fear of Lu Yanran waned slightly. His loathing for his father ran deep. Were it not for this man, he would not have endured so much bullying as a child, nor would he possess such mediocre talents. He could have had a higher starting point, better resources. All of this was his father's fault, that so-called father of his. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu Yanran squinted, her eyes locked onto his, seeking to discern something from within. Xiao Fan's demeanor did not appear to be fabricated. Having witnessed his lackluster acting skills, she surmised that if he were to deceive her, he would not resort to such easily punctured lies. Could it be that this fellow truly does not know who his father is? Lu Yanran furrowed her brow. Initially intending to extract information from Xiao Fan, it now seemed her efforts were in vain. Observing Lu Yanran lost in thought, Xiao Fan urged, "Senior Lu, do you know my father? Can you tell me who he is?" Since Lu Yanran had sought him out to inquire about his father, she must possess knowledge of his identity. Otherwise, she would not have inquired about his name so directly. "I do not know," Lu Yanran replied coldly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. She had come to interrogate for information, yet failed to obtain any, and now this man questioned her. "You do not even know your own father. Why should I?" Wait, Senior Lu, if you do not know my father, why seek him out? You must know something. At this moment, Xiao Fan's mind appeared to suddenly awaken, as he discerned a flaw in Lu Yinran's words, realizing that there must be secrets he was yet unaware of. Silence. Lu Yinran's gaze sharpened, instantly petrifying Xiao Fan in place, rendering him immobile. She, too, felt a surge of irritation. A promising lead had been abruptly severed. Within her mind, she began to calculate. Presently, the only individual privy to the identity of Xiao Fan's father was Yin Shi, who, by his demeanor, seemed to harbor many other hidden truths. Although pursuing this critical lead regarding Xiao Fan's father could yield results through connections, it would be an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor, leaving her uncertain of when answers would come. This was unacceptable to Lu Yinran. At this juncture, the only way to obtain answers is to directly inquire with Yin Shi. Yet, Yin Shi had previously made his stance clear, requesting her not to trouble him further, if she were to approach him again. Lu Yinran was reluctant to exacerbate his disdain for her, leaving her in a quandary. Just as she was embroiled in her dilemma, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fan made his escape. As she watched him flee into the distance, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Yinran's eyes, but ultimately, she chose not to pursue him. She had her own vendetta to settle and could not afford to squander time on Xiao Fan. Even though she was a direct disciple of the Holy Master, recklessly slaying other disciples within the sect would not bode well for her reputation and would invite numerous complications. In a realm teeming with onlookers, such news would be impossible to contain. After all, he was but a petty clown. Sparing his life mattered little in the grand scheme. Escaping relentlessly, Xiao Fan ran for several hundred kilometers before finally halting. Concealing himself in a secluded hollow, he cast a wary glance toward the direction he had come from, his eyes darting around in fear of Lu Yinran's sudden appearance. He was genuinely terrified, particularly after sensing her murderous intent, which nearly shattered his composure. He understood that remaining any longer would likely provoke Lu Yinran into action, and given his current capabilities, he doubted he could withstand even a single strike. To safeguard himself, Xiao Fan had utilized a life-preserving trump card during his flight, enhancing his chances of evading Lu Yinran's pursuit. Though it pained him to expend such a resource, he was relieved to have preserved his life, as Lu Yinran had not followed. Master, why does Lu Yinran wish to kill me? Is this how she treats her savior? Xiao Fan exclaimed in indignation. Yi Shuang'er was momentarily speechless, nearly choked by Xiao Fan's words. Was he truly unaware of who owed whom? How could he utter such things? Of course, she could not voice these thoughts, lest Xiao Fan descend into despair once more. I believe this matter may be related to your father. Yi Shuang'er felt an increasing disappointment in Xiao Fan, but assisted him in analyzing the situation. Should anything happen to him, her own circumstances would not fare well. Thus, despite her reluctance, she had to begrudgingly accept the reality. Although Lu Yinran's demeanor toward Xiao Fan had been cold before entering the secret realm, it could hardly be characterized by any deep-seated hatred. At most, it was merely a level of annoyance. In this encounter with Xiao Fan, the assault was unmistakably aimed at his vital points, clearly indicating an intent to kill. After all, murderous intent cannot be feigned. Yi Shuang'er could discern that Lu Yin genuinely contemplated ending Xiao Fan's life, were it not for the need to extract information from him. Yi Shuang'er had no doubt Lu Yinran would have struck without hesitation. The first inquiry Lu Yinran posed was regarding Xiao Fan's father's name and whereabouts, which aroused Yi Shuang'er's curiosity. Why would Lu Yinran suddenly inquire about Xiao Fan's father? Was it not more appropriate to ask while aboard the flying vessel? Could this matter be linked to the Heavenly Palace's secret realm? As the catalyst for Lu Yinran's drastic change in demeanor, all clues pointed towards Xiao Fan's father. This was the only known lead Lu Yinran had divulged. The fact that Xiao Fan's father played a pivotal role in her transformation and her desire to resort to violence suggested there was a significant underlying reason. Damn it. This woman is utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, even if she harbored a grudge against my father, why must she target me? I have made it abundantly clear that I have no connection to that individual. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in anger. Observing that Xiao Fan was still grappling with the situation, Yi Shuang'er explained, if she holds animosity toward your father, then you are merely the son of her enemy. She is unaware of your relationship with him, and thus will not treat you kindly. This applies to anyone else as well. Xiao Fan fell silent. If the roles were reversed, he would not concern himself with the connection between his adversary and his father. He would have struck down his foe without hesitation. Yi Shuang'er continued, given your current predicament, it would be wise to refrain from returning to the heavenly Dao sacred sect for the time being. Lu Yinran will undoubtedly keep a close watch on you during this period. The sacred sect is her territory, and it would be all too easy for her to eliminate you there. Instead, focus on training outside for now. You can return when the sect's martial competition commences. If you can distinguish yourself in the competition and showcase your prowess, you will earn the status of an official disciple. At that point, even if Lu Yinran wishes to harm you, she will have to think twice. Only official disciples serve as the backbone of a sect. They are its most formidable foundation. Your plans can only succeed once you become an official disciple. Yi Shuang'er's words were sincere and heartfelt, as she hoped Xiao Fan would refrain from acting rashly. I understand, Master. I will heed your advice. Xiao Fan nodded solemnly in response. Though he possessed a certain arrogance, he was not completely foolish and could see the current situation clearly. If he were to return to the heavenly Dao sacred sect now, it would only facilitate Lu Yinran's attack. Lu Yinran held a significant position within the sect and had numerous ways to deal with an ordinary disciple like Xiao Fan. Official disciple. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, flames flickering in his eyes. If he could shine brilliantly in the sect's martial competition, he would undoubtedly gain substantial fame and ascend to the ranks of official disciples. In due time, I shall devote myself to my cultivation, and undoubtedly repay today's humiliation 100-fold. At this moment, Xiao Fan resolved firmly. The heavenly Dao sacred sect. 9 immortal peaks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slacking off. Reward obtained. Heavenly Dao's auspicious vitality. The notification chimed, and she suddenly sat upright. At last it has arrived. His days of idleness were not in vain. The torment of inactivity had been unbearable. Having idled through the entire Heavenly Palace's secret realm, the reward could hardly be disappointing. It must surpass the essence of the Supreme Void, or else he would suffer a tremendous loss. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yanxi excitedly claimed the system's reward. Whoosh! Yanxi immediately felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. With each flow, the purity of his true energy increased, and its total magnitude expanded. His body, akin to parched earth receiving long-awaited rain, began to radiate vitality. And Yanxi's realm commenced its ascent. Boom! The energy roamed throughout his body for a brief moment before rushing into his dantian, conjuring a thunderous roar within him. The true energy within Yanxi accelerated its circulation, an endless stream of energy pouring forth from his dantian, nurturing his entire being. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed, relentless and continuous. Each strike signified a transformation. Ultimately, that energy surged upward, entering Yanxi's spiritual platform, where it seamlessly integrated. Meanwhile, the external world underwent a transformation. Yanxi sat cross-legged in the air, exuding a faint divine radiance, akin to a deity descending, both majestic and mysterious. From afar, one could not help but feel a sense of reverence. He had reached the 3rd level of the Avatar realm. Truly extraordinary. Yanxi carefully sensed the changes within his body, which could be described as a complete rebirth, a cleansing of marrow and veins. Not only had he transcended a significant realm, but his physical form had also been significantly enhanced. Yanxi suddenly discovered something new in his mind. This was absent prior to absorbing the heavenly Dao's auspicious vitality. Curiously, he examined it further. Remarkably, there was a secret technique. After perusing it in his mind, Yanxi understood the function of this technique. Auspicious domain, a domain-type divine ability that emerged alongside the absorption of the heavenly Dao's auspicious vitality. It bore no rank. However, if one were to compare, this domain-type divine ability was likely more formidable than the universe-grade techniques. This was already a method befitting an immortal. Should 2 individuals engage in combat, the one possessing a domain would effortlessly overwhelm the one without. In genuine combat, Yanxi could instantly transform an area of 1,000 miles into his domain. Within this realm, he would be the supreme deity, commanding all living beings. The corporeal and incorporeal, the mundane and the supernatural. Even time and space, along with tangible and intangible entities, would bend to his will. In essence, to engage in battle within his domain would render him akin to a creator deity, unfathomable in his supremacy. Truly remarkable. Such intriguing wonders you possess. Yanxi finds himself unable to contain his joy. With this vast realm of righteousness, Yanxi is poised to achieve an unparalleled invincibility within the same domain. He stands firmly on an unassailable foundation. Even if faced with a higher realm, it may not necessarily be his adversary. Unless there exists a significant disparity in strength capable of shattering his domain, Yanxi can effortlessly suppress them. By this reckoning, although Yanxi currently resides in the realm of separation, his true combat prowess may well rival that of the integration phase. A fleeting moment of leisure brings exquisite delight, and continuous indulgence promises endless joy. My dear companion, we are indeed formidable. With this vast realm of righteousness, Yanxi has been utterly transformed. With this, who would still covet that trivial essence of the great void? Your innate constitution is but a trifle, scarcely worthy of my attention. Even if it pales in comparison to my primal sacred body, when juxtaposed with the realm of righteousness, it is rendered utterly insignificant. Do you grasp the essence of celestial prowess? Yanxi, with a tactical lean, smiles so broadly that one can nearly glimpse his molars. Celestial-level techniques are scarcely heard of throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. Even the heavenly Dao sacred sect lacks such remarkable artifacts. However, this heavenly Dao's vast righteousness does bear some resemblance to the enlightenment body in certain aspects. Could it be considered a superior alternative to the enlightenment body? The enlightenment body is also a T0 level constitution belonging to the same echelon as Yanxi's primal sacred body. This constitution possesses a wondrous characteristic. It inherently carries a formidable divine ability. This divine ability is somewhat analogous to a domain, unfolding a unique area within which battles with foes are fought, dramatically amplifying the strength of the enlightenment body. Merely this inherent divine ability is sufficient to rival a cosmic tier technique, which is why the enlightenment body is regarded as one of the strongest constitutions. Yet, when compared to his heavenly Dao's vast righteousness, a discernible difference emerges. Yanxi can only remark, "My young brother, there is still much to practice." After conducting further tests, the exhilaration within Yanxi gradually subsided, and he leisurely reclined in a chair, contemplating the rewards of his next endeavor. The forthcoming grand narrative is likely the sect's great competition. Calculating the time, it should be in 3 months. Alas, that feels rather lengthy. Moreover, the significance of this narrative pales in comparison to the Heavenly Palace's secret realm, suggesting that his leisure during this period may render the rewards less impressive than the heavenly Dao's vast righteousness. Once one has experienced the superior, the mediocre naturally loses its allure. It is said that transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is challenging. The thought of the next rewards being of a lower tier even evokes a sense of disdain within Yanxi. Following the Heavenly Palace's secret realm, the subsequent narrative swiftly leads to the martial competition of the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Unsurprisingly, in the original story, Xiao Fan seizes this opportunity to make a remarkable impression, overpowering his peers during the competition and gaining significant renown within the sect. The extraordinary strength displayed by Xiao Fan incited various murmurs within the sect, leading some to believe that he rivaled Yanxi, with hopes of surpassing him. Doubts also began to surface regarding Yanxi's status as the Holy Son. After this battle, Xiao Fan was bestowed with the title of an unparalleled prodigy, becoming a figure of remarkable prominence in the central state. This situation is intriguing. You have not gained any benefits, so I am curious to see how you will navigate this predicament. Even if you manage to carve out a reputation, what does it matter? It is merely a fade. True strength must be underpinned by genuine power. Of course, if Xiao Fan insists on courting disaster, Yanxi would not hesitate to deliver a couple of slaps to bring him back to reality. Xiao Fan is significantly weaker than his original portrayal, while Yanxi has grown considerably stronger. This disparity, through subtraction and addition, becomes even more pronounced. Even if Xiao Fan had access to the opportunities from the original narrative, they pale in comparison to Yanxi's current rate of advancement. This gap will only widen with the passage of time, until Xiao Fan can no longer even glimpse Yanxi's silhouette. It is a competition destined from the outset to be unbridgeable. If Yanxi were to indulge in leisure, Xiao Fan would find it impossible to grind for experience and enhance his strength. Conversely, should Yanxi abandon his leisure and confront him directly, Xiao Fan would have even fewer opportunities for growth. Moreover, Yanxi's leisurely system is intricately linked to Xiao Fan's experiences. Any significant narrative event that Xiao Fan undergoes grants Yanxi superior benefits. Should Xiao Fan fail to engage with the grand narrative, Yanxi will continue to enjoy leisurely growth, perpetually advancing. It can only be described as an insurmountable dilemma. As a formidable early-stage boss, under normal narrative circumstances, Yanxi should be enriching the protagonist's foundation, providing ample capital for their journey. Now that this initial fortune is lost, subsequent developments have unraveled. leaving Xiao Fan unable to align his strength with the original plot. Lacking power, he cannot gain further experience in the Celestial Palace's secret realm. Without experience, his strength cannot improve. If his strength does not enhance, the upcoming sect tournament will surely be entertaining to observe. The scene of overwhelming others and seizing the championship as depicted in the original work seems increasingly unattainable. Why am I concerning myself with such trivial matters? It is truly unworthy of my thoughts. Leisurely pursuits. Yanxi, true to his word, retrieved a fishing rod from his storage ring, hoisting it upon his shoulder as he meandered toward the pond in the back mountain. Self-imposed penance through fishing is far more enjoyable with live bait. Yanxi hummed a tune, sending a message to the third elder, inviting him to join in the fishing endeavor, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming catch. The third elder arrived as promised, donned in attire befitting a fisherman, with a rod slung over his shoulder and a tattered fish basket at his waist. Yanxi's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the third elder. Today, we shall determine our fates, and the loser must shout "I am the Air Force" 3 times around the entire sect. The third elder's expression grew solemn, his tone grave. Is the Holy Sun truly set on this? This is a battle for honor. My resolve is firm. Could it be that the third elder is afraid? I have traversed Tianyuan for many years, never once fearing in my life. Very well. Let us see who the true fishing champion of the sacred sect is. Please, please. 2 hours later, Yanxi contemplated the 2 fish in his basket, lost in thought. He caught a fish measuring 5 centimeters, while Elder 3 snagged one measuring 5.5 centimeters. According to their agreement, he had lost. How infuriating. The title of the fishing king of the holy sect now belongs to you, but I shall undoubtedly reclaim it in due time. With that, Yanxi soared into the air, heading towards the grand hall. Mysteriously, 3 resounding voices echoed in the sky, proclaiming, "I am the Air Force." Soon after, a figure resembling the Holy Sun was seen fleeing in panic from the mountain gate. Elder 3 wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Phew, I am fortunate to have prepared a formidable creature in advance. Otherwise, I would have been the one to lose face today. The youth may be brazen enough to endure a little embarrassment, but an old man like me simply cannot afford to lose dignity. Elder 3 muttered to himself, still shaken. Having lost the fishing contest, Yanxi felt too humiliated to return home. Thus, he resolved to wander about, seeking out interesting places. But where to go? Aimlessly soaring through the sky, a thought suddenly struck him. In the realm of fantasy literature, there are classic tropes such as stone gambling, auction houses, and explorations of secret realms. These are all tried and true methods of effortless gain, with substantial rewards for minimal risk. Unfailingly effective, readers remain silent in their anticipation. Secret realms are dull, and there are currently no desired items at auction. Perhaps it's best to explore stone gambling instead? Very well, let us proceed. Resolute in his decision, Yanxi swiftly flew in a particular direction. Yangsu Prefecture. This area lies at the junction of the Great Wilderness and the Gu region, rendering it a remarkably unique locale on the entire continent. Due to its distinctive environment and location, one can witness the rare phenomenon of myriad races coexisting. However, one must not be deceived by this illusion. The coexistence of myriad races also signifies a chaotic mix of individuals, including many infamous rogues who find refuge here. Moreover, situated at the boundary of 2 regions, this place is truly a lawless zone, with battles occurring almost daily. Surviving here is a daunting challenge without formidable strength. Treasure City. A grand city within Yangsu Prefecture, renowned across the continent for its stone gambling transactions. To better promote its stone gambling business, even the city's name was changed to incorporate treasure, aiming to attract a greater influx of visitors. A highly sophisticated industrial chain has formed here. This location also appeared in the original narrative, as the art of swindling is inseparable from the classic trope of stone gambling. In the story, Xiao Fan accrued numerous valuable items through stone gambling, including a treasure crucial to his rise, an earth-grade artifact capable of safeguarding one's soul. It is uncertain how many times it saved him from peril during his early and mid-stages. An earth-grade artifact is considered a prized possession even among ancient sects. In top-tier forces like the Hehuan sect, it would be regarded as a treasure of significant importance. Xiao Fan could unearth such a treasure from a mere stone. It is simply outrageous. That wretched author, bestowing treasures as if it were a mere jest, how preposterous. Recalling this, Yanxi felt an even stronger urge to experience it for himself. Why should Xiao Fan be able to uncover treasures while I, Yanxi, cannot? I shall certainly give it a try. Within Treasure City, Yanxi concealed his presence as he walked along the street, occasionally glancing around. The thoroughfares of the city were exceptionally wide and impeccably clean, and the diverse populace traversing the main roads exuded a sense of ease, exchanging greetings with one another. Such a scene could only be witnessed in a peculiar place like Yushin Prefecture. In the Central Plains, the human race predominantly flourished, while other races were exceedingly rare, even scarcer than divine beasts. This spectacle left Yanxi marveling, akin to a child discovering a new toy, as he scrutinized the people around him. Since his arrival in this realm, barely a month had passed, and he had remained secluded atop Jushin Peak. Today marked his inaugural venture into the enchanting landscapes of this immortal world, reminiscent of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, finding novelty in everything. Even the stones beneath his feet tempted him to pocket one for further study. Fortunately, Yanxi retained a sense of propriety and ultimately refrained from acting upon this impulse. After meandering through the city for half a day and nearly absorbing the entirety of Jijua City, he finally proceeded to his intended destination. Before a magnificent high-rise, Yanxi slightly lifted his gaze to behold the plaque adorning the building. 3 grand characters, as if inscribed by a masterful hand, were deeply etched into the plaque: Shenli Pavilion. How splendidly imposing! The towering structure emanated an extraordinary aura, and the characters on the plaque were clearly crafted by a renowned artist. The font appeared vivid and animated, almost as if alive. Up close, one could sense a faint oppressive force emanating from the plaque. It was likely left by a formidable figure, as the rhythm of their artistry still lingered, indicating that the original calligrapher was no ordinary person. This plaque alone could be worth a valuable spiritual artifact. To utilize such a treasure as a sign, Shenli Pavilion must indeed possess considerable wealth. With a smile, Yanxi stepped inside. This establishment was indeed remarkable, backed by a powerful ancient sect with profound roots. Although it paled slightly in comparison to the Tiandao sacred sect, the difference was negligible. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by an expansive area, akin to a grand plaza, filled with an array of stones. These stones were ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering their inner contents imperceptible to even the keenest of souls. Those who harbored thoughts of cheating to ascertain what lay within would find themselves disappointed, for even the staff of Shenli Pavilion were oblivious to the treasures hidden inside. They could only rely on their experience to surmise which stones had a greater likelihood of containing valuable items and which were merely worthless debris. This was the essence of stone gambling. Shenli Pavilion merely needed to take a cut of the profits, reaping substantial rewards without assuming any risk. Meanwhile, the gamblers faced a true gamble of life and death. I believe this one is excellent. It must contain a Jiutianxian stone. Oh, spare me. That's just a piece of scrap. There's nothing inside. Impossible. My vision is unparalleled. I have studied this for centuries. How could I ever be mistaken? Pray, do not utter such words, for the moment you do, I cannot help but chuckle. Who in the entire treasure city is unaware of the infamous moniker of the Elder of Waste? Indeed, 10 celestial stones, and only one is deemed waste. Yet you, sir, have chosen precisely that one, claiming to possess discerning taste. Ha ha ha. The Elder of Waste seeks to deceive once more. Sigh laughter erupted all around. The man known as the Elder of Waste turned crimson, stammering in his defense. Gambling on stones. It is merely a matter of luck. How can one always reap rewards? Besides, I have uncovered valuable treasures before. He continued with nonsensical remarks about a fire stick being a weapon and even weeds are edible, filling the square with a buoyant atmosphere. Not even your tongue is as sturdy as celestial stones. With such a mouth, you ought to possess at least the hardness of a profound-grade spirit tool. As the crowd witnessed the Elder of Waste still attempting to argue, their laughter grew even louder. In Treasure City, the Elder of Waste is a rather prominent figure, though not for commendable reasons. Once basking in the glory of his past victories, he had gambled on celestial stones with 9 others, all of whom emerged victorious, save for himself, who opened his stone to find nothing at all. From that moment on, he gained notoriety as the Elder of Waste, renowned for his dismal luck. Any celestial stone he favored has never yielded a profit, which is utterly absurd. Yin Sha, observing the lively spectacle, found great amusement in watching the Elder of Waste growing flustered amidst the banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This Elder of Waste had been briefly mentioned in the original text. However, it only contained a few lines detailing his illustrious past, after which he vanished from the narrative. Until the conclusion of the book, he never reappeared. Many readers speculated at the time, pondering whether he was a powerful being or an enigmatic recluse, questioning why such a character warranted mention. Regrettably, by the end, his true identity remained a mystery, leaving us uncertain whether the author had forgotten about him or deliberately left this enigma unresolved. Yet, Yin Sha felt that this old man was merely an ordinary enthusiast of stone gambling, perceiving nothing extraordinary about him. Just as Yin Sha was enjoying the unfolding drama, a sudden commotion erupted outside. It was the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, Nangong Qinro. Alongside her was the prodigy of the Wulong clan, Long Outyin. What an event! For both are renowned figures of exceptional talent. What brings them here together today? It is said that the Hahuan sect and the Wulong clan share a cooperative relationship, their ties growing ever closer. As the two entered, the murmurs of the crowd quieted, all eyes turning toward the entrance. Both Nangong Qinro and Long Outyin are celebrated figures, known throughout the Tianyuan continent. Particularly, Nangong Qinro is famed for her beauty. Even if one has never seen her, they have certainly heard of her. Meanwhile, Long Outyin stands as a top prodigy within the Wulong clan, possessing formidable status and strength, second only to the divine son of his lineage. Two figures gradually approached from outside the door, and the onlookers instinctively parted to make way for them. A man and a woman walked side by side. The man was robust and imposing, exuding an aura of fierce dominance, radiating a presence that seemed to look down upon the world. The woman, adorned in flowing azure garments, appeared as delicate and enchanting as a lotus emerging from the water, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. What was even more captivating was her innate allure, creating a striking contrast with her pure visage, compelling those who beheld her to become enraptured, unable to escape her charm. Together, they drew the gaze of every onlooker. To the casual observer, they might seem like a pair of Taoist companions out for leisure. However, Nangong Qinro held a different perspective. Though she wore a smile, a deep disdain lingered in her eyes. Oh, Nangong Qinro. It was unexpected to encounter her here. Yin Shi recalled the descriptions of Nangong Qinro from the book, recognizing her as a character of considerable intrigue, a standout figure. In the narrative, Nangong Qinro was renowned for her beauty, with every expression imbued with seduction. As the contemporary saintess of the Hahuan sect, she differed significantly from the typical women of her order. She had never engaged in dual cultivation, remaining a maiden. Despite her frequent proclamations of audacious intentions regarding matters of love, her experiences were limited to mere theoretical discussions, lacking any practical engagement. She was a master of rhetoric, yet faltered when it came to real encounters. Moreover, intriguingly, this woman harbored deep affections for Yin Shi, her heart unwavering over the years. Yet, in the narrative, Yin Shi appeared oblivious, seemingly enamored with Lu Yanran, paying no heed to the stunning Nangong Qinro. The rivalry between Lu Yanran and Nangong Qinro was evident, marked by both overt and covert conflicts. Yin Shi's repeated favoritism towards Lu Yanran nearly led to Nangong Qinro's demise, ultimately causing her to grow disheartened and relinquish her feelings for him. Subsequently, she fell prey to Xiao Fan's advances, joining the harem and becoming one of the prominent female leads. It was clear, without a doubt, that the blame lay with the foolish author. How unexpected to encounter this shame of the Hahuan sect. Although she burned with desire, her purity was unparalleled, bringing disgrace to the illustrious reputation of the Hahuan sect. Engaging in such frivolity yet lacking understanding was truly disappointing. Yin Shi internally scoffed. From a distance, Nangong Qinro suddenly sensed an inexplicable feeling of offense and turned her head to glance over. Upon noticing Nangong Qinro's gaze directed at him, Yin Shi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why is this little firecracker looking at me? Could it be she has recognized me? That shouldn't be possible. I've concealed myself so well. Nangong Qinro's beautiful eyes sparkled, a faint smile gracing her lips. When a beauty smiles, she can captivate nations, and Nangong Qinro, with her enchanting presence, was no exception. Her inherent charm, coupled with her unblemished purity, could ignite the passions of any man more effectively than the most potent aphrodisiac. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting sheer obsession, resembling a group of infatuated fools. Nearby, Long Outyin noticed Nangong Qinro suddenly smiling with her enchanting eyes and mistakenly believed she had developed a fondness for him. Overwhelmed with excitement, he felt a surge of inner delight, thinking, Nangong Qinro must be captivated by my formidable prowess. However, her smile is truly captivating. She is indeed worthy of my stature. The vivid imagination playing in Long Outyen's mind was nothing short of spectacular, as he even contemplated names for the future offspring he envisioned. Although Nagong Qianro hailed from the renowned Hehuan sect, she was notoriously proud and hardly regarded ordinary individuals. In terms of pursuit difficulty, she was on par with the cold-faced fairy, Lu Yinran. Gaining Nagong Qianro's acknowledgement today was no small feat, Humph. Just watch as I effortlessly win you over. A surge of confidence welled up within Long Outyen. Suddenly, an eruption of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all eyes drawn to the unfolding scene. And she was equally captivated. A fortunate soul had unearthed a remarkable treasure from the celestial stone, his face still adorned with an expression of disbelief, as if he had yet to comprehend his good fortune. What are you dawdling for? Put it away, a kind-hearted bystander urged. Oh, the lucky individual finally snapped back to reality, preparing to stow the treasure. However, before he could act, a commanding voice interrupted. Name your price, I shall have it. Long Outyen loomed over the fortunate one, his gaze imposing. The lucky individual hesitated. What? You don't wish to sell? Long Outyen pressed on, his piercing gaze unwavering, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance. Here are 10 superior spirit stones. Hand over the treasure and leave my sight. Long Outyen tossed a bag at the individual's feet, his tone nonchalant. Is this not excessively bullying? Murmured the crowd. 10 superior spirit stones barely suffice to purchase a single leaf. This is nothing short of blatant robbery. Long Outyen's brazen demeanor incited murmurs of disdain among the onlookers. Yanxi recognized the treasure unearthed by the lucky one, a millennium-old 9-leaf purple Ganoderma. Known for its ability to marginally enhance the density of true qi and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. While its prowess in strengthening might seem modest, the true value of the millennium-old 9-leaf purple Ganoderma lay in its beautifying properties. Indeed, it was hailed as a holy grail for beauty. It could render the skin of female cultivators smoother and more delicate while enhancing the luster of their hair, earning adoration from numerous alchemical sections. This remarkable effect had inflated the price of the 9-leaf purple Ganoderma to astronomical heights, sometimes fetching over 1 million spirit stones for a single specimen. Long Outyen was evidently aware of this, which motivated his desire to seize it for Nagong Qianro. Do not make me repeat myself. Surrender the millennium-old 9-leaf purple Ganoderma. Take your spirit stones, and then vacate my presence. Long Ao Tian, brimming with arrogance, resolutely intended to seize the opportunity by force. The fortunate individual, overwhelmed by the pressure, trembled as he retrieved the millennium 9-leaf purple Ganoderma from his storage ring, a pained expression etched upon his face. At that moment, another voice interjected. I offer 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. I implore you to sell it to me, esteemed friend. Yanxi stepped forward, maintaining an air of calmness. Instantly, all eyes were drawn toward Yanxi. Who was this audacious figure daring to confront a prodigy like Long Ao Tian? Upon recognizing the speaker, Nagong Qianro's beautiful eyes sparkled with an inexplicable emotion swirling within them. My friend, you have yet to inform me whether you are willing to sell, she remarked. Although the millennium 9-leaf purple Ganoderma could fetch a price of 1 million spirit stones under exceedingly rare circumstances, its usual worth ranged between 500 to 600,000 top-grade spirit stones. Consider it a loss. How about selling it to me at a lower price? Yanxi suggested with a smile. He had his own uses for the millennium 9-leaf purple Ganoderma and saw this as a perfect opportunity to acquire it affordably. I shall sell it. I will sell it. The man looked gratefully at Yanxi. He was no fool. He recognized that Yanxi was providing him with a way out. Although 500,000 top-grade spirit stones was a remarkably low offer, it remained within a reasonable range. But those 10 spirit stones? That is an insult, akin to dismissing a beggar. The man hastily handed the millennium 9-leaf purple Ganoderma to Yanxi, who in turn tossed him a storage ring. Count it. Inside are 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. No need, no need. I trust you, esteemed friend. I shall take my leave. The man accepted the storage ring, bowed his head, and hurriedly departed, leaving behind a visibly displeased Long Ao Tian. Yanxi inspected the quality of the millennium 9-leaf purple Ganoderma, nodded in satisfaction, and stored it away, preparing to leave. Long Ao Tian extended his hand, blocking Yanxi's path, his expression darkening as he spoke. Do you truly disregard me? Or do you fail to recognize my status? Yanxi merely cast a casual glance at Long Ao Tian, choosing to ignore him and continuing to browse other stalls. Witnessing Yanxi's blatant dismissal of him ignited Long Ao Tian's fury. Just as he was about to explode, Nangong Qianro gracefully approached, slightly bowing to Yanxi, and said, "Esteemed sir, I am Nangong Qianro. May I inquire your honorable name?" Yanxi raised an eyebrow, his confusion deepening. Why was Nangong Qianro approaching him again? Had his disguise been unraveled? He had altered not only his aura but also his appearance. The system had produced a flawless creation, logically. Even someone in the tribulation stage would not recognize him. How had she managed to do this? Observing Yanxi's bewildered expression, Nangong Qianro's smile widened. "I have taken a liking to the Millennium 9-leaf purple Ganoderma you just purchased. Might you consider parting with it? I am willing to offer 600,000 top-grade spirit stones. I shall not sell it," Yanxi replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. In jest, "I ponder why I should sell this rare find to you when I am not in need of money. Your trifling spirit stones hold no allure for me. The thrill of discovering such treasures is the true delight, and the question of expenditure is of no concern to me, as I have more than enough. Might this young lady accompany you, esteemed sir?" Upon laying eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable affection. A sense of familiarity akin to meeting an old friend after many years, though the memory eludes me for the moment. Between cultivators like us, the perception of divine consciousness is most acute. I humbly ask for your indulgence. As she spoke, Nangong Qianro bowed gracefully once more, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin that dazzled the eyes. "That is not permissible," Yanxi firmly declined once again. "You say you will accompany me, yet you hesitate." "I have no regard for my pride," she insisted. "Does this little roast chicken wish to disturb my resolve? Away with you." Yanxi turned to leave without a trace of longing. "Yanxi, cease your pretense. I know it is you," she exclaimed, playfully seeking to tease him. For her true nature was far from this. Fearing that he might misunderstand her intent, Nangong Qianro swiftly sent a message through her spirit to Yanxi. Upon receiving her message, Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. She truly recognized him. Just as he was about to offer a rebuttal, her voice echoed in his mind again. "Your fade is futile. I possess the means to unveil your identity. Should you deny it, I shall reveal it to others. You wouldn't want your identity exposed. Now would you? Curse it." What nonsense was she spouting? The very essence of it was overwhelming. Yanxi, in resignation, communicated back to her. "How did you discern my identity?" He could not fathom what flaw had betrayed him to Nangong Qianro. "Would you like to know?" she teased. "If you wish to learn, beg me, and I shall divulge the secret." Her laughter was cunning, reminiscent of a sly little fox. "I have no interest in your trivialities," Yanxi retorted, unwilling to fall into the trap set by a woman. "Speak or remain silent. It matters not to me." "Oh, dear Yanxi, do not be upset. I will tell you," she chirped. "Do you recall our first encounter?" As her words echoed in his mind, Yanxi began to reminisce. Nangong Qianro had come to the Tiandao sacred sect as a guest with her master. Her astonishing beauty, coupled with an innate charm, had captivated all the disciples, save for Yanxi, who had chastised her for inadvertently disrupting their cultivation due to her allure. As a prodigious talent of the Hehuan sect, Nangong Qianro was accustomed to being revered, and having her pride wounded was a novel experience, igniting her indignation to challenge Yanxi. The outcome was that she was swiftly subdued, her arrogance shattered. Yet, rather than reprimanding her, Yanxi offered constructive feedback on her performance, highlighting areas for improvement while praising her solid foundation. After the critique was concluded, Yanxi departed, leaving a bewildered Nangong Qianro standing in place. After a brief moment of reflection, it seemed that Yanxi had come to a realization. Could it be that this little minx is fond of me for this reason? What is this phenomenon called? A submissive masochist? Yanxi felt speechless, struggling to believe his own deductions. It appears that brother Yanxi has recalled something. Indeed, the only one unaffected by my appearance is you, brother Yanxi. Even my master cannot achieve that. Moreover, in your gaze, there is no hint of lust, only that tender affection one might have for a younger sister. Upon finishing her words, a faint blush blossomed on Nangong Qianro's cheeks, rendering her both alluring and innocent, irresistibly charming in a way that was indescribable. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, and many male cultivators bent over, visibly flustered. What a ghastly sister, what ghastly affection. What nonsense have you conjured in your mind? Slander. All slander. Yanxi insisted that he harbored no such thoughts. The original owner of his body had someone he cherished and held no interest in Nangong Qianro. He was merely curious about her sudden appearance, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Well, you are right. Let us refrain from further discussion. Let her indulge in her fantasies. After all, Yanxi was the one benefiting from this situation. Who would T want to be admired by a beautiful younger sister? All right, brother Yinshi. I won't tell anyone. Henceforth, this shall be our little secret. Yinshi's expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Nangong Qianro naturally positioned herself beside him, smiling as she gazed at him. Ever since the news of Yanxi relinquishing his interest in Lu Yanren spread, Nangong Qianro had eagerly awaited this day. Prior to entering the Heavenly Palace secret realm, she had deliberately tested Lu Yanran with her words, seeking to confirm the accuracy of the rumors. She had longed for the day she could encounter Yanxi. To her astonishment, a casual stroll through the treasure city led her to the elusive Yanxi, a serendipitous twist of fate. It was only natural for her to feel exhilarated. With Lu Yanran out of the picture, it was now her time to pursue relentlessly. Who is this person, you ask? The nearby Long Out Yin could no longer contain himself. This sudden interloper had not only embarrassed him, but was now standing intimately close to Nangong Qianro. In Long Out Yin's mind, Nangong Qianro was already his possession, his cherished treasure. How could he allow anyone to infringe upon her? This individual was courting death. This person is an old friend of mine. We were merely engaging in jest. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Nangong Qianro explained with a smile. However, witnessing the smile on her face only fueled Long Out Yin's ire. Did he just let such a significant affront slide with a mere reference to an old friendship? Was Long Out Yin's dignity so trivial? You, what is your name? Long Ao Tian pointed at Yinshi, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Oh, I am Neza. Those who know me refer to me as the dragon-slaying Taoist. Yinshi responded with a smile. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire square fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The atmosphere began to shift into something peculiar. Some of the more timid individuals had already started to sneak away, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Regardless of the truth behind the name, one should never utter such claims in front of others, especially not in the presence of the Wulong clan. To declare oneself as a dragon-slaying Taoist was akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Even the most tempered of individuals would struggle to tolerate such provocation. Moreover, Long Ao Tian did not appear to be an amicable person. As expected, upon hearing Yinshi's declaration, Long Ao Tian's countenance darkened, his eyes seeming to emit flames as he fixed his gaze on Yinshi, gritting his teeth and saying, "You possess an audacity of great magnitude. Let me see if you are worthy of that title." A terrifying aura emanated from Long Ao Tian, causing the ground around them to crack, while the air resonated with a series of explosive sounds, as if it were about to shatter under the weight of his formidable presence. In the face of Long Ao Tian's oppressive might, Yinshi could not claim to be entirely unaffected. However, he merely remarked that the wind was rather pleasant and comfortable. Is a mere title enough to rattle you? With such a mindset, how could you possibly maintain any semblance of grace before women? Truly laughable. With that, Yinshi nodded and continued, "Since you have stated your intentions, I might as well stretch my limbs a bit. It has been a while since I last hunted dragons. I am curious to see if my skills have dulled. Today shall serve as an opportune moment to refresh my dragon-slaying techniques." Hold on. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice interjected. A middle-aged man rushed in, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He clasped his fists toward both Yinshi and Long Ao Tian, saying, "Gentlemen, please refrain from engaging in conflict. If there are any grievances, I kindly ask that you resolve them outside of the Divine Gravel Pavilion. My humble establishment is ill-equipped to withstand the turmoil that may ensue between you two. Should any fatalities occur today, my small shop cannot bear such grave consequences. I implore you both to show mercy." The middle-aged man spoke with a smile. His words impeccably chosen, he neither dwelled on the reasons behind the conflict nor assigned blame. Instead, he provided both of them an avenue for retreat. Though his words were exceedingly polite, the underlying message was unmistakable. For the sake of my reputation, please do not fight on my premises. If you must kill, do so elsewhere, as long as it does not happen here. As for the man's reference to his humble shop, it was clearly a display of modesty. Who would believe such a claim? Anyone familiar with the Treasure City would know that the Divine Gravel Pavilion was backed by formidable power. Otherwise, how could it have flourished into the colossal entity it was today amidst the chaos of the Yuxian Prefecture? Without formidable strength as a backing, daring to conduct business in the enigmatic province would leave one as nothing more than a remnant of bone, devoured in an instant. Given this, it would be better to compete elsewhere. Upon finishing his remark, Yinshi took the lead and stepped out of the Divine Gravel Pavilion, with Long Ao Yin closely following. A crowd of onlookers, witnessing the two exiting, eagerly rushed out as well. As they emerged, Both ascended into the air, gazing at each other from a distance. Long Outyin erupted with an overwhelming aura, his cultivation revealed in that moment. He was at the Yuanying realm. The spectators below were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Long Outyin's formidable strength at the Yuanying level. Such a powerful figure indeed. This was alarming. A Yuanying expert was terrifying. And one could only wonder what fate awaited the cultivator who had provoked him. It was evident. Death was certain. Who could have anticipated Long Outyin possessed such prowess? Alas, he had unwittingly offended Long Outyin and was now doomed. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Long Outyin's lips curled into a smug smile. Young man, I am curious as to what gives you the audacity to provoke me, but let me assure you, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Surrender the Millennium 9-leaf purple ginseng now, kneel and admit your fault, and even sever an arm, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Long Outyin declared haughtily, as if he had everything under control. You speak far too much. Was it not you who sought me out? Now you stand here rambling. Or perhaps you are merely adept at boasting, while being utterly useless. Yanxi retorted, his impatience evident. Seeking death, Long Outyin's expression turned icy, and he struck with ferocity. His first move was the strongest killing blow. His right arm transformed into a colossal dragon limb, its scales glinting ominously, exuding an unparalleled might as it descended upon Yanxi, binding the surrounding space in a bid to deliver a fatal strike. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as an illusory black dragon coiled around the draconic arm, adding an aura of desolation to the attack. In the face of Long Outyin's lethal strike, Yanxi remained unfazed, standing serenely in midair without a hint of movement. What was he doing? Why was he not reacting? Perhaps he was paralyzed by Long Outyin's overwhelming presence. Indeed, it was only natural to feel trepidation when faced with such a formidable adversary. Never mind, I can already envision his demise. Observing Yanxi's immobility, the crowd shook their heads in disappointment. They had anticipated an exhilarating battle, or at least a few exchanges. But who could have guessed that his opponent would be rendered speechless in fear? Truly a letdown. Boom. The colossal dragon claw surged fiercely towards Yanxi, igniting a tremendous explosion in the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble, a testament to the terrifying nature of Long Aotion's lethal strike. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Long Aotion's lips as he coldly surveyed the scene before him. To dare oppose Long Aotion is to embrace death as your finest fate. Surely, this audacious fool had been reduced to dust beneath his dragon claw. An uncontainable exhilaration surged within Long Aotion, but as the smoke cleared, the sight revealed Yanxi, unscathed, standing in the air, his expression indifferent, effortlessly blocking Long Aotion's seemingly inevitable blow with a mere finger. The sinister smile on Long Aotion's face froze at that moment, disbelief filling his eyes. Is this all there is to your power? Yanxi spoke softly, finding the encounter rather dull. You. Long Aotion's countenance stiffened at Yanxi's words, all shock transforming into fury in an instant. Die. With a thunderous roar, Long Aotion's form was enveloped in divine light, instantaneously transforming into a massive black dragon. This dragon, over 100 meters long, coiled majestically in the sky, exuding an aura of unrelenting majesty and terror, its presence oppressive and suffocating. The dragon let out a fearsome roar, its right claw ablaze with brilliant light, charging once more towards Yanxi with unmatched might. Die! An even more violent explosion erupted, causing everyone present to instinctively cover their ears, fearing their eardrums would shatter under the immense sound. At the point of the dragon claw's descent, a tempest of fierce winds erupted, scattering the clouds above the treasure city mercilessly, leaving the sky within several miles of pristine blue, while the combatants, Yanxi and Long Aotion, became the sole suns in this vast expanse. Not enough. Still too weak. Yanxi's indifferent voice rang out once more. He maintained his languid demeanor, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Long Aotion's enormous dragon eyes narrowed, an absurd emotion creeping into his heart. Could it be that this person remained entirely unharmed? Impossible. How could such a formidable being exist? Do you possess any other techniques? If this is all you have, it is dreadfully unexciting. Allow me to witness the other divine abilities of the dragon clan. And she continued, unfazed and unhurried. I. Long Aotion observed Yanxi closely. The same gesture, identical to before, still a single finger, still not retreating an inch. Even the positions of their defenses were completely unchanged. How could this be? How could this possibly be? Even in his true form. he still could not contend with this individual. It defies reason. It is well known that the strength of an individual in their human form is entirely distinct from that of their true form, particularly for dragons. While the human form is more agile, it is significantly weaker in terms of raw power, rendering even some formidable divine abilities uncastable. The reason for maintaining a human form is to conserve vital energy. The dragon clan typically presents itself in human guise until absolutely necessary. However, once they revert to their true form, their power escalates exponentially, a disparity that might rival that between an ant and a colossal elephant. Yet, even in his true form, Dragon Aotian, possessing immense strength, was effortlessly thwarted by Yin Shi. This left Dragon Aotian engulfed in a surreal sense of absurdity, awakening a flicker of fear within his once proud heart and a twinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness. As he gazed once more at Yin Shi's placid demeanor, the fear within him transformed into indignation. He felt shame for his self-doubt and for experiencing fear at all. In a fit of rage, Dragon Aotian unleashed a tremendous orb of light that erupted from his being, enveloping his entire dragon form and amplifying his presence several-fold. Subtle traces of blood energy seeped from the scales of his massive body, rendering him even more fearsome in appearance. "Prepare to meet your demise," he bellowed, his form igniting into a blazing inferno, charging at Yin Shi with an unstoppable momentum. "Oh, burning one's essence, are we? Now this is more like it," Yin Shi mused, nodding in approval at the level of attack Dragon Aotian was capable of. This is the demeanor one expects from a prodigy, albeit it still leaves much to be desired. In the face of Dragon Aotian's assault, Yin Shi remained as calm as a still pond, merely curling a finger before gently flicking it forward. Whoosh! A flash of icy brilliance darted past, and in an instant, Dragon Aotian's massive form came to a halt mid-air, the blood energy enveloping him vanishing without a trace. And he was reverted from his dragon form back to his human shape. Thud! The sound of a heavy object falling echoed. Dragon Aotian's entire right arm had vanished, blood gushing from the severed stump like a fountain, staining the sky crimson. The expression of terror etched itself onto Dragon Aotian's face as he gazed at Yin Shi as though confronting a mortal enemy, his body trembling uncontrollably. He never anticipated Yin Shi's formidable strength. With a single strike, he had been utterly defeated, left in tatters. Unable even to comprehend how Yin Shi had executed his move, if that last strike had targeted his neck. The thought sent a wave of regret crashing over Dragon Aotian. He lamented provoking this dragon slayer Taoist. The fear, previously suppressed, now surged wildly within him, overwhelming his heart in an instant. The onlookers were equally stunned, their gazes fixed vacantly upon the sky. When Dragon Aotian had exhibited the aura of the nascent soul stage, they had unanimously deemed Yin Shi destined for failure, many having silently sentenced him to death. Yet, they were astounded to discover that Yin Shi was so formidable that even Dragon Aotian of the nascent soul stage was no match. Even with Dragon Aotian burning his essence, he gained no advantage whatsoever. In the hands of Yin Sha, Long Out Yin appeared as powerless as a mere child. "You previously suggested that I sever an arm. Thus, I shall take one of yours in return. Did you not also imply that I should kneel and apologize? Your words are so disrespectful that it seems only fitting to repay you with your life. When venturing into the world, one must be discerning. Not everyone is worth provoking. It is now too late for you to learn. Perhaps in your next life, you should exercise more caution." At this moment, Long Out Yin was utterly paralyzed with fear. Forgetting even to flee, his body trembling uncontrollably as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. The dread of death had obliterated his sanity. Observing the dazed Long Out Yin, Yin Sha shook his head, preparing to act. "Hold your hand," exclaimed a member of the divine or pavilion, rushing over. With a familiar tone, they urged caution. Yin Sha furrowed his brow and descended from the air, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Just moments ago, you urged us to engage. And now you appear to intervene. What is this? Are you from the divine or pavilion, acting as meddlesome enforcers? Please, slaying dragon Taoist, let us not resort to violence. Everything can be discussed. Why stir trouble that may lead to loss of life? I implore you to grant our divine or pavilion a favor," the newcomer said, adorned with a sycophantic smile, their demeanor exceedingly humble. "This little worm is poised to take my life, and you ask me to spare him? If I were the one facing death, would the divine or pavilion come to my aid? Are you attempting to bully me An unanchored cultivator without backing? Yinsha replied, his displeasure evident. The representative of the divine or pavilion's expression shifted dramatically, hastily responding, No, no, we would never dare. Even if the slaying dragon young master were at a disadvantage, our pavilion would surely lend assistance. We would never allow the situation you described to unfold. We merely wish to avoid unnecessary casualties that might disturb our esteemed guests. Yinsha narrowed his eyes, the glimmer in his gaze causing the other to feel a chilling rigidity, their smile faltering. Is that truly the case? Indeed, absolutely. The representative of the divine or pavilion hastily assured, cold sweat soaking their back. The atmosphere became palpably tense, stifling. As time elapsed, the pressure on the pavilion representative intensified until, just as they neared their breaking point, laughter erupted, shattering the oppressive ambience. Ha ha! Yinsha suddenly burst into laughter. I was merely jesting. Do not be so anxious. I trust you. After all, the divine or pavilion trades on integrity and would not deceive over such trifles. Am I correct? The representative of the divine or pavilion forced a smile more grotesque than tears and nodded vigorously. Yes, you are absolutely right. Slaying dragon young master. The humble shop is willing to offer a compensation of a rare treasure valued at 1 million high-grade spirit stones to the esteemed Zhanlong Gongzi. Hoping that he would not decline, Yanshi repeatedly waved his hand, saying, Oh, there's no need for such formality. I have no interest in these empty gestures. After all, a mere prodigy from the Wulong clan cannot possibly be worth such a fortune. Upon hearing these words, the representatives of the divine gravel pavilion turned pale, as if they had just lost a beloved relative. Trembling, one of them extended a finger. Two treasures. I beseech you, Zhanlong Gongzi, to show mercy. Yanshi, stroking his chin, casually remarked, I recall that an entire head of Yuan Ing realm Wulong flesh should fetch quite a price. I haven't calculated it myself, but surely your divine gravel pavilion has an idea. Perhaps you could assist me in making the calculation? The representative clutched his chest, his face ashen, and after taking several deep breaths, he finally said, 3 treasures. No more. If it exceeds that, you might as well strike me down. It appeared that 3 million high-grade spirit stones was the limit. Yanshi reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall grant your divine gravel pavilion this favor. Observing the two haggle over what seemed to be a mere commodity was a profound insult. Yet Long Outyin kept his head bowed, afraid to utter a word, lest Yanshi find another opportunity to strike. Fleeing was not an option, as they would not simply allow him to escape. Unable to match Yanshi in combat, he decided to feign ignorance. Yanshi clicked his tongue, lamenting the missed opportunity to provoke the arrogant dragon. Glancing back at Long Outyin, he noticed he remained motionless, lost in thought. With a cold snort, Yanshi waved his hand and declared, Today you are fortunate, having the divine gravel pavilion to speak on your behalf. Otherwise, I would have demonstrated the might of Zhanlong. There are always greater powers beyond, and in the future, should you wish to bully the weak, consider the disparity between us. Allow me to inform you, I have a brother named Xiao Fan, known as the Dragon Slayer. When you encounter him, I expect you to show him the same courtesy. Do not forget who spared your life today. With that, Long Outyin felt a wave of relief wash over him and hastily fled, as if he wished he had several more legs to escape faster. Deep down, he understood that although he was a prodigy within his clan, his significance was not as great as he believed. Yanshi's prowess left him in awe, and it was evident that he belonged to a formidable faction, at least as powerful as the Wulong clan. Although the divine gravel pavilion had stepped in to advocate for him, it also carried a warning. The 3 million high-grade spirit stones would inevitably have to be repaid. Had he perished here today, he would have likely exchanged his life for mere resources, benefiting others unduly. Such self-destructive actions were beyond his consideration. After escaping, Long Outyin resolved to remember Yanshi's words. You have a younger brother named Xiao Fan, do you not? A dragon-slaying warrior, I believe. When I encounter him in the future, I shall certainly seek to forge a close bond with him. I assure you, I shall not slay him, but I will make his existence a living hell, returning the humiliation you bestowed upon me today 100-fold. Yanshi's final words were deliberately directed towards Long Aotian. Letting Long Aotian go left, Yanshi feeling somewhat unsettled, rather than allowing such a waste. He thought it prudent to utilize him to create some trouble for Xiao Fan, as it would be a mere secondary task. With an enemy like Long Aotian, it was certain that Xiao Fan's future days would be fraught with torment. The reason Yanshi chose to release Long Aotian, aside from the intervention of the divine gravel pavilion, was that he recalled Long Ao Tian's character profile. In the original narrative, Long Ao Tian had a role, albeit a rather unfortunate one. Though he bore the name of a protagonist, he was devoid of the fortune that typically accompanied such a title. As a competent stepping stone, he appeared at the most opportune moments, presenting his face for Xiao Fan to strike, thereby enhancing the latter's reputation. Just as had occurred today, even in a different world, Long Ao Tian could not escape the fate of being a mere stepping stone. It could only be said that this was the design of fate. I hope you will treat Xiao Fan well in the future and not squander my heartfelt intentions, Yanxi silently wished. As a named character in the original story, under the manipulation of the Grand World's will, Long Ao Tian would inevitably intersect with Xiao Fan. If Yanxi were to eliminate him now, it would be tantamount to interfering with the original plot, potentially diminishing the rewards he might reap. Fortunately, Long Ao Tian possessed the ability to endure and recognize the significance of restraint, thus refraining from giving Yanxi an opportunity to strike. Brother Yanxi, you were truly impressive just now, Nangong Qianro whispered softly into Yanxi's ear. Yanxi quickly rubbed his ear. This little minx was undeniably alluring. He wondered what fragrance she wore, as her words carried a delightful scent. What, is this your first day realizing it? Yanxi raised an eyebrow, determined not to lose face or allow this woman to gain the upper hand. Nangong Qianro nodded vigorously, slowly leaning closer to Yanxi, her eyes glistening with a hint of mist, responding in a sweet voice. So handsome. I like it so much. Brother, Yanxi is amazing. I'm so tired. Could you carry me? No. Yanxi firmly pushed Nangong Qianro away, resolutely declining. Little vixen, do you think I can just carry you because you ask? What about my dignity? Am I to let you have the upper hand? Scoundrel, how quickly you turn your back. Nangong Qianro seethed inwardly. Having offered herself, he still put on an act. If she hadn't sensed through her techniques that his dragon spear was already eager to act, she might have believed him. But this was not without its merits. At the very least, Nangong Qianro had confirmed that her brother, Yanxi, harbored feelings for her, solidifying that sentiment. A man's words may deceive, yet his body does not lie. Moreover, seeing Yanxi adopt a serious demeanor while pretending to be a gentleman was quite amusing. She found herself liking him even more. Damn it, that wretched dragon slayer. How envious. No, how infuriating. How dare he reject the esteemed Miss Nangong. Truly a beast beneath contempt. The onlookers began to grind their teeth in frustration. Many drew their weapons, eager to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Yanxi. Though they knew they were no match for him, their actions were a testament to their masculine pride. At that moment, the head of the Divine Gravel Pavilion arrived just in time, offering the crowd a way out, prompting them to begrudgingly sheath their weapons. With a broad smile, he approached the two and said, Miss Nangong, Master Slayer of Dragons, it is quite fortuitous that you both have arrived today, just in time for our auction of celestial stones. The auction is about to commence on the 3rd floor. I wonder if you both might be interested in attending? The Celestial Stone Auction is one of the pavilion's premier events, held once a year. Unlike ordinary celestial stones, those featured in the auction are meticulously selected by the Divine Gravel Pavilion and are exquisite treasures. These stones are guaranteed to yield valuable items, akin to the guaranteed rewards in a card drawing game. The celestial stones that emerge from this auction are renowned for their worth. There have been numerous instances of them yielding the legendary 9 Heavens mysterious stones as mentioned by the Elder of Waste Materials, along with various divine weapons, miraculous elixirs, and profound martial arts manuals. There was even a rare occasion when a heavenly grade divine medicine was discovered. Thus, each time the Celestial Stone Auction is held, it draws countless participants. Ordinary individuals lack the qualifications to partake in the Celestial Stone Auction. Only those of considerable renown and wealth are permitted entry. Initially, Yanxi, in the guise of a wandering cultivator, would not have been eligible to ascend to the 3rd floor. However, his calm demeanor when confronting Long Ao Yin, coupled with his indifference towards the opponent, suggests that Yanxi's identity is anything but ordinary. The discerning individuals of the Divine Gravel Pavilion, observing Miss Nangong Qianro's attitude towards Yanxi, have already made educated guesses regarding his identity. This also explains why the pavilion was willing to offer Yanxi 3 million high-quality spiritual stones as compensation. This Master Slayer of Dragons possesses an even more formidable background than Long Ao Yin. Who else in the entire Tianyuan continent could capture the heart of the proud Miss Nangong? While they may not speak of their insights, the auction's privilege must still be accorded. I suppose I am indeed doing Miss Nangong a favor, Yanxi jested. eliciting a roll of the eyes from Nangong Qianro. He had come merely for amusement, and now that he was here, he might as well see what treasures awaited him. Please, after you. The head of the pavilion gestured, guiding them to the third floor. Once on the third floor, he left them with a casual, "Feel free to explore." Before taking his leave, Yanxi returned a courteous nod and began to survey the lavish surroundings of the third floor. In stark contrast to the market-like atmosphere of the first floor, this space was nothing short of opulent, a realm of splendor. The decor was extravagantly luxurious, and rare materials, typically unseen elsewhere, were abundant here. Even a single item cast aside would incite fierce competition among the cultivators outside. Yet these extraordinary treasures are not the protagonists of today's narrative. The true focal point lies at the center of the third floor, where a grand exhibition platform showcases 9 celestial stones. These stones, varying in shape and size, range from those towering over 100 meters, resembling miniature mountains, to others no larger than the palm of one's hand, akin to ordinary stones found by the roadside. Despite their stark physical differences, each celestial stone shares a common trait. The prohibitions upon them are exceedingly potent, rendering the divine consciousness unable to approach. Encased in a mysterious stone garment, they exude an air of unparalleled enigma. This distinction marks the divide between ordinary celestial stones and those of a superior caliber, the coveted gems that can yield divine artifacts of the heavenly tier. Of course, recognizing these differences requires one to possess a certain level of cultivation and insight. To the untrained eye, they may appear no different from ordinary celestial stones. In order to discern celestial stones through such means, one must at least possess the strength of the tribulation stage and have extensive experience in observing such stones, lest one fall prey to misjudgment. Common factions cannot afford to host mighty beings of the tribulation stage. Only the esteemed Shenglai Pavilion, backed by the ancient sects, can offer such luxurious privileges. The celestial stones selected for auction are the Cr de la Cr, the finest of the finest. As for the possibility of the Shenglai Pavilion passing off inferior stones as superior ones, there is little cause for concern. Quality celestial stones yield exceptional items, thereby enhancing the reputation of the Shenglai Pavilion and attracting more individuals to engage in stone gambling. They have made it abundantly clear that they prefer enduring business relationships over fleeting profits. Such self-sabotage is not within their purview. Otherwise, the stone gambling enterprise would not have thrived for so many years, drawing countless enthusiasts. The casino's profitability does not hinge on swindling your modest sums. Whether it be tens of thousands or millions, the actual profit from a single transaction is meager. The real revenue stems from the houses cut during your gambling endeavors. Once you place your bet, regardless of the outcome, you have already lost. You must pay the casino before you gamble. How absurd. This is merely the most favorable scenario. In reality, casinos often seek to exploit your funds while also taking their share. Do not expect compassion from those who run the casino. The moment you sit at the table, you are already teetering on the brink of an abyss. If one person extracts 3 to 5 coins from you, consider what happens with 1,000 or even 10,000 gamblers. Over a month or a year, the cumulative total reaches astronomical figures. Thus, a steady stream of income proves to be the most lucrative. Unsustainable exploitation is inadvisable. When Yanxi entered the third floor, he found it already bustling with visitors. Among them were venerable elders with flowing white hair, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, alongside arrogant youths with sharp gazes, displaying an air of superiority, disregarding those around them. Each individual present was undoubtedly of significant stature, hailing from prominent sections. Yanxi attracted little attention, merely perceived as a disciple from some sect seeking to broaden their horizons. However, the arrival of Nangong Qianro altered the atmosphere entirely, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. As she affectionately linked her arm with Yanxi, all eyes immediately shifted toward him. It was unexpected to see Nangong Qianro exhibit such a delicate demeanor. They say she possesses lofty standards, dismissing the ordinary with disdain. However, this notion seems to be unfounded. A sarcastic voice suddenly pierced through the air. A man clad in embroidered silk stepped forth from the crowd. His hair and beard were completely white, his complexion devoid of color, resembling a corpse with an aura of decay that suggested he was not of the living. His eyes were cold, harboring a profound chill that sent shivers down one's spine with just a glance. I am merely devoted to my beloved, and the feelings I harbor are not meant for the ears of outsiders. Nangong Qianro replied with a smile. The Ba Shi divine son, one of the myriad races, was a descendant of the ancient Ba Shi lineage. This extremely ancient clan had endured for countless years, boasting unparalleled strength and status, rivaling the great sects of antiquity. Within the clan, the Divine Sun held a position equivalent to that of the Holy Sun in the great sects, a figure of immense authority, second only to none. Huh. Nangong Qianro, I wondered why you dared to confront me today. It appears you have found a new patron. No wonder your courage has swelled. Nangong Qianro was renowned for her beauty, pursued by suitors in droves, among whom the Ba Shi Divine Sun was one. However, like the others, he had been spurned by her. The Ba Shi clan was formidable, far beyond the reach of the Hehuan sect, and Nangong Qianro typically had to tread carefully, lest she offend him. Yet today, emboldened by the presence of her elder brother, Yan Shi, she felt a newfound audacity. Perhaps fearing that Yan Shi might misinterpret her intentions, she boldly retorted to the Ba Shi Divine Sun. Humph. The icy gaze of the Ba Shi Divine Sun suddenly shifted to Yan Shi, and he unleashed his imposing aura, compressing it into a single line that bore down upon Yan Shi, hoping to intimidate him. As the pressure approached, Yan Shi remained unfazed, feeling merely a gentle breeze, even finding it somewhat amusing. The Ba Shi Divine Sun, noticing Yan Shi's lack of reaction, mistakenly believed he had struck fear into him. He scoffed loudly. So you are but a wastrel, unable to withstand even a modicum of my pressure. It seems, Nangong Qianro, you truly need to reconsider your choices. To have settled for such a spineless wretch, Nangong Qianro had repeatedly rejected him, and he had assumed she had chosen a paragon of excellence. To discover such mediocrity was infuriating. Do you enjoy barking like a dog? Yan Shi replied expressionlessly. He pondered whether the Ba Shi Divine Sun was blind. For which eye did he see him unable to withstand the pressure? What did you say? The Ba Shi Divine Sun's eyes blazed with fury, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask. As the tension escalated between the two, someone stepped forward to mediate. A young man clad in luxurious robes interjected, "Gentlemen, may I have your attention? Let us not ruin the harmony, for it would provide others with a spectacle to relish. How about you, Miss Nangong, introduce this young man." The speaker is none other than the third prince of the great Yu divine dynasty, with the potential to reign as king for a century, emperor for a millennium, and deity for 10 millennia. The great Yu dynasty undoubtedly boasts a legacy extending over 10,000 years, positioning it among the most formidable powers, akin to the ancient sects of the ages. As the most distinguished among the princes, the third prince is renowned for his exceptional prowess, possessing the capability to command attention and discourse. Naturally, he harbors curiosity about Yan Shi's identity. The challenges in pursuing Nangong Qianro are evident. Thus far, no prodigy has captured her interest. The emergence of this previously unknown individual would pique anyone's interest. The one who can win Nangong Qianro's affections must possess extraordinary qualities. While his apparent strength may seem unimpressive, one cannot discount the possibility of hidden abilities. Thus, forging a connection with such an individual would be prudent. As a member of the royal family, astuteness in assessing circumstances is fundamental. Wisely utilizing all available resources and befriending any potential allies are mere tactics on the path to the throne. By facilitating a favor between Yan Shi and Nangong Qianro today, he might reap rewards manifold in the future. The third prince's calculations are astute, yet regrettably, his premise is flawed from the outset. Yan Shi requires no assistance from him. I am known as Su Xian, the snake-catching Taoist. In my early years, before my cultivation, I survived in the mountains by catching snakes. After attaining success in my practice, I adopted this moniker. Those were truly wonderful times, Yan Shi reminisced. Upon hearing his words, those around him could not suppress their reactions, their lips twitching in amusement. Nangong Qianro stifled a laugh, amused by her brother, Yan Shi's newfound wit. Particularly, the manager of the auction house nearly doubled over from Yan Shi's playful banter. The news of Yan Shi outshining Long Out Yin had already circulated, along with speculations about his identity. Just moments ago, he was Neza, the dragon-slaying Taoist, and now he claims the title of Su Xian, the snake-catching Taoist. If this were not intentional, he would find it utterly unbelievable. You seem to revel in mischief, poking at others with such fervor, he thought. Having just offended the Wulong clan, he now risks antagonizing the Ba Shi clan. Let us not forget, the Ba Shi clan is affiliated with the ancient sects, representing the pinnacle of formidable powers. It appears that this individual's true identity is becoming increasingly clear. However, witnessing the multitude's discomfort brought him a sense of unexpected satisfaction. Truly, He is remarkable, a youth of great promise. My dear sir, such jesting should not be made lightly, for it may offend, the third prince remarked, his expression stiffening, unsure of how to respond. The snake-catching Taoist clearly aimed his words at the Ba Shi divine son. Was he startled by the latter's imposing aura? Feeling the need to regain composure through his words? Misjudging one's own strength and speaking recklessly could indeed prove perilous. What purpose does a fleeting verbal dispute serve? The majesty of the divine child is inviolable, especially with so many witnesses present. The divine child of the serpent will undoubtedly not let this transgression go unpunished. This young man is likely to meet his demise here today, the third prince lamented inwardly. He perceived a certain deficiency in the young man's character. Alas, what a pity. This little fellow is quite intriguing. The audacity of youth is unafraid of tigers, someone remarked from the crowd. Though the young man spoke with a hint of arrogance, his words resonated with the crowd. After all, the foreign tribes remain just that foreign. Should his life be in peril later, extending a hand to save him would not be out of the question. Impudence. Kneel before me. A golden-haired man with deep-set eyes and a hawk-like nose stepped forth from the throng. His piercing gaze bore down with frigid intent, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, descending like a tempest to compel Yanxi to kneel. Peng Wanli, a paragon of the golden-winged rock clan and a renowned figure within the eternal sects, shared a close bond with the divine child of the serpent and was his longtime confidant. Witnessing the divine child being mocked ignited his fury, prompting him to deliver a profound lesson to this insolent youth. Again with this, can't you come up with something new? Yanxi found himself at a loss for words. What was it with these individuals from various tribes? Why did they all feel the need to exert their pressure upon others and demand submission? Did they possess some peculiar inclination? Observing Yanxi remain unfazed and at ease, the indignation on Peng Wanli's face flickered momentarily before he intensified his oppressive aura once more. Yet, Yanxi remained unresponsive, like a steadfast rock weathering a storm. Seeking death, as Peng Wanli faltered, the divine child of the serpent could no longer remain passive. His gaze sharpened, and divine light flickered in his hand as it surged toward Yanxi. What a waste of time. Why not strike sooner? In the end, it all leads to confrontation anyway. Everyone can see that these two brutes initiated the attack first. In light of this, I shall not hold back. Given the stature of those present, unlike the first floor, Yanxi deemed it necessary to clarify his position. Establishing his persona was crucial to ensure he did not appear as a bully towards a mere child. With that, Yanxi swept away his previous demeanor, a formidable aura radiating from him, causing the defensive array of the third floor to illuminate. You, a mere bird, enjoy making others kneel, do you? Very well. You shall kneel before me first. Thud. Peng Wanli found himself unable to withstand the pressure, his knee making intimate contact with the floor. You expect me to kneel for you? Are you worthy? Yanxi retorted, then turned his attention to the divine child of the serpent. I almost forgot about you. You wretched eel. What do you think you're flaunting here? You dare to insult Nangang Shinro. You too shall kneel. No, prostrate yourself before me. Bang. The divine child of the serpent immediately fell into a full prostration. With a single move, he subdued two of the most exceptional prodigies, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. The individual who just moments ago contemplated saving Yanxi now felt a tinge of embarrassment wash over their face. Upon hearing Yanxi fiercely defend her, particularly the declaration, "How dare you insult Nangang Shinro?" her heart nearly melted. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yanxi, longing to marry him at that very moment. If anyone should be scolded, let it be me. Yanxi huffed, asserting his dominance. You insufferable man, she retorted, her cheeks flushed, brimming with sweetness. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yanxi rendered any thought of resistance futile for the two of them. They were swiftly subdued, finding even the slightest movement of a finger to be an arduous task. Although Yanxi's oppressive aura was directed solely at Peng Wanli and his companion, the unintentional intensity of his presence instilled a profound sense of dread, akin to confronting a formidable beast. The two men bore the brunt of this pressure, and the weight they felt was immeasurably greater. The Ba Shi divine son felt his very soul tremble, the fear gnawing at him, rendering his breath laborious. The suffocating sensation of impending doom clung to him, as if he were teetering on the precipice of death. The manifestation of the split body realm. Occupying a high position, the Ba Shi divine son possessed a broader perspective than Peng Wanli. He instantly discerned Yanxi's current cultivation level. As a divine son, He was equipped with ample resources. The mere pressure exerted by Yanxi left him somewhat disheveled, yet not enough to claim his life. He silently summoned the true energy within him, his eyes glinting with cold determination, and gritted his teeth as he half-kneeled against Yanxi's pressure. A surge of murderous intent coalescing within him, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Both he and Ping Wanli were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm and were on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm. He could not fathom why, despite the seemingly minor disparity in their cultivation levels, the gap felt insurmountable. After all, he was the divine son of the Bashi clan, the most gifted individual of his lineage. Engaging in combat beyond his realm was not beyond his capabilities. Even when facing an opponent 2 major realms above him, he felt confident enough to exchange a few blows. Yet today's encounter shattered his understanding. He found himself unable to withstand the very pressure that Yanxi unleashed. The burden imposed by Yanxi nearly rivaled that which he felt in the presence of his own master. How could such a feeling of helplessness be experienced against a mere practitioner of the split-body realm? While the Bashi divine son could still withstand it, Ping Wanli was far less fortunate. His face contorted in agony, his complexion reddened, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating internal injuries. Struggling to maintain his composure, each movement felt like an unattainable luxury. He could only glare fiercely at Yanxi, a futile attempt to express his rage. "What are you staring at? You don't like being called a scruffy bird, do you? Give me another glare, and I'll knock your head askew," Yanxi declared, before delivering a swift slap that sent both men flying. Their bodies collided violently against the wall, causing the defensive array to tremble. The sensation of one's internal organs shattering is palpable, as both individuals simultaneously expel a mouthful of blood. The two brutes continue to feign composure, yet today, only I can maintain such a facade. Upon hearing Yin, she referred to them as beasts. The fury and hatred in the eyes of the serpent god and Peng Wanli intensified, manifesting as a palpable aura of murderous intent directed squarely at Yanxi. "Oh, so you still possess the strength to leap? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, Yanxi lifted his oppressive aura and beckoned to the 2 fallen figures on the ground. "Come at me together, though I typically capture snakes. Today I shall break my usual restraint, and after catching the snakes, I shall also take a bird." As Yanxi concluded his declaration, he even found time to converse with Nangong Qianro. "Soon, dear sister, I shall prepare honey-glazed chicken wings for you. They are truly delectable. Although I did not manage to acquire dragon liver, snake liver is equally delightful, and it is said that snake gallbladder is a revered beauty elixir. I shall save some for you, so you can replenish your vitality. Moreover, every part of the snake is valuable. We must not waste the meat. Let us prepare a snake stew, as the weather is turning cooler, making it the perfect season for the snakes to be at their most succulent." The depths of hatred within the serpent god had driven him to madness. He had never endured such profound humiliation, and only blood could cleanse it. To dismember, Yanxi would not suffice to alleviate his resentment. No, killing him would be too merciful. He must be imprisoned and subjected to torment, forced to yearn for life, yet unable to escape death. If he does not reveal himself, when else could he? The serpent god suddenly bellowed in fury. If he does not reveal himself, when else could he? The serpent god's voice echoed again, his gaze upon Yanxi as if he were staring at a corpse. The dignity of the serpent clan is not to be trifled with. Today, his humiliation tarnished not only his own reputation, but that of the entire serpent lineage. As the scion of the serpent clan, it is his duty to uphold their honor. "Act swiftly. Slay this wretch." The serpent god, noticing the silence, shouted once more. Alas, still there was no response. "Little mudfish, are you perhaps searching for your protector? You might want to ponder why he is yet to appear. A correct guess earns a reward, while an incorrect one incurs a penalty," Yanxi remarked with a faint smile. "Is it not merely a protector? As if everyone does not have one. The sons of the ancient sects, each of them a prodigy of extraordinary status, are the pillars that their sects aspire to nurture. As the saying goes, only those who grow into greatness can truly be called geniuses. Those who falter along the way are but dust in the annals of history. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. Although the sons of the sect appear formidable and their status exalted, the dangers they face are innumerable. And who desires a powerful disciple as an adversary? This is when a protector becomes essential for covert safeguarding. As for Yanxi, as the scion of the Celestial Path sect, his protector is no ordinary individual. He is regarded as the most gifted prodigy the Celestial Path sect has seen in many years. a formidable contender for the title of the most powerful immortal in the future. Such a talent merits the utmost caution and protection. Therefore, Yanxi's protector is. In the ascension phase, to have a transcendent master in the ascension stage serve as a guardian for the saint is an unprecedented occurrence. A being of such caliber, regardless of the sect they belong to, serves as a pillar of stability, a precious asset to any spiritual order. Typically, such individuals are reserved as the last resort for suppressing threats, appearing only in the face of dire crises. In ordinary circumstances, they remain as venerable ancestors, seldom revealing themselves. The sheer force unleashed by a master in the ascension stage can cause the very heavens to tremble, rendering ordinary cultivators akin to mere ants in their eyes. Such figures are cherished and revered, making it inconceivable for them to be dispatched as guardians. Yet, Yanxi possesses this extraordinary privilege, solely due to his prodigious talent. In a world where celestial beings have not been seen for millennia, he stands as the most likely candidate to tread the path of immortality. The Heavenly Way Sacred Sect has placed all its hopes upon him, rendering any outrageous protection worthwhile. As Yanxi contemplated this, he couldn't help but marvel. Had the original story's foolish saint not been ensnared by romantic distractions, the path to immortality would have rightfully included him. Unfortunately, he betrayed the trust of the entire Heavenly Way Sacred Sect, leading to his dismal fate. However, with Yanxi's arrival, everything was destined to change. Upon hearing Yanxi's teasing voice, the serpent god's expression darkened, his face shadowed as if drenched in gloom. "What have you done?" The serpent god deduced that his guardian might be in peril. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a prolonged silence. Yet, he could not fathom how. Even if the other's guardian surpassed his own in strength, there could be no news after such a length of time. The notion that Yanxi possessed an ascension stage master as a guardian was too outrageous for him to entertain. "You certainly do talk too much. Have you decided how you wish to meet your end?" Yanxi dismissed him, showing little interest in responding to a snake on the brink of death. The crowd erupted in disbelief upon hearing that the serpent god's guardian had also been suppressed. Expressions of incredulity filled their faces. The serpent god held a position of great esteem as the designated heir of an ancient demon clan. Thus, his guardian was expected to possess considerable strength, ranking among the elite in the entire Tianyuan continent. Yet, such a formidable figure had been silently subdued, leaving the onlookers in shock. The mere act of suppression is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the ability to do so without a sound. This necessitates a level of power that utterly overwhelms the opponent. Just how formidable must the assailant be? After all, guardians are typically beings of immense prowess. The gazes of the crowd shifted towards Yanxi, their perceptions altered. It was known that only colossal sects like the Eternal Monastery could boast guardians. While the presence of a guardian for the serpent god was not surprising, the sudden emergence of this young man with his own guardian was astonishing. Given his earlier tone, it was highly likely he belonged to the human race. Did this imply that he, too, was a saintly genius of an ancient sect? Whispers of speculation filled the air. What could possibly be the true identity of this individual? The divine serpent's progeny is undoubtedly unparalleled in various realms, and among the younger generation. Those possessing such prowess are exceedingly rare across the entire continent, particularly as he hails from our human kin. Could it possibly be the scion of the Lin family? Rumor has it that this Lin family holy son possesses extraordinary talents, being the most gifted individual in a decade of 100,000 years, destined for celestial ascendance. The entire Lin family harbors immense expectations for him. Thus, if it were indeed him, achieving such feats would hardly be considered an exaggeration. There is also the potentiality of the crown prince of the great Xia divine dynasty. Let us not forget that this prince is said to possess talents akin to those of the great Xia immortal ancestor, earning him the moniker of the great Xia subimmortal. Have you all overlooked another contender, the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect? Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. Although the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect seldom emerges, his talents are reputed to be of an extraordinary caliber. The Lin family's holy son has remained in seclusion, never revealing his visage to the outside world, and we remain oblivious to his appearance. Meanwhile, the subimmortal of Xia has been in seclusion for many years, clearly indicating that he is not the one. It appears this individual could very well be the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect. If this is the case, the divine serpent's progeny may find himself in dire straits, for it is said that this individual is quite prideful. The Divine Serpent's progeny is indeed one of the few formidable figures among the younger generation, those capable of effortlessly suppressing him, and who are worthy of being named, can be counted on one hand across the continent. Considering all these factors, coupled with the fact that he is of the human race, the name Yanxi naturally arises. As the crowd had nearly deduced Yanxi's identity, an elderly man with silvery hair approached him. Clasping his hands in greeting and smiling as he spoke, the esteemed Holy Son Yin graces our humble establishment, truly illuminating this place. I am Jin Wanman, the manager responsible for the auctions at the Divine Gravel Pavilion. I humbly beseech the Holy Son for a modicum of mercy. Might you spare the lives of these two? It is not my intention to show favoritism, but with the imminent commencement of the Celestial Stone auction, we would not wish for these two to dampen the spirit of the occasion. Should the Holy Son be willing to cease hostilities, I can assure you that I will facilitate a selection of celestial stones for both you and the Fairy Nangong as compensation. What say you? Jin Wanman rubbed his hands together, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. It is no wonder that they have achieved such commercial success. Their words are pleasing, leaving no room for criticism. However, who is Yanxi? He has come today with the intent to display his grandeur. The matter of betting stones is merely a secondary concern. The essence of his purpose lies in his desire to showcase his magnificence. Just as he was about to make an impressive statement on the first floor, he was interrupted by personnel from the Divine Gravel Pavilion. This had already granted the pavilion a concession, and how could they expect him to grant them further leniency so soon? There were no doors nor windows to accommodate such a request. With such a grand display, he absolutely must proceed with his exhibition today. Otherwise, he would not rest easy during his afternoon nap. Very well. I shall extend yet another concession to your Divine Gravel Pavilion. These two may escape the death penalty, yet they shall not evade the consequences of their actions. If you wish to insult me, so be it. I am not one to hold grudges and will retaliate on the spot. However, you shall not bully my dear little Chinro. Each of you must kneel before her, bow 3 times, and loudly proclaim yourselves as beasts, and I shall spare your lives. Jin Wan's smile faltered, his expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. This was not merely a matter of giving him face. It was akin to placing himself upon a pyre. Had he known better, he would have refrained from voicing his thoughts, thus avoiding the unnecessary debt of gratitude owed to Yanxi. It was evident that figures like the Ba Shi Divine Son and Peng Wanli, proud and lofty as they were, would never kneel in supplication. Death would be a more merciful fate than such humiliation. If circumstances were different, perhaps they might have secretly begged for mercy, but with so many witnesses present, yielding was out of the question. Yan Shengzi, indeed as he had claimed, possessed a rather petty heart. Such delusions were futile. Even in the face of death, they would never apologize. The Ba Shi Divine Son glared at Yan Shi with venomous disdain, his words chillingly devoid of warmth. Not only would he not apologize, but he would also never bow his head, even if offered a way out. Should he relent today, it would become a stain upon his future, a source of ridicule wherever he went. This transcended mere issues of pride. In the realm of cultivation, the pursuit of enlightenment demands unwavering resolve. If his heart became tainted, no matter his level of cultivation, the demons of doubt would surely claim his life. Those of unparalleled talent tread the path of invincibility. Fighting valiantly until the last drop of blood is shed, they would never acquiesce to Yanxi's demands. As she watched Yanxi stand before her, speaking on her behalf, Nangong Qianro felt an indescribable surge of emotion. What a rascal. Yet he knows how to care for others. It has worth my affection all this time. Always solitary. Nangong Qianro suddenly found herself reveling in the warmth of someone shielding her from the storm. It was a blissful sensation that ensnared her heart. An unfamiliar emotion began to blossom within her. Glancing at her storage ring, she resolved to take a stand. If you have the power, then kill us. Peng Wanli, having just regained his composure from the oppressive atmosphere, shouted, his eyes alight with fierce intent, fixating on Yanxi. There was no possibility of him apologizing, even facing death. Those words would never escape his lips. Unlike the Ba Shi Divine Son, he did not possess such a lofty status within his clan. Peng Wanli was merely a prodigy of the golden-winged rock lineage. Once he spoke, he would bring shame upon his family, and they would not care for his status as a genius. The harshest punishment would undoubtedly follow. Even if he survived, he would face dire consequences, losing access to future cultivation resources. The Ba Shi Divine Son might have leeway, but Peng Wanli dared not risk it. Look, Yanxi spread his hands. They refuse to comply. What am I to do? This is not a matter of my lack of respect for the Divine Stone Pavilion. Jin Wanman sighed in resignation. Taking a few steps back and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, I understand now. I shall leave the matter to the Holy Sun. Yanxi was evidently intent on causing trouble for the two individuals. Jin Wanman realized that further persuasion would only result in displeasure from both sides. After deliberation, he deemed it wiser to withdraw from the matter, allowing the parties to resolve their conflict independently. This, in effect, subtly favored Yanxi. The golden-winged Dapeng and the Ba Shi were both denizens of the demon race, and their inherent tendencies dictated that their ideologies diverged significantly from those of the human race. Should the Divine Gravel Pavilion forcibly intervene in this confrontation, based on their usual practices, it would likely foster resentment towards the pavilion, branding them as meddlesome. In light of this, it seemed more prudent to assist Yanxi, for he had already articulated his stance, achieving at least the appearance of neutrality. Even if the two demons sought to provoke conflict, they would find no grounds to do so. Yanxi's status as the Holy Sun eclipsed that of the Ba Shi's Holy Sun by a considerable margin. The prestige amassed by the heavenly Dao sacred sect over millennia is not something that ordinary forces can rival, not even the ancient sects. Yanxi rolled up his sleeves, stretched his limbs, and gestured towards Peng Wanli, inquiring of the Ba Shi Holy Sun, "What say you? Do you share his sentiments?" The Ba Shi Holy Sun, brimming with pride, exhibited no signs of fear. Naturally, with Peng Wanli demonstrating an unwavering demeanor, he felt compelled to assert his stance. Being a serpent, the Ba Shi naturally favored the cold and damp, resulting in their inherently aloof nature, akin to cold-blooded creatures. As a Holy Sun, his every action reflected on the Ba Shi clan. Any sign of weakness would bring disgrace upon his lineage, and he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon returning home. The number of eyes upon him was countless, and the Serpent clan would not adhere to notions of honor. Employing underhanded tactics was second nature to them. Should his standing waver, he could expect an onslaught of ruthless measures to follow. In defense of his position, the Ba Shi Holy Sun had no alternatives. Very well. I have never encountered such an outrageous demand in my life. Some seem inclined to court their own demise. I am benevolent by nature, always eager to lend a helping hand. Thus, I shall escort you on your final journey today. Yanxi appeared eager, his face alight with excitement. Sensing Yanxi's readiness to engage seriously, the Ba Shi Holy Sun's heart raced, and he hastily declared, "We are representatives of the Ba Shi clan and the golden-winged Dapeng clan." By stating this, the Ba Shi Holy Sun conveyed to Yanxi that they represented not just themselves, but also the two ancient sects backing them. "Should you dare to strike us, you would be opposing two ancient sects." Yanxi paused for a moment before replying, "I am aware. Did I not mention my desire for roasted chicken wings and snake stew? What is your point in bringing this up now?" The Ba Shi Holy Sun's eyes twitched in irritation as he continued, "We represent two ancient sects. If you intend to act, consider the consequences." Yanxi regarded the Ba Shi Holy Sun as if he were a fool. "You threaten me? How frightful. You threaten me so brazenly. And if I were to release you both, would I not be leaving myself with two formidable foes? Rest assured, your demise is imminent. I assure you, I shall not leave even the slightest trace of your essence." Yanxi declared with an impassive countenance. "You." The serpent god prince gasped, momentarily rendered speechless as he pointed accusingly at Yanxi. "You little eel, you possess a rather crafty mind. Do you truly believe yourselves to be representatives of two ancient sects? Do you even merit such a title? The younger generation engages in combat without regard for life or death. This is a long-established rule, and even the ancient sects are not exempt. What gives you the audacity to think that the Serpent clan would breach this code for your sake, simply because you bear the visage of a corpse? Or perhaps because you, like a toad aspiring to feast on swan flesh, overestimate your worth? Hurry now, utter your final words. I await my meal, and find it amusing that a mere ingredient considers itself a treasure. Bah! The elder generation must not interfere in the conflicts of the younger. A principle upheld for many years, born from the lessons of bloodshed. In ancient times, amidst the chaos of myriad clans, such gentlemanly agreements were as worthless as scrap paper. Today you slay my prodigy, and tomorrow I shall exterminate your divine offspring. This is a reality that unfolds constantly. As time passes, the animosities among various factions grow ever more profound, ultimately leading to an irrevocable cycle of vengeance. When the youth perish, the elders step forth. When the elders fall, the ancestors are drawn into the fray, culminating in the strongest within the sects engaging in battle, nearly plunging the entire continent into devastation. Countless years of bloodshed have transpired, and countless lives have been lost, until all parties, having regained their composure, realized that the continent teetered on the brink of collapse. To prevent such calamities from occurring, a consensus emerged: no interference in the younger generation's struggles. Elders who meddle in the affairs of the youth are met with universal disdain. Assassinations and poisonings may go unchecked, but they must remain shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, should such actions be uncovered, it would ignite war between two factions. A conflict between ancient sects would unleash turmoil across the entire continent. Thus, ancient sects generally exercise great restraint and refrain from engaging in conflicts lightly. The Serpent God Prince's words were mere whispers lost to the winds. However, exceptions do exist. Individuals like Yin Shi, and those previously mentioned such as Lin Xingzi and Xia Yixian, are destined to ascend to immortality, having garnered immense investment and hope from their respective sections. Should they tragically meet their end, the forces behind them would undoubtedly spare no effort in exacting a heavy toll on their adversaries. Regrettably, the Serpent God Prince does not belong to this esteemed circle. As Yin Shi aptly stated, he is unworthy of such consideration. The Serpent clan is inherently cold-blooded, and the competition within is both ruthless and bloody. Waging war over a mere divine offspring is simply not worth the cost. If you possess the courage, then by all means test it. The Serpent God Prince is acutely aware that Yin Shi speaks the truth. His standing within the Serpent clan is far less esteemed than he claims. Moreover, the position of the Divine Son was not acquired through conventional means. It was steeped in blood and treachery. Within the ranks of the Bash Serpent clan, this was the grim norm. Yet, he did not wish for death, nor did he dare to plead for mercy. The fate that awaited those who begged for clemency was all too clear. He would undoubtedly be devoured after facing punishment. However, the uncertainty of Yin Shi's disposition left him in a quandary. In a desperate situation, he had no choice but to gamble, hoping that Yin Shi's threats were mere rhetoric, devoid of any true intent to kill. Upon concluding his statement, the Divine Son of the Bash Serpent fixed his gaze intently on Yin Shi's eyes, seeking a glimmer of hope for survival within them. Alas, this time he had miscalculated and would have to be more cautious in his next life. Madman, Yin Shi muttered as he waved his hand, unleashing two beams of divine light that shattered the souls of the two. With another gesture, he transformed their corporeal forms into lifeless shells and stored them within his storage ring. I have already declared my intent to consume you, and I have reiterated it several times. Why is it that you cannot comprehend? If your mind is muddled, that is one thing, but your ears should function properly. I cannot feast on brain matter this time. It would be unfortunate if I became foolish after consumption, Yin Shi grumbled, eliciting a cold sweat from those surrounding him. We thought you were jesting. You truly intend to eat them, they exclaimed, astonished. They have all attained human forms. Does that not feel peculiar to you? Moreover, your actions were exceedingly decisive. Before we could even comprehend the situation, you had already taken away the bodies. Are you fearful of others pilfering your ingredients? The onlookers were utterly captivated by Yin Shi's fluid and decisive actions. They collectively concluded that it would be prudent for any edible beast tribes to steer clear of Yin Shi in the future, lest they find themselves roasted at his whim. I belong to the Spirit Stone clan. I cannot be consumed. Surely, the Holy Sun would have no interest in me? One pondered. Who knows? Perhaps he might carve you into a stone slab for roasting meat, came the retort. The atmosphere in the vicinity turned decidedly strange, with many beasts instinctively retracting their necks as they contemplated their own edibility. Upon overhearing their discussions, Yin Shi smiled and addressed them. Fear not, esteemed member of the Spirit Stone clan. Even if you were to offend me, I would not reduce you to a stone slab. The Spirit Stone cultivator's face lit up with joy, taken aback that the Holy Sun had acknowledged him and expressed goodwill. Just as he began to turn to offer his gratitude, Yin Shi continued, slabs are quite impractical. I would rather carve you into a clay pot for making soup. The crowd fell silent. The Spirit Stone cultivator, overwhelmed, fled in tears, observing Yin Shi's demeanor, which was surprisingly approachable rather than arrogant. Someone ventured to caution him. Holy Sun Yin, your actions seem somewhat impulsive. After all, the Bash Serpent Divine Son is not to be trifled with, and slaying him may lead to endless troubles. Indeed, the Bash Serpent clan is known for their narrow-mindedness and will resort to any means to achieve their goals. They may seek vengeance in the shadows. It would be wise to leave one alive, allowing them to quarrel amongst themselves. Quite so. Holy Sun, You must exercise greater caution in the days to come. Yanxi remained unperturbed, pondering the insignificance of the little mudfish that could hardly stir any waves. It was not endowed with extraordinary talent, merely a minor prodigy. It would be foolish for the Ba-Shi clan to trouble him. I appreciate everyone's concern, but I must express my gratitude, Yanxi stated with a serene smile. However, I believe the Ba-Shi clan would not act so rashly, especially since I have rendered them a considerable service. They ought to be thanking me. The crowd looked at him in confusion, unsure of what he considered a service. You have slain their divine son, and they are to thank you? What kind of twisted reasoning is that? Why did this generation's Ba-Shi divine son perish at my hands? Was it not due to a lack of strength? Had he possessed sufficient prowess, he would have been more than a match for me. I have merely assisted the Ba-Shi clan by evaluating the caliber of their divine son. If he was inadequate, the next might possess exceptional talent, Yanxi asserted, his expression filled with righteousness, oblivious to any potential fault in his logic. The crowd was left dumbfounded by his words. Is this even human logic? How brazen can one be? If I were a member of the Ba-Shi clan, hearing this would surely infuriate me to no end. Yet, one could not deny the truth in Yanxi's assertions. After all, as the son of the Celestial Path Holy Sect, he occupied a position of unparalleled strength and status. The Ba-Shi clan would likely refrain from antagonizing the Celestial Path Holy Sect over a single divine son, for their standings were not to be compared. The Ba-Shi clan could easily select another divine son, but the Celestial Path Holy Sect would be driven to madness should they lose Yanxi. The Ba-Shi clan, relying solely on their own might, would find it difficult to withstand the wrath of the Celestial Path Holy Sect. Ultimately, the demise of the Ba-Shi divine son resulted from his own inadequacies. In combat against his peers, he was vanquished, leaving no room for argument. In the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, throughout the ages, countless prodigies have emerged, yet only a select few reach the pinnacle. The fallen prodigy is merely a speck in the grand tapestry of time, unable to withstand the tides of change, lost in the endless sea of sands. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Such decisive individuals, possessing both ruthlessness and remarkable intelligence, are indeed formidable. Undoubtedly, the son of the Celestial Path Holy Sect holds an esteemed position. While others may fear the Ba-Shi clan, he does not. The death of a single divine son is trivial, in terms of talent and ability. Can the Ba-Shi divine son compare to Yanxi? The disparity is glaring. The Ba-Shi divine son was no weakling. He must have been at least at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul realm, and surely would have soon breached the divine transformation realm. Yet, in the hands of Yanxi, he was as powerless as an ordinary person. Who would disagree? However, only individuals of such caliber are worthy of the title of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao. In comparison to the divine child of the serpent, the Holy Son Yin surpasses him in every conceivable aspect, creating an experience akin to a refreshing spring breeze with his words, truly astonishing. It appears that the Holy Son Yin has been concealing his prowess. There were rumors suggesting he was merely at the Golden Core stage. Yet, today he revealed his true strength, demonstrating the abilities of a separation realm cultivator, hidden so deeply. To effortlessly subdue two beings on the verge of transcending into the divine transformation realm is an achievement unattainable by ordinary separation realm experts. The true combat power of the Holy Son Yin likely rivals that of formidable beings at the integration stage. Such terror, such fearsome might. If the Holy Son Yin encounters no unforeseen circumstances and maintains a steady ascent, he is destined to become one of the most powerful figures on the Tianyuan continent, leaving an indelible mark in history. This is the genuine potential for ascension. It is no wonder their praises are so extravagant. The rapid demise of Peng Wanli and the divine child of the serpent left no room for resistance. It evokes a sense of surrealism, particularly for renowned prodigies like the Third Prince. They feel a palpable fear towards Yanxi. Previously, he prided himself on being equal to the other holy sons, believing them to be merely equals. However, today's events have imparted a crucial lesson. Even amongst prodigies, there exists a disparity. This chasm appears to be wider than that between prodigies and mere mortals. He had once competed with the divine child of the serpent and found himself inferior. In the face of Yanxi, the divine child of the serpent seemed as weak as a chick. Should he encounter Yanxi, merely the pressure would likely lead to his demise. Listening to the unabashed flattery from the crowd, Yanxi felt elated, accepting their words wholeheartedly. Indeed, I am as impressive as you all believe. My journey to this point is solely due to my innate talent and a modicum of barely perceptible assistance from the system. Receiving compliments is truly delightful. No wonder people enjoy showing off. It seems there are tangible benefits to it. The emotional value derived from such admiration is immeasurable. With a positive mood, the path of cultivation flows more smoothly, and as cultivation progresses, strength increases more rapidly, leading to even greater opportunities for display. Thus, it appears that showing off is the swiftest shortcut to enhancing one's strength. Why cultivate? To show off more effectively. Why show off? To cultivate better. A perfect closed loop has been achieved. Yanxi contemplated a slight modification to his future cultivation strategy. He could not merely indulge in idleness, but should also venture out occasionally to showcase his prowess, for no other reason than to attain clarity of thought. A little show-off is not enough, while a grand display is never too much, as long as one can showcase. Holy Sun Yin, you have indeed caused quite a stir at our divine gravel pavilion. You must be generous in supporting the upcoming auction of celestial stones. Jin Wanman spoke with a hint of exasperation. Though the Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the Boss Snake Clan are formidable, the Divine Gravel Pavilion is no pushover. The pavilion commands respect, and should the two clans seek trouble, they must concoct a pretext. Of course, even if they were to initiate a confrontation, the pavilion would stand unafraid. This sentiment was primarily conveyed to Yanxi as a reminder that the pavilion had extended a helping hand to him, a gesture that warrants gratitude. Indeed, Yanxi responded with a smile, nodding in agreement. It's merely a matter of purchasing a few celestial stones. Let us procure the grandest ones. I had intended to acquire several celestial stones for enjoyment anyway. Many thanks to young Master Yin, Jin Wanman replied, donning a renewed smile as he turned to the assembly. Today's celestial stone auction promises to be far more vibrant than usual. We are all fortunate to witness the grace of young Master Yin, and for this alone, our journey is justified. Indeed. Many echoed in agreement. Esteemed guests, you have waited long enough. I shall refrain from further ado. Let us commence the auction for the celestial stones. With these words, the atmosphere surged to new heights. The moment they had all been anticipating had finally arrived. While the prowess of young Master Yin was indeed captivating, the centerpiece of today's gathering remained the celestial stones. Oh no! I haven't yet decided which stone to bid on. One lamented. Last time, I incurred a slight loss. This time, I must redeem myself. In the blink of an eye, all eyes converged upon the celestial stones, the earlier interlude completely forgotten. Jin Wanman, exhibiting commendable efficiency, had already presented the first celestial stone amid the discussions. According to the pavilion's senior experts, this inaugural celestial stone was among the finest in quality. To mark a prosperous beginning, we shall elevate the quality while maintaining the starting bid at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. With a flourish, Jin Wanman removed the crimson silk from the stone, revealing a celestial stone towering over a person. 150,000, Yin she called out after a glance. Youthful Master Yin, have you discerned something extraordinary about this stone? Someone nearby inquired. Puzzled by Yin Shi's swift bid, your eagerness to raise the bid so quickly is quite evident. Do you possess some divine insight into gambling stones? Not at all. Yin Shi replied casually. I simply find this stone visually appealing. This is my first venture into stone gambling. There are no particular techniques involved. If you all fancy it, I shall refrain from further bidding and leave it to you. With a wave of his hand, he spoke nonchalantly. Stone gambling is all about the thrill of chance. Winning brings joy to all, while losing is of little consequence. I do not expect to amass wealth from this. I came to the treasure city on a whim. Even if I possessed the ability to see through the celestial stones, I would not wish to employ it. After all, the essence of play lies in fairness and justice. In that case, we shall not contest this celestial stone and shall graciously concede it to young Master Yin. It is rare for young Master Yin to take a liking to something. We are willing to support this act of kindness and shall refrain from bidding. I perceive that this celestial stone possesses no extraordinary qualities. I shall opt for the subsequent offerings instead. I share the same sentiment. Having witnessed Yin Shi's prowess and the favorable impression he has left on the assembly, everyone is inclined to extend him a courtesy. After all, it is merely a celestial stone, and yielding is a trivial matter. Consequently, the crowd ceased their bids. Observing the lack of further offers, Jin Wanman could not suppress his frustration. He had initially planned to present a superior celestial stone, leveraging Yin Shi's popularity for a grand opening. However, the anticipated excitement had not materialized, and it appeared that a lull was imminent. In previous instances, the attendees would have eagerly competed for the first celestial stone, which typically commanded a significantly high price. Jin Wanman lamented internally, wishing he had not relied on Yin Shi's favorable winds. This was not a gentle breeze, but a blustery gale. The second celestial stone was promptly introduced, with an opening bid set at 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids, Jin Wanman declared. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yin Shi's voice echoed once more. 200,000. As before, after Yin Shi placed his bid, no one dared to respond. The atmosphere grew tense once again. Jin Wanman, unable to contain himself, clasped his hands in front of Yin Shi and complained, "Young Master Yin, this is not merely support. It feels as though you are sabotaging the event. With no one daring to bid, how can this auction proceed?" Jin Wanman's expertise lay in inciting the emotions of others with just a few words. He could elevate the excitement surrounding an item, prompting a fervent bidding war. In the past, this strategy had proven infallible, with each celestial stone auction yielding substantial profits. Yet this time, due to Yin Shi's presence, no one was willing to engage in competition. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials at hand. With silence prevailing, his persuasive talents were rendered ineffective. It is merely a matter of courtesy from everyone, Yin Shi replied with a cheerful smile. The effect of his display was evident. With formidable strength as his foundation, he could navigate any situation. Yet, he had to maintain his facade. The third celestial stone was subsequently acquired by Yin Shi for the same bid of 200,000. Jin Wanman's heart bled at the sight. These three celestial stones, under normal circumstances, would each fetch a price of at least 1 million spirit stones, with the first sometimes reaching 4 or 5 million. Yet, Yin Shi, in a stroke of fortune, spent less than 600,000 for 3 celestial stones. To the unknowing observer, it would seem he was merely stocking up. This was not an auction. It felt more akin to a heist. Fortunately, Yin Shi was not insatiable, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to cease. He explicitly stated he would not participate in the subsequent celestial stones. Jin Wanman finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, he would have truly been driven to despair. 3 celestial stones were sufficient. Yin Shi stowed the stones away, preparing to relish the exhilarating thrill of life and death in the cutting process. Would young Master Yin require assistance? The stone cutters at our Divine Gem Pavilion are seasoned veterans, each possessing at least a century of experience, ensuring swift and steady execution. Jin Wanman cheerfully offered. The cutting of stones was indeed a significant enterprise for the Divine Gem Pavilion. Typically, individuals engaged in stone gambling seek the expertise of the Divine Stone Gallery for their stone openings. They possess the remarkable ability to cleave the celestial stones without inflicting harm upon the treasures concealed within. This service constitutes a significant source of revenue for the gallery. Although their fees are considerable, they offer a guarantee of satisfaction. Naturally, for stones auctioned at the celestial stone sales, they provide the opening service free of charge. After all, those who can afford to spend millions of spirit stones would not be concerned about trifling costs. Imposing additional charges would seem rather disdainful. No need. I shall manage on my own, I declared. I have yet to experience the opening of a celestial stone. Today presents the perfect opportunity for a personal encounter. Purchasing and opening it myself adds to the enjoyment. Furthermore, the difficulty of opening stones is not insurmountable. I, Yin Shi, am perfectly capable of handling it. The process of opening celestial stones differs significantly from the traditional jade opening. In jade opening, lacking exquisite skill and a discerning eye can lead to catastrophic consequences, causing the value of the entire piece to plummet with a single miscalculated cut. However, celestial stones are filled with an array of divine weapons, rare materials, elixirs, and secret techniques, rendering them less prone to damage. Moreover, personally opening the stone feels far more authentic. Having another do it feels somewhat awkward. With these thoughts in mind, I brought my fingers together, forming a gesture akin to a sword finger. I approached the towering celestial stone and made a decisive incision down its center. Witnessing my actions, many onlookers felt a jolt of anxiety. The heart of Yin Xingzi is truly bold. They murmured, "This technique is far too reckless. Starting the cut in the middle, what if it conceals precious materials? A misstep could lead to utter destruction." Clang. It seemed I had struck something exceptionally hard, as a crisp sound echoed from within the stone. Evidently, fortune favored me. There was indeed something inside. A faint smile graced my lips. I then transformed my sword finger into an open palm and unleashed a surge of inner strength against the celestial stone. Crack! Crack, bang. The stone fissured from the center, its outer layer shattering and scattering, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. As the debris settled, a brilliant divine light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with an ethereal glow. Once the dust dissipated, the onlookers beheld the object within. An impressively sized seal, akin to a palm, floated in midair. Divine light swirled around it, harmonizing with an intrinsic rhythm, emanating an aura of terror. One could not help but feel that they were not merely confronting this seal, but the very essence of the cosmos, evoking an involuntary sense of trepidation. Yanxi, too, sensed a peculiar familiarity with this artifact. A terrestrial-grade magical artifact. Remarkably, it was a terrestrial-grade artifact with its spiritual essence intact. Yin Shengzi was indeed favored by fortune, unveiling a terrestrial-grade artifact on his very first attempt. Such luck was truly extraordinary. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, envy practically causing them to drool. Particularly, the third prince of the Diu divine dynasty appeared visibly envious, his eyes gleaming with longing. Having frequented the divine stone gallery for years, he had witnessed countless celestial stone openings. To think that he had not even acquired a terrestrial-grade artifact in all his endeavors. The cumulative value of his findings over the years didn't even amount to a tenth of what I had just unveiled. The third prince is engulfed in envy and resentment. Truly, the comparison between individuals can be utterly infuriating. By the way, how long has it been since the Divine Stone Pavilion unveiled such a treasure? Jin Wanman, upon hearing this, replied with a beaming smile. It has been 30 years since the last earthly-grade treasure was revealed. As for Yin Shi's discovery of an earthly-grade artifact, Jin Wanman felt no jealousy whatsoever. Rather, he was filled with delight. This is indeed a momentous occasion for the Divine Stone Pavilion. The patrons who acquire the celestial stones have unearthed a superior treasure, which will inevitably enhance the value of their celestial stones. Once the news spreads, who knows how many individuals will flock to purchase celestial stones. Moreover, with the esteemed title of Saint Sun Yanxi, this news will only gain an air of mystique. Have you not seen that even the Saint Sun is purchasing celestial stones from us? What does this indicate? It signifies that our celestial stones are so enticing that even the Saint Sun cannot resist their allure. The next earthly-grade treasure is beckoning you. Yanxi has, in effect, advertently provided the Divine Stone Pavilion with free publicity. The losses incurred from Yanxi's earlier low-priced acquisitions of celestial stones have now been recouped, and even more profit has been made. Jin Wanman was overjoyed, wishing fervently for Yanxi to unveil several more remarkable items. I bid 1 million superior spirit stones. The third prince, his eyes filled with fervor, immediately announced the high offer. What if the next celestial stone were to bring forth a stroke of good fortune akin to Yanxi's and yield something extraordinary? 1,500,000. An elderly gentleman, glancing towards the third prince, said with a light chuckle, "Your Highness, I too wish to savor the thrill of unveiling an earthly-grade spiritual treasure. I humbly request your indulgence." "Old sir, you are mistaken. Who wouldn't he wish to experience the joy of discovering a treasure? This celestial stone is mine for the taking. 3 million superior spirit stones." The third prince was not one to back down. As a force of the divine dynasty, they dared not shy away from any discussion regarding spirit stones. Observing the heated contest between the two, others could not help but feel stirred, and they too began to join the bidding fray. The auction of the celestial stones proceeded in an orderly fashion, with prices escalating to heights far beyond those of previous celestial stone auctions. The profit from a single celestial stone now equaled the 3 celestial stones Yanxi had purchased. Jin Wanman was grinning from ear to ear. This is the effect of celebrity influence. Although Jin Wanman was unfamiliar with the term, he was acutely aware of the benefits this effect could yield. He began contemplating whether to invite a notable figure to each celestial stone auction for promotional purposes in the future. Yanxi held the great seal in his hand and sensed its essence. Taishang by Hanin. This object seems to be the one that Xiao Fan acquired. How did it come to be in my possession? Its function appears to be similar to my Yin Yang seal, providing protection for the soul, albeit it falls short. Upon learning the details of the Taishang by Hanin, Yanxi felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the Taishang by Hanin shares the capability of safeguarding and suppressing the soul, it lacks the ability to facilitate an escape for the soul. A slight deviation can lead to a vast divergence. Do not underestimate this ability to escape with one's soul. A treasure possessing such functionality may well be unparalleled across the entire continent. In life-and-death battles, a single misstep can lead to total defeat. Preserving one's soul intact can be crucial in securing survival and making a comeback. It also provides an opportunity to strike directly at the opponent's soul, potentially turning the tide of battle. While the Supreme Soul-Shielding Seal is commendable, it pales in comparison to the Yin-Yang Seal. Yin Shi's Yin-Yang Seal is a treasured artifact passed down from the celestial Dao Sacred Sect, originally a heavenly-grade divine weapon. It has merely diminished in rank due to damage to its Dao patterns. Should those patterns be restored one day, it could instantly transform back into a heavenly-grade artifact. The Yin-Yang Seal is classified as Earth grade because it is the highest grade below the heavenly level. Conversely, the Supreme Soul-Shielding Seal is deemed Earth grade solely due to its upper limit being confined to that level. These are two entirely distinct concepts. After toying with it for a while longer, Yanxi casually tossed the Supreme Soul-Shielding Seal to Nangong Qianrou. Consider it a gift. Enjoy it. Ignoring Nangong Qianrou's astonished gaze, Yanxi proceeded to reveal the remaining 2 celestial stones. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had during the first opening. The 2 celestial stones yielded only some ordinary forging materials. While they held some value, it was not substantial. After dealing with everything, Yanxi took Nangong Qianrou's hand and departed from the divine gravel pavilion. "Brother Yanxi, where are you taking me?" Nangong Qianrou asked softly, her head bowed. "What do you think?" Yanxi replied, standing before an inn, puzzled. This is an inn. Did we take a wrong turn? No, we are indeed going to the inn. So, Brother Yanxi, are you hungry? Who goes to an inn when they are hungry? Of course, we are going for that sort of thing. What sort of thing could it be? Indeed, it is exactly what you are imagining. As the Sanus of the Hehuan sect, you should be quite familiar with such matters. Yanxi teased, pinching Nangong Qianrou's cheek as he observed her bashful demeanor. You cannot possibly still be a maiden, can you? The illustrious saintess of the Hehuan sect possesses such a pure side? Under Yanxi's intense gaze, Nangong Qianrou felt an overwhelming shyness, her body turning weak, and she could only meekly plead, "Brother Yanxi, let us wait until next time." Yanxi pulled her into his embrace. "You think you can flirt and then run away? What are you imagining? Weren't you quite bold earlier? With the cauldron and all the extraction, you spoke as if it were a reality. Today, I shall test the prowess of you, the enchanting maiden of the Hehuan sect. Furthermore, you have already accepted the Earth-grade artifact. It is too late to have second thoughts. Consider it a betrothal gift from me. Henceforth, you, Nangong Qianrou, shall be mine." Having said that, Yanxi disregarded her shocked exclamation and directly pulled her into the room. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air within the chamber, akin to the rumble of a tempest echoing in one's ears. The defensive formations surrounding the room instantly illuminated, casting a protective aura. At the center stood a colossal cocoon, interwoven with black and white, which began to crack open amid the tremors. A brilliant light burst forth, suffusing the entire room with a golden hue. Mysterious energies flowed from the fissure of the cocoon, cascading onto the ground and forming intricate, dazzling patterns that shimmered with a gilded brilliance, exuding an enigmatic allure. The defensive formations of the chamber quaked violently, on the verge of shattering. At that moment, an unseen force surged from within the cocoon, reclaiming all the patterns, plunging the room into an unprecedented silence. After an indeterminate span of time, a pair of fair hands emerged from the crack, parting the cocoon to reveal 2 figures inside. Yanxi opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura emanating from him involuntarily, as divine radiance flickered behind him, reminiscent of a celestial being powerful, mysterious, and unattainable. He had unexpectedly reached the 9th level of the Avatar realm. As he withdrew the various phenomena into his being, Yanxi murmured softly. Earlier, during a philosophical discourse with Nangong Qianrou, she had suddenly produced the true essence of the Tai Su Qian Kuan, proposing to refine it together. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had seized it from Lu Yanran. Observing Nangong Qianrou's triumphant expression, Yanxi couldn't help but chuckle. He had initially intended to inform Lu Yanran, severing Xiao Fan's opportunities, yet fate had twisted and ultimately favored Nangong Qianrou. Engaged deeply in their discourse, both Yanxi and Nangong Qianrou experienced remarkable results in absorbing the true essence. With his ancient sacred body, Yanxi had reached the pinnacle of physical enhancement, converting all excess into cultivation, catapulting himself from the 3rd to the 9th level of the Avatar realm at a pace that eclipsed that of a rocket. He was on the brink of breaking through to the fusion realm, with various magical treasures and techniques augmenting his power. He felt no trepidation facing those in the fusion realm. At his current level, he no longer belonged to the younger generation. He possessed the strength to rival even the elder generation. Crossing into the fusion realm would elevate him to an entirely new dimension where vast realms awaited, albeit a world that was equally bloodthirsty and ruthless. Yanxi glanced at Nangong Qianro, who had yet to awaken, a gentle smile gracing his features. By a twist of fate, he had become the greatest beneficiary of this celestial secret realm. With the rewards bestowed by the system and the true essence gifted by Nangong Qianro, it was a veritable double victory. He had triumphed twice. No matter how Yanxi pondered, he could not foresee that the true essence would ultimately bring him and Nangong Qianro to fruition. Initially, he merely wished to see Xiao Fan thwarted, indifferent to whether the essence fell into Lu Yinran's hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, where Xiao Fan obtained it, he had mentally prepared for that outcome. Yet, who would have anticipated the unexpected arrival of Nangong Qianro? Truly, it is said that life is stranger than fiction. However, such a significant deviation in the narrative surely had its reasons. Yanxi pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. The greatest variable lay within himself. From the moment he began to slack off, the trajectory of the narrative had been subtly altered, leading to a cascade of subsequent plot developments. Moreover, Yanxi sensed that other factors might be at play, though he could not articulate them at that moment. It was merely a vague intuition. Never mind, it matters not. In any case, I shall remain idle. Let things unfold as they will. Having already indulged in Nangong Qianro, what significance did it hold to be concerned with this now? A true man must be resolute. He shall not let any opportunity slip away. Before him stood a pure-hearted little roast chick, and if he did not seize her with fervor, could he still call himself a man? As for Nangong Qianro, one of the original heroines, the rewards associated with her in the future were of no interest. What treasure could surpass the allure of this grand prize? She would even sweetly call me Brother Yanxi. With the absence of the true essence of the Great Void, Xiao Fan and Lu Yinran, this pair of wretched souls are bound to face dire consequences, even if the will of heaven were to offer them recompense. Who knows if they could endure until that moment? Those wretched souls are in for a rough time, Yanxi thought with a hint of schadenfreude. However, casting another glance at Nangong Qianro, he noticed she showed no signs of awakening. I have contemplated the future arrangements for Nangong Qianro. Yanxi stroked his chin, lost in thought. In the original tale, Nangong Qianro was indeed a woman of misfortune. Though she was hailed as the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect, a paragon of virtue renowned far and wide, her existence within the sect was far from pleasant. Often subjected to ostracism and neglect, her conduct was at odds with the sect's principles, leading to a dismal reputation among her peers. Except for the most menial of disciples, every member of the Hehuan sect harbored disdain for her, let alone any semblance of respect. The higher-ups in the sect were even more antagonistic, frequently proposing to strip her of her title as Holy Maiden. Ultimately, it was her master who forcefully quashed these dissenting voices, preserving Nangong Qianro's position. Do not be misled into thinking that her master was a benevolent figure. She was, in fact, the most malevolent among the ranks of the Hehuan sect. An unrestrained old crone, her motives for safeguarding Nangong Qianro's title were rooted not in affection, but in unspeakable, sordid schemes. Imagine, within a sect such as the Hehuan, how could an untouched woman, who did not cultivate the dual paths of yin and yang, ever ascend to the role of Holy Maiden? The old crone had exerted considerable effort in this regard. Her ulterior motive was to eventually offer the untouched Nangong Qianro to a formidable being, thereby earning his favor. To this end, she took Nangong Qianro as her disciple, nurturing her with great care, and subsequently elevating her to the throne of the Holy Maiden. Thereafter, she extolled the beauty of the new Holy Maiden, amplifying Nangong Qianro's fame, all in preparation for the eventual offering of Nangong Qianro, ensuring that the esteemed figure would be thoroughly pleased. Such wickedness ran deep to the core. It can be said that from the very beginning, Nangong Qianro was but a pawn in the hands of the old witch, manipulated at her will. In the original narrative, what ultimately led Nangong Qianro to develop feelings for Xiao Fan? Beyond the heartbreak inflicted by Yanxi, this was indeed a significant reason. In her moment of utmost despair, a man appeared to rescue her, a gesture far more genuine than any sweet nothings. But now, Nangong Qianro is already my woman, and I shall not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. As Yanxi pondered this, Nangong Qianro slowly opened her beautiful eyes beside him. Her demeanor exuded a profound aura, suggesting she had gained considerable strength. As soon as she awoke, she cast a wistful gaze at Yinshi. Brother Yinshi, you have no idea how to cherish others. Humph. And what of your first time? I do not believe your words. Yinshi tousled Nangong Qianruo's hair, embracing her and chuckling. Perhaps I am simply exceptionally gifted. Furthermore, you did not say such things before. Back then, you were calling. Nangong Qianruo blushed fiercely and hastily covered Yinshi's mouth. Brother Yinshi, please do not speak further. It is mortifying. I believe you, I do. Her little face flushed a charming red, exquisite in its beauty. Who could have imagined that the renowned seductress of the Hahuan sect could exhibit such shy and adorable traits? Observing Nangong Qianruo's endearing expression, so unlike her usual self, Yinshi felt a stirring within. Brother Yinshi, good brother, please let me rest. I truly cannot endure any longer. Yinshi laughed heartily, mounting his steed with a mischievous grin. You have just broken through. I fear your stability may waver. Let us solidify your progress. Channel your energy and thoroughly appreciate the marvels of my ancient sacred body. Oh, by the way, Qianruo, what level have you reached now? Nangong Qianruo replied softly. Thanks to brother Yinshi, I am now at the transformation realm. Yinshi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it appears my ancient sacred body is not to be underestimated. Now, hold on tight. We shall set off. With a dismissive flick of his lips, he added, humph. Easily subdued. Gather your things. We are going home. Nangong Qianruo lazily rubbed her eyes, drowsily inquiring, home? What home? Yinshi tapped her forehead, exasperated. Of course, we are returning to the Tiandao sacred sect. Do you expect me to accompany you back to the Hahuan sect? I doubt they would welcome me there. Nangong Qianruo sluggishly donned her attire, mumbling softly, stinky man, all the same, with dog-like faces, taking advantage, and then pretending to be innocent. I gave you my body. And you turn around to criticize me as foolish. Her little mouth pouted defiantly. Less chatter, hurry up. Uncertain who truly benefited more, Yinshi rolled his eyes. The Hahuan sect is a place I cannot return to. Doing so would be akin to pushing Nangong Qianruo into a blazing inferno. If the two of them had no ties, it would matter little, but having made her his woman, he is determined to protect her. Brother Yinshi, I too wish to accompany you back, but I fear the Hahuan sect may not consent. After years of unspoken affection, today they have finally forged a bond. And Nangong Qianruo desires to remain by Yinshi's side. Yet, there are matters beyond her control. The identity of a saintess, though honorable, is also a shackle, rendering her powerless in many respects. What of the Hahuan sect? Is it truly formidable? When has the esteemed son of the celestial Dao ever needed to be beholden to the whims of the Hahuan sect? Stay by my side, and I shall handle any issues that arise. Nangong Qianruo hesitated, not out of reluctance to part with the Hahuan sect, but out of fear that her reputation might tarnish Yinshi's. She felt immense gratitude for being accepted by him, even if it meant being a clandestine lover. She asked for nothing more. The esteemed son of the sect, entangled with a mere enchantress from the Hahuan sect, how scandalous that would sound. She wished not to bring disgrace upon Yinshi due to her own circumstances. If you think you're foolish, you might not believe it. I understand your thoughts. I have mentioned I am the son of the sect. As such, I need not concern myself with the judgment of others, even if you are from the Hahuan sect. You are. Never mind. I fear I may frighten you with my words. Someone from the Hahuan sect will handle matters there. Do not fret unnecessarily. Besides, your master's intentions are clearer to you than to me. While you are by my side, there is little to worry about. However, should you return to the Hahuan sect, especially if your loss of purity becomes known, escape may prove impossible. Yinshi spoke softly, his expression tranquil. Will this not spark conflict between the two sects? I do not wish to involve innocent parties. Nangong Qianruo expressed her concerns. They would not dare act against the Hahuan sect. Your master is quite astute. She would not engage in a futile endeavor. You may be overestimating your importance. Do you believe you hold my stature? Yinshi jested, indicating that he held no apprehension regarding the Hahuan sect. Will the celestial Dao sect accept this? After all, my identity. Upon hearing Yinshi's candidness, Nangong Qianruo's previously subdued thoughts began to stir. If only she could accompany him. It was a dream she had not dared to entertain. Gazing at Yinshi's gentle smile and soft tone, her heart raced. She felt an urge to act impulsively, to voice her innermost wish. Yinshi remained silent, merely gesturing to his face and then raising his head with a playful air. Everything was understood without words. What a jest! The son of the sect, who would dare meddle in his affairs? Nangong Qianruo exclaimed joyously, wrapping her arms around Yinshi from behind. Then I shall be yours, Brother Yinshi. From this day forth, I hope the esteemed saint will grant me his favor. Yinshi hummed softly, indicating his understanding. But Brother Yinshi, you are so openly taking me back. Will Lu Yinran feel jealous? After all, I have shared a dual cultivation with you. Will Lu Yinran retaliate against me? Lu Yinran is quite fearsome. Unlike me, I only feel pity for you, Yinshi. Yinshi suddenly felt that bringing Nangong Qianro back to the sect might not have been the wisest decision. This little firecracker might truly have some issues with her intellect. In the territory of the Bashi clan, within a grand pavilion adorned with countless lamps of various colors and shapes, a mysterious atmosphere enveloped the space as the flames danced together. The life lamp, a treasure forged from rare materials, could burn indefinitely as long as a soul imprint was left within it, extinguishing only upon the death of its owner. The size of the flame was intricately tied to the vitality of the individual. The stronger the life force, the more vigorous the flame. Conversely, if the life lamp were to extinguish, it would signify the owner's demise. This artifact was essential for various sects, allowing them to monitor the life status of their disciples. Inside the pavilion, the life lamps were arranged in a hierarchy, with fewer lamps deeper within, indicating higher status within the clan. Suddenly, one lamp in the innermost depths extinguished without warning. The event was so abrupt that even the disciples guarding the pavilion did not notice it immediately. After a brief moment, one of the guards inadvertently glanced toward the extinguished lamp and, taken aback, nudged his companion, uncertainly inquiring, "That lamp should belong to the Divine Sun, right? Can you check for me? Am I seeing things, or did it really just go out? What a joke. How could the Divine Sun possibly?" He turned around, and upon seeing the extinguished lamp, his heart sank in terror. The Divine Sun's life lamp had truly gone dark. Who dared to commit such an audacious act against the Divine Sun? The two guards were instantly thrown into a panic. The fall of the Divine Sun was a monumental event for disciples of their standing. "Quick, report this to the elders." Yes, I will go at once." The other disciple hurriedly rushed out of the pavilion, racing towards the clan center. Just minutes later, several powerful auras suddenly manifested within the pavilion. "Elders." The disciples quickly bowed in respect. The elders, ignoring them, directed their gaze towards the life lamp of the Ba-Shi Divine Sun. A terrifying pressure erupted, reflecting the elders' inner fury. The surrounding disciples turned pale, nearly gasping for breath under the weight of this oppressive aura. "Where has the Divine Sun been during this time?" one elder asked in a deep voice. The Divine Sun held a prestigious position, representing the face of the Bashi clan. Such a silent demise would only lead others to believe the clan was weak. In response to the elder, the Divine Sun recently went to Treasure City for gambling. An informed disciple responded. Upon hearing this answer, the elders furrowed their brows. It was illogical for the Treasure City to encounter such troubles. The Divine Fragment Pavilion was aware of the Son of God's identity, and even in the event of a conflict, they would mediate. This matter is indeed perplexing. Spread the news and pursue this matter with full force. We must ascertain who is responsible. Though our Boss Snake clan has remained dormant for a long time, and our reputation has faded, do they truly believe we are easily provoked? No matter who it is, we, the Boss Snake clan, shall ensure they pay a painful price. An elder spoke out in anger. Regardless of the faction, the murder of disciples within the sect is a grave matter. If not handled properly, it will not only tarnish our reputation externally, but also cause disorder within the sect. Both internally and externally, the Boss Snake clan cannot let this matter be resolved so easily. The fall of the Son of God has become a foregone conclusion. Yet the younger generation within the clan must not be left without a new exemplar. A new Son of God must be selected promptly. Let the preparations commence for the selection of the Son of God. A rational elder spoke at the appropriate moment. Very well, let it be arranged thus. The other elders nodded in agreement. This is the nature of the Boss Snake clan, cold-blooded. Although the Son of God has perished, no one mourns for him. We need only select another. In the grand hall of the Boss Snake clan, the upper echelons gathered, with the clan leader presiding and members scattered to the sides. Clan leader, the matter of the Son of God's demise has been clarified. The one who killed him is Yin Shi, the son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect. According to witnesses, the Son of God was the first to strike. The fourth elder inclined his hands towards the leader and spoke in a low voice. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire hall fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Although earlier bold proclamations had been made about making the murderous faction pay, if that faction is the heavenly Dao sacred sect, the situation becomes complex. Can anyone interfere in the duel? The fifth elder inquired. To trouble the heavenly Dao sacred sect, one would need to find leverage elsewhere, such as intervention from an elder or assistance in battle. As long as there is a handle to grasp, they can exploit the situation. None. According to reports, the Son of God initiated the attack, intending to ambush his opponent through the protector, but was suppressed by the opponent's guardian, the Son of God. Alongside the prodigy Peng Wanli of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, also fell victim to Yin Shi's suppression, left with no means to retaliate. Ultimately, both perished at his hands. The fourth elder stated slowly, his tone measured. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more somber. The seventh elder then spoke. It is said that Yin Shi possesses only the strength of the Golden Core stage, one major realm below that of the Son of God. How could he possibly suppress two individuals alone? This is simply unfathomable. I suspect there is more to this matter than meets the eye. It must have been the intervention of Yin Shi's guardian. It is well known that the son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect possesses extraordinary talent. But even the most gifted require time to mature. In all their years, they have never heard of prodigies capable of slaying foes across realms. Though the divine son of the Bash Snake may not rival Yin Shi, he is certainly not an inconsequential figure, especially with the formidable Peng Wanli by his side. It is utterly absurd for two half-step transformation realm powerhouses to be suppressed by a mere golden core cultivator without any means of resistance. The only plausible explanation for this occurrence is the intervention of Yin Shi's protector. Otherwise, such an event defies all logic. The words of Elder Seven ring true. I too find this matter exceedingly suspicious. A battle between Golden Core and Nascent Soul is unheard of, indicating that external forces are undoubtedly at play. The Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect has proven itself tyrannical, audaciously violating the established rules, and this is indeed reprehensible. The Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect must face consequences. Our Divine Son cannot perish in vain. With the pivotal points clarified, the higher-ups grew increasingly agitated, collectively demanding retribution from the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. The younger generation may engage in fierce competition, but should they fall to death at the hands of others, they would find it hard to protest. However, if the elder generation intervenes during such conflicts, it transforms the situation entirely. As for the notion of seeking justice for the Divine Son, it is merely for show. A fallen one can still yield benefits for the clan, which should evoke a sense of pride. Thus, Elder 4. Arrange for a disciple of the clan at the split body stage to test Yin Shi's strength. Should Yin Shi fail to defeat him, it would signify that someone intervened during the previous conflict. If that is the case, our clan must settle the score with the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. The Bash Snake clan leader spoke coldly, his eyes radiating an endless killing intent. The others concurred with the leader's course of action. Should the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect overstep their bounds, they should not be surprised by our unrestrained retaliation. What are you dilly-dallying for? Did I not express that you look more beautiful without makeup? Do you not realize that your natural face is the most exquisite? In the inn, Yin Shi lamented. It was agreed that they would depart at this moment, yet Niangong Qianro suddenly insisted on applying makeup, adamant about not leaving without it. Oh dear. I just want to leave a good impression on the elders upon returning to the sect. It will be ready soon. Just a moment longer, wait a little more. Brother Yin Shi, Niangong Qianro replied while fiddling with her array of cosmetics. I have heard the same phrase an hour ago. Now, immediately, right this instant, we must depart. Yin Shi could no longer contain his frustration. It had been over 2 hours, 2 long hours. He had merely watched as Niangong Qianro applied various substances to her face. And if he was to discern any change, he could not perceive it at all. Amidst Niangong Qianro's exclamations, Yin Shi swiftly gathered all her cosmetics into his storage ring and turned to leave, resolute in not returning them to her, regardless of her protests. Yin Shi pinched Niangong Qianro's cheeks, stretching her face to the sides, nearly flattening her mouth into a straight line, and remarked, even in this state, you are still beautiful. How could this be? Is it more appealing than the lovely Nian Yin? Really? How do I compare to Lu Yanran? Yin Shi further squished Niangong Qianro's face into a ball, compressing her cheeks inward, transforming her into a comical pout. How beautiful you are. You are 1,000 times more attractive than Lu Yanran. Yin Shi retorted with a hint of annoyance. Yay! Niangong Qianro beamed with delight, once again overshadowing Lu Yanran. Since you, Brother Yin Shi, prefer me, I shall forego makeup from now on. By the way, Brother Yin Shi, what shall we name our future children? Do you prefer a boy or a girl? If you like both, how about we have twins? 2 seems too few. We should have several so that they can keep each other company. Let us aim for 10 at first, and if that isn't enough, we can have more. Wait, brother Yanxi, hold on a moment. Why are you in such a hurry? Yanxi took 2 more strides. I'm worried that if I walk slowly, you might infect me with your lack of intelligence. The two exchanged playful banter as they strolled towards the city gates. Just as they reached the entrance, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous pressure descended from above, enveloping the entirety of Jibao City, followed by a dazzling explosion of light that painted the heavens in vibrant hues. At that moment, all the cultivators within Jibao City felt a tremor coursing through their bodies, as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon their hearts, rendering their breaths labored. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the sky erupted without warning, forming a dark, gaping hole through which 2 colossal entities surged forth at great speed. One was an enormous black serpent, its massive form eclipsing the sky upon its arrival. Its head was a shade of azure, adorned with 2 sharp horns, and a crest reminiscent of a blade that extended from its head to its tail. Its scales glinting like forged gold in the sunlight. Its eyes, akin to 2 blazing suns, loomed over Jibao City, surveying the realm below. This was the ancient demon clan's Bash, a formidable being of the ascension stage. Meanwhile, a magnificent golden-winged roc soared through the air, radiating a brilliant glow. Its feathers shimmered like a myriad of divine swords, seemingly intent on cleaving the very fabric of the sky. With piercing eyes that could see through all, it scanned the cultivators below, inducing a palpable sense of dread in the hearts of those it gazed upon. This was the ancient demon clan's golden-winged roc, also a powerhouse of the ascension stage. The convergence of these 2 ancient demon clan ascension stage powerhouses in Jibao City unleashed a terrifying aura, reminiscent of the world teetering on the brink of collapse. Where is Yanxi, the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect? Where is Yanxi, the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect? The resounding call echoed, causing the entire Jibao City to tremble. What? The holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect is truly here? The rumors are indeed true. The Bash and the golden-winged roc have fallen at his hands. It appears these 2 formidable beings have come seeking vengeance. Wasn't it said that this was a conflict of the younger generation? Why are these ancient beings interjecting? The ancient demon clan appears to be crossing boundaries. Should any misstep occur regarding the holy son of the celestial path sacred sect, it is likely that the entire sect will not let the matter rest lightly. It seems this group of demons is tired of living, daring to provoke the celestial path sacred sect. Have they so swiftly forgotten the lessons learned a millennium ago? For now, let us observe the underlying cause, as I cannot shake the feeling that the demon clan harbors a grand conspiracy. As the demons advance, many among the human populace in the city are filled with righteous indignation. The immediate mobilization of 2 powerful beings at the ascension stage to openly address the celestial path sacred sect clearly indicates their malintent. What are the demons plotting? Do they seek to incite war? Are they unaware that should the 3 ancient sects engage in conflict, the entirety of the Tianyuan continent would be drawn into the fray, resulting in countless deaths and immeasurable bloodshed? Many present are reminded of an event recorded a millennium ago, strikingly similar to today's scene, involving the ancient demon clan targeting the holy son of the celestial path sacred sect. The eventual outcome saw the sect unleash its wrath, annihilating that ancient demon faction, leaving only a few scattered bloodlines to languish. It was that battle that enlightened the world regarding the true nature of the celestial path sacred sect and the disparities among the ancient sections. Nangong Qianro gazes at Yanxi with concern, gripping his arm tightly to prevent him from advancing. Yanxi offers her a reassuring glance, gently patting her hand. Do not worry, I will be fine. Wait for me here. With these words, Yanxi steps into the void, ascending rapidly to stand at the same height as the 2 great demons. Yanxi is here. He regards the 2 formidable demons with calm composure, his voice steady. To summon 2 ascended beings for the sake of that worthless divine son of the Bash Snake clan truly surprises me. However, I believe you understand what this implies. With the Protectorate safeguarding him, Yanxi stands unfazed before the 2 demons. Impudent. Our actions require no judgment from a junior like you. One of the Bash Snake clan's ascended beings coldly retorts. We have come today to ascertain the truth behind our divine son's demise. If he fell to your superior skill, we shall turn and leave. But if not, this place shall become your grave. Upon hearing their words, Yanxi merely smiles faintly. Elder, such overconfidence can lead to peril. A millennium ago, the Flying Bear clan was just as arrogant as you are today. Their fate, I trust, is well known to you both. The Bash Snake clan and the Golden-Winged Pung clan also wished to test the sharpness of the Celestial Path Sacred Sect Dao Sword. An ascended being from the Golden-Winged Pung clan scoffs. Are you frightened? It is said you possess merely the strength of the Golden Core realm. And yet in a mere few months, you have managed to suppress two prodigies on the brink of transformation. This is utterly absurd. If there was no external intervention, we would never believe it. With the concealment of the system and the Yin-Yang seal, as long as Yin Shi does not actively release his aura, even ascended beings cannot perceive his true cultivation level. In the eyes of the two, Yin Shi was merely a trivial insect at the Golden Core realm. How absurd. Do I truly require assistance to slay a couple of beasts? The so-called prodigies you speak of are, in my view, nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. Yin Shi retorted disdainfully, then fixed his gaze upon the two formidable beings, stating in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, let us end this pointless probing. Speak your true intentions. And I, Yin Shi, shall accept them." The serpent-eyed expert of the Ba Shi clan narrowed his gaze, studying Yin Shi intently. What audacity! Since you are so confident, allow us to oblige you. Today, our two clans present two prodigies of the Avatar realm. Should you defeat them and prove your strength, the matter of the Divine Sun shall be laid to rest. However, should you falter, then let the Celestial Path Holy Sect come to collect your remains. Yin Shi raised an eyebrow, his tone peculiar as he replied, "What a novel situation. While others protect their prodigies, you two seem intent on pushing them forth to their demise. Very well. I suppose your clans are prosperous, with an abundance of prodigies, thus offering them to me for sport. I shall not be courteous." The crowd in the city, upon hearing Yin Shi's words, broke into a cold sweat. Such confidence! The battle had yet to commence, and he was already contemplating murder. Is this the mindset of a top-tier prodigy? Moreover, they hadn't even suggested a fight to the death, merely a contest of strength. His thoughts drifted to culinary delights. Should you possess such prowess? We shall have no further objections, the Ba Shi expert stated coldly. Do not waste more words on him. Let actions speak. The impatient expert of the Golden-Winged Rock clan interrupted with a wave of his hand. I can hardly wait. Bring forth your two clans' ingredients. I am certain the flesh of the Avatar realm will be exquisitely delectable. Yin Shi exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with a hunger for fine ingredients. Observing Yin Shi's arrogance, the two great demons exchanged glances and nodded. You two shall confront him. With that, the two prodigies, exuding an overwhelming aura, soared into the air and swiftly approached Yin Shi. Both possessed formidable cultivation, one at the 6th level of the Avatar realm, the other at the 7th. Perhaps wary of the Celestial Path Holy Sect, or for other considerations, they had not dispatched stronger forces. After all, they could have easily sent two prodigies at the brink of merging to contend with Yin Shi. Perhaps this was a case of wanting to have one's cake and eat it too. One of them, clad in a flowing white robe and possessing a delicate appearance, inclined his hand in greeting and spoke. I am from the Ba Shi clan. Yin Shi, disinterested in his idle chatter, cut him off. Spare me your words. Those destined for death need not speak at length. Let us commence. The expressions of the two darkened instantly, their murderous intent flaring wildly as they locked onto Yin Shi. The saint son of Yin was indeed overly confident, bordering on arrogance. He seemed to regard his opponents with utter disdain. I merely suggested that Yin Shengzi might be eager to indulge himself. The obsession of a foodie is indeed formidable. The 6th and 7th stages of the Avatar realm are regarded as pillars within any major sect. Can Yin Shengzi truly defeat them? I too believe he may have overstepped this time. Alas, the impetuosity of youth. At the apex of the Divine Gravel Pavilion, Jin Wanman was observing the situation in the skies. He stroked his chin and murmured, this time, Yin Shengzi may indeed face a significant setback. The strength of these two far surpasses that of Peng Wanli and his cohort, and united in combat, Yin Shengzi may not stand a chance. An elder beside Jin Wanman then interjected, You underestimate Yin Shi. He is not as simple as you presume. The current holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect is the strongest in the history of the sect, endowed with unparalleled talent, strength, and potential that far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Jin Wanman was taken aback, for it was the first occasion he had witnessed the elder so lavishly praise someone. Watch closely. Today, these two ancient demon clans are destined to lose two prodigies, he remarked. The demon race remains predictable, their thoughts easily discerned, blissfully ignorant of their own folly. To be hailed as the mightiest holy son by the heavenly Dao sacred sect, one need not rely on the hands of others. If he were truly so inadequate, The position of Holy Son would not have been bestowed upon him, nor would the sect grant him such privileges. The elder spoke with an air of indifference. This only heightened Jin Wanman's curiosity, and he chuckled, responding, "Since the elder holds Yanxi in such high regard, I shall observe with great interest. I do fear, however, that your judgment may falter, leading to a loss of face." The elder frowned, discontented, and retorted, "Then keep your eyes wide open and watch well. I am not yet so feeble-minded." In the treasure city, the spectators were bustling with discussion, all expressing skepticism towards Yanxi. Why doesn't Yanxi simply concede? With the heavenly Dao sacred sect backing him, they wouldn't dare to strike earnestly. It would merely be a matter of losing face. Why complicate matters? Indeed, should he lose the duel, it would be more humiliating than simply submitting. He might as well admit defeat from the outset. It appears Yanxi has been blinded by his previous success. Having subdued 2 semi-transcendents, he has convinced himself of invincibility. Yet the difference between a semi-transcendent and the avatar realm is monumental. In peer-to-peer combat, Yanxi may be among the strongest, but these 2 individuals dispatched by the opposing faction are seasoned veterans, their experience and cultivation levels far exceeding his. This is an entirely inequitable battle. Yanxi is being naive. Ultimately, it is the impetuosity of youth and a lack of composure that may lead to his downfall. The so-called participants are often bewildered, while the onlookers maintain clarity. The fall of the prodigies from both clans has left the ancient demon races in a daze, unable to contemplate their circumstances. Rumors circulating about Yanxi's prowess suggest he is merely at the golden core stage, which has only fueled their avarice, intensifying the flames of their desires. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, their skepticism towards Yanxi solidified their resolve. They envisioned a grand scheme. If Yanxi proved to be weak, they would surely seize a substantial piece of flesh from the heavenly Dao sacred sect, inflicting significant losses upon them. Even if 2 of their prodigies were to fall, it would be but a trifling loss compared to the monumental gains at stake. Blinded by greed, they epitomized the saying, "A leaf obscures the eye," failing to ponder the truth behind the adage that great renown is never unfounded. They did not consider the formidable strength of one who could effortlessly suppress 2 semi-divine transformation warriors. Nor did they reflect on why the protector of the Ba-Shi divine son had yet to appear. Perhaps initially, such thoughts crossed their minds. But overwhelming greed clouded their judgment, driving them into madness and folly. "Attack! Attack!" The Ba-Shi clan's ascendant warriors barked. As their words fell, the 2 prodigies unleashed a long-suppressed momentum. The sky darkened instantaneously, various phenomena began to manifest, and boundless true energy surged forth, ensnaring Yanxi within its grasp. "How amusing! This is quite the spectacle," Yanxi remarked disdainfully. He then ceased to conceal his power, unleashing the full force of his 9th layer of the clone realm. The terrifying aura shattered the celestial phenomena above. The entire treasure city felt the overwhelming waves of Yanxi's true energy. In stark contrast, the 2 prodigies of the demon clan appeared as mere fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon, weak and fragile, easily extinguished. "You dare!" Upon sensing the oppressive force emanating from Yanxi, both individuals trembled in disbelief, fear creeping into their hearts. This was no mere golden core. This was clearly a 9th layer of the clone realm. Even if Yanxi had concealed his abilities, revealing strength at the divine transformation stage would not have shocked them. But who could have anticipated that he would be at the 9th layer of the clone realm, on the verge of merging? Initially, they aimed to suppress Yanxi with their realms, yet the tables had turned, and they found themselves in the position of being suppressed. Yanxi was renowned for his monstrous talent. They could hardly fathom the extent of his strength at the brink of merging. There was no opportunity left, not even a sliver. Yanxi was not someone of their caliber who could contend with. "Stop dawdling. Move forward. Great covering hand." Yanxi spoke indifferently, his movements swift as he extended a colossal hand towards the 2. A gigantic hand, formed from true energy, materialized instantaneously, fracturing the very fabric of space. The 2 prodigies of the demon clan, already paralyzed by fear, found themselves incapable of mounting even the slightest resistance, as Yanxi clasped them firmly within his grasp. Crack! As Yanxi tightened his grip, the space shattered, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power from his mighty hand. The 2 prodigies appeared as insignificant as ants, with no hope of survival in the hands of the great overlord. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the extent of the Saint Sun Yan's power? Such terror, such dread. Who was it that dared to claim that the Saint Sun Yin was merely youthful and arrogant? Step forth. This is a man of profound depth and vast ambition. You short-sighted individuals fail to comprehend the true worth of a Saint Sun of the Celestial Path sect. The crushing dominance is evident once more. Just how formidable is the Saint Sun Yin that even a master of the Avatar realm cannot withstand a single strike from him. Such strength requires no assistance. To him, the realms of transformation and fusion are but mere insects. Indeed, those who ascend to the position of Saint Sun are not ordinary beings, especially when considering he is the Saint Sun of the Celestial Path sect. The ancient demon clan is truly foolish. Of all the foes to provoke, they dared to offend the Celestial Path sect, and now they shall face dire consequences. This group, clad in fur and bearing horns, has long been a thorn in our side, and the Saint Sun Yin has avenged humanity with fervor. The spectators swiftly shifted their opinions. Their prior disparagement replaced with unreserved admiration. Impudent wretch, do you dare? Upon witnessing Yin Shi's ruthless resolve, the two ascendant beings were instantly filled with fury. The resources required to nurture prodigies to the Avatar realm are immense. If allowed to develop smoothly, they could at least achieve the tribulation stage, and with the right opportunities, even ascend to the realm of ascendancy. These are invaluable assets for the clan, pillars of strength for the future. How could they allow such lives to be extinguished? Crossing the line, a calm voice emerged, devoid of any imposing pressure, as if uttered by an ordinary individual. Yet, it was this very statement that caused the two ascendant beings to halt, paralyzed by trepidation. They could only watch as Yanxi dispatched the two clan prodigies and stored their corpses within a spatial ring. A half-step to ascension. In comparison to the demise of the two prodigies, the two ascendant beings were far more astonished by the identity of the speaker. A half-step to ascension is a level of power that would be the strongest force in any faction, seldom seen in action. To become a guardian is a notion unheard of. Yet now, such an individual had spoken as a protector of Yanxi. A cold sweat broke out on both of them. They suddenly grasped the immense significance of Yin Shi to the Celestial Path sect. Their previous decisions appeared exceedingly foolish. Esteemed seniors, do my humble tricks catch your discerning eyes? Your clan as prodigies have perished at my hands. Can you submit? If not, feel free to summon another batch, and we shall compete again. Yanxi spoke with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his lips. The two ascendant beings remained silent for a prolonged moment, until the representative of the Basha clan solemnly replied, "This time, you have triumphed. On behalf of the Basha clan, I extend our apologies to the Celestial Path sect. This matter stems from our lack of foresight." At this juncture, they could no longer deny the truth. When Yanxi revealed his prowess at the 9th level of the Avatar realm, the outcome became unmistakably clear. The facts laid bare rendered any attempt at evasion futile. Even summoning disciples on the verge of merging with the cosmos would not suffice. They would still fall short against Yanxi. And even those who had already merged would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. This time, they had erred. And the demise of the Serpent God and Peng Wanli was not unjust. Acknowledging their defeat, the two sought to make a hasty exit. Not so fast, Yanxi interjected. The two had come with malice, indiscriminately accusing him of cheating in combat, and had brazenly demanded his life. Did they truly believe that the disciples of the heavenly Dao sacred sect were so easily bullied? Certain actions, once taken, necessitate a readiness to face the consequences. A mere apology would not suffice. It would be prudent for them to leave behind something of value before departing. In my estimation, the lives of these two ascendant realm powerhouses would be quite fitting. Yanxi's tone turned frosty, his gaze radiating an icy light. Did they truly think him a soft target, easily manipulated at their whim? He could not swallow this indignation without retribution. A mere Avatar realm individual demanding the lives of two ascendant realm beings. Such a notion would typically provoke laughter, deemed the ramblings of a madman. Yet, Yanxi not only voiced this demand but acted upon it, boldly proclaiming his intent in front of the entire treasure city, before countless witnesses. The reason was simple. Yanxi possessed the capability to back his words. Sensing the chill in his words, the two ascendant beings fell silent once more. After a prolonged pause, it was the ascendant powerhouse of the Serpent clan who finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Speak. What do you desire?" Acknowledging their own culpability, their demeanor had softened considerably. Despite the raging fury within, they dared not unleash it upon Yanxi. At this moment, he represented not merely himself but the entire heavenly Dao sacred sect. Should they attempt to exert their power over him, The retribution from the sect would likely descend upon them in an instant. The heavenly Dao sacred sect was not to be trifled with, given a suitable pretext. They would not hesitate to obliterate another ancient demon clan. Ah, how refreshing. I relish dealing with forthright individuals. Leave behind 2 Earth-tier magical artifacts and be on your way. Of course, if you deem your lives to be worth less than 2 such artifacts, you may choose to remain. Yanxi narrowed his eyes, his tone unfriendly. Impossible. That is out of the question. At most 1. The ascendant powerhouse of the Serpent clan resolutely refused. What folly was this? An Earth-tier artifact, even a single one, would cause considerable anguish to an ancient demon clan, let alone 2. The might of Earth-tier artifacts is unfathomable. Their unpredictable capabilities make them exceedingly difficult to counter. Crafting even one such artifact requires the utmost resources and craftsmanship. Even the mightiest sects must deliberate carefully. Countless rare materials and exquisite techniques are just the beginning. It necessitates the nurturing by at least 10 tribulation stage experts using their spiritual energy and the intricate inscriptions by ascendant realm masters. A process that could span centuries or even millennia to achieve a fully resonant Earth-tier artifact. The latter merely consumes manpower, which poses no challenge for an extraordinary force such as the ancient Eternal Sect. The true difficulty lies in the forging of high-tier magical artifacts, particularly one of the most precious materials required for their creation, the Dao core. This elusive substance is rarely found in the world, often not surfacing even once in a millennium, and is considered a treasure of the highest order within the ancient Eternal Sect. Earth-tier artifacts are beyond the reach of top-tier forces, and even the ancient Eternal Sect must expend countless resources. Each Earth-tier artifact is exceedingly rare and invaluable. Upon hearing the rejection, Yanxi remained unfazed, merely smiling slightly. Then let this esteemed elder meet their demise, he remarked with a grin. In the next moment, a faint sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed through the air. The powerful being from the Bashi clan, in the ascension stage, erupted without warning. Everything transpired in an instant, catching everyone off guard. The colossal serpent, which had blotted out the sky, shattered, flesh raining down like a shower of meat, while golden blood cascaded from the heavens, threatening to inundate the ground below. Blood from an ascension stage being. Not just any blood, but that of an ancient demon clan. Such a rare elixir of vitality. The sky was drenched in golden blood, sending all cultivators within the city into a frenzy. The blood of an ascension stage powerhouse is a treasure comparable to the finest materials of heaven and earth, especially that of the ancient demon clan, whose effects are nothing short of extraordinary. Simply consuming it provides immense nourishment. When combined with other ingredients to craft a pill, it could yield a profound-grade elixir of miraculous properties. Not only the blood but the flesh of ancient demons bears similar benefits, albeit slightly less potent than the blood itself. Within this blood, a fist-sized blood pearl of a deeper hue lay concealed. Yanxi waved his hand, collecting the blood pearl along with some other pieces of flesh, maintaining an impassive demeanor. This blood pearl represents the quintessence of the demon clan. With a serpent stretching thousands of meters long, only this minuscule amount of essence remains, illustrating its rarity. It is no exaggeration to say that a single drop of this essence could spawn a prodigy. Even those of mediocre talent could rise to greatness with just a drop of this blood. I'll take it. I'll take it. The ascension stage powerhouse of the Golden-Winged Rock clan observed Yanxi gather the precious essence, noting the lingering expression on his face. He was unwilling to follow in the footsteps of the serpent. Ascension stage beings are still human, subject to the same emotions and desires as mortals, fearing for their lives. He could see that Yanxi was serious. The ancient demon clan was of little concern to him. If they did not pay the ransom for their lives, Yanxi would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. In fact, it seemed that from the very beginning, Yanxi had no intention of allowing either of them to return alive. Hence the exorbitant demand for 2 Earth-tier artifacts. Yet now, he could no longer afford to refuse, no matter how valuable the earthly treasures may be. They pale in comparison to one's own life. The celestial being of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, fearing that Yanxi might retract his agreement, swiftly produced a sword emanating divine radiance and tossed it towards Yanxi from a distance. Another exquisite earthly treasure, replete with spiritual energy. Ah, your understanding makes my position rather difficult, Yanxi remarked wryly. I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. With a dismissive click of his tongue, Yanxi mused to himself, had I known, I would have requested a few more items. Who would have thought you would be so timid? In comparison to these treasures, The blood of the ancient demon clans holds far greater value. Moreover, the loss of 2 ascendant beings would inflict a far graver blow upon the sect than the mere loss of 2 treasures. What a pity, what a lament. And she did not bother to conceal his voice. Those below heard his words distinctly. The audience, upon hearing Yin Shi's blatant whispers, involuntarily flinched, as if he had taken the faces of the 2 ascendant beings and ground them into the dirt, kicking them mercilessly and even spitting upon them. Such an affront was egregious. Yet, despite this, none dared to voice their objections. They could only bury their heads like ostriches, fearful of providing Yin Shi with a reason to act. I am willing to comply. The recently exploded body of the Boss Snake Clan's ascendant now drifts above in a spiritual form. Soon, members of my clan will arrive with the treasures. These words seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. After speaking, his spiritual essence faded significantly, as if it could be scattered by the slightest breeze. Another treasure will also be brought by our clan's formidable warriors. The golden-winged rock's ascendant hastily interjected. The situation was pressing, leaving no room for arrogance. As an ascendant, did he not possess a sense of pride? Certainly, he did. Every ascendant harbors a spirit of defiance. Those who ascend to such heights are undoubtedly the pride of their clans. Yet, regardless of their pride or valor, the context must be respected. Yin Shi represented the heavenly Dao sacred sect, while they embodied their own clans. Should conflict arise once more, it could provide a justifiable excuse for the sacred sect to act, and the consequences would extend far beyond the death of 2 individuals. They sought to bite the sacred sect, yet the sacred sect, too, longed to devour them. Unlike the younger generation of prodigies, whose brilliance is overt and imposing, these seasoned individuals have endured countless tribulations and traversed the perilous chasms of life and death. They understand the wisdom of taking a step back to gain a broader perspective. Losing one's life means losing everything. Most crucially, as Yin Shi articulated, an ascendant's worth far exceeds that of 2 earthly treasures. This represents the profound foundation of a powerful faction. Should the 2 truly fall here, the repercussions would be devastating for both clans and the entirety of the ancient demon tribes. Not even 5 or 10 earthly treasures could compensate for such a loss. Very well, I shall grant you 2 hours. Within this time frame, deliver the individuals and the treasures. Delay for even a second, and I shall not be so forgiving. Yin Shi spoke softly. He then produced a massive incense stick, firmly planting it in the ground, and with a snap of his fingers, ignited it, subsequently closing his eyes in serene contemplation. The onlookers could no longer contain their agitation. 2 hours had passed, and this was indeed an unreasonable demand. It was evident that he intended to cause harm. The familiar sensation of the enigmatic Yin Shengzi was palpable once more. In truth, this was a rare opportunity. Typically, those in the ascension stage were elusive entities, akin to dragons seen only in glimpses. Rarely did they appear in pairs as they did today. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength to suppress all, hunting down ascension-level powers was an unrealistic endeavor. Substantial justification was essential. This was akin to the older generation refraining from meddling in the conflicts of the youth. Those in the ascension stage were already positioned at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. If assassination were permissible, chaos would ensue across the continent, obliterating the existing order. The current scenario was akin to a fortuitous windfall. Yin Shi's heart was already ablaze with excitement. To slay 2 ascended beings and severely wound the ancient demon race was indeed a splendid prospect. Before long, an hour elapsed. In the distance, a rift in the void materialized, from which 2 formidable figures emerged, their expressions darkened. Both were enveloped in true energy, rendering their features indistinguishable. Yet the aura they exuded surpassed that of the 2 ascended beings. Splendid, splendid indeed. Qinmingzi, your celestial Dao sacred sect, is truly remarkable. One of the powerful figures tossed forth 2 artifacts, addressing the void. This was a member of the Boss Snake clan, and it seemed he was acquainted with Yin Shi's protector, as he boldly revealed her true name. Today's events shall be duly noted by my golden-winged Great Peng clan. The other figure, equally grim-faced, hurled an artifact and spoke likewise. Despite their grandiloquent tones, they dared not withhold any of the offerings due. 4 earth-tier artifacts hovered in the air, their brilliant divine light casting a glow upon the land, making countless spectators swallow hard. Earth-tier artifacts. If these were placed elsewhere, they would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. And you, holy son of the celestial Dao sacred sect, when our clan's divine son emerges, it shall be the moment your head rolls. The member of the golden-winged Great Peng clan declared sternly, his gaze fixed intently on Yen Shi, as if he wished to rend her into pieces. Is that so? I am terrified indeed. Perhaps we need not wait for the future. As far as I am aware, your clan's avian divine son is not in seclusion, is he? Come, summon him forth. I shall face him with one hand. This time, I shall offer you a discount, 1 Earth-tier artifact. Do you dare? Yen Shi retorted with a raised eyebrow, her demeanor audacious. Such a display. Did they truly believe they could intimidate her? She was not one to be easily frightened, and she was entirely aware of their thoughts. They wished to leave while maintaining an air of superiority, but she had not yet had her fill of theatrics. She would ensure they were thoroughly humiliated. Humph. Seeing his schemes laid bare by Yen Shi, he felt too embarrassed to remain, and with his fellow ascended clansmen, he shattered the void and departed. The Boss Snake clan followed suit. Unable to retaliate or argue effectively, they hastily retreated to avoid further embarrassment. In a nearby inn, fresh from his trials, Xiao Fan indulged in a hearty feast, engaging in conversation with Yi Shuang'er. Master, I have now attained the Golden Core stage. If I were to have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from that senior's cave, I would undoubtedly leap beyond the Golden Core and ascend to the nascent Soul Realm. The upcoming sect competition in 2 months will be the moment when I, Xiao Fan, make my name renowned throughout the heavenly Dao sacred sect. At that time, I shall suppress all others, revealing who truly possesses the greatest talent within the sect. The position of Saint Sun is rightfully mine. A sinister smile crept onto Xiao Fan's face. The recent trials had yielded significant gains, swelling his confidence immensely. If the location inscribed on that jade talisman is genuine, the legacy of a tribulation stage powerhouse could propel one's cultivation to remarkable heights. In the span of 2 months, while it may be uncertain if one can reach the nascent soul realm, one could at least elevate their level to the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage. Coupled with the secret techniques at your disposal, few inner disciples of the heavenly Dao sacred sect would stand as your equals. However, do not let your guard down. Always remember that there are those beyond your comprehension and realms beyond your own. The heavenly Dao sacred sect is an ancient power, concealing countless prodigies. While you may have fortune on your side, others may not be so inferior. It is imperative to remain humble and steadfast, forging ahead diligently, Yi Shuang'er replied. Since departing from the secret realm of the Celestial Palace, Xiao Fan's luck had been remarkably favorable. He faced several crises but emerged unscathed. Each encounter bestowed him with substantial rewards, allowing him to ascend from the liquid condensation realm to the Golden Core stage in a mere month. Although Xiao Fan maintained his lofty self-image and pride, he had tempered his demeanor significantly compared to before, no longer acting with such haste. This evolution reignited Yi Shuang'er as hope. If Xiao Fan could sustain this attitude, he might indeed become a formidable force in the future, making her own physical rebirth no longer an unattainable dream. I understand all this. I am no longer the naive newcomer I once was, Xiao Fan proclaimed solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang'er chose not to press further, offering only words of encouragement. Xiao Fan's arrogance was deeply ingrained. Transforming his mindset would not be an overnight endeavor. Without experiencing a few harsh setbacks or significant losses, he would never acknowledge his faults. As the saying goes, one can teach a person 1,000 lessons, but a single experience teaches far more. It was evident that Yi Shuang'er had discovered the right approach to engage with Xiao Fan. Amidst their exchange, the discussions of other patrons in the inn grew lively. Have you heard? The Saint Son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect single-handedly subdued the divine son of the Ba Shi clan and the prodigy of the golden-winged rock. I have heard. It is said that he quelled them in an instant, leaving those 2 demonic prodigies with no chance to resist. Indeed, the Saint Son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect must be the strongest sovereign among the current younger generation. Indeed, the divine son of the Ba Snake is a descendant of the ancient demon clan, the Ba Snake lineage. In terms of both strength and innate talent, he is truly a paragon among prodigies. Yet, even such an extraordinary being finds himself utterly powerless before the Holy Sun. Is it really as exaggerated as you claim? What do you know? He has been hailed by the Celestial Path sacred sect as the most gifted genius in thousands of years. He is the very hope of the Celestial Path sacred sect's future. I possess an insider tidbit that only a select few are privy to. Speak quickly. Understood. My dear waiter, please bring him another jar of spirit wine. Ahem. Do you know what realm the divine son of the Boss Snake occupies? The Golden Core realm? The nascent soul realm? Surely not the transformation realm. You are correct. The divine son of the boss snake indeed resides in the transformation realm, albeit at the threshold, a half-step into transformation. Moreover, Peng Wanli is no ordinary individual. He too is a formidable half-step transformation realm expert. Both of these individuals are top-tier prodigies of the ancient demon clan, their strength comparable to that of an average transformation realm cultivator. Furthermore, their close relationship means that when they join forces, their battle prowess will surely double, allowing them to contend even against those at the incarnation realm. The matter of the Supreme Treasure City has gradually spread. Now, throughout the entirety of the Tianyuan continent, the topic that occupies most conversations over tea and meals is the affair of Yanxi. Everyone speaks as if they had witnessed the event firsthand, recounting it with remarkable vividness and detail. Originally savoring his meal, Xiao Fan's face darkened, and he suddenly lost his appetite. Alas, had he known better than to visit the inn, Yi Shuanger muttered to herself. At this moment, the last thing Xiao Fan wished to hear was news regarding Yanxi and Lu Yanran. Both of these individuals could be considered his adversaries. Lu Yanran, without a doubt, nearly took his life, cementing her as a sworn enemy. As for Yanxi, although Xiao Fan had never interacted with him, he knew that he would one day claim the title of Holy Son for himself. For this reason, Xiao Fan placed Yanxi firmly in the category of his foes. The relationship between Yanxi and Lu Yanran is quite extraordinary. Although rumors of their discord have circulated, Xiao Fan does not believe a word of it. He has long harbored suspicions that Lu Yanran's attack on him was instigated by Yanxi. This only deepened Xiao Fan's resentment toward Yanxi. With a grim expression, Xiao Fan set down his chopsticks and internally called out to Yi Shuanger. Master, what level of individual is Yanxi currently? How much more must I cultivate to surpass him? Xiao Fan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Here we go again. Once more. Xiao Fan's old habit of comparing himself to others has resurfaced. Yi Shuang sighed in resignation. The divine son of the boss snake and Peng Wanli are not ordinary figures. As prodigies of the ancient demon clan, they must possess extraordinary talents. To easily suppress both, one must possess at least an 8th level strength in the transformation realm. Yet, it remains uncertain what Yanxi's precise realm is. If it is merely a matter of realm superiority, that would be manageable. However, if Yanxi also only possesses the strength of the nascent soul realm, then his battle prowess could be unimaginably formidable. To be invincible within the same realm is to embody such a character. In the same realm, you are not his match. Originally, I did not wish to discourage Xiao Fan, but Yi Shuanger pondered that it would be prudent for him to confront reality. Enduring more setbacks could temper Xiao Fan's temperament. Otherwise, should he achieve any success in the future, he might soon reveal his true colors and become insufferably arrogant. If such hubris were to take root, believing himself invincible among his peers, he would inevitably face significant repercussions. With the extraordinary genius Yanxi present, Xiao Fan would become acutely aware of their disparity, which would encourage him to exercise restraint. What if Yanxi were at the transformation stage? Xiao Fan inquired, a hint of jealousy in his voice. If he were at that level, it would only imply that his cultivation speed is unimaginably rapid, and your chances of surpassing him are exceedingly slim. Yi Shuanger responded with a complex expression. However, she added, it is not entirely impossible. She offered this reassurance to Xiao Fan, fearing that too much discouragement might lead him to despair. While there was a possibility, the extent of it remained uncertain even in her own mind. In just over a month, transcending from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, and advancing to the transformation stage, what an unparalleled prodigy. Yi Shuanger had never heard of anyone exhibiting such a pace of advancement. Even if one were to consume rare resources as if they were mere sustenance, and treat spirit stones as trivial candies, possessing the most exceptional cultivation physique, such a speed would still be astonishing. Even in the upper realms, she had yet to encounter such a remarkable individual. In the realm of cultivation, the initial focus is on resources, while later stages hinge on innate talent. The ascent becomes increasingly sluggish. Those who reach the level of mighty beings are often hundreds or thousands of years old, having slowly honed their skills through rigorous effort. There are even those who are millennia old. After a moment of silence, Xiao Fan suddenly lifted his head, clenching his fists. I believe I will surpass him. Confidence radiated from his eyes. For reasons unknown, Xiao Fan did not feel he was boasting. He was inexplicably certain of his potential. He could not articulate why, but he firmly believed that surpassing Yanxi would not pose a significant challenge. During the exchange between Xiao Fan and Yi Shuanger, the nearby group engaged in conversation had not ceased, urging the storyteller to continue. You wouldn't believe it, but the saint's true realm is already at the 9th level of the avatar stage. He is a formidable being on the verge of the composite stage. The two extraordinary beings from the demon clan mentioned that while they could theoretically contend with those at the avatar stage, in the face of a genuine powerhouse, they would be ruthlessly suppressed, with no chance to retaliate. But there's more thrilling news. Two ancient demon clan members slandered the saint, claiming he had covert assistance and was seeking trouble, even dispatching two prodigies at the avatar stage to confront him. Can you guess what happened? They met the same fate as the others, utterly subdued in an instant. Through this battle, the world finally grasped the true strength of the saint, the 9th level of the avatar stage, on the brink of the composite stage, capable of rivaling the older generation. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. I recall that the holy son of the celestial Dao sect is not yet a century old. I had merely established my foundation at the age of 100. You consider this to be exceptional talent. Yet I was still struggling in the chi refinement stage at that age, slowly advancing through the realms, one small level every 5 years. Truly, comparisons between individuals can lead to despair, and comparisons of possessions can result in discarding them. After hearing the other party's words, Xiao Fan fell silent once more. This silence lingered longer than ever before, and finally, he quietly inquired, Master, what level of being is one who has achieved the 9th layer of the avatar realm in less than 100 years? Yi Shuang'er too was enveloped in silence. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. A prodigy? A genius? No, these terms hardly suffice to describe Yanxi. Throughout history, as one surveys the entire Tianyuan continent, there has never been a being as extraordinary as this. Not to mention a century-old avatar. Even a century-old transformation into divinity would be an unparalleled marvel. Yi Shuang'er hesitated, contemplating fabricating a lie to placate Xiao Fan, hoping to stabilize his emotions. Master, please tell me the truth. I wish to know. Sensing Yi Shuang'er's hesitation, Xiao Fan spoke up, already grasping much of the situation. She was reluctant to disclose the truth for fear of dampening his confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shuang'er slowly articulated, the reincarnation of an immortal. A youth ascends to divinity. In truth, there was a further statement she dared not voice, that even the reincarnation of an immortal pales in comparison to Yanxi. Merely these 8 words were sufficient to send Xiao Fan into a spiral of emotional turmoil, casting doubt upon his existence. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath as if suffocating, his countenance a reflection of utter despair, his eyes filled with uncertainty about the future. Witnessing Xiao Fan's distressing state, Yi Shuang'er felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed she had been too candid. Had she been more measured in her words, perhaps the blow to Xiao Fan's spirit would not have been so severe. Disciple, you need not belittle yourself so. Throughout the long expanse of time, countless geniuses have borne the title of youth ascends to divinity. These prodigies, when they emerge, shine as brilliantly as the sun. Yet their eventual fates often resemble that of a shooting star falling from grace. Do you know why? It must be said that Yi Shuang'er had a profound understanding of Xiao Fan's disposition. Just a few phrases were enough to restore his composure. Simultaneously, it piqued Xiao Fan's curiosity, redirecting his attention to Yi Shuang'er's words. Why? He inquired with intrigue. Precisely because they are too radiant. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted. One who walks above the crowd is destined to be targeted. This principle is particularly applicable on the path of cultivation. While fame is certainly commendable, it brings with it immense peril, especially in Yanxi's case. Having directly slain 2 prodigies from ancient demon clans, he will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of both clans. Moreover, other factions will not remain idle. They will surely focus their gaze upon Yanxi, and the moment he reveals a hint of vulnerability, a lethal strike will follow closely behind. The number of prodigies who have fallen in such a manner is far too great. The existence of Yanxi is destined to traverse a perilous path in the realm of cultivation, fraught with dangers and the scrutiny of countless individuals. Surviving this tribulation, even as the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, will prove to be an arduous task, regardless of how extraordinary one may be, until they have fully matured. They remain but a speck of dust in this vast world, ever at risk of death. I have witnessed the fall of 2 holy sons from the heavenly Dao sacred sect with my own eyes, although they were not as formidable as Yanxi. They were only a hair's breadth apart in strength, yet they still met their demise at the hands of others. Shuang'er recounted this in a single breath, sharing her past experiences. Having risen from obscurity, she naturally harbors a certain disdain for individuals of exceptional talent. In her perspective, dazzling brilliance equates to courting danger. Master, I understand now. Xiao Fan regained his composure, finding Shuang'er's insights profoundly sensible. While fame may seem appealing, the associated perils loom larger. He had no desire to experience the sensation of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Very well, let me inquire. Are you familiar with the supreme, true immortal? Upon noticing Xiao Fan's renewed spirit, Shuang'er appeared elated and grew more talkative. Of course, I am aware. Xiao Fan promptly replied. Shuang'er nodded in affirmation and continued. The world knows of the supreme, true immortal's boundless prowess. Yet few are aware that he was once an unnamed individual, lacking in renown. Through sheer effort, he vanquished countless prodigies and ultimately attained the status of an immortal. The title of Supreme True Immortal is well known across the heavenly origin continent. For this immortal is a remarkably unique entity. He possessed no dazzling talents, no endless resources, merely the essence of an ordinary human. Yet, with this mortal flesh, he forged an extraordinary path to immortality, ultimately achieving the status of true immortal. Had the supreme true immortal shone as brightly as Yanxi does today, would he have reached the end of his journey? It was only during the ascension phase that he gained recognition among the masses, becoming renowned throughout the heavenly origin continent. Moreover, he persevered to the end, conquering numerous formidable foes and emerging as the ultimate victor. How many are aware of the trials and tribulations he endured prior to his ascension? Without these hardships, how could his remarkable conclusion have been realized? Let me ask you, do you desire a splendid journey or a beautiful conclusion? Shuang'er questioned sternly, her words resonating deeply within Xiao Fan's heart. Naturally, I desire a favorable conclusion. Xiao Fan responded without hesitation. He was a person of immense self-assurance, firmly believing in his future as a supreme powerhouse. This conviction had never wavered. If one were to inquire about the level of strength he would achieve, Xiao Fan would confidently declare, a true immortal, perhaps even a supreme, true immortal. Master, I comprehend now. I am no longer influenced by Yanxi. Regardless of his enviable fame and status, it matters not. What is truly significant is who can endure until the end. The quietude along this journey will ultimately serve as the nourishment for my future growth. Once I reach the destination, the world shall remember me as Xiao Fan, not Yanxi. Xiao Fan declared with unwavering confidence, his previous despondency dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Truly, he is a teachable spirit. Shuang'er gazed at Xiao Fan with a sense of relief, her eyes gleaming with warmth. At last, she had managed to stabilize his state of mind. However, Xiao Fan's self-proclaimed uniqueness seemed to intensify. Yet compared to a life devoid of ambition, such pride could be deemed a virtue. Rest assured, Master, I shall undoubtedly achieve the status of a true immortal and make my name resound throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. I aspire to earn the reverence of countless beings, ensuring I am never forgotten. Even after countless years, I shall be etched in the annals of history, while Yanxi will remain but a fleeting blossom, ultimately reduced to the dust of time. The more he spoke, the more confidence surged within him, his tone growing increasingly resolute, as if these aspirations were within his grasp. I believe in you. Shuang'er nodded, though inwardly she sighed. The tales of the supreme true immortals are undeniably inspiring, serving as beacons for countless souls. Yet, throughout the endless expanse of time, only one such true immortal has emerged. The rest were distinguished from the outset by their unparalleled talents. Many true immortals began their journeys as invincible entities, suppressing their contemporaries until they attained enlightenment. They were unmatched within their realms, with no rivals to speak of. Alas, though numerous prodigies may flash by like meteors, the majority of these exceptional beings will illuminate the night sky for eternity, never to fade. Conversely, many will go through life never having shone at all, with only a fortunate few briefly casting a weak glow, ultimately returning to silence, much like myself. I wonder if Yanxi will vanish like a shooting star or shine like those true immortals, illuminating the heavens for ages. And I ponder whether Xiao Fan will lead a life of mediocrity, or if he, like me, will merely be a transient flower, fading into obscurity. Waves of uncertainty stirred within Shuang'er, a feeling long forgotten. To defy the heavens is an arduous endeavor. Those words were merely encouragement for Xiao Fan. She herself remained uncertain about the path that lay ahead for him, holding little hope for his future. This is a frustrating reality. The more one experiences and understands, the more acutely aware one becomes of their own insignificance. For some, the starting point is a destination unreachable for others in an entire lifetime. Such is the harshness of reality. At the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, aboard a grand flying vessel, numerous disciples congregated in small groups, exchanging insights from their recent endeavors. Most appeared weary, yet the joy in their eyes was unmistakable. Clearly, this expedition to the Celestial Palace's secret realm had yielded significant rewards. However, a few individuals wore grim expressions, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding exuberance. These unfortunate souls had returned empty-handed. At the bow of the vessel, Lu Yanran stood with a darkened countenance, enveloped in an aura of low pressure that instinctively urged others to distance themselves. Fellow disciples, wary of being caught in her discontent, maintained a respectful distance. Nangong Qianro, you truly deserve your fate. Lu Yanran seethed with barely contained fury. Nangong Qianro had audaciously seized her precious Taishu Qiankuan essence and vanished without a trace. No matter how thoroughly Lu Yanran scoured the secret realm, she could not uncover any sign of her adversary, which only fueled the fire of resentment burning within her. The Taishu Qiankuan essence was exceedingly rare and held immense significance for her. If she were to attain the innate Time body, her future cultivation would undoubtedly progress at an astonishing rate, akin to soaring 1,000 miles in a day. And she had previously hinted that this essence would serve as the foundation for her future growth. Now, deprived of this cornerstone, her subsequent training would inevitably lag, consuming far more resources. Moreover, her potential would be irrevocably diminished. You brazen wretch, you had better hope I do not find you. Otherwise, I shall ensure you reap no rewards. This was the first time in years that Lu Yanran had felt such intense rage, such profound disdain for another. Even in her past encounters with Yen Shi, she had never felt such animosity. Her feelings toward him had always been complex, mingled with hatred, disgust, and anger. Though the hatred had predominated, the vendetta against her family was a grievance that could not be forgiven. Boom. The flying vessel safely returned. Landing upon the vast plaza of the Tiandao Holy Sect, numerous disciples ascended from the craft, hastening toward their respective abodes. Lu Yanran also prepared to depart with the throng when, in an instant, she halted. Just as she was about to set off, she overheard a discussion among other disciples centered on Yen Shi. For reasons she could not fathom, the mere mention of his name compelled her to listen intently. Significant events had transpired recently. You may not be aware within the sect, but not long ago, the Holy Sun showcased his formidable prowess in the Treasure City, decisively slaying several prodigies from two great demon clans, including the son of the Bash Snake clan and the prodigy Peng Wanli from the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Furthermore, two other prodigies at the Avatar realm from these clans met their demise. The Bash Snake son, is that not one of the ancient demon clans? I recall that individual possessed remarkable talent and combat prowess, standing on par with our Holy Sun, and if memory serves, he may even have surpassed the Holy Sun in realm. Your information is long outdated. The Holy Sun is now a force to be reckoned with, having attained the 9th level of the Avatar realm. Not to mention the Bash Snake son, even 10 such sons would pose no challenge to the Holy Sun. What? Am I hearing this correctly? 9th level of the Avatar realm? When did the Holy Sun reach this level? Country bumpkin, there is much you do not know. It is said that the two ancient demon clans, unwilling to concede, sought trouble with the Holy Sun, only to be threatened by him and stripped of 4 Earth-grade treasures. How magnificent! It is a pity that I was not there to witness the Holy Sun single-handedly overpowering 2 formidable beings in the ascension stage. It truly evokes admiration. Had I known, I would not have ventured into the Heavenly Palace secret realm. Not only did I gain nothing, but I also sustained injuries. I would have been better off witnessing the Holy Sun's grandeur in the Treasure City. Indeed, I too regret venturing into the celestial secret realm. Numerous disciples have begun to voice their complaints. To slay 4 ancient demon clan prodigies and ascend to the 9th level of the Avatar realm, and to threaten 2 powerful beings in the ascension stage for the surrender of 4 Earth-grade treasures? When did Yen Shi become so formidable? Lu Yanran felt as though she were listening to a fantastical tale, a narrative so extraordinary it seemed almost mythical. Was this truly the Yen Shi she once knew? The same gentle and poised senior brother she admired? Although Yen Shi's talents have been widely acknowledged, and he is hailed as the most gifted individual of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, how could one be so extraordinarily gifted? To leap into the avatar realm before reaching a century of age. Is this still a human being? No. Is this even a normal sentient being? Lu Yanran was rendered speechless. This surpassed the limits of her comprehension, even in the most exaggerated of novels. Such absurdity would scarcely be entertained. Yet, this no longer pertains to me. Indeed, his brilliance shines so brightly. But what relevance does it hold for me? Lu Yanran's tone turned desolate as she mocked herself with a bitter smile. And she had already made his feelings towards her unequivocally clear. He now harbored disdain for Lu Yanran and had entirely relinquished his pursuit of her. Regardless of Yan Shi's achievements, they bore no significance to Lu Yanran. They had become strangers. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the connection they once shared. In former times, Lu Yanran regarded Yan Shi as the enemy responsible for her clan's demise, a grudge she believed she could never avenge. The level of his prowess was enough to instill despair within her. Yet now, having come to understand the truth, Lu Yanran no longer viewed Yan Shi as an adversary. From another perspective, this situation might even be favorable for her. The discussions among the disciples persisted. There were even more astonishing revelations. You may not be aware, but the Holy Sun has taken the saintess of the Hahuan sect, Nangong Qianro, as his sword attendant. To call her a sword attendant seems an understatement given the intimacy they share. They appear more like companions of destiny. Is that true? When did this happen? It occurred when the Holy Sun returned from the Treasure City. Nangong Qianro has already moved to Jiuxian Peak to cohabit with the Holy Sun. My heavens! The Holy Sun truly possesses remarkable charm. Nangong Qianro is notoriously aloof, although she hails from the Hahuan sect. I have never heard of her having a partner throughout the years, and she is said to be of pure virtue. Moreover, Nangong Qianro is proud. Having never once acknowledged the attention of other sects' sons, it is astonishing that she has succumbed to our Holy Sun's allure. What do you mean by succumb? That sounds so harsh. They are clearly a match made in heaven. Do you think it's akin to your own pitiful situation, lamenting over the unattainable fruit? Yes, you are correct. You're not pitiful, you're merely, well, let us say you've been single for decades and still have the audacity to speak. In those days, many speculated on whether Lu Yanran or Nangong Qianro, the two most exquisite blossoms, would be the first to be plucked. Who would have imagined that the Holy Sun would have claimed them both in the blink of an eye? Indeed, I recall that many had anticipated our sister Lu would be the first to catch the saint's eye, yet it turned out to be Nangong Qianro. Since time immemorial, beauty has been drawn to heroes. It is only natural for someone as remarkable as our saint to captivate Nangong Qianro. I am, after all, quite impressed. But what of our sister Lu? Could the rumors be true? Has the saint severed ties with her? This is surely distressing for Sister Lu, especially given her long-standing rivalry with Nangong Qianro. There seems to be a spectacle unfolding. Hush! Sister Lu approaches. Let us make our exit. In the blink of an eye, the group engaged in conversation vanished. Lu Yin and undoubtedly overheard their chatter, her expression darkening to an extent that was quite dismal, though seething with anger within. She refrained from confronting the disciples and took to the skies, heading towards her residence. Upon returning to her chamber, Lu Yanran could no longer contain herself. The pent-up fury within her erupted as pure energy, turning her abode into a chaotic whirlwind, shattering every piece of furniture in her path. After a considerable period of destruction, as she vented the turmoil within, Lu Yin gradually regained her composure. Nangong Qianro, you wretched harlot, you are truly deserving of disdain. Lu Yin berated incessantly. At this moment, she yearned to conjure a voodoo doll of Nangong Qianro, piercing it with needles until her wrath was satisfied. Having acquired the essence of the void and universe, did this not imply a shared bond with Yanxi? The mere thought struck Lu Yin, and with a sudden pang of anguish, a pain that pierced to her very core, leaving her visage pale. A sense of despair and helplessness flooded her heart, an unfamiliar sensation akin to losing something of paramount importance. Something she had once taken for granted, now utterly vanished. This profound emptiness drove Lu Yanran to the brink of madness, tears of regret filling her eyes once more. She truly lamented her past foolish actions towards Yanxi. In the grand hall of the celestial Dao sacred sect, "Elder, you summon me?" Yanxi entered the hall with an easy demeanor, spotting the elder from afar. "I hear you have taken the saintess of the Hahuan sect under your wing. You possess remarkable audacity," the elder chastised Yanxi directly. Today, the elder's appearance deviated from his usual casual attire. He looked youthful, dressed impeccably, and his hairpin was meticulously arranged, indicative of considerable effort. Each strand of hair was neatly styled, Rarely, he wore a white and gold robe symbolizing his elder status, presenting himself with an air of dignity and striking handsomeness. The elder's gaze bore into Yin Shi, his weathered eyes seeking to penetrate his very essence. What is it? If you are dissatisfied, seek your own resolution. Do not presume that your previous fishing victory over me grants you any significance. Why have you dressed so handsomely today, you old coot? One might mistake you for my younger brother. Yin Shi retorted, his tone brimming with arrogance. What is the matter with accepting a sword attendant? Which family as prodigy does not have a few followers? It is merely that I am a bit more charming, possess superior talent, and have someone who remains steadfast by my side. Is this not entirely normal? In the past, he did not have such companions. But that was due to the shortcomings of his previous self. With a status like that of a holy son, countless individuals would vie eagerly for a chance to be associated with him. Now that he has arrived, he must take initiative. Otherwise, what purpose does his title serve? Enough of your prattle. You impudent boy, do you have any idea how much trouble you have brought upon our sect? The old witch from the Harmony sect is not one to be trifled with. You have garnered a reputation, yet it falls upon me to clean up your mess. Why did you choose to involve yourself with the people from the Harmony sect? I fear you might be sold off while assisting them with their counting. Yin Shi has been raised under their watchful eyes. While his previous strict demeanor was commendable, it lacked the vibrancy of youth. Ever since the rumors surfaced about Yin Shi relinquishing his pursuit of Lu Yin, his character has undergone a significant transformation. Now, his playful banter and teasing demeanor have evidently fostered a sense of closeness among them. Yin Shi is no longer solitary and is willing to accept followers, to which they wholeheartedly agree. The higher-ups of the heavenly Dao sacred sect are equally delighted to witness this development. Nan Gong Qianrou is a renowned prodigy. For Yin Shi to accept her is a cause for their celebration. After a reprimand, it is merely to prevent this young man from becoming complacent, as an unstable mindset could lead to misfortune. What a jest! Who am I, Yin Shi? How could I ever misjudge someone? I am not afraid to tell you that Qianrou is pure and virtuous, and I have personally verified this. Such a remarkable sister cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Envy her if you will, but you lack the fortune to possess her. With a hand on his hip, Yin Shi exuded confidence, causing the third elder's face to flush with indignation. While he may not dare speak of others, he can trust Nan Gong Qianrou completely. Throughout the entirety of the narrative, if someone were to be considered most trustworthy to Yin Shi, it would undoubtedly be her. Even his own unworthy master does not inspire the same level of trust as Nan Gong Qianrou. With a depth of feeling unmatched, she stands alone. It can be stated without exaggeration that anyone may betray Yin Shi, but she never would. She is a woman deeply in love with him, a cherished sister in his heart. Even in the original story, after Yin Shi's demise, Nan Gong Qianrou would occasionally recall him and shed tears. Such a virtuous woman deserves to be cherished beyond measure. Has she perhaps enchanted you with some sort of potion? Have you two even interacted a mere handful of times? How can you trust her so completely? The third elder furrowed his brow, sensing that Yin Shi may have overstepped. Even with Lu Yinran in the past, Yin Shi had never bestowed such high praise. It has been said that you do not understand. Young affairs are best left unentangled by someone as ancient as yourself. Being thousands of years old and still so gossip-prone. Yin Shi retorted, lifting an eyebrow. Very well, you sharp-tongued lad. I cannot contend with you. Be honest with me. What are your intentions regarding your junior disciple, Lu Yinran? Is it true that, as rumored, you no longer intend to pursue her? After all these years, are you truly willing to relinquish your efforts so easily? The third elder, being somewhat of a gossip, feels compelled to inquire about it. Yin Shi sighed in resignation, knowing this conversation was inevitable. At the very least, he needed to clarify his stance with the higher-ups. Over the years, the elders had frequently attempted to bring them together, but to no avail. They could only watch anxiously, for matters of the heart cannot be forced. They must unfold naturally. Since the question was posed, Yin Shi decided to speak candidly. They say that prolonged companionship breeds affection, and I have devoted myself to Lu Yinran for so many years. Even a stone should have softened by now. In my pursuit, I have missed countless opportunities with wonderful women and turned away many admirers. I have even preserved my own essence for her sake. Yet, what has been the outcome? You have witnessed it yourself. She shows no affection towards me, and if anything, her disdain has only grown. Am I not merely courting trouble by pressing on? I have come to terms with the fact that Lu Yinran and I are simply not destined for one another. Thus, I will no longer insist. We shall part ways and pursue our own paths without hindrance. The original self was a lovesick fool, but I am not. Nangong Shinro is far more enchanting than the dull Lu Yanran. I would be mad to pursue her. Let things unfold as they may. I shall no longer play the servant. Really? Are you trying to deceive me? I refuse to believe that decades of affection can be dismissed with mere words. The third elder regarded Yin Che with skepticism, still unconvinced. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Yin Che shrugged, having nothing more to say. Ahem. The third elder clenched his fist and cleared his throat. The idle chatter ends here. It is time to address serious matters. You handled the situation in Treasure City admirably, bringing honor to our sect. Not only did you establish authority, but you also acquired 4 Earth-grade magical artifacts, significantly enhancing our foundation. However, do not mistake this for purely good fortune. Your name has now spread throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone with even the slightest information network knows of Yin Che. You must understand the principle of moderation. As your fame grows, so too do the dangers you face. Various factions will be watching you closely, and you must proceed with utmost caution. The events in Treasure City have certainly garnered a splendid reputation for the Tiandao Holy Sect. Yin Che has slain prodigies and seized magical artifacts, directly resulting in a resounding victory for the sect. Reputation, prestige, and artifacts have all been secured, thus achieving both face and substance. The process was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, this also brings about negative consequences, thrusting Yin Che into the spotlight and attracting the attention of countless admirers. Rest assured, I had anticipated this situation long ago. Furthermore, as the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, such matters are inescapable. Even if I remain idle, other factions will not ease their vigilance towards me. Rather than passively responding to threats, it is far more prudent to take the initiative, to let the world recognize my presence, and to make those so-called prodigies aware that with me around, their paths are destined to be fraught with challenges. Yin Che declared with an air of authority, his tone brimming with confidence. With the title of Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, it is inevitable that he cannot maintain a low profile. With such prestige, Yin Che felt no fear. When faced with an army, one should not merely defend. Instead, I shall confront them head-on. You ought to exercise caution, cautioned the third elder. It is not my intention to impose pressure upon you, but you must acknowledge that the burden upon your shoulders is heavier than anyone else's. You represent not only yourself, but also the future of the entire Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. The third elder sighed softly, continuing. Though the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect enjoys great renown, it has begun to show signs of decline in recent years. If a leader capable of bearing the weight does not emerge, the sect's status will continue to wane, ultimately leading to mediocrity. Rest assured, third elder, with my presence, the glory of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect shall once again illuminate the entire Tianyuan continent. I assure you of this, Yin Che proclaimed, gesturing to himself with a thumbs up. Very well, you better keep your promise. A single word speaks louder than 1,000. The third elder gazed at Yin Che with a look of approval, nodding in agreement. Have we concluded the serious matters? If so, shall we meet my dear Chinro? Otherwise, why would you have dressed so handsomely? Caught off guard by Yin Che's insight, the third elder's face flushed. All right, let us proceed. Strangely, he felt a twinge of nervousness. By the way, you rascal, for such a formal first meeting, what do you think I should gift her? Perhaps I could present her with my Earth-grade sword? No, I still need that sword. Perhaps I could give her Geome's Earth-grade soft sword instead. I can always compensate her later with something else. Or, Yin Che finally understood why the third elder, despite his good looks, had remained single for thousands of years. Relying on others' possessions to enhance one's own image was truly a stroke of misjudgment for the third elder. If it were anyone else, Zhou Elder would have long since dealt with him with a sword. As they exited the Grand Hall and began their return, Yin Che remarked, Third elder, you truly are? Nangong Chinro, clutching a heap of storage rings, commented with a slightly awkward expression, excitable? This old man is just like that. He was nervous upon meeting you for the first time, but it will improve with familiarity. Yin Che shrugged in response. But he shouldn't have presented me with a pile of fishing gear. Nangong Chinro chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The third elder, after searching high and low for a suitable gift, finally had a stroke of inspiration, presenting Nangong Chinro with a considerable assortment of his specially crafted bait, high-quality fishing rods, and even some profound-grade artifacts. She was left dumbfounded, nearly bursting into laughter. She had not anticipated that the renowned third elder of the heavenly Dao sacred sect would possess such a playful side. As the two walked and chatted, laughter echoed around them. Suddenly, Nangong Qianro recalled a familiar figure, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Brother Yin, you head back first. I wish to explore a bit longer. And she paid little mind to her words. All right, just make sure to return early. I shall prepare some chicken wings for you. With that, Yanxi made his way back to the Nine Immortal Peak. Nangong Qianro meandered through the paths, inquiring about directions from other disciples, until she finally stood before a modest dwelling. Hello, is anyone there? She knocked on the door. The door swung open to reveal a woman with a face full of astonishment. Upon recognizing Nangong Qianro, her expression swiftly morphed into one of fury. Qianro, what are you doing here? Leave. You are not welcome. The last person she wished to see was indeed Nangong Qianro. The sight of Lu Yanran's anger only fueled Qianro's delight. Sister, you are quite fierce. No wonder Brother Yin does not fancy you. If I were in his place, I too would shy away from a tempestuous tigress. With a mischievous chuckle, she intentionally provoked Lu Yanran, seeking retribution for Lu's past disdain towards Yanxi. Who are you calling a tigress? And you dare refer to him as Brother Yin? Shameless wretch. Hurry and vanish from my sight. Or do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Yanran's mind was in turmoil, her frustration mounting. The thought of losing the true essence of Tai Su Qiankuan, coupled with the sight of Yanxi and Nangong Qianro together, left her exceedingly vexed. For reasons unknown, her heart felt inexplicably uneasy. In the past, she would have laughed off such matters and mocked Qianro for her blindness. Oh dear sister, you still insist you are not a tigress? Here, I have a mirror for you. Take a look for yourself. If I didn't say anything, one might think you were about to devour someone. Nangong Qianro spoke in an exaggerated tone, embodying the essence of a mischievous trickster. Suddenly, Lu Yanran could no longer contain herself. A surge of formidable energy erupted from her, her sword unsheathing with a swift motion, conjuring a whirlwind. In an instant, countless sharp sword lights materialized around her, ominously directed at Nangong Qianro, as if intending to shred her into oblivion. Crack! Nangong Qianro remained unfazed, merely extending a delicate finger, and with a gentle motion, all the sword lights shattered, vanishing without a trace. Lu Yanran's overwhelming aura dissipated in that moment. You have refined the true essence of Tai Su Qiankuan. Lu Yanran was filled with fury, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Indeed, I should express my gratitude to my sister. Were it not for your assistance in locating the true essence of the void and the universe, I cannot fathom how long it would take me to surpass you. Without the true essence, I would not have encountered Brother Yanxi, nor would I have had the opportunity for an honest exchange with him. In this light, you are truly my benefactor. After finishing her words, Nangong Qianro retracted her smile and bowed earnestly to Lu Yanran. This gesture coming from a place of genuine sincerity. Without Lu Yanran's help, she would never have obtained the true essence, and consequently, she would have remained in the Heavenly Palace's secret realm, endlessly searching for treasures. Thus, she would not have ventured to Treasure City and met Yanxi. The subsequent events would never have unfolded. Now that she could be with Yanxi, Lu Yanran inadvertently played matchmaker for them, for which Nangong Qianro felt immense gratitude. Especially for Lu Yin and S lack of insight in allowing such a splendid brother to be hers. Lu Yin took several deep breaths to calm her turbulent heart, coldly regarding Nangong Qianro. If your sole purpose here was to boast, then you have achieved your aim. You may now take your leave. Having refined the true essence, Nangong Qianro's strength had grown exponentially, and Lu Yanran was acutely aware that she was no match for her. Continuing this confrontation would only bring humiliation upon herself. Moreover, quarreling within the sect over trivial matters would not bode well for her reputation. Not entirely. What is there to boast about? They are merely external possessions. What I genuinely wish to thank you for is pushing Brother Yanxi towards me. He cares for me deeply, and I love him in return. Thank you for facilitating this. Nangong Qianro smiled sweetly, her eyes brimming with joy. Seeing the happiness radiating from Nangong Qianro inflicted a pang of pain in Lu Yanran's heart. Yet she could not allow it to show in front of her. There is no need for futile efforts. Your words do not provoke me, Lu Yanran replied coolly, her expression impassive. Observing Lu Yanran's composed demeanor and stable mindset, Nangong Qianro found the encounter less entertaining. She preferred to witness Lu Yanran in a state of agitation. Shrugging, she remarked, in that case, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Should you feel unsatisfied, Do not hesitate to seek me out for retribution. I await your esteemed presence at 9 Immortal Peak. Oh, if only you could gain entry, she added, deliberately waving the 9 Immortal Peak token in front of Lu Yinran. Seeing Lu Yinran maintain her calm, Nangong Qianro lost interest and took her leave. Once she was completely gone, Lu Yinran closed the doors and windows, collapsing to the ground. Clutching her chest in anguish, an overwhelming tide of regret and bitterness enveloped her heart, ensnaring it tightly. The sensation deepened, causing Lu Yinran to feel a piercing pain. Suddenly, a spurt of dark red blood erupted from her mouth. The color drained from her face, leaving it pallid and ghostly. If only I had been more discerning back then, if only I had exercised more patience, if only I had gazed upon Yanxi more often, then the one standing by his side today would surely be me. With that, Lu Yinran collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Nangong Qianro traveled gracefully on the wind, making her way to Jiuxian Peak, her thoughts swirling. It seems Lu Yinran is not as the rumors suggest. It appears she still harbors memories of brother Yanxi. Her expression indicates a deeper sense of regret. What could be the reason for this? Is it because I occupy her position? Or perhaps today? She sought out Lu Yin, and not only to vent her frustrations but also to gauge her feelings. She had anticipated that Lu Yin would be indifferent. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Lu Yinran seemed deeply concerned about Yanxi, especially when she learned that she and brother Yanxi had jointly refined the essence of Tai Su Qiankuan. Her emotional response was profound. Logically, such a reaction should not manifest in Lu Yinran. This divergence in her demeanor could only signify that Lu Yinran's feelings for Yanxi are intricate. But why does she harbor regret? Nangong Qianro pondered throughout her journey, yet the answer eluded her. Never mind. It is sufficient that I have avenged brother Yanxi. Nangong Qianro smiled to herself. If one were to ask why Nangong Qianro consistently targeted Lu Yinran, the answer is simple. It all stems from her feelings for Yanxi. Previously, witnessing Lu Yinran's cold demeanor towards him stirred her indignation. Thus, every encounter with Lu Yinran became an opportunity for her to provoke her, a pattern that persisted throughout. As Nangong Qianro hurried back to Jiuxian Peak, she spotted Yanxi in the distance, tending to an enormous barbecue grill. A chicken wing, nearly the size of a person, was sizzling over the flames. Upon seeing Nangong Qianro return, Yanxi offered her a pair of jade chopsticks and a bowl. It will be ready shortly. I just tasted it, and it's quite delightful. Yanxi was evidently pleased with his culinary skills. Aren't you curious where I went? Nangong Qianro, sitting demurely on a small stool with her bowl and chopsticks, asked. You went to find Lu Yinran, didn't you? How did it go? Did you come out unscathed? Yanxi replied, while flipping the grill. Not at all. In fact, she managed to infuriate me quite a bit. Nangong Qianro responded with a cheerful smile. That's good to hear. Yanxi nodded and added, in the future, avoid seeking her out unnecessarily. Nangong Qianro blinked, her eyes shimmering with inexplicable emotions as she queried. Are you feeling sorry for her, brother Yanxi? Yanxi scoffed, displaying a look of disdain. What are you thinking? She is not well in the head. I'm concerned you might catch her madness. You're not the brightest as it is. If she influences you, who knows what might happen? Yanxi replied with a hint of irritation. Well, if I were to become a fool, would you still want me, brother Yanxi? Nangong Qianro asked with a smile. Of course. After all, raising a pig doesn't cost much. I could raise you like one, Yanxi quipped. Slicing a piece of roasted chicken wing and placing it into Nangong Qianro's bowl with a grin. Brother Yanxi, you're so naughty. Nangong Qianro pouted, her small face scrunching up in mock annoyance. Yet the inexplicable emotions in her eyes dissipated, transforming into sweetness. Go ahead and eat. I'll check on the snake stew. I've added the essence of that long worm into it. So remember to absorb it well after you finish, he said, departing for a moment before returning with a fragrant pot of snake stew. For your first absorption, I've only added half a drop. Take your time to adjust. From now on, you'll need to have a serving every day until the essence is fully absorbed. Don't just stand there. Eat it while it's hot. Yanxi placed the clay pot before her and affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling her eyes well up with tears. Nangong Qianro was enveloped in a mist of emotion. No one had ever treated her with such kindness. For years within the Hawan sect, she had endured the cold mockery of others. She believed she had cultivated a resilient heart. Yet, Yanxi's tenderness flowed through her like a soothing balm, rekindling a warmth she had not felt in a long time. The essence from the ascension phase was a rare treasure, each drop a precious find. If she could absorb it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would transform her completely. He had gifted her a protective Earth-grade magical artifact, and now personally prepared the snake stew for her to absorb the essence. She was at a loss for how to repay Yanxi. Brother Yanxi, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Yanxi stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, how about you stay by my side from now on? You could repay me with your whole life. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears streamed down Nangong Qianrou's face as she nodded fervently. I'm willing. Yanxi chuckled, leaning in close to her ear and mischievously whispered, after you finish eating, we must practice diligently. You still owe me for what you promised last time. Upon hearing this, 2 rosy clouds bloomed on Nangong Qianrou's cheeks as she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, I'll do whatever you say. It goes without saying that an exhilarating and intense battle of CS was inevitable. Due to time constraints, we shall refrain from elaborating further. The next day, practicing the divine arts, nothing of note occurred. The third day, practicing the divine arts, nothing of note occurred. The fourth day, reverse practice of the divine arts yielded promising results and significant gains. The fifth day, both reverse and regular practice of the divine arts had moderate effects, yielding some gains. The sixth day, practicing the divine arts first in the regular manner, then reversing, followed by regular practice again, revealed hidden methods of cultivation, resulting in substantial rewards. The seventh day, practicing the divine arts through rotation, in flight, in water, and through various forms, culminating in a total of 182 methods achieving mastery, leading to extraordinary results. At the 9 Immortal Peak, in the flower bed of the small courtyard, Yanxi reclined contentedly in a lounge chair, gently swaying. Occasionally, Nangong Qianrou would pluck a grape and feed it to Yanxi, who, each time, would mischievously evade her, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With a beautiful companion by his side and the luxury of leisure, Yanxi felt a joy surpassing that of even the celestial beings. Observing Yanxi's daily idleness, yet ever-growing strength, Nangong Qianrou transitioned from initial astonishment to a now habitual acceptance. Undoubtedly, he was her remarkable man, distinctly extraordinary. It wouldn't be long before Yanxi would step into the realm of fusion. To claim that Yanxi engaged in no cultivation would be misleading. Each day, he dedicated several hours to assist Nangong Qianrou in solidifying her cultivation, under the noble pretense of accelerating blood essence absorption. The dual cultivation method inherently benefits both parties involved. However, given Yanxi's constitution, the enhancement from dual cultivation had become minimal. Yet, the aid to Nangong Qianrou was profoundly significant. With such frequent practice, Nangong Qianrou now found it impossible to slow her progress. In just over half a month, her cultivation had soared to the 8th level of the transformation spirit realm. The rapid pace of her advancement left her questioning the very nature of reality. Was this truly the norm for a peerless prodigy? Logically, one would not expect such an exaggerated enhancement from mere dual cultivation. Yet, one must not overlook the auxiliary power of the blood essence. While others would treasure a single drop from the ascension stage, meticulously refining it over numerous sessions, Yanxi would have preferred for her to consume the entire blood bead at once, had he not feared for her health from excessive absorption. Moreover, with Yanxi having refined the essence of the vast void, his innate solar body had been elevated by the ancient sacred body. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianrou possessed the innate lunar body. The synergy of the ancient sacred body, surpassing the innate solar body, combined with the innate lunar body, rendered them exceptionally suited for dual cultivation. This multitude of enhancements propelled Nangong Qianrou as if she were aboard a rocket, achieving breakthroughs in her realm every few days. A speed that was astonishing. Having adhered to a steady pace in her cultivation, Nangong Qianrou had never before experienced such rapid advancements, leading her to become increasingly enamored with the cultivation process. Ultimately, however, Nangong Qianrou faltered. While cultivation was indeed rewarding, it was also taxing on her fragile constitution. She was no match for Yanxi. Even if she were to push the supreme yin-yang technique of the Hahuan sect to its utmost limits, employing secret techniques in their encounters, she would still be no match for Yanxi. Thus, she decided to cease her cultivation and join Yanxi in leisure, effectively granting herself a respite. Though she spoke otherwise, the depth of her happiness and sweetness remained known only to her. Report, Holy Sun. The leader of the guards at 9 Immortal Peak, Qiulong, has come to deliver a message. What is it? Yanxi asked casually. Qiulong glanced at Nangong Qianrou. Weighing his words before responding, Lu Yanran seeks an audience at the mountain gate. Refuse her. Yin Shi replied without a moment's hesitation. What nonsense is this? We agreed she would no longer come, and now she pulls this stunt. Regardless, with Ro providing me with proof, I am no longer afraid of your rumors. I shall go wherever I please. Qiulong nodded and turned to leave, fully aware that the saint had truly lost interest in Lu Yanran. He was privy to the incident where Lu Yanran had threatened the saint, and from the saint's demeanor, it was evident that he held no affection for her. More importantly, Nan Gongqianro was now the matriarch of the 9 Immortal Peak. At the mountain gate, Qiulong hastily approached Lu Yanran and cupped his fist in greeting. Lu Xianzi, please take your leave. The saint has no intention of seeing you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran's face fell, filled with disappointment. Although she had anticipated this outcome, the reality was still disheartening. Yet, Lu Yanran was not entirely ready to give up. She wished to persist a little longer. Commander Qiu, I beseech you to convey another message. Inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss with the saint, and should he agree to meet, I shall never trouble him again. In the past, Lu Yanran would have turned on her heel and departed. However, she felt compelled to meet Yin Shi, for only he knew the identity of Xiaofan's father. To seek vengeance, she had to confront Yin Shi and extract the truth from him. No matter how embarrassing or contrary to her initial promises it might be, she had to go. Qiulong felt a headache coming on. Lu Yanran had made similar requests before, which had infuriated the saint. Now, she was employing the same tactics again. The saint had just issued a statement, and if he were to return and ask again, it would only serve to prove his incompetence as a guardian. Lu Xianzi, it would be best to visit another time. The saint does not wish to see you today, Qiulong reiterated with another bow. He observed Lu Yanran's weary appearance, but his duty as a guardian forbade him from disturbing the saint without cause, no matter how reluctant he felt. Lu Yanran merely parted her lips, letting out a silent sigh before departing in desolation. Watching her retreating figure, Qiulong shook his head and muttered, Alas, had I known it would come to this. Why did it have to be so? In his view, had Lu Yanran not been so arrogant and willful, she would not have found herself in this predicament. The position now held by Nan Gongqianro should have been hers. To be adored by the saint yet end up in such a situation was truly lamentable. However, Lu Yanran's resolve extended beyond this. For the following 2 weeks, she visited the 9 Immortal Peak daily, arriving punctually without fail. Even when rebuffed, she would stand at the mountain gate for an hour, often gazing vacantly at the summit. Here she comes again, Yin Shi remarked helplessly upon seeing Qiulong approach. Qiulong nodded, at a loss for words. He too felt a sense of helplessness, especially when observing Lu Yanran in her dazed state, which evoked pity within him. Yet, his duties as a guardian did not permit him to act out of personal sympathy. Enough, let her in, Yin Shi sighed, rubbing his temples. He too wished to sever ties with Lu Yanran completely, but after all, she was his nominal junior apprentice. In the presence of so many on Jiuxian Peak, the emergence of rumors regarding discord within the sect would be highly undesirable. If Yin Shi, that ungrateful master, were to return and hear such gossip, he would undoubtedly impose punishment upon him. Soon, Lu Yanran hurriedly arrived. She bowed respectfully to Yin Shi and said, Greetings, Holy Son. Yin Shi waved his hand dismissively, urging her to speak her mind without delay. Lu Yanran, shedding any pretense, directly inquired, Please, Holy Son, tell me, who is Xiaofan's father? Yin Shi's expression darkened as he replied curtly, I do not know. Ask someone else. If there is nothing else, please leave. I have training to attend to. Frustration welled within him. He regretted having opened his mouth in the first place. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yanran pressed on. I have ascertained that the enemy who annihilated my clan is none other than Xiaofan's father. I have been training day and night to avenge this unforgivable enmity. Holy Son, you possess great wisdom and surely know something. I beseech you to enlighten me. I implore you. Her voice trembled with emotion, and she struggled to regain her composure, determined that Yin Shi must have foreknowledge of such matters. Regardless of the outcome, she was resolute in her pursuit of answers. Yin Shi clicked his tongue, taken aback by Lu Yanran's desperation, a sight he had never witnessed before. After a moment of silence, he finally responded, The red blood old demon, the rest is for you to investigate. He then commanded, Qiulong, see her out. With that, he turned and retreated into the room. In the original narrative, it was the red blood old demon who had disclosed the information regarding Xiaofan's father. They had been adversaries for a long time, and he had deployed countless schemes against Xiaofan's father, including spreading the tale of the massacre of the Lu family. Red blood, old demon, Lu Yinran murmured, familiar with the notorious name. This was a figure of infamy, known for his ruthless nature and countless murders, frequently appearing on the kill lists of various powerful factions. Yet, despite the numerous attempts on his life, he managed to evade capture, indicating his formidable strength. Qing Long approached and gestured for Lu Yinran to proceed. Fairy Lu, please. Having gleaned a lead, Lu Yinran found no reason to linger. However, as she watched, Yanxi prepared to enter the room. She could no longer contain her emotions and cried out, "Brother, once I have avenged the blood of the Lu family, will I be able to return to your side?" Yanxi paused for a brief moment but did not respond to her plea as he stepped into the room. Lu Yinran gazed despondently at his retreating figure, her heart heavy with despair. Ultimately, she had forgotten how she returned to her abode. All she felt was that the world had lost its vibrancy, as if avenging the Lu family had suddenly become of little significance. Since that day, Lu Yinran had not returned to Jiuxin Peak, granting Yanxi a rare opportunity to relish a period of tranquility. As time passed, the most crucial day of the Tiandao Xingzong's annual calendar approached, the martial arts competition of the sect. During this time, the sect bustled with excitement, with disciples both within and outside eagerly participating. Outer disciples could ascend to the inner sect through their performance in the competition, while inner disciples had the chance to be promoted to true disciples or even core disciples. All disciples diligently cultivated throughout the year, yearning to showcase their skills during the martial arts competition. It could be said that this event was akin to the carp leaping over the dragon gate, providing everyone with an opportunity to ascend to greatness. The once quiet mountain gate was now alive with activity, as returning disciples filled the area. At noon, the mountain gate was teeming with people, all disciples who had come back. Among them stood a man clad in tattered clothing, his gaze sinister, just outside the mountain gate. He stared intently at the massive stone tablet inscribed with the characters Tiandao Xingzong, murmuring softly to himself, "At last, the day has come. This time, I shall make a resounding impact, surpassing the true disciples to become a core disciple directly. Yanxi, your position as the Holy Sun will soon be mine." This was Xiao Fan, returning after months of arduous training. During this time, he had faced countless dangers and seized numerous opportunities. Perhaps it was his obsession with the title of Holy Sun, or perhaps it was his resentment towards Lu Yinran and Yanxi. But these few months had propelled his cultivation to remarkable heights. He had reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. When he participated in the Heavenly Palace's secret realm, he had merely been an insignificant insect at the initial stage of liquid condensation. Now, he had leaped across 2 major realms to arrive at the nascent soul stage. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. His rapid progress was not due to any qualitative transformation in his aptitude. Rather, it was purely because of the overwhelming opportunities he encountered. He seemed to have the favor of destiny, as even a simple stroll could lead to treasures. It was as if the heavens were feeding him, making it impossible not to advance swiftly. "Master, if I perform exceptionally in the sect's martial arts competition, do you think the elders would agree to my public challenge for Yanxi's position as Holy Sun?" Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang'er felt a sudden jolt in her heart. "Oh no, this boy is starting again." She hurriedly advised, "Disciple, the gap between you and him is far too great. Do not act impulsively. Such actions would bring you no benefit. If you truly wish to challenge for the title of Holy Sun, you must wait until your strength is on par with his before making any plans. The 3rd level of the nascent soul stage against the 9th level of the avatar stage. Aren't you courting death? Who would entertain such thoughts? Have you forgotten the words of our esteemed master? You must now lie low, concealing your brilliance until you have amassed sufficient strength to astonishingly defeat Yanxi." Such ancient sects as the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect place immense value on power and innate talent. Given your current rate of cultivation improvement, your aptitude is no longer in question. You need only to elevate your prowess and ultimately vanquish Yanxi, for the position of Holy Sun shall rightfully belong to you. Yi Shuang'er earnestly advised. She genuinely feared that Xiao Fan, in a moment of impulsiveness, might challenge Yanxi publicly. Should he act so recklessly, it would spell disaster. While his life would not be in peril, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. With Xiao Fan's arrogance and self-importance, he would certainly be unable to endure the scorn of others, risking a fit of rage. Furthermore, Yanxi currently holds unparalleled prestige within the sect. Yi Shuang'er could envision the enmity Xiao Fan would incur with numerous disciples should he proceed in such a manner. To ascend as the Holy Sun, strength is undeniably crucial. Yet personal reputation serves as another unspoken criterion. Without sufficient renown within the sect and no prominent figures backing you, even if you were to defeat the Holy Sun, it may not guarantee your succession. You might even face exclusion. In more severe cases, expulsion from the sect could be a reality. Yixuanger, well-versed in the intricacies of human relations, understood this profoundly. Master, I comprehend, Xiaofan nodded, regret evident in his voice. Despite his acquiescence, Yixuanger remained uneasy. She knew Xiaofan all too well. Mere verbal agreement did not necessarily reflect his true thoughts. She feared he might heed her words only superficially, forgetting them as swiftly as they entered his mind. Such occurrences had happened countless times over the past months. Each time he professed understanding, yet subsequently behaved as he pleased. I can only hope he truly grasps the gravity of this. Yixuanger sighed. Since taking Xiaofan as her disciple, her worries had multiplied. This realization brought her a sense of relief. Having lived a solitary life without offspring, she was grateful not to bear witness to a wayward progeny like Xiaofan, lest she might be compelled to strike him down in frustration. The sect's grand competition commenced with fervor. From the outset, the battles proved exhilarating, each participant striving to showcase their abilities. The lively atmosphere attracted numerous high-ranking officials to observe. True disciples, core disciples, and even elders were present. Throughout this competition, Xiaofan solidified his reputation. Utilizing his formidable strength, he consistently overwhelmed his opponents, including several promising candidates who fell to this dark horse. Often, he would conclude a fight with a single strike, leaving many astounded. His remarkable performance led to the rapid dissemination of his name among the disciples, and several high-ranking members of the sect soon became aware of this prodigy named Xiaofan. Several elders even expressed interest in taking him as their disciple. Such a prodigy, if nurtured properly, will surely emerge as a remarkable talent within the sect. Meanwhile, at the 9 Immortal Peaks, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the lively martial competitions, enveloped instead in a serene stillness. Having just concluded a session of cultivation, Nangong Qianrou's complexion glows with a rosy hue, akin to a succulent peach ready to burst. Leaning against Yan Shi's shoulder, she exhales softly. Brother Yan Shi, aren't you curious about the Grand Sect competition? Many elders have attended. I've heard that this year's contest features several formidable figures, each exceptional in both talent and strength. The sect competition has been ongoing for several days, with fresh talents emerging daily. Intrigued, Nangong Qianrou finds herself drawn to observe for a while each day. What is so captivating about the sect competition? You, my dear Ro, are far more enchanting. Yanxi chuckles. Oh dear, brother Yanxi, I was merely discussing the competition. She stammers, her blush returning fervently. This too is a competition. The disciples have their own methods, as does the Holy Sun, and naturally, you, my little enchantress, must have your own ways as well. Yanxi feigns ignorance, explaining earnestly. Brother Yanxi, it is still daytime. You ought to exhibit some decorum as the Holy Sun. Suddenly, as she speaks, Nangong Qianrou shivers and collapses against Yanxi. After a moment, she raises her gaze, her eyes shimmering with indignation. Brother Yanxi, you are up to mischief again. I hadn't finished my sentence. Yanxi raises an eyebrow. Ah, I see. My apologies, dear Qianrou. It was indeed a mistake. With a dismissive snort, Yanxi asserts, as a cultivator, one must remain composed even in the face of calamity. Observe my unwavering demeanor. You have much to learn, Qianrou. Having grown accustomed to Yanxi's nonsensical banter, Nangong Qianrou can't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Oh, where did you acquire such a technique, Qianrou? I've never witnessed it before. Brother Yanxi, this wisdom was derived from my innate Taiyin physique, she replies. You, Qianrou, possess great insight. No, brother Yanxi, it is you who possesses the true wisdom. As the lounge chair gently sways, the spring breeze caresses their faces. It is not that Yanxi is jesting. Rather, he genuinely lacks interest in the sect competition. He has nearly memorized the relevant chapters in the book regarding the martial contests. It is portrayed as a stage for disciples to showcase themselves, yet in reality, it is merely a personal exhibition for Xiaofan. No matter how dazzling the talented disciples may be, they all serve as mere backdrops for Xiaofan, trodden underfoot. In the unfolding narrative, Xiaofan claims victory, publicly declaring his intent to supplant Yan Shi as the next holy son of the celestial Dao sect, and challenges Yan Shi to a duel. Naturally, provoked by Xiaofan's public challenge, Yanxi cannot tolerate the affront and directly steps forward to accept the challenge. In the original narrative, Yin Shi, unwilling to take advantage of his superior realm, suppressed his cultivation to match Xiao Fan's level. Consequently, he fell prey to Xiao Fan's cunning ploy and was ultimately defeated, suffering a total rout. However, to be candid, this segment of the plot is exceedingly implausible. Even if both were of equal cultivation, it is inconceivable that Xiao Fan could rival Yin Shi. In terms of magical artifacts, techniques, and physical constitution, Xiao Fan possesses none of the attributes that could possibly compare to Yin Shi's. What grounds does he have for victory? The explanation provided by the original text attributes Yin Shi's downfall to his arrogance and underestimation of the opponent, a preposterous assertion. It is evidently a contrived narrative crafted by a mediocre author, designed solely to showcase the protagonist's prowess at the expense of logic and coherence. Yin Shi, upon witnessing this, could not help but curse. If it were him, with a mere display of pressure, he could easily mortally wound Xiao Fan. Who would dare to engage in battle with such a trivial figure? The notion of a weakness halo drags everyone down to the same level. Otherwise, with Yin Shi's true strength, even 1,000 Xiao Fans would be crushed beneath him. Brother Yin Shi, are you really not going? Asked Nangong Qianro. Not going. It's rather pointless, Yin Shi replied, waving his hand. I haven't yet claimed my reward for idling. If I leave now, who will compensate me for the missing reward? He had long anticipated the rewards for being a slacker and could not afford to squander his efforts at this critical juncture. Furthermore, the plot trajectory had already shifted. In the original text, Yin Shi should be at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, on the cusp of the transformation stage, where Xiao Fan might have had the chance to contend with him. Yet now, he had ascended to the 9th level of the Avatar realm. Should Xiao Fan dare to trouble him, it would be sheer folly. Even if Yin Shi suppressed his own realm, Xiao Fan would have no chance of victory. Xiao Fan, despite his lack of intelligence, should not be foolish enough to seek him out. Perhaps, well, if you refuse to go, brother Yin Shi, I shall venture forth alone. Today should be the final day, and I am curious to see who will emerge victorious, Nangong Qianro said, trembling as she stood up. Very well, go enjoy yourself, but remember to return early. We still have one session of cultivation left today. A blush crept across Nangong Qianro's face as she hastily departed. After days of fierce competition, the sex martial contest had arrived at its final day. Today, the top 10 prodigies would be selected, along with the strongest champion. The disciples led by Xiao Fan surged forth like dark horses, propelling the entire sex competition to its zenith. It was not only the disciples who were exhilarated. The senior officials of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect were equally eager for the day's contests. Even before the matches commenced, the arena was already thronged with spectators, packed tightly in layers to witness the spectacle. The enthusiasm of the disciples was infectious, as they vied for the best vantage points to observe this annual grand event. One must admit, Xiao Fan indeed possesses remarkable skills. Not long ago, he was merely at the liquid condensation stage, and now he has achieved the nascent soul stage. Each of his moves, whether in the inner or outer sect, is executed with precision and decisiveness, able to incapacitate his opponents in a single strike. Who knows if he might claim this year's championship? Xiao Fan's performance is indeed remarkable. However, to declare him the champion seems rather improbable. Both senior brother Zhao Hu and Zhuge Feng, who has emerged just as spectacularly as Xiao Fan, possess formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. Particularly, Zhuge Feng has yet to encounter anyone capable of enduring even 3 breaths under his prowess. You raise a valid point. These 3 undoubtedly represent the strongest contenders within the sect this year. If a champion is to emerge, it will likely be from among them. I am quite curious to see who ultimately claims victory. I long to witness the clash between the 2 prodigies, Zhuge Feng and Xiao Fan, and discern who among them truly stands as the strongest in this grand competition. I have faith in Xiao Fan. I believe Zhuge Feng holds a slight advantage. Even before the matches have commenced, the atmosphere surrounding the arena is already bustling with fervent discussions. Various voices intermingle, creating a cacophony of excitement. As time flows, the participating disciples gradually make their appearances, though most wear expressions of discontent. The focus of the crowd's discourse revolves solely around Xiao Fan and the other 2, leaving the remaining contestants feeling entirely disregarded. To them, it seems that apart from these 3, the others are merely present to fill the ranks. This has understandably led to considerable dissatisfaction among the other participants. I shall demonstrate just how formidable these 3 truly are. Once I defeat you all, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. One disciple declared vehemently. While the trio may shine brightly, this does not imply that the others lack the capability to engage in battle. To dismiss them so readily is indeed excessive. Xiao Fan has arrived, someone exclaimed, suddenly capturing everyone's attention. Clad in a gray-black robe, Xiao Fan approached with an impassive expression, seemingly indifferent to the cheers of his supporters, as if all else around him were inconsequential, though his demeanor appeared calm. The slight tremor in his body and the excitement in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within his heart. Master, do you see? I am the sole protagonist of this sect competition. Xiao Fan thought with exhilaration, his words brimming with uncontainable joy and pride. Indeed, I see it clearly, Yi Shuang'er replied, her demeanor strikingly composed in contrast to Xiao Fan's elation. While Xiao Fan's FAAD may have passed muster, his mindset lacks the requisite steadiness. If he cannot maintain his composure in such a minor event against his peers, how will he fare on a grander stage? His reactions are somewhat lacking. It is merely a sect competition, after all, and the opponents are all familiar faces. What is there to be so excited about? Furthermore, when did he become the only protagonist? As anticipated, Zhuge Feng's arrival swiftly drew even more attention away from Xiao Fan. In an instant, Xiao Fan found himself overshadowed. The ostentatious entrance of Zhuge Feng irked Xiao Fan immensely. There was no elegance, no dignity in his display, adorned in a light blue robe. Zhuge Feng's resolute features and strikingly handsome countenance marked him as a true paragon of charm. For a young woman, merely possessing such a visage can imbue her with immense confidence. Upon the appearance of Zhuge Feng, the crowd erupted with fervent shouts, their energies fervently directed toward him. Handsome is of no consequence. Strength is what truly matters. Xiao Fan muttered disdainfully. Indeed, beauty alone is futile. However, when one possesses both striking looks and formidable prowess, the scenario transforms entirely. Yi Shuang'er shook her head, asserting that for cultivators, strength is the essence, while appearance merely serves as an enhancement. When one is endowed with both attributes, their allure to the opposite sex magnifies exponentially. This brought to mind a former acquaintance of Yi Shuang'er, a captivating woman of extraordinary beauty and unparalleled strength, drawing countless talented individuals to bow before her. Greetings, fellow disciples. Zhuge Feng flashed a radiant smile, his countenance aglow with warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing comfort to all. Witnessing his smile, the surrounding female disciples erupted into ecstatic shrieks, utterly besotted. "Pa, just a pretty face," remarked some of the male disciples, feeling a tinge of envy at Zhuge Feng's popularity. How unfair it is that he possesses such striking looks and remarkable talent. It's simply unjust. Amidst this overwhelming jealousy, the remaining contestants entered the arena, though none could replicate the commotion stirred by Zhuge Feng. As the competition time drew near, Zhao Hu hurried in. With an unremarkable appearance and a taciturn demeanor, he blended seamlessly into the crowd. Yet, as a renowned powerhouse within the inner sect, none dared to underestimate him. With all disciples present, the time for the competition had arrived. "Let the contest begin," declared the elder presiding over the duel, who promptly initiated the match without any flamboyant announcements. As the signal was given, the disciples on the platform surged forward, plunging into an intense battle from the outset. This was a chaotic free-for-all, where only those who fought until the very end could rightfully claim the title of the strongest. A dazzling array of techniques erupted on the stage, and soon, participants began to fall. The intensity of the battles was nothing short of brutal, leaving the spectators in awe. After an uninterrupted morning of contests, Zhao Hu ultimately fell to Xiao Fan. Now, only Xiao Fan and Zhuge Feng remained on the stage. Both shared a common trait. They were dark horses that had unexpectedly emerged during this competition, drawing keen interest from the other disciples eager to discern who among them was the stronger contender. In the center of the arena, Zhuge Feng nodded at Xiao Fan and spoke. "I do not wish to take advantage of your predicament. You have expended considerable energy in your prior battle with Zhao Hu, and facing me now would be inequitable. I grant you 1 hour to recuperate. Once you have regained your strength, we shall engage in our contest. This is a small personal desire of mine, as I would prefer not to be labeled as victorious through unfair means." To a rational individual, Zhuge Feng's actions are exceedingly presumptuous, akin to deliberately diminishing his inherent advantages. Given this context, one might as well seize the opportunity to rest and recalibrate before launching a decisive counterattack. However, Xiao Fan is evidently not an ordinary person. He is the protagonist, the chosen one, a remarkable being born for the purpose of ostentation and confrontation. How could he possibly let such a golden opportunity for bravado slip by? With a dismissive scoff, Xiao Fan proclaimed in an imperious tone, "Even in my diminished state, I possess more than enough strength to deal with you." Instantly, Zhuge Feng's expression darkened. His well-intentioned offer of time for Xiao Fan to recover was met with cold mockery. This was a blatant affront. Such provocation was intolerable for Zhuge Feng. Both were exceptionally gifted individuals, and none would willingly take a step back. "Very well. Prepare yourself," Zhuge Feng declared, resolutely launching his attack. With a powerful roar, Zhuge Feng extended his right hand, unleashing a torrent of true energy that coalesced in his arm, forming a claw of true energy reminiscent of a tiger's paw. The claw appeared almost alive, vividly animated, with fierce winds swirling around it, causing Zhuge Feng's hair to dance wildly. The Divine Tiger Claw. This was an extraordinarily formidable technique. Initially conceived by a great being who observed a ferocious tiger in the act of pouncing on its prey. At its pinnacle, one's arm would possess the might of a divine tiger-esque claw, capable of annihilating anything in its path with a single strike. Regardless of whether one wielded divine weapons or possessed formidable defenses, all would be rendered as mere parchment before the divine tiger claw, easily shattered. Although Zhuge Feng had yet to reach such heights, he could still emulate a fraction of its power and ferocity. Even so, it was already remarkably impressive. The tiger claw descended with a thunderous crash, imbued with tremendous force that instilled dread. "A mere parlor trick," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, feigning nonchalance. Yet, a glimmer of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Facing Zhuge Feng's lethal strike was evidently far from trivial. "Breaking the sea technique," Xiao Fan bellowed, forming seals with his hands as his true energy erupted forth. In the next instant, an immense hammer of true energy materialized in the air, descending like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming force that suffocated those nearby. The breaking the sea technique was a formidable art that Xiao Fan had acquired from a powerful being's cave during his earlier trials, possessing boundless might and astonishing destructive capability. Boom! The two divine techniques collided in a cataclysmic clash, unleashing a torrent of true energy that swept through the surroundings, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. Indeed, this was a display worthy of admiration. An elder nodded with a smile, gesturing with his hand. A mysterious power surged forth, illuminating the arena's protective barrier that was on the brink of shattering, completely neutralizing the impact of the two techniques, while the residual energy was contained within the arena, leaving no trace of force to affect the outside. "Oh, is this the Xiao Fan that brother Yanxi speaks of? Quite impressive, though I doubt it warrants brother Yanxi's frequent musings." At this moment, Nangong Shinro was observing from an upper loft, her attention fixated on the arena below. The two combatants engaged in a fierce duel evoked a sense of perplexity within her. Both Xiao Fan and Zhuge Feng were formidable disciples, worthy of being called prodigies. Yet they only ranked among the average elite. While they surpassed ordinary disciples, they fell short of extraordinary heights. Particularly, she questioned Xiao Fan's merits. What qualities did he possess that captured the attention of brother Yanxi? Ultimately, their prowess could only be described as commendable. And when compared to the favored scions of various factions, they paled significantly. To speak frankly, they were even inferior to the legendary Peng Wanli of yore. Why then, did brother Yanxi exhibit such interest in them? Nangong Shinro had heard brother Yanxi mention Xiao Fan's name numerous times, whether intentionally or inadvertently, especially in recent days. The frequency had surged. Her curiosity deepened, as she initially assumed Xiao Fan must be an exceptional talent worthy of Yanxi's regard. However, upon witnessing him firsthand, she was left with a singular thought. Is this it? This caliber of prodigy, if one were to broaden the scope, could be found aplenty even within the Huana sect, let alone the Tiandao sacred sect. The true disciples and core members there certainly matched or exceeded their capabilities, with many even surpassing them by a considerable margin. Boom! The clash of divine abilities resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the arena beneath them into mere dust, leaving only a barren expanse. Both combatants were unable to withstand such tremendous force, and were instantaneously propelled away. Zhuge Feng appeared to be in a more disheveled state than Xiao Fan. "You are still too weak," Xiao Fan proclaimed, adjusting his collar, standing with an air of superiority as he gazed down at Zhuge Feng. Such demeanor would surely earn him accolades from Yanxi. What a show-off! Regardless of time or place, he never missed an opportunity to flaunt, even when lacking substance. True prowess lay not in mere pretense, but in the audacity to feign greatness without merit. He was indeed the king of ostentation. "I can continue to fight." Zhuge Feng seethed with anger. This competition had ignited a fierce rage within him. As someone who also reveled in pretense, he found himself outdone by Xiao Fan in the realm of showmanship. The sight of Xiao Fan's arrogant demeanor only intensified his irritation. Zhuge Feng longed to stomp on Xiao Fan's face and spit upon him, believing it would alleviate his frustration. "It is over. You have no more chances," Xiao Fan declared. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his head raised at a haughty angle. "Shut your mouth." Zhuge Feng could no longer contain himself and charged forward. Bang! The two collided once more, unleashing a dazzling array of attacks between them, escalating the intensity of their battle. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Had it not been for the protective barriers absorbing the energy, the entire plaza would have surely suffered catastrophic damage. Another incense stick's worth of time passed. Zhuge Feng was sent flying by Xiao Fan, crashing to the ground. He attempted several times to rise, but ultimately fell back down in defeat. Overestimating oneself, however, Xiao Fan, acknowledge you. Seizing the moment, Xiao Fan put on a show. With Zhuge Feng unable to continue the fight, the title of champion of this grand competition was awarded to Xiao Fan. Once the elder announced the results, he promptly lifted the restrictions. Following this, several disciples responsible for healing approached to assess Zhuge Feng's injuries. The plaza erupted once more with cheers as the elder declared the outcome of the competition. "I told you Xiao Fan would win," exclaimed one onlooker. To single-handedly contend against two formidable opponents, Xiao Fan is indeed impressive. No wonder Senior Sister Lu invited him to join the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. His talent is truly remarkable. Speaking of Senior Sister Lu, it seemed she had not been seen lately. Perhaps she had gone out for cultivation again. During the discussions among the crowd, the elders made their appearance, preparing to reward the top 10 disciples of the competition. The recipients of the rewards were filled with excitement, though this did not include Zhao Hu and Zhuge Feng. They had aimed for the championship, only to be defeated by Xiao Fan, leaving them with a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, this round of the competition had concluded, and any hope of redeeming their honor would have to wait for the next contest. The rewards were distributed as usual, and the atmosphere was joyful and harmonious, until it was Xiao Fan's turn. Looking at Elder Lu, Xiao Fan earnestly stated, "Elder, there is something I do not understand. Might you be able to enlighten me?" "Speak on," replied Elder Lu, his smile broad and his mood buoyant. Seeing many promising talents emerge this time brought him great satisfaction, as it would provide fresh blood for the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. Therefore, he did not take Xiao Fan's somewhat impudent demeanor to heart. However, Yishuanger, who had been in a good mood, felt a sudden chill upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. "Oh no, this boy isn't going to bring up the matter of the saint at this moment, is he? Elder, I wish to know if there is a chance for disciples to become the saint in the future. If one surpasses the current saint, can they take their place?" Xiao Fan gazed intently at Elder Lu, his ambitions laid bare without any pretense. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously boisterous plaza fell into an abrupt silence. The atmosphere shifted to an eerie stillness, where even a needle could be heard dropping. Both elders and disciples turned to Xiao Fan, mouths agape in disbelief. "He never changes." Yishuanger was on the verge of despair. Alas, she sighed. Her greatest fears had come to fruition. Indeed, one cannot change their nature. She had warned Xiao Fan repeatedly and had clearly outlined the stakes. Yet, he stubbornly insisted on engaging in such foolishness. Little did Yishuanger understand, this was precisely the mark of the destined child. If one were truly capable of acting sensibly, they would not be worthy of the title. "I hear what you say, but how I act is my own consideration." Silence. An uncanny silence. Everyone gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and horror. It was as if they had heard an unbelievable tale or witnessed something incomprehensible. For a moment, they were rendered speechless. Even the sixth elder, upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, instinctively paused in astonishment. The fact that such a seasoned individual, one who had weathered numerous storms, could momentarily lose composure testified to the absurdity of Xiao Fan's statement. The ordinary disciples, needless to say, were even more taken aback. Coughing lightly, the sixth elder broke the silence, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the present. After a brief contemplation, he solemnly inquired of Xiao Fan, "Do you intend to usurp the position of the Holy Son?" "Indeed, I recognize that this notion may seem somewhat far-fetched at present. Yet I implore you for but one assurance, Elder. Please inform me of your answer. Otherwise, should I surpass the Holy Son in the future and yet be unable to take his place, a persistent discontent shall linger within my heart." Such unresolved thoughts would be a significant hindrance to my cultivation, Xiao Fan declared earnestly. The sixth elder regarded Xiao Fan with a peculiar expression, struggling to comprehend his words. To surpass Yin Shi and to seek to replace him. Was he suffering from some form of delusion, or perhaps had he ingested a poorly crafted elixir that impaired his faculties? What source of confidence did he possess, and what did he mean by relying on? Such statements seemed akin to the ramblings of a madman. However, the sixth elder, being well-versed in matters of the world, understood that this perspective, while seemingly naive, could also be seen as a positive aspiration among the disciples. The path of cultivation is merciless, governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Only strength is the foundation of all. Any ambition requires the backing of formidable power to be realized. Indeed, our heavenly path holy sect has stood for millions of years, and throughout this lengthy history, there have been precedents for the Holy Son's position to be usurped. The prerequisite, however, is that you must possess sufficient strength to become the strongest among the younger generation. Once you earn the recognition of all, the position of Holy Son shall naturally be yours, the sixth elder replied with a smile. In truth, every sect has such implicit regulations. While the Holy Son or Divine Son is designated as the next heir, this is not an immutable decree. Should a more dazzling star emerge among the younger generation, they may indeed take the mantle. Yet, Yin Shi, the current Holy Son, was exceptional. A prodigy who inspired no thoughts of resistance. This was why the others scoffed at Xiao Fan's words. Moreover, it had been thousands of years since the last instance of a Holy Son being replaced. Those selected for such a position are invariably the elite, truly unique individuals, making it exceedingly unlikely that they could be surpassed so easily. Thus, everyone tacitly accepted that such an occurrence was improbable. Upon hearing the sixth elder's affirmative response, Xiao Fan calmly nodded. He had long been informed of this by Yi Shuang'er. His inquiry was merely a pretext for the actions he intended to undertake. It was time for him to set his plan into motion. Elder, I wish to challenge the Holy Son. I beseech the heavenly path holy sect to grant me this opportunity. As these words fell from his lips, the surrounding disciples began to inwardly condemn him. Arrogant, foolish, clueless about the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Even the sixth elder was rendered speechless. This Xiao Fan had merely secured the title of champion in the recent competition. Was it truly necessary for him to exhibit such arrogance? To challenge an expert at the 9th layer of the separation stage, while he was only at the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage? Was that not tantamount to courting death? Are you certain? The saintly son stands at the 9th layer of the separation stage, while you remain at the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage. To speak frankly, the disparity between you and the saintly son is as vast as heaven and earth. The mere pressure emanating from the 9th layer of the separation stage could easily subdue you. Initially, the sixth elder appreciated Xiao Fan's boldness in confronting stronger opponents, believing him to possess ambition. However, he now perceived Xiao Fan's actions as nothing short of unreasonable. He was also providing Xiao Fan with a graceful exit, allowing him the opportunity to retreat with dignity. The prodigy, Yin Shi, could no longer be measured solely by his cultivation level. Although he was labeled as a 9th layer separation stage, his actual combat prowess likely surpassed that of even formidable beings in the integration stage. Allowing Xiao Fan to challenge Yin Shi would be akin to leading him to his demise. Such overconfidence. Zhu Gafeng scoffed disdainfully, his face reflecting utter contempt. Could it be that Xiao Fan had suffered a blow to his intellect in the previous battle? How else could he utter such foolish words? Did he think that merely being the champion made him invincible? How brazen. Ignorance is not frightening. What is truly alarming is being foolish while remaining oblivious to it. If other sects were to discover that our champion this year was of such caliber, I would feel utterly humiliated. I had previously supported him. It seems I was blind to his shortcomings. The numerous disciples were instantly filled with righteous indignation, vehemently criticizing Xiao Fan. They had encountered arrogance and hubris before, individuals with lofty ambitions. Yet, they had never witnessed such outrageous behavior. This went beyond mere pride. It was a complete lack of sense. He was foolish. Compared to the ordinary disciples, the true disciples and core disciples were even less able to contain themselves. This Xiao Fan had just claimed the title of champion, and now he was poised to challenge the saintly son. What did that imply? Did he look down upon all of us? Did he believe we were unworthy of his challenge? This young man truly thought that attaining the title of champion made him remarkable. Did he? We too were once champions. If he wishes to challenge the saintly son, he must first pass through me. I am Lu Changong, a true disciple, here to gauge your abilities. A man clad in a blue robe stepped forward, his countenance grim. His aura was unabashedly unleashed, revealing his cultivation at the 6th layer of the transformation stage. I am Zhang Jinji, a core disciple. Another disciple emerged, standing at the 3rd layer of the separation stage. Soon, the true and core disciples surrounded Xiao Fan, encircling him completely. A terrifying aura converged, akin to an ocean or abyss, overwhelming in its ferocity, all directed toward Xiao Fan at the center. The ordinary disciples around them turned pale in the face of such a formidable presence, their hearts filled with dread. Positioned at the vortex's core, Xiao Fan felt his spirit tremble, yet he gritted his teeth and feigned calmness, declaring, as a disciple, I am acutely aware of the chasm between myself and the saintly sun. To challenge him with my current cultivation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, I propose a duel at the same cultivation level. The Holy Sun lowered his cultivation to the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm to compete with me. Only by matching realms can one truly discern an individual's strength and identify who is the genuine prodigy. It is said that the Holy Sun is invincible among those of the same realm, yet I, as his disciple, wish to ascertain whether, in an equal contest, he could indeed triumph over me. The more Xiao Fan spoke, the more confidence radiated from his eyes, a brilliance that allowed him to withstand the oppressive presence of other core disciples. In an instant, he stood tall, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. At this moment, Yi Shuang'er grasped Xiao Fan's intentions. So that's it. Quite a strategic mind. Undoubtedly, Xiao Fan's cunning had genuinely surprised her. Initially, she believed his decision stemmed from impulsive fervor. But it appeared that he indeed had a plan. Why do I say this? Recently, during his trials, Xiao Fan had acquired a secret technique that could quintuple his combat prowess for a brief period. However, such a temporary boost would not suffice to defeat Yin Shi. As the technique's duration was limited, Xiao Fan's true aim was to strike at Yin Shi's psyche. As long as he could maintain the upper hand for a time, Yin Shi's mindset would inevitably destabilize, thus creating an opportunity for Xiao Fan. Even in the worst-case scenario, should he be defeated by Yin Shi, it would matter little. Merely matching Yin Shi would be an extraordinary feat, and people would not remember his loss, but rather that he could stand toe-to-toe with the Holy Sun. Consequently, Xiao Fan's reputation would soar. Both disciples and elders would regard him with newfound respect, and all prior slanders would transform into accolades and praise. Yin Shi's influence within the Heavenly Path sacred sect would also diminish. It must be said, Xiao Fan's scheme is indeed commendable, executed with remarkable shrewdness. While it may appear absurd, it is, in fact, a venture with manifold benefits and no detriment. Should Yin Shi dare to accept the challenge, Xiao Fan would inherently be in a position of invincibility. If Yin Shi declines, Xiao Fan could exploit the situation, tarnishing Yin Shi's image by suggesting cowardice. What matters is not the content of the words, but rather the opportunity to present oneself as a challenger to the powerful. It is not that I refuse to fight. It is that my opponent lacks the courage. In this manner, Xiao Fan achieves his objective, garnering fame and establishing his footing within the Heavenly Path sacred sect, all while laying the groundwork to eventually supplant the Holy Sun. You wish to duel the Holy Sun at the same realm? The 6th elder cast a penetrating glance at Xiao Fan, thinking that the lad was not entirely foolish. If both parties were to compete at their current levels, Xiao Fan would stand no chance whatsoever and would undeniably lose. However, if Yin Shi were to lower his cultivation, Xiao Fan might have a sliver of opportunity. Yet, the 6th elder remained skeptical of Xiao Fan's chances. In the past, he would have hesitated to make a definitive judgment. Yet now, Yin Shi had ascended to a level beyond compare, having effortlessly vanquished 4 ancient demon clan prodigies, one of whom was a divine child of the Bashi clan. From this alone, it is evident that Yin Shi's current combat capability has reached an unpredictable magnitude. In a contest of the same realm, Xiao Fan holds no advantage. Indeed, I implore the elder to grant my request. I merely wish to discern the extent of the gap between myself and the Holy Sun. In order to draw Yin Shi out, Xiao Fan altered his words, replacing the inquiry of whether Yin Shi could defeat him with the question of how significant the disparity was between himself and the Holy Sun. This was, for Xiao Fan, a profound humiliation. It was not an act of submission. Rather, it was a temporary concession to achieve the ideals that resided in his heart. Even at this moment, Xiao Fan harbored such thoughts. Should he speak too arrogantly, it could provoke discontent among others, compelling them to insist on a contest, which would be disastrous. Primarily, this secret technique could only be employed once per day. Wasting this precious opportunity on others would be a considerable loss. Xiao Fan understood clearly that, Without the enhancement of the secret technique, he was certainly no match for Yin Sha. I cannot provide an answer. It requires the Holy Sun's consent, the sixth elder replied, shaking his head. Were it an ordinary disciple, he could easily acquiesce. However, Yin Sha's status as the Holy Sun was extraordinary. Theoretically, he stood on the same level as the elders. Unless the Holy Master intervened, Yin Sha could completely disregard any commands within the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. Then I beseech the elder to contact the Holy Sun, Xiaofan said earnestly. This, very well. After a moment's hesitation, the sixth elder acquiesced to Xiaofan's request. He felt somewhat helpless, yet, with so many disciples observing, an outright refusal would appear unseemly, suggesting favoritism and potentially tarnishing the Holy Sun's reputation. Did Xiaofan dare to challenge the Holy Sun, only to play this clever game? By compelling the Holy Sun to suppress his realm to engage in combat, he might indeed possess some chance. This fellow is quite cunning. Compressing his realm would affect his ability to strike, necessitating constant control to avoid transgressing limits, akin to being shackled. Such a person, devious and insincere, should not be befriended in the future. Even so, Xiaofan was no match for the Holy Sun. Even with a suppressed realm, he remained incomparable. The Holy Sun was a figure of immense stature, possessing an array of hidden cards, any one of which would overwhelm Xiaofan. I suspect Xiaofan has already anticipated this. Once the Holy Sun consents, he will likely present further demands. What you say holds true. Such treacherous individuals have no limits in their actions. Upon hearing that Xiaofan wished to engage in combat at the same realm, the crowd finally comprehended his intentions. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. It seems he had ulterior motives. At this moment, atop the 9 immortal peak, Yin Sha received the message from the sixth elder and directly rejected it. Did he not comprehend Xiaofan's schemes? If he wished to show off, he could simply go elsewhere. He could easily crush Xiaofan, even while suppressing to the same realm. However, what of the rewards for the slackers? This was a significant narrative reward, surely promising valuable treasures. Would he forfeit genuine rewards simply to indulge in pretense? Yin Sha must have lost his senses to even consider engaging with Xiaofan. Furthermore, if one wishes to challenge, then let them do so. What position does this Holy Sun hold? And who do you think you are? Once this precedent is set, anyone, be they a mere cat or dog, can challenge us. How shall we then enjoy our leisure? Yin Shi disdainfully curled his lip. He was all too familiar with this narrative. To his surprise, Xiaofan had resorted to this same tactic once more. One must admit, Xiaofan's audacity was remarkable. To brazenly articulate such shameless ideas with an air of grandeur was quite the feat. The protagonist's halo shone brilliantly during this segment of the tale. In the original narrative, from the moment Yin Shi acquiesced to Xiaofan's request, he had already fallen into Xiaofan's trap. Even if he were to emerge victorious, he would gain nothing of merit. Instead, he would inadvertently elevate Xiaofan's reputation. Conversely, Yin Shi faced a significant loss. He merely completed an endeavor that was deemed devoid of suspense in the eyes of the onlookers, causing his own prestige to diminish. Most alarmingly, under the influence of the protagonist's halo, he was bested by Xiaofan. This outcome directly resulted in a substantial decline in Yin Shi's esteem, rendering him a mere stepping stone for Xiaofan's ascent to notoriety. From this battle onwards, voices advocating for Xiaofan as a replacement for Yin Shi began to emerge within the sect. Ultimately, through a series of covert manipulations by Xiaofan, Yin Shi was ousted from the Holy Sun's throne, making way for Xiaofan as the new generation's Holy Sun. Naturally, this was merely the plot of the original text. The current Yin Shi was not to be trifled with. If one wished to play dirty, they ought to keep their distance. On the arena, the sixth elder remarked with an odd expression, regrettably, the Holy Sun has declined. He could not fathom why the Holy Sun was so incensed. Perhaps he harbored some dissatisfaction. Could it be that the Holy Sun was afraid? Xiaofan immediately grew anxious. He had exerted so much effort solely to compete with Yin Shi in the previous match. Now that Yin Shi disregarded him, had all his efforts been in vain? Although Yin Shi's refusal to engage would still afford him some measure of acclaim, it fell woefully short of his expectations. Not profiting from this would amount to a loss. Rounding it off, it was Xiaofan who stood to lose the most. Not only would he become the subject of ridicule within the sect, but the higher-ups would also fail to recognize him. How then would he proceed? Silence. The sixth elder's expression turned cold, and he no longer regarded Xiaofan with favor. Xiaofan, you are utterly presumptuous. The Holy Sun would not fear a young disciple such as yourself. He simply sees no necessity to engage in battle with you. Moreover, The Holy Sun is under no obligation to accept your challenge. Ever since, Yanxi displayed his true prowess in the City of Supreme Treasures. No one within the heavenly Dao sacred sect has doubted his genuine combat capability. He is indeed among the top 4 prodigies. Who within the sect can match such talent? Even the elders cannot guarantee they would suppress everything under such circumstances. The Holy Sun's strength is beyond the scrutiny of a mere young disciple who has just claimed the top position. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, the elders felt a twinge of displeasure. The grand competition had concluded. It was solely due to Xiao Fan that this had been prolonged, wasting time. And now he dared to utter such hubris against the Holy Sun. Simply intolerable. Xiao Fan, get down at once. You ungrateful wretch. What right does the Holy Sun have to battle with you? To defame the Holy Sun, you are unworthy of your title. The Holy Sun would never fear someone like you. Depart at once. In contrast to the elders, the disciples expressed their disdain far more bluntly, unleashing a torrent of curses. One individual managed to subdue 2 prominent ancient demon clan prodigies, maintaining an unwavering demeanor against the 2 in the ascension phase, all while securing 4 earth-tier magical treasures for the sect. Each of these feats, if presented individually, would be beyond their wildest imaginings. To dare to slander such pride of the sect is nothing short of reckless folly. The claim that the Holy Sun is frightened is utterly laughable. Only a fool could utter such words. If the Holy Sun is unafraid, then let us engage in combat. Otherwise, why does he not dare to show himself? Xiao Fan, resolute, insisted on drawing Yanxi out. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the disciples collectively gasped, their disdain deepening. Truly, they were oblivious to their own shortcomings. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. If that is the case, I shall gladly duel with you. Only by defeating me do you earn the right to challenge the Holy Sun. Nangong Qianro, who had been silently observing the battle, spoke with a smile. The crowd parted for her, and she stood defiantly before Xiao Fan. She could no longer contain herself. To speak so casually of replacing brother Yanxi and to suggest that he was afraid was simply an affront. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson. With Nangong Qianro's appearance, all attention shifted to her. Many disciples, having only heard of her name without seeing her, could not help but gaze in her direction. Nangong Qianro. A glimmer of greed flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. As one of the most renowned beauties, on par with Lu Yanran, he had long been aware of her reputation. Rumor had it that Nangong Qianro possessed a beauty that could captivate the soul, and he aspired to claim such a woman for himself. Prior to entering the heavenly Dao sacred sect, he had resolved to possess both of these exquisite beauties. Unfortunately, his attempts with Lu Yanran had faltered, and he had yet to encounter Nangong Qianro, which filled him with regret. Especially upon learning that she had become brother Yanxi's woman, that regret had morphed into jealousy. No, I shall only duel with the Holy Sun. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. While Nangong Qianro was indeed a worthy opponent for establishing his reputation, she paled in comparison to Yanxi. Moreover, he feared that if he defeated Nangong Qianro, it would draw Yanxi's attention. His secret technique could not be used at that moment, which would spell disaster. The secret technique could only be employed once a day. Should he utilize it to triumph over Nangong Qianro, he would be left with no chance against Yanxi. Hee. By your own words, are you not afraid? Otherwise, why do you hesitate to compete with me? Rest assured, I am aware of your intentions. Although I am currently the sword attendant of the Holy Sun, I am far from a nameless figure. To speak boastfully, among the younger generation in the entire Central State, there are but a handful stronger than I, Nangong Qianro. If you cannot even defeat me, what right do you have to challenge the Holy Sun? Even a being as formidable as the serpent deity's child is reduced to mere insignificance in the presence of the Holy Sun, easily extinguished with a mere flick of his wrist. How could you possibly consider yourself superior to the serpent deity's progeny? Nangong Qianro's tone was calm, yet her stance was resolutely unwavering. She harbored no goodwill towards those who spoke ill of her brother, Yanxi. Moreover, she had encountered individuals like Xiao Fan far too often and knew precisely how to handle them. I believe Nangong Xianzi's perspective holds merit. If you lack the courage to confront Nangong Xianzi, how could your challenge to the Holy Sun not elicit laughter? Furthermore, the Holy Sun is exceedingly protective of his own. Should you manage to defeat Nangong Xianzi, it is certain that the Holy Sun would not stand idly by. This aligns perfectly with your intentions, does it not? Zhuge Feng interjected, having long been stifled by his own frustrations. Seizing the opportunity to mock Xiao Fan, he aimed to place him under scrutiny, leaving him no escape from embarrassment. You wish to display your prowess, do you not? You seek to challenge the Holy Sun? With such an opportune moment laid before you, do not falter. Do you deem Nangong Xianzi unworthy of your attention? Zhao Hu, usually a reserved individual, also joined in the derision. Although he typically avoided conflict, Xiao Fan's recent conduct had thoroughly disgusted him, inciting a strong aversion. What happened to your earlier arrogance? Merely speaking without action? Pathetic. Have the courage to face Nangong Xianzi in combat. To belittle someone of her stature is utterly absurd. The Holy Sun himself would never dare to underestimate her. What gives you the right? Your ignorance is astounding. Nangong Xianzi is a holy maiden, and today she has been disdained by an ordinary disciple. It seems he has deduced that the Holy Sun would not engage in combat, thus emboldening him to act with such audacity. Surely, otherwise, he would have accepted the challenge from Nangong Xianzi long ago. He is merely a coward who can only boast. If he truly possessed the confidence to defeat the Holy Sun, would he not fear facing Nangong Xianzi? Such pretense is truly off-putting. If he could indeed triumph over Nangong Xianzi, it would suffice to demonstrate his talent and strength without the need to challenge the Holy Sun. He is merely dreaming. He lacks the courage and is nothing but a boastful fool. Xiao Fan's silence revealed a chink in his armor, prompting the disciples to unleash their scorn upon him. His statements were indeed riddled with contradictions. Nangong Qianruo is not an ordinary individual. She is renowned among the younger generation as a prodigy. Few within the entire central region can rival her. Even within the celestial Dao Holy Sect, there are scarcely any who can be compared to her. Does such a figure not present an opportunity for you, Xiao Fan, to establish your name? If you truly had the ability to defeat the Holy Sun, why would you shy away from battling Nangong Qianruo? Is this not a glaring inconsistency? I, for one, believe that Nangong Qianruo's proposition is quite astute. Xiao Fan, you are merely an ordinary disciple. It is entirely reasonable for the Holy Sun to decline a duel with you. If you can defeat Nangong Qianruo and demonstrate sufficient talent, I believe the Holy Sun will certainly take an interest, spoke the sixth elder. He was somewhat displeased with Xiao Fan's behavior. Initially, he had been exceedingly arrogant, openly challenging Yanxi by name. Now, when a reputable figure with commendable strength stepped forward, he hesitated to engage in battle. This led them to speculate that Xiao Fan was merely posturing. Elders typically held a disdain for disciples who boasted without substance. Very well, I accept, Xiao Fan replied, his expression darkening. At this juncture, public opinion was increasingly turning against him. If he were to refuse now, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. The label of cowardice would haunt him for a lifetime, becoming an indelible stain on his honor. Gaining the elders' approval would be a distant dream. Merely avoiding their disdain would be considered a small victory. His future plans would collapse entirely, leaving no room for execution. Given this predicament, it was prudent to cut his losses. Defeating Nangong Qianruo would not be an insignificant achievement. Now that is more like it. The sixth elder nodded in satisfaction. Progress had finally been made. He feared that if Xiao Fan remained silent, the embarrassment would fall solely on him, tarnishing the reputation of the Tiandao Xingzong as well. Before long, the arena was rebuilt. Nangong Qianruo and Xiao Fan floated above it, poised to commence. As per your request, I shall suppress my cultivation to the third level of the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, I might inadvertently unleash too much power and cause your demise. That would not bode well for me with the Tiandao Xingzong, nor would it reflect well on the Holy Sun. After all, you are the leader, are you not? Nangong Qianruo remarked sarcastically. Xiao Fan, suppressing his fury, responded through gritted teeth, be my guest. He was acutely aware of the derision laced in her words. To impose such a restriction in a contest of martial prowess was, quite frankly, ludicrous. If this were to occur in the outside world, he would be the subject of countless mockeries. Every prodigy was inherently proud. Facing opponents beyond their realm was a challenge they relished, confident in their ability to triumph. Demanding that others suppress their cultivation only served to expose one's own inferiority, inviting scorn. Let the duel begin, commanded the sixth elder, marking the official start of the contest. Supreme Soul Binding. A brilliant white light flickered in Nangong Qianruo's eyes as she swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy erupted from her, coalescing into a formidable seal that bore down upon Xiao Fan with unparalleled ferocity. From the very outset, Nangong Qianruo employed a soul attack, catching Xiao Fan completely off guard. He hastily activated a secret technique, a quintuple enhancement coursing through his body, causing his strength to surge. However, in the face of such a fierce spiritual assault, The increase in power proved futile. Xiao Fan was like a fragile boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea, swiftly overturned and submerged beneath the waves. In an instant, the attack pierced through his soul, causing his eyes to roll back as he promptly lost consciousness. Bang! Xiao Fan's body lost its strength and plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground. This scene unfolded so abruptly that it caught many off guard, including Nangong Qianruo. She had never anticipated Xiao Fan to be so feeble, utterly unable to withstand even a single blow. How utterly disappointing. Merely a buffoon. In an instant, Nangong Qianruo's interest in continuing the match evaporated. She had believed Xiao Fan was formidable based on his confident proclamations, yet the reality was so starkly different. With Xiao Fan now sprawled on the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Many spectators wore expressions of anger, momentarily frozen in disbelief at the unexpectedly swift conclusion of the duel. Some appeared dazed, as if still processing the events. Although they had not held Xiao Fan in high regard, none had anticipated such fragility. At the very least, he should have been able to endure for a while. Who would have thought he would shatter upon mere contact? This was beyond pitiful. It starkly contrasted with the arrogance he had previously displayed. Nangong Qianruo was left speechless. In her view, Xiao Fan's unyielding confidence and his claims of usurping her brother Yanxi must have stemmed from some potent technique. Surely he possessed a secret weapon that could threaten Yanxi, allowing him to utter such bold words. Thus, from the onset of the duel, Nangong Qianruo had no intention of hiding her prowess, launching her most powerful technique right away. Yet, she was unprepared for Xiao Fan's utter vulnerability. In her eyes, he should have been able to withstand at least a few moments to reveal his hidden card. But where was it? After just one strike, he collapsed? She had expected him to be formidable. Instead, he could not endure even a single blow. What an embarrassment. How could someone like him dare to challenge the Holy Sun? Truly, he was blissfully unaware of his own limitations. With a disdainful huff, Nangong Qianruo waved her hand and departed. Meanwhile, the dazed Xiao Fan lay alone on the stage. This was a battle that had drawn countless eyes, yet it concluded in an absurd manner. How humiliating it was to be defeated by such a person. Truly self-inflicted disgrace. Devoid of any shame. The position of Holy Sun is not one you can covet. At that moment, Zhuge Feng did not hold back his scornful remarks. The surrounding disciples, having regained their composure, unleashed a torrent of derisive comments toward Xiao Fan. A clown, truly a living embodiment of a jester. How embarrassing. If I were him, I would wish to vanish into the earth. Had I known, I would have returned home. I anticipated a monumental clash, yet all I witnessed was a farcical display. What a waste of my time. Fool. Such a fool, irredeemably foolish. His own shame is inconsequential, but I dread the thought of his antics spreading beyond these walls, tarnishing the reputation of our heavenly Dao sect. After all, we are within our own sect, among our own people. If this were to occur outside, our sect's honor would be utterly compromised. Cultivators are drawn to the powerful. As long as you possess sufficient strength, no matter how unconventional or ostentatious you are, admiration will never be in short supply. Many still regard such individuals as possessing a unique character, emblematic of strength. However, should their capabilities fall short, it leads to an entirely different outcome. Such individuals are commonly referred to as fools, and this precisely encapsulates the current predicament of Xiao Fan. After a while, Xiao Fan groggily regained consciousness, suddenly reminded that he was amidst a duel, and promptly rose to adopt a defensive stance. Subsequently, a torrent of derision and insults surged towards him. As he absorbed the cacophony of jeers directed at him, Xiao Fan's complexion paled, and his eyes ignited with boundless fury. Yet, he dared not retort at that moment. The unrelenting truth lay bare before him. He had lost, and in a catastrophic manner. All his previous efforts and meticulously crafted schemes had disintegrated into mere illusions, vanishing without a trace. He had garnered a reputation, but it was one shrouded in contempt. He had become the jester in the eyes of the disciples of the Heavenly Path sacred sect. Disciple, I have long advised you against impulsivity. It seems your cleverness has backfired. Admonished Yi Shuanger, visibly perturbed. She had consistently cautioned Xiao Fan since his entry into the sect, urging him to remain calm and to think twice before acting. Yet, her words had fallen on deaf ears. The current situation was entirely a consequence of Xiao Fan's own making, rendering him unworthy of anyone's sympathy. In Yi Shuanger's view, even should Xiao Fan seize the title of champion and ascend to true disciple status, it would still pale in comparison to the position of the Holy Sun. For the Holy Sun to acquiesce to a challenge from below was a thankless endeavor. Regardless of the outcome, he would incur losses and could potentially invite unnecessary troubles. The Holy Sun's swift defeat of his opponent would be perceived as a matter of course by the other disciples, eliciting no surprise. However, should the contest prove evenly matched, doubts would arise concerning the Holy Sun, tarnishing his esteemed reputation. A defeat would be catastrophic, leading to an immeasurable decline in his standing. The most alarming aspect was the potential repercussions it could have on the perceptions of the elders. One failure could lead to irretrievable consequences. This is the inherent peril accompanying the Holy Sun's position. Xiao Fan had harbored ambitions of utilizing a singular victory to dismantle Yan Shi's prestige, and with a subsequent triumph, usurp the Holy Sun's position. One must concede that such a notion was both cunning and treacherous. He envisioned stepping on Yan Shi to gain visibility among the higher echelons, simultaneously laying the groundwork for his eventual ascendancy over the Holy Sun. If Yan Shi accepted the challenge, he would have already achieved a significant advantage. A victory would not only solidify his reputation, but also allow him to demand substantial resources for cultivation from the sect, a veritable masterstroke. Alas, Yan Shi was not the sycophantic figure he had imagined. He would not afford Xiao Fan any opportunity. From the outset, Xiao Fan's plan was doomed to failure. To compound his misfortune, he fell to Nangong Qianrou, who dispatched him with a single strike. Under the weight of multiple setbacks, all his schemes crumbled, and rather than donning the guise of a contender, he transformed into nothing more than a fool. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, remaining silent and unresponsive to Yi Shuang'er. His sole desire was to escape this place and find a secluded spot to gather his thoughts in peace. As Xiao Fan fled, the sixth elder proclaimed the conclusion of the grand competition. The annual martial arts contest of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect had officially drawn to a close. Though the competition had ended, the tales of its events would undoubtedly endure for a long time. In no time, the name of one individual would echo in the ears of every disciple of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect, a person who, in their ignorance of the vastness of the heavens, ultimately fell to the status of a mere jester. That individual was Xiao Fan. At the 9 Immortal Peak, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully lazed about. Reward acquired. Ascension stage cultivation. Yan Shi, basking in the sun, abruptly opened his eyes, unable to conceal the joy illuminating his face. Initially expecting yet another artifact, he was astonished by the magnitude of the surprise the system had bestowed upon him. It appeared that the rewards from this sect competition were on par with those from the Heavenly Palace Secret Realm. Although Yan Shi had chosen to disregard the happenings of the sect competition to indulge in idleness, the event's fervor was inescapable. Even from his hideaway on the 9 Immortal Peak, he had passively absorbed a considerable amount of information. He had grasped the general developments. It seemed that Xiaorou could decisively vanquish Xiao Fan within the same realm, indicating that she was not holding back. Xiao Fan had been given no opportunity whatsoever. Even without being present, Yan Shi could surmise the outcome. With the baptism of the true essence of the vast void, Nangong Qianrou had undergone a profound transformation, excelling in every aspect. Moreover, she had the additional advantage of Yan Shi's prepared essence blood for her ascension phase, alongside the frequent application of the supreme Yin-Yang Great Method. Had it not been for Nangong Qianrou's innate talent and robust physique, she might have encountered complications. The supreme Yin-Yang Great Method, the most formidable technique of the pleasure sect, was exceptional across various dimensions and could rival even cosmic tier techniques. Should one reach its pinnacle, it could even surpass the typical cosmic tier methods. This technique specifically targeted the soul and was marked by its enigmatic and decisive nature, wielding tremendous power. Generally, cultivators with insufficiently robust souls would find themselves unable to withstand its effects. Conversely, if one's soul was formidable enough to resist the influence of the pleasure sect, the strength of its disciples would be significantly diminished. Nangong Qianrou, having been enhanced by the true essence of the vast void and infused with essence blood, complemented by Yan Shi's supreme soul protection seal, had her combat prowess exponentially amplified through these synergistic enhancements, verging on the terrifying. Without a high-tier artifact capable of safeguarding the soul or a secret method designed to augment the soul, even a formidable expert of a higher realm than Nangong Qianrou would find themselves outmatched. Xiao Fan possessed neither a high-tier artifact for soul protection nor a powerful soul. Even with a technique to amplify his strength activated, his defeat had long been predetermined. Thus, it was time to break through. Clearing his mind of distractions, he maintained a serene focus. Yanxi gradually levitated into the air and claimed his system reward. In an instant, boundless energy surged through his limbs and bones. In the next moment, an unparalleled momentum erupted from the 9 Immortal Peak, swiftly resonating throughout the heavenly Dao sacred sect. This occurrence drew the gaze of countless individuals towards the peak. Just as the crowd was engulfed in perplexity, the voice of the recently departed Elder Lu echoed, reaching the ears of all disciples. Congratulations! Our heavenly Dao sacred sect is about to welcome another formidable being in the Great Ascension stage, the Holy Sun. Having attained the Great Ascension at an age of less than a century, has achieved a level of cultivation that few have matched throughout history. Thunderous sounds reverberated. The entire 9 Immortal Peak shimmered with resplendent light, its brilliance reminiscent of a celestial river cascading from the heavens, magnificent, mysterious, and utterly unattainable. Various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest: radiant clouds, auspicious mist, and a myriad of colorful divine lights, transforming the 9 Immortal Peak into a realm of ethereal beauty. A terrifying aura surged forth like waves, crashing in all directions. The ordinary disciples, feeling the weight of this oppressive force, experienced palpitations, their faces turning pale. The intensity of the aura was overwhelming, leaving them on the brink of asphyxiation. Elder Lu's elated voice resonated throughout the heavenly Dao sacred sect, followed by the emergence of intricate formations that enveloped the entire 9 Immortal Peak. These formations were set in place by Elder Lu to ensure Yanxi could successfully break through. Within the protective array, Yanxi's aura remained contained, preventing anyone from entering the formation. With Elder Lu's intervention, the disciples finally felt some relief, desperately gasping for air to alleviate the pressure they had just experienced. Has the Holy Sun broken through once more? What astonishing speed! It has only been a short while, and he is poised for yet another breakthrough. In a matter of months, he had ascended through 5 realms. Heavenly heavens, is this still human? From the 9th layer of Division Realm, he traversed through integration, refinement, and reached Great Ascension. I wouldn't dare dream of such a feat. Even a reincarnated celestial being could hardly compare to the Holy Sun. This is true prodigy. His pace of cultivation is utterly incomprehensible. Most frightening of all, his foundation remains remarkably solid. Terrifying, truly terrifying. One cannot fathom the audacity of that foolish Xiao Fan to challenge the Holy Sun. It is futile to mention that wastrel. Merely thinking of him brings misfortune. He is utterly unworthy of being compared to the Holy Sun. Such a comparison is an affront to the Holy Sun's dignity. It is no wonder the Holy Sun did not attend the sect's grand competition. He was, in fact, in seclusion. It is said that Xia Xian, Lin family's Holy Sun, and our own Holy Sun are hailed as the 3 great prodigies of the human race. Now, it seems the Holy Sun has completely left them far behind. Upon hearing of Yanxi's latest breakthrough, all disciples wore expressions of joy. The more extraordinary the Holy Sun becomes, the more honor they will carry when they venture out. Those from other sects will treat them with greater respect. This is the essence of shared glory and disgrace. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan, fleeing in midair, found himself momentarily stunned. Elder Lu's words resonated clearly in his mind, akin to a bomb detonating within his consciousness, creating a tumultuous storm that he struggled to quell. Another breakthrough? How soon has it been? Why must he break through again? The gap between him and Yanxi was already substantial. Now, with Yanxi achieving breakthroughs across 3 realms to attain Great Ascension, he felt as though he had been left in the dust, his shadow barely visible. How could he ever hope to catch up? Most importantly, he was significantly older than Yanxi. This year, Yanxi had yet to reach a century, while Xiao Fan had already surpassed that milestone. Although cultivators enjoy extended lifespans, retaining a youthful visage until the age of 1,000 is not uncommon. The appearance of a cultivator often reflects their inner state, and one's age does not necessarily correlate with their strength. However, at the age of Yanxi, Xiao Fan was merely a novice embarking on the path of cultivation, whereas Yanxi had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. That stage is formidable even among the ancient sects. Within an ordinary sect, such a figure would undoubtedly hold the rank of an elder. Individuals of this caliber typically boast lifespans stretching into the millennia, with only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals achieving such heights before reaching 1,000 years. And yet, there was Yanxi, under a century old, already at the Great Ascension stage. If given several more decades, perhaps even a century, would he not become invincible in the world? Master, can I truly surpass Yanxi? A profound sense of confusion enveloped Xiaofan. After enduring the formidable prowess of Nangong Qianrou and witnessing Yin Shi's breakthrough, Xiaofan's heart and resolve faced an unparalleled blow. His once resilient path of cultivation began to show signs of fracture. Now, he could see no path forward and felt stripped of confidence and pride. He could hardly fathom how he might ever surpass such a prodigy as Yin Shi. Yet, there remains hope. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Today's brilliance does not guarantee tomorrow's success. A momentary defeat does not define a hero. As long as one survives, all remains possible. In truth, Yi Shuang yearned to tell Xiaofan that his chances were slim and that he ought to relinquish his aspirations. However, Xiaofan was her hope for regaining her physical form. Should he abandon his quest, she too would be lost. For the sake of her own resurrection, Yi Shuang could only rack her brain for ways to console Xiaofan. And she was indeed an unparalleled prodigy, yet that did not render him invincible. Until the final moment, no one can confidently declare the outcome. Do not surrender. To give up is to possess nothing. Persevere, and all possibilities remain open. Yi Shuang spoke earnestly, hoping to ignite Xiaofan's fighting spirit. Yet she was overwhelmingly powerful. She could not even glimpse his silhouette. Currently, she was merely at the nascent soul stage, while he had already attained the great ascension stage, a chasm of several major realms between them. In every aspect, background, talent, resources, he surpassed her. As she grew, so too would he, and at a pace that would likely outstrip her own. How could she ever hope to catch up? The more Xiaofan spoke, the more his despair deepened. Given Yin Shi's current standing, even if Yin Shi ceased to progress further, it would take Xiaofan decades, perhaps even centuries, to catch up. If fortune favored him, perhaps in 20 or 30 years, or with extraordinary luck, he might reach the great ascension stage in just a few years. But would Yin Shi remain stagnant, content at the great ascension stage? To speak plainly, it was likely that by then, Yin Shi would have long since attained the status of an immortal. Subsequent breakthroughs are not so easily achieved. To attain the path of the immortal, one must possess not only innate talent but also profound understanding. Lacking the latter, one cannot comprehend the laws of the great Tao. Thus, even with astonishing potential, it would be rendered futile. Yi Shuang gently reassured, "Master, do you not find your words rather amusing? The ancient sacred body and the primal Tao body are among the two most harmonious physiques with the great Tao, endowed with exceptional comprehension. Would Yin Shi, who possesses the ancient sacred body, truly lack understanding?" Xiaofan, with his head bowed in a daze, replied. Yi Shuang remained silent, fully aware of this truth. Her intent was merely to console Xiaofan. In truth, she also harbored doubts about him, primarily due to Yin Shi's overwhelming prowess, which instilled fear in anyone who beheld him. Such individuals are the quintessential protagonists of destiny, akin to reincarnated immortals, their mere presence extinguishing the will to strive in others. To regard such an existence as a target for pursuit only leads to despair. There is still hope, Yi Shuang said weakly, having exhausted her words of comfort. Even she struggled to believe in her own reassurances. Leave the heavenly Tao sacred sect. It is through the trials of life and death that one can achieve rapid breakthroughs. The terrors of existence and oblivion are profound. Only by transcending this threshold can your true potential be awakened. Countless individuals of modest talent have, through the tribulations of life and death, surpassed the most gifted of their peers. However, this method is akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. It is up to you to decide, Yi Shuang said with resignation. Her initial desire was for Xiaofan to quietly develop. But it seemed Yin Shi's impact on him was too great, becoming a source of inner turmoil for Xiaofan. If he did not depart soon, he might completely lose his spirit and become a mere shell of a person. To prevent such a fate, it was imperative to ensure Xiaofan remained distant from Yin Shi. Boom, boom. The resounding sounds echoed through the heavens and earth. Divine light, cascading to envelop the entirety of the heavenly Tao sacred sect. The roar of dragons and the cries of phoenixes resonated. Countless auspicious omens emerged from the 9 Immortals' peak, each one suspended in the air, encircling the peak in a protective embrace. This spectacle had persisted for an entire month. During this time, 9 Immortals' peak resembled a grand showcase of extraordinary feats, with various anomalies frequently manifesting and intricate Tao patterns gracing the entire peak. Occasionally, the sounds of the great Tao would ring out, enlightening those who heard it, significantly accelerating their cultivation. Has the Saint Sun's ascension not yet concluded? It has been a month already. The transition to the Great Ascension stage is no trifling matter. It can take anywhere from several days to over a month. I once witnessed a powerful being attain full enlightenment, and the manifestations lasted for over 20 days, dazzling all within a 100-mile radius, captivating them in its splendor. Must it truly take this long? What do you think? Do you believe it is as simple as our breakthroughs? The Great Ascension stage signifies entry into the realm of immortals. When I was 70, I had only just laid my foundation, and yet the Saint Sun has already achieved such heights. Alas, I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to reach such a realm in this lifetime. Do not compare yourself to the Saint Sun. That is purely self-inflicted misery. 9 Immortals Peak. Yin Sha was enveloped in a divine radiance, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty. His skin shimmered with a luminous glow, resembling exquisite glass. Notably, above his head floated a milky white orb, within which various Dao patterns flickered, exuding a sense of grandeur that compelled one to submit. This was a wondrous state of comprehending the great Dao, attainable only by a select few. Yin Sha's aura had undergone a profound transformation, having entered the stage of Great Ascension, specifically the 3rd level of this realm. At this moment, Yin Sha was no longer a member of the younger generation. He had fully stepped into the domain of the formidable, now regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from within Yin Sha, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap that resonated through the heavens and the earth. A violet light gradually emerged from his being, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, encompassing all things and embracing myriad paths. This was the ancient holy body, a manifestation of Yin Sha's intrinsic constitution. As one of the most powerful physiques, the ancient holy body was characterized by its all-embracing nature, capable of encompassing everything. Another resounding boom followed, as the purple light voraciously consumed all surrounding divine phenomena, drawing them into Yin Sha's form, causing his aura to ascend rapidly. Ultimately, when all manifestations were absorbed, Yin Sha opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted and then vanished into the ether. 3rd level of Great Ascension. Yin Sha clenched his fist, nodding in satisfaction. If I were to unleash my lofty domain, none in the same realm would stand against me. Even against those in the tribulation stage, I could hold my own. Yin Sha silently assessed his combat prowess. With the lofty domain and various treasures, secret techniques, and divine abilities at his disposal, his strength could be significantly enhanced. Particularly, the combination of the ancient holy body and the heavenly Dao's lofty energy would yield an unimaginable augmentation in combat power. While it was common for prodigies to slay enemies beyond their realm with ease, such feats became exceedingly rare at the Great Ascension stage. This realm represented a considerable watershed. Those who attained it were invariably exceptional individuals. Among these prodigies, the challenge of overcoming enemies from a higher realm was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, Yin Sha was not included in this generalization, for even among prodigies, there existed disparities. Within the ranks of the gifted, Yin Sha stood as a paragon, capable of remaining invincible within his realm. Such confidence stemmed from his abundance of exceptional resources, not to mention the Great Ascension stage. He was even bold enough to engage the elders in the tribulation stage within his sect, having broken through to the Great Ascension stage. Elder Lu, accompanied by several other elders, arrived to offer their congratulations. All the elders wore beaming smiles, their eyes filled with pride and admiration as they regarded Yin Sha. "Oh, the 3rd level of Great Ascension. Quite commendable," Yin Sha replied with a smile. Elderson raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Are you not satisfied?" Yin Sha shrugged and candidly responded, "Alas, merely the 3rd level. It can only be considered passable. If I could reach a higher level, who would ever complain? Ideally, I would ascend directly to the 9th level, saving me a great deal of effort." Elder San was momentarily speechless. The 9th level? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Upon entering the Mahayana stage, one can leap through 3 minor realms consecutively. If it were they would have leaped for joy. For they only broke through at the 1st level of the Mahayana stage. You should be content. I too was merely at the 1st level of the Mahayana stage in my time. Yet you, at the 3rd level, remain unsatisfied. Truly, it is outrageous." Elder Lu murmured. "Indeed. I was so eager back then that I wished the whole world to know of my advancement to the Mahayana stage. Young Yin, you ought to be grateful. You are pricking our pride. The younger generation is becoming increasingly formidable. We are growing old." The elders chattered, their demeanor contrasting starkly with their usual solemnity. "Hold on. I was at the second level of the Mahayana stage in my day. Do not conflate me with you lot. Elder Sand immediately interjected, drawing a firm line between himself and the others. The faces of the elders darkened instantly. We all know you were at the second level of the Mahayana stage. You've been repeating that for hundreds of years. We are weary of it. Elder Sin shook his head, chuckling. Weary? Not at all. You wouldn't comprehend that feeling. It's challenging to explain. Yinshi also felt that Elder San was being rather boastful, smiling as he asked, Old man, do you even know what it feels like to be at the third level of the Mahayana stage? Elder San's expression stiffened momentarily before he burst into laughter. I may not know the sensation of the third level, but I surely do of the second. How exhilarating. For goodness sake, let us beat him up. You old scoundrel, still so shameless at your age. The elders rolled up their sleeves, but thankfully, Elder Lu intervened, preventing a disastrous altercation. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Sin coughed a few times. Each of you combined has lived for several millennia, yet you act like children, devoid of shame. Let us discuss serious matters. The other elders wished they could bestow upon him a strike of earth-tier divine power, as he was the one who instigated this. I bring you good news. The Holy Lord will return shortly. If the Holy Lord sees you at the Mahayana stage now, he will undoubtedly be delighted. Elder Sen said with a smile. So soon? Yinshi feigned surprise, though he was well aware, having thoroughly studied the original text. He was intimately familiar with this early plot development. Based on the current timeline, in approximately 3 months, his somewhat negligent master, the Holy Lord of the Celestial Dao sect, would return to the Tianyuan continent. Have matters in the demon wilderness been resolved? Yinshi continued with his inquiries. The reason the Holy Lord of the Celestial Dao sect has not been within the sect is due to his journey to the demon wilderness years ago. The seal there had weakened, necessitating the presence of powerful beings to reinforce it, while also exploring the circumstances within the demon wilderness. Although Yinshi often criticized his master for neglecting his duties, in truth, he had been tirelessly safeguarding humanity. The demon wilderness was the stronghold of the extraterrestrial demons a million years ago. Eons ago, the Tianyuan continent was far from the peaceful realm it is today. At that time, the entire continent was overrun by the external demonic entities, with the Tianyuan continent subjugated under their dominion. Both the human race and myriad other beings were mere livestock, bred for blood and sustenance by these otherworldly fiends. The world was steeped in suffering, resembling a hellscape. Each day, countless lives were devoured, and all creatures existed in perpetual dread, uncertain of when they might become fodder for the external demons. This grim reality persisted until a million years ago, when a formidable true immortal emerged, rallying the myriad races to sweep away the external demons, driving them back to their desolate realm and ultimately sealing them within. A million years have elapsed since then, and the seals have begun to weaken. Consequently, the powerful figures from various factions have mobilized to reinforce the seals in the demon wasteland. Yinshi's master is among them. The situation remains unclear, yet since the Holy Lord has returned, it is presumed that the undertaking has been somewhat successful. One can only hope that the sealing has been completed. As this topic was broached, the tone of the third elder grew somber. Though he had not lived through that era, he could sense the despair through the records left by his predecessors. Should the external demons return, the entire Tianyuan continent would once again descend into hell, marking the end for all living beings. No one would wish for such a calamity. Yinshi maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly sighed deeply, for he understood that the issue of the seal was far from resolved, and the formidable powers were at a loss. The seal left by that immortal was exceedingly profound, beyond even the capability of a being of the Holy Lord's caliber to mend. It must mean that my master has found a solution, Yinshi said with a smile, unwilling to convey the harsh truth to the others. I naturally believe in the Holy Lord. The third elder nodded, continuing, the Lingjin Hall is about to open again. Last time, the human race suffered a crushing defeat. This time, all eyes are on you. The Lingjin Hall is a secret realm left by a true immortal, opening once every 1,000 years, allowing only prodigies under the age of 500 to explore its depths. Rewards are distributed according to the rankings achieved within the realm. In the previous opening, the human race suffered a dismal defeat, with only one member securing a place in the top 10, while the rest were from myriad races, leaving the human race's reputation in tatters. This time, as the Lingjin Hall opens once more, the human race seeks to rally, to reclaim its honor and avenge the humiliation of the past. The current generation of humans is unlike any before, brimming with prodigious talent and exceptional beings. Besides the three recognized human prodigies, there are numerous others who, though slightly less formidable, could have contended for supremacy in earlier eras. It can be said that this cohort of human prodigies is the strongest seen in millennia. Many powerful figures among the human race harbor great expectations for this generation, particularly the elders who witnessed Yin-Shi's breakthrough. Their anticipation is palpable. The last achievements of the Tiandao holy sect were merely passable, and the thought of claiming the top position was beyond reach. Now, with a prodigious talent like Yin-Shi, the leadership position is surely destined for us. Rest assured. Third Elder, just wait and see. This time I will undoubtedly bring glory to you all, allowing the myriad races to understand what it truly means to be a heavenly prodigy. In the original storyline, Yin-Shi faltered within the Lingjin Palace, failing to exhibit the prowess of the human race, and instead being trampled upon by the prodigies of the myriad races. In stark contrast, Xiao Fan wreaked havoc within the Lingjin Palace, severely injuring the prodigies of the myriad races. The comparison led to a rapid decline in Yin-Shi's prestige, setting the stage for Xiao Fan to eventually usurp the position of the Holy Sun. The gains Xiao Fan secured within the Lingjin Palace were tremendously significant, playing an indispensable role in his swift ascent. That being said, Yin-Shi was preoccupied with thoughts of how to evade responsibility. This was a major plotline, and the rewards were sure to be enticing. However, a reasonable excuse was necessary. With your words, I feel reassured. The third elder patted Yin-Shi's shoulder in encouragement and departed with the other elders. The Lingjin Palace. How can I skillfully navigate this situation? Yin-Shi reclined in his chair, contemplating strategies. Evading responsibility must not cease. Yet, he did not wish to disappoint the elders. After all, this journey to the Lingjin Palace was crucial for the Dao of the Holy Sect. Intentionally abstaining from participation would be rather unreasonable. Besides, having just assured the elders of his commitment, it would be unwise to let them down. The previous approach involving the Heavenly Palace's secret realm was no longer viable. However, simply observing Xiao Fan's pretentiousness in the secret realm was also distasteful. Striking a balance between evading responsibility and avoiding the sight of Xiao Fan's arrogance proved challenging. If all else fails, perhaps I shall refrain from evading responsibility for now. Rewards can be obtained later, but allowing Xiao Fan to bask in his arrogance is unacceptable. Yin-Shi resolved within himself. He pondered for a moment, realizing that permitting Xiao Fan to succeed in his pretentiousness would be far more disheartening than not receiving a reward. It would be preferable to take action myself. One should not evade responsibility merely for the sake of it, rather than allowing Xiao Fan to shine. It would be better for me to take the stage, ensuring a swift and impressive performance. Ultimately, preventing Xiao Fan from indulging in arrogance takes precedence. If I cannot avoid witnessing it, I must not allow him to take center stage. Or perhaps there is another path. The image of Nangong Qianrou unconsciously emerged in Yin-Shi's mind. Little Qianrou would suffice. If I nurture her, I could later possess a legitimate excuse to evade responsibility. Little Qianrou is no ordinary talent. Her formidable foundation renders her a match for the average prodigy. If I cultivate her well, she will be more than capable of dealing with those commonplace prodigies. Resolute in his decision, Yin-Shi began to devise a plan. As for whether little Qianrou would be willing, that was undoubtedly a given. Who wouldn't he desire to enhance their strength swiftly? With clarity of thought, Yin-Shi's spirits lifted, and he began to lose himself in contemplation while gazing at the sky. At that moment, another extraordinarily graceful figure appeared in his mind. After a brief pause, Yin-Shi murmured to himself, "My master is returning." Regarding this somewhat unconventional master, Yin-Shi held a favorable impression. In the original narrative, she treated him exceptionally well. Had it not been for her early demise, how could Xiao Fan have claimed the position of Holy Sun? Moreover, this master is exceedingly protective. Should anyone dare to bully her disciple, regardless of their identity, they would swiftly face the consequences. Had it not been for an untimely demise, deliberately penned by the author, even if Xiao Fan possessed a myriad of schemes, they would have ultimately come to naught. Master, fear not, for in this lifetime, no one shall harm you. Yin-Shi slowly rose, gazing into the distant sea of clouds, solemnly proclaiming. With the elders departed, the 9 immortal peaks returned to tranquility once more. Yin-Shi reclined in his personal rocking chair, humming a gentle tune, feeling utterly at ease. Congratulations, brother Yin-Shi, on entering the great ascension stage. Nangong Qianrou said with a radiant smile as she naturally nestled into Yin-Shi's embrace. Drawing circles on his chest, she playfully remarked, "I had hoped to keep pace with you, but now it seems that chance has slipped away. The more time I spend with you, the more I realize how distant that aspiration has become. Alas, across the vast world, it appears there is no one who can rival you." This was not mere flattery from Nangong Chinro. Rather, the speed at which Yanxi had achieved his breakthrough genuinely astonished her. Attaining the great ascension stage before the age of 100 was an unparalleled feat. Such an accomplishment was unheard of, even among those who had ascended in the past. They had not reached such heights so excessively. Generally, to attain the great ascension stage before 500 years of age was already considered a prodigious rarity. Yanxi chuckled, affectionately ruffling Nangong Chinro's hair and planting a kiss upon her cheek. "It is just the great ascension stage, nothing to boast about. Do not underestimate the world. This generation of prodigies is formidable. While not all are like me, there are indeed those who have reached the great ascension stage before the age of 200. These individuals are certainly capable of contending on the path to immortality. Therefore, little Chinro, you must strive diligently. As long as I am here, I shall ensure you do not lag behind." For the sake of future endeavors, Yanxi needed to meticulously arrange Nangong Chinro's subsequent training. Her innate talent was already commendable. Without the assistance of the ancient crone, she would not have held the position of saint for long. Now, with the innate Tying body enhancement, her aptitude had undergone a remarkable transformation, reaching an extraordinary level, with few peers to compare. With proper nurturing, even if she could not surpass Yanxi, she would not fall far behind. Only you would dare say such things, brother Yanxi. To dismiss the great ascension stage as trivial, others would be driven to madness upon hearing such words. Nangong Chinro responded with a playful roll of her eyes. Countless individuals dedicate their lives to achieving the great ascension stage. As the paramount threshold of cultivation, this barrier halts nearly 99% of practitioners. Countless cultivators exhaust their lifetimes striving for this stage, dreaming of witnessing the splendor of such a realm. For an ordinary person, achieving the great ascension stage would be a cause for universal acclaim. Yet, for Yanxi, his tone suggested a hint of disdain, as if to imply that this was merely a fleeting accomplishment on the path of cultivation. No matter how resplendent one may have been in the past, without reaching the ultimate destination, it remains but a fleeting moment. The path to immortality is elusive, and all is but an illusion, Yanxi remarked, shaking his head. After a brief contemplation, he smiled and inquired, "Xiaoro, if you were to choose between the outcomes of the extreme true immortal and the leaving fire sage, which would you prefer?" The extreme true immortal spent thousands of years as an unremarkable figure, unknown to all, only to defy fate and attain immortality, shining throughout the ages. In contrast, the leaving fire sage was renowned from the outset, a figure of great acclaim, yet ultimately succumbed to the extreme true immortal, and now, how many truly remember his name? Meanwhile, the extreme true immortal has become a paragon for countless aspirants. Although he has now entered the great ascension stage, his heart remains untroubled. Perspective shapes one's attitude. Without achieving immortality, all is in vain. Nangong Chinro blinked her large eyes, refraining from a direct answer, instead playfully countering. "Then why doesn't he, brother Yanxi, choose to become the Heavenly Path Saint?" The Heavenly Path Saint was once an immensely powerful immortal and the founder of the Heavenly Path sect. Unlike the extreme true immortal, the Heavenly Path Saint was dazzling from the very beginning, a prodigy whose fame spread across the realms upon his emergence and remained unmatched until his ascension to immortality. Invincible throughout his life, he faced no rivals. In that era, any prodigy, any exceptional talent, would pale in comparison to the Heavenly Path Saint. Countless gifted individuals had their ambitions shattered, falling to the realm of mortals. Many sought to seal their souls, evading the Heavenly Path Saint in hopes of re-establishing their paths to immortality in a future age. It can be said that the Heavenly Path Saint was a nightmare for many during that epoch, an insurmountable mountain looming over all, whether friend or foe. The mere mention of the Heavenly Path Saint's name would instill fear. "Ha ha, Xiaoro, you clever little one. You seem to be schooling me," Yanxi chuckled. "If given the choice, I would undoubtedly aspire to be the Heavenly Path Saint. I am confident that I could achieve a similar invincibility." He gently pinched Nangong Chinro's delicate nose and spoke softly. Then, shifting his tone to a more serious one, he continued, "However, this does not imply that one should underestimate the heroes of the world. With a wealth of knowledge, Yanxi understands that this era is teeming with exceptional talents. many of whom have yet to reveal themselves, allowing him to maintain a sense of calm. One may possess a proud spirit, but arrogance must be avoided. There are still many true prodigies yet to emerge, and none of them are to be taken lightly. The renowned talents of today, in comparison to them, are but fireflies in the night, with only a scant few making it to the end. Could it be the person Brother Yinshi mentioned earlier? Someone who entered the Great Ascension stage before the age of 200? Nangong Qianro exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. There are indeed several who have reached such heights. Among those who have emerged today, there is one, Xia the Immortal. The individual who boasts of being on par with the great Summer Immortal possesses an extraordinarily prodigious talent, thus living up to the illustrious title of Xia Xian. Yinshi remarked nonchalantly. It is indeed him. South Palace Qianro exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Previously, there were widespread rumors that he had just broken through to the void refinement stage. Who would have anticipated that he has already attained the Great Ascension phase? His concealment is rather profound. Upon further contemplation, South Palace Qianro found it somewhat reasonable. As one of the three great prodigies of the human race, it seemed quite normal for Xia Xian to reach such heights. However, she struggled to comprehend the notion of Xia Xian hiding his cultivation level. Thus, my dear Qianro, you must exert yourself diligently. The world ahead will only grow more exhilarating. To behold more splendid vistas, strength serves as the foundation of all. Brother Yinshi, you are clearly implying something else, cloaking it in such eloquent words. What is this and that? I am merely concerned for your cultivation. Indeed, I shall heed your words, Brother Yinshi. As the two engaged in playful banter, Ao Long approached, offering a respectful salute before presenting an invitation. Holy Son, an invitation has been sent by Xia Xian of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, inquiring whether the Holy Son shall attend. Yinshi raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Just as we were speaking of him, he appears. Did the messenger disclose the purpose of the gathering? Ao Long nodded, stating, Xia Xian is hosting a gathering for prodigies, inviting heroes from all walks of life. Those who received invitations are none other than the current top prodigies. Numerous prodigies from various races have also accepted the invitation, including several ancient demonic science. In my humble opinion, Xia Xian aims to enhance the event's prestige by inviting the Holy Son. Yinshi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. Inform them that I shall attend. Ao Long, having received his orders, clasped his fists in gratitude and departed. Under ordinary circumstances, Yinshi would have been disinclined to participate in such gatherings of prodigies. However, he suddenly recalled that there were several treasures within the territory of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty that piqued his interest. These treasures originally belonged to Xiao Fan, and Yinshi intended to bestow them upon South Palace Qianro to further bolster her cultivation. With the opening of the Ling Jun Palace imminent, there was no time to retreat. To navigate the complexities with ease, South Palace Qianro's cultivation was of utmost importance. With her assistance in dealing with certain prodigies, his rewards for leisure would not be excessively diminished. Furthermore, this would be a long-term benefit. As South Palace Qianro matures, she could handle many matters on his behalf, allowing him to indulge freely in his pursuits. Brother Yinshi, it seems your breakthrough news has already spread. Xia Xian likely cannot sit still. This time, he probably wishes to gauge your cultivation. South Palace Qianro remarked with a smile, her eyes brimming with pride. Truly a worthy partner. Previously, she had never heard of Xia Xian hosting any gathering for prodigies. Now, just as Yinshi had recently stepped into the Great Ascension phase, the invitation to the gathering arrived. This appeared to be tailored specifically for Yinshi, ostensibly to test his depths. Yet, it may not be solely aimed at me. Xia Xian has made quite a grand invitation, summoning a multitude of prodigies, seemingly to test their mettle. Let us not forget that he has also extended an invitation to the scion of the ancient demon clan. It remains uncertain whether the young saint of the Lin family will attend. Should he choose to grace the occasion, this gathering of prodigies would undoubtedly become intriguing. Yinshi shook his head in response. Among the three great prodigies of the human race, the Lin family's young saint remains the most enigmatic, having not shown himself for many years, with rumors suggesting he has been in seclusion. In the original text, he only makes his entrance in the later stages of the narrative. Yinshi pondered whether his own actions might precipitate the early emergence of the Lin family's young saint. If fate allows them to cross paths now, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. In the vast expanse of the great wilderness domain lies the Daxiao Divine Dynasty. This domain is occupied by numerous factions, with the four great ancient divine dynasties reigning supreme. Situated in the eastern part of the Tianyuan continent, The Great Wilderness Domain is a land rich in talent and fortune, imbued with abundant dragon energy, making it an ideal location for dynasties to flourish. This has led to all ancient divine dynasties converging here. The entire Tianyuan continent is divided into 5 regions: East, Great Wilderness Domain, also known as the Eastern Wilderness; West, Desert Domain, also referred to as the Western Desert; South, Gu Territory, also known as the Southern Frontier; North, Frozen Plains Domain, known simply as the Northern Region; Center, Zhongzhou Domain, which bears no other name. Each of these 5 regions possesses its own distinct characteristics, theoretically without rank or hierarchy. However, the Eastern Wilderness is rich in spiritual energy and fortune, unparalleled by the other regions. For various reasons, the Eastern Wilderness is the most populous of the 5, subtly positioning itself as the mightiest, drawing both human and non-human races towards its embrace. It is precisely this dynamic that prevents any singular force from dominating the Eastern Wilderness, akin to the status of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect in the Zhongzhou Domain. Currently, the Eastern Wilderness remains a landscape of fractured power, with no true overlord emerging to unify all. The Daxia Divine Dynasty, with its imperial capital Xinzhou City, stands as the birthplace of the ancient Daxia Xinzhou. After the demise of the Xinzhou, the Emperor of Daxia established the capital in his honor. At this moment, Xinzhou City is bustling with activity. Due to the gathering of prodigies, countless individuals are flocking to this locale. Glimmering flying vessels traverse the skies, colossal war chariots soar, and resplendent flying swords span the heavens. Various divine weapons emit brilliant radiance, illuminating the sky. An innumerable array of factions congregates here, as the grand gathering of prodigies sparks countless discussions. This prodigious event is truly formidable. It is said that Shea Xian has also invited beings from the ancient demon clan, including several scions. What does this signify? Merely the ancient demon clan. Let it be known that even the scion of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect is in attendance. Is that true? Is it the scion who recently ascended to the Great Ascension stage? Indeed, it is true. No one would dare impersonate the scion of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. So, does this mean that 2 of the 3 great prodigies of the human race have gathered? Only the Lin family's young saint remains. This is difficult to articulate. The holy son of the Lin family is shrouded in mystery. Aside from a brief appearance a few years ago, there has been no word of his exploits since. However, in my opinion, it is highly probable that he will attend, for this gathering of prodigies is no ordinary affair. The convergence of the 3 great prodigies of the human race is an exceptionally rare event. Indeed, it would be splendid if all 3 prodigies were present. I share your sentiment. The grandeur of this prodigy gathering is increasingly magnificent, marking it as the most vibrant event in thousands of years. Countless prodigies have gathered here, naturally attracting a multitude of onlookers eager to witness the extraordinary talents of these famed individuals. They are particularly curious to observe the spectacle when these prodigies clash. At this moment, within a towering pavilion in the distance, a robust man with an air of malevolence stands at the window, gazing at the distant prodigy gathering. He speaks with haughty disdain. It is said that the 3 great prodigies of the human race possess the potential for ascension. I am eager to see if they truly live up to their reputation. A defiant expression remains etched on his face, as if he regards no one with any respect. In my eyes, those so-called human prodigies pale in comparison to the demon's son. When the demon's son emerges, he shall undoubtedly sweep aside these pretentious figures. Beside him, a stunning woman chuckles softly, her laughter resonating with allure. Her words bring great satisfaction to the man, prompting him to turn and lift her chin playfully. Licking his lips as he remarks, "It is indeed refreshing to hear the words of the sect leader of the Nangong clan." The enchanting woman bursts into laughter, her sultry gaze fixed upon him as she teasingly replies, "Oh, I am not flattering the demon's son. It is merely my heartfelt belief." The demon's son erupts in a hearty laugh, raising his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. It is worth mentioning the identities of these 2 individuals. The beautiful woman who spoke earlier is none other than the illustrious current leader of the Hahuan sect, Nangong Bangxia, a formidable being at the ascendant stage with unfathomable strength. She is renowned not only for her prowess but also for her captivating allure. Though she may not possess a beauty that could topple kingdoms, her mastery of seduction is unparalleled. Every gesture and smile evokes desire in men, stirring their blood and rendering them helpless. Her fame is not merely a result of her status, but stems from her remarkable exploits. Unlike ordinary disciples of the Hahuan sect, or rather, she surpasses them in extravagance. Nangong Banksia is exceptionally skilled in the art of dual cultivation, reaching an almost obsessive level of expertise. For her, dual cultivation transcends mere practice. It is a pursuit of ecstasy, and her very nature dictates that she must excel in the union of yin and yang. Regardless of the partner's appearance, cultivation level, status, or even race, Nangong Banksia welcomes all. For this reason, her reputation is somewhat tarnished. Yet, she remains completely unbothered, having gained considerable advantages from her notoriety. Countless men, upon hearing tales of Nangong Banksia, have sought her out, only to find themselves ensnared in a tragic yet passionate fate beneath the peony blooms, leaving behind a lingering spirit of indulgence. Even with the knowledge of the peril that awaits, countless individuals flock toward it. The young man who spoke earlier possesses an extraordinary identity. He is the heir of the soul-devouring demon sect. The distinction between righteousness and evil in the Tianyuan continent is rather ambiguous, as long as one does not commit heinous acts that defy morality, such as mass slaughter. No one cares whether you are virtuous or wicked. However, the demonic path is a different matter altogether. Once discovered, its practitioners are marked for extermination. Unlike ordinary sects, they worship the extraterritorial celestial demons and willingly serve as their lackeys. Their long-standing ambition is to liberate the demon wasteland and unleash all extraterritorial demons to reign over the entire Tianyuan continent once more. For this reason, those of the demonic path are treated as pariahs, despised and hunted. I have heard that the disciple of the Nangong sect has become a follower of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao sect. The demon prince inquired in a nonchalant tone towards Nangong Bansha. His purpose for visiting today was twofold: to witness these so-called prodigies and to seek out Nangong Chinro. Nangong Bansha immediately understood his intent. With a soft chuckle, she gracefully settled into the demon prince's embrace, her voice laced with seduction as she replied, "Fear not, demon prince. Nangong Chinro is utterly obedient to me. The moment I intervene, she will leave the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao sect without hesitation. Even if you wish for both of us to serve you, it would be most agreeable." Upon finishing her words, she cast a flirtatious glance at the demon prince, her exquisite figure accentuated by the delicate fabric of her attire, igniting a fervor within him, especially as he envisioned the scene she had painted with her words. Unable to contain himself any longer, the demon prince seized the moment, tearing apart the thin veil to reveal a flawless expanse of white skin. "I shall remember your words. Do not go back on your promise, Sect Master Nangong." "Indeed, I shall not." "Excellent. Then I shall savor this delightful appetizer from Sect Master Nangong." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated, causing beads of sweat to form. Meanwhile, in the city of immortal ancestors, a divine radiance illuminated the sky, instantly transforming into a colossal black dragon. It surveyed the entirety of the city, bellowing, "Where are the prodigies of the human race? Where is the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao sect? Come forth and let me witness your capabilities." With this declaration, it was as if a boulder had plunged into the ocean, stirring up immense waves. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Many understood that the grand event of prodigies was about to commence. It was the son of the Black Dragon clan, Long Li Shao. The event had begun. The gathering of prodigies was underway. Were the myriad clans preparing to allow the Black Dragon son to take the lead? Long Li Shao is no weakling. Having entered the great ascension stage at merely 200 years old, he has since honed his skills for several centuries. He is indeed a formidable figure. I had initially thought that the human race would strike first, yet it seems the myriad clans have taken the initiative. How intriguing. The anticipation has been palpable, and now it finally seems worth watching. The numerous cultivators within the city of Xianzhou eagerly await the unfolding events. Historically, the gatherings of prodigies are not mere occasions for idle chatter and tea sipping. Regardless of the nature of the assembly, combat has always been the prevailing theme. The prodigies, each brimming with pride, are unwilling to yield to one another, each striving to assert their superiority and thereby validate their prowess. This particular gathering of prodigies is even more extravagant, attracting an unfathomable number of exceptional talents, encompassing not only humans but also myriad races. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation are none other than the most illustrious figures of the Tianyuan continent, or unparalleled geniuses in their respective locales. With such a congregation, it is almost inevitable that conflict will arise. Who does not aspire to sweep away the younger generation? Who does not yearn to be recognized as the strongest among them? Each edition of the Prodigy Gathering births remarkably illustrious individuals. Some shine brilliantly like the sun, dominating half the heavens and leaving countless others in their shadow. Others, like fleeting meteors, fade away, relegated to the masses. The booming voice of Long Li Xiao reverberated throughout the entire city of Xianzhou. Damn that Long Li Xiao, cursed the demon son, his expression darkening as he shuddered. He was at a critical juncture when the thunderous voice startled him, causing him to retreat into the shadows. I will slay him. The demon son was in a foul mood, eager to eliminate the pest that disrupted his plans. You absolutely must not, cautioned Nangong Bangxia, quickly restraining him. Your current identity cannot be revealed, and Yanxi and the others have yet to make their appearance. We can afford to wait a little longer, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain, and our plans will fail. Do not forget, my obedient disciple has not yet shown himself, so calm your impatience. Nangong Bangxia thought to herself how unstable the demon son's temperament was. Revealing their identities at this juncture would be disastrous. While the secretive techniques of the demonic sect are formidable, they are not without flaws. There are many formidable beings within Xianzhou, and exposure here would lead to significant trouble. Let us not forget, this is the stronghold of the great Xia divine dynasty. Very well, I shall wait a little longer. The demon son took several deep breaths to compose himself. His primary objective this time was to seek out Nangong Qinro, with the encounter with these prodigies being a secondary aim. Premature exposure could lead to deviations in their plans. They had come to Xianzhou knowing that Yanxi would bring Nangong Qinro here. As for why they did not approach the Tiandao Xingzong, Nangong Bangxia dared not, and the demon son certainly did not. Not even the leader of the Shihun demon sect would dare to seek someone from the Tiandao Xingzong. If they were to incite displeasure from the Tiandao Xingzong, the leader of the Shihun demon sect would undoubtedly find it impossible to leave their mountain gates. The overlord of the Zhongzhou domain is not to be trifled with. As for why they dared to come to Xianzhou, it is simply because they possess confidence in their ability to retreat unscathed. Had they been in the presence of the Tiandao Xingzong, the outcome would be far less certain. You myriad races are quite impatient, aren't you? The guests have yet to arrive, and you are already making a fuss. The Holy Sun proclaimed. Allow me to have an audience with you first. Initially, the Holy Son of Tiandao Xingzong slew the divine son of the boss snake. I, as the Holy Son of Xinjiang, cannot fall behind. I shall begrudgingly slay a dragon. A resounding voice echoed, followed by a figure leaping into the air, suspended gracefully. This figure radiated golden light, as if cloaked in flames, dazzling and resplendent, exuding an aura akin to a mighty river, flowing unceasingly. It was the true Sun Saint. Legends speak of the true Sun Saint possessing the true Sun divine body, a physique of unparalleled vigor and vitality, vast and majestic like the great sun itself. Witnessing him today, one could indeed perceive his extraordinary nature. This opening act was a clash between the saint and the divine sun. The upcoming gathering of the celestial elites promised much excitement. Typically, such figures would only grace the stage as the grand finale, and it was only due to the esteemed Xiaya that so many prodigies had gathered. Furthermore, the reputation of the divine son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect was formidable. After all, he had once single-handedly slain 4 prodigies from myriad clans, delivering a significant blow to the ancient demon races. They must have been seething with indignation, eager to reclaim some dignity at this celestial gathering. Did they dare to challenge the saint of the Yin clan? How audacious! Yet, one might be mistaken in this assumption. Although the Yin saint possessed terrifying talent, achieving the great ascension before the age of 100, a feat unheard of throughout history, he was still outmatched by the longevity of the prodigies from the myriad clans. Many of these elites were several centuries old and had already attained the great ascension, their strength rivaling that of the Yin saint. How could they still have the face to act? Each of them was several generations older than the Yin saint, yet they dared to engage in combat? However, the matter is not so simple. Within 500 years, individuals are still considered peers. Given the Yin saint's realm, could one genuinely expect prodigies under 100 years to compete with him? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Among his contemporaries, who could possibly rival the Yin saint? The people of the myriad clans truly are shameless. While there are no rigid age restrictions for duels among prodigies, it is generally accepted that those under 500 years are of the same generation. Typically, they choose opponents of similar age. For instance, the divine son of the boss snake and Yanxi are considered contemporaries. Yet, Yanxi is an anomaly, having reached the great ascension before the age of 100. His rapid cultivation transcends mere age, and one must consider his realm instead. Take, for instance, the current divine son of the Wulong clan, approaching 500 years of age. Most have achieved the Great Ascension. These individuals have cultivated for several hundred more years than Yan Shi. A fool's dream. Do you think you can defeat me? Long Li Xiao transformed into human form, clad in blue armor, looking down upon the true Sun Saint with contempt in his eyes. Is that all the myriad clans have left, bluster? You remind me of the boss snake divine son, who was just as arrogant, boasting of trivial prowess while disregarding others. In the end, he met a grim fate. And what happened? The ancient demon races remained utterly silent, lining up for their demise, and moreover, they ended up losing 4 Earth-grade treasures, truly a benefactor, indeed. The true Sun Saint chuckled mischievously, speaking in a mocking tone. Silence. That was a scheme by the Yin clan. We were deceived. Hearing this, the divine son of the golden-winged great Peng Fuyao, could no longer contain himself. The events surrounding Jibao City have proven to be an utter disgrace, reducing the Bahin tribe and the golden-winged rock tribe to mere subjects of ridicule among the masses. Initially, he had no intention of attending the Celestial Heroes Conference. However, upon hearing that Yin Shi would also be present, he hastened to the venue. Driven by the desire to reclaim his honor. Previously, when Yin Shi was at the Split-Body realm, he had sought vengeance but was thwarted by the vast disparity in their realms. Yet now, with Yin Shi having ascended to the Great Ascension stage, he too stands at the same pinnacle, enabling him to confront Yin Shi directly, leaving no grounds for refusal. Is it not true? I have heard that it was a certain scruffy bird who instigated the conflict first. Furthermore, is it not more embarrassing to admit to being deceived? Must one be informed of their opponent's name, realm, and methods before engaging in combat? Alas, my dear child, do you yearn for nourishment? The true Yang Saint Sun is certainly a master of provocation, each of his words deftly tugging at their nerves. Ping Fuyo's countenance had darkened to the hue of a charred pot's bottom. He yearned to retort but found himself devoid of a suitable rebuttal, for he recognized the truth in the true Yang Saint Sun's words. Ha ha ha, how astutely the true Yang Saint Sun articulates. The foolishness of mortals is now laid bare, rendering them even more ludicrous. They have resorted to using who struck first as an excuse. Truly, the myriad tribes seem to regress with each passing day. As the true Yang Saint Sun aptly remarked, in the throes of battle, who concerns themselves with identity? Should one not be informed of every detail prior to the skirmish? It is simply preposterous. I suggest the myriad tribes refrain from attending the Celestial Heroes Conference henceforth and return home for their milk. For pieces of earth-tier treasures, just the thought of them makes my mouth water. If you could ascend to the position of Saint Sun within the heavenly Dao Holy Sect, with such prowess, you too could achieve this. Otherwise, perhaps it is best to retire for the night. Was it not said that one could merely deceive the myriad tribes to obtain 4 pieces of earth-tier treasures? Why then must one possess strength? Indeed, they claim to have been deceived and subsequently rewarded with 4 earth-tier treasures. Were I in their position, I too could succeed. Oh, dear brother, let us prosper together. Ha ha ha. With the true Yang Saint Sun's jests, the onlookers among the cultivators fully embraced the mockery, joining in with their own sardonic remarks. Laughter echoed throughout, as the entire Xinzhou city was enveloped in a sea of merriment. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Peng Fuyao's face darkened with frost. His piercing gaze fixated on the true Yang Saint Sun, an aura of murderous intent radiating around him. He longed to rend this loose-lipped individual into pieces. Were it not for the true Yang Saint Sun's incessant provocations, he would not find himself humiliated, nor would he be the target of such ridicule. What do you stare at? Have you never encountered a Saint Sun as handsome as I? If you wish to engage, do so swiftly. Let us emulate Yin Saint Sun, capturing a long serpent and slaying a bird. If Yin Saint Sun can seize a snake, I shall capture a dragon. By such logic, I surpass the illustrious Yin. The true Yang Saint Sun showed no respect to his opponent, nor did he see the need to. While the true Yang Holy Land may not rival the heavenly Dao Holy Sect, it is certainly not far behind. As one of the ancient sects, he harbors no fear of these primordial demon tribes. Act decisively rather than engage in idle chatter. Let your actions speak for themselves. Very well. Today, I shall tear apart your words. Long Li Xiao, step aside. I shall take the stage. Peng Fuyao could no longer tolerate the situation. If he remained passive, he would become the butt of ridicule. Begone. Long Li Xiao did not even raise his eyelids, merely uttering a single word with indifference. He had yet to exact his vengeance upon the true Sun Holy Sun. It was not your turn to intervene. Besides, what concern is it of mine that your golden-winged rock clan is embarrassed? Did you not bring this upon yourselves? The myriad clans are not a monolithic entity. The conflicts among them are countless. The Wulong clan has harbored a deep-seated grudge against the golden-winged rock clan for ages, and to call it a blood feud would be an understatement. Long Li Xiao regarded the members of the golden-winged rock clan with utter disdain, unwilling to offer them even a modicum of respect. Most importantly, the Wulong clan was bolstered by an even mightier race, the ancient dragon clan, the strongest among all. With such formidable backing, the Wulong clan has always acted without restraint. It is precisely due to the ancient dragon clan's influence that the golden-winged rock clan dares not retaliate against the Wulong clan, despite their profound enmity. Long Li Xiao secretly hoped the true Sun, Holy Sun, would utter a few more words to thoroughly embarrass the golden-winged rock clan. He relished the prospect of such entertainment. Peng Fuyao was momentarily stifled, his countenance growing even darker. He had not anticipated that his adversary would still seek to trip him up in such a moment. A surging aura emanated from him, enveloping Long Li Xiao entirely. You wish to make a move? Long Li Xiao scoffed, unleashing his own formidable pressure. The collision of their terrifying auras was akin to a cataclysmic force threatening to rend the very heavens asunder. Observing this spectacle, the instigator, the true Sun, Holy Sun, gleamed with excitement and provocatively remarked, Long Li Xiao, were I in your position, I would certainly slay this unruly bird. The manner in which he speaks to you clearly indicates his utter disregard for your stature. Even I, an outsider, can hardly bear to witness such insolence. With your backing from the ancient dragon clan, how can you allow this impertinent creature to overshadow you? It is utterly disgraceful. Heed my advice, dispose of him now, and the golden-winged rock clan shall undoubtedly refrain from troubling you. If you are a man, take action. Do not allow me to lose respect for you. The onlookers were left speechless, their heads swimming in disbelief. Are you still stoking the flames? Do you not understand the reason for their conflict? What if they turn their ire upon you? The true Sun, Holy Sun, remained unfazed. When I can confront, too I shall evade. Such an amusing spectacle, he thought, was not something he could miss out on. Meanwhile, on a distant high tower, a charming and petite woman stuck out her tongue and remarked, the true Sun, Holy Sun is quite the character, with just a few words. He nearly incited a brawl among the demon race, and he even took pleasure in fanning the flames. Brother, inviting such a person, who knows if it is a blessing or a curse? Beside the young woman stood a remarkable gentleman, clad in a black peacock-patterned robe adorned with gold. Gazing out the window with an air of composure, he softly replied, though the true Sun, Holy Sun's temperament is somewhat erratic, his abilities are unparalleled in every respect. Do not underestimate him. Moreover, with someone like him around, this gathering of prodigies will surely be imbued with a greater sense of enjoyment, unlike the previous dull affairs. This man is none other than the illustrious host of the event, the esteemed Xia Yixian, one of the three great prodigies of the human race. The woman speaking is none other than the princess of the great Xia divine dynasty, Xiaowan. With a smile, Xiaowan remarked, it's still largely due to the favor of my royal brother. Otherwise, given the nature of the true Sun, Holy Sun, he would likely have little interest in the gathering of prodigies. The Phoenix clan's divine son, Qi Shao, once invited the true Sun, Holy Sun, yet he did not attend. Nor did he grant any courtesy. Xia Yixian shook his head. He is not honoring me, but rather the esteem of the Holy Sun of the heavenly Dao sacred sect. It is not just the true Sun, Holy Sun. Many of the ancient demon clan's divine prodigies who are attending this gathering do so out of respect for the Holy Sun of the heavenly Dao. Xiaowan tilted her head in confusion and inquired, why is that? In her eyes, her royal brother was the mightiest figure in existence. How could his favor not surpass that of the Holy Sun of the heavenly Dao? With a calm expression, Xia Yixian replied, the tale of the Holy Sun of the heavenly Dao slaying the divine son of the boss snake and repelling two major ascendants has spread across the continent. His renown is currently at its zenith. Furthermore, he has recently stepped into the great ascension stage, becoming a universally acclaimed prodigy, which naturally draws countless prodigies eager to ride his coattails to prominence. I am no exception. As he spoke, a gleam of determination flashed in Xia Yixian's eyes. Presently, Yanxi is akin to a coveted delicacy. Everyone wishes to partake in his glory, propelling his fame to soaring heights. Xiaowan scratched her head, not fully comprehending these matters, but she was certain her royal brother was the strongest. I believe my brother will undoubtedly defeat him, she declared, brandishing her tiny fists in an adorably fierce manner. During their conversation, a thunderous sound reverberated from the distant sky. A magnificent palace soared through the air. The palace was extravagantly adorned, radiating dazzling divine light, with 4 grand characters inscribed upon its plaque. Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect. Upon sighting the palace, the crowd gasped, their eyes widening in awe at the overwhelming aura it emanated. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Dao has arrived. Many exclaimed. The true protagonist of this gathering of prodigies has finally made his entrance. Not the true Sun, Holy Sun, nor Xia Yixian, nor any other divine son of myriad races. But he, Yanxi. The vast majority of prodigies have been eagerly awaiting his arrival. The palace swiftly descended from the heavens, gliding gracefully towards the city of Xianzhou. The inscription Heavenly Dao Sacred Sect captivated the attention of countless onlookers. At that moment, the entire populace of Xianzhou turned their gazes toward the palace. Whether among the younger generation or the elder, all eyes were drawn to this spectacle. Even the emperor of the Great Xia, deep within the royal city, found his attention captured. Regarding the much-discussed prodigy Yanxi, he felt a profound curiosity. To reach the Great Ascension at merely 100 years, what extraordinary talent! Throughout the long annals of time, such an individual had seldom been witnessed. Even those immortal beings whose names are etched in history had not achieved such remarkable cultivation at Yanxi's age. A prodigy of unparalleled caliber? A reincarnation of an immortal? These words, when applied to Yanxi, seem rather hollow. At last, he has arrived. Shea's deep-set eyes gazed into the sky, as if his vision transcended space and the palace walls, fixing upon Yanxi. Within the tranquility of his gaze, a fervent battle spirit ignited, both intense and pure. Has he truly come? Xiaowan watched with curiosity. She was intrigued by this extraordinary prodigy renowned across the Tianyuan continent, largely because her royal brother frequently mentioned him. In Xiaowan's heart, her brother would always reign supreme, incomparable to anyone else. The fact that someone praised by her brother, acknowledged as the reason for the gathering of prodigies at this event, piqued her interest in seeing whether this son of the Heavenly Dao truly possessed remarkable abilities. In the loft of the Demon Prince, he and Nangong Hanxia stood by the window, observing the palace in the sky. Quite the attitude. Witnessing Yanxi immediately capture the attention of countless onlookers upon his arrival, the Demon Prince felt a surge of displeasure. What is so impressive? He is yet to truly emerge. Once he fully presents himself before everyone, Yanxi will be rendered insignificant. Nangong Hanxia recognized that the Demon Prince's jealousy had surfaced. Undoubtedly, he far surpassed Yanxi in strength, yet he chose to bide his time for now. With a smile, Nangong Hanxia remarked. The Demon Prince nodded sullenly, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Nangong Hanxia contemplated. They say Yanxi possesses not only extraordinary talent, but also unparalleled handsomeness. I wonder if my fine disciple has caught his eye. How delightful it would be to savor the allure of such a remarkable young man. While lost in thought, she instinctively licked her lips. Yanxi's appearance also signified the arrival of her cherished disciple. Her paramount objective for this journey was to secure Nangong Qianrou and hand her over to the Demon Prince in exchange for substantial benefits from the soul-devouring demon sect. Thus, the purity of Nangong Qianrou held immense significance for her, as it directly impacted her own interests. Although losing her virginity would not be catastrophic, the potential rewards would diminish drastically, a scenario she wished to avoid. As for Nangong Qianrou's fate, her life held no value, trivial in comparison to the benefits at stake. Boom. Yanxi slowly emerged from the palace with Nangong Qianrou, the two standing midair, akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal aura that momentarily left the crowd spellbound. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Yanxi smiled and said, "Why do you all stare at me so? I assure you, my face bears no blossoms. I have come at the invitation of Shea and cannot overshadow the occasion." Observing Yanxi's humble demeanor, many in the crowd exchanged knowing smiles. The Saint Sun is far more captivating than any flower. Have you not noticed that the entire Xianzuking is watching you? Today, the spotlight is yours, Saint Sun, and countless prodigies have gathered for your sake. Especially the ancient demon race's prodigies, each harboring a desire for vengeance. I perceive that this group of prodigies has miscalculated their strategies. The esteemed Yanshengzi's presence undoubtedly signifies his unwavering confidence. The fate of these ancient demon tribes will likely mirror that of the Bahen Divine Sun, serving merely as stepping stones for Yanshengzi. Yet, why would Yanshengzi require such support? His affable demeanor has unintentionally bridged the gap between him and the others, making them more inclined to align with him. Yan Shengzi is indeed modest. Although this grand assembly of prodigies is hosted by the emperor, it is universally acknowledged that the majority have come primarily for Yan Shengzi. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the focal point of this event. Xia Yixian descended gracefully from the sky, exuding an extraordinary presence akin to that of a supreme emperor, radiating an aura of immense power. As one of the three great prodigies of the human race, he indeed embodies the formidable spirit reminiscent of the Daxia immortal ancestor, exuding unmatched dominance, surveying the world with an imperious gaze. Even in the presence of a prodigy as exceptional as Yan Shengzi, he remains unyielding. Now that everyone is gathered, I invite you all to take your seats at the Peacock Pavilion. Arrangements have been made, and you may discuss whom you wish to challenge. Xia Yixian addressed the assembly. Yan Shengzi nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. After all, he was here for enjoyment and was amenable to any location. Come forth, Yan Shengzi, and meet your demise. Peng Fuyo bellowed, his entire being brimming with murderous intent, his gaze fixated on Yan Shengzi without wavering. The humiliation of the previous day must be avenged. Allow me to be the first. Long Lixiao also stepped forward. He bore no personal enmity towards Yan Shengzi. He simply desired to ascend by defeating him. Who would not wish to overcome a renowned prodigy, gaining prestige beyond imagination? Get lost. Do not hinder my attack. Peng Fuyo glared at Long Lixiao, showing no signs of amicability. Were it not for Yan Shengzi's presence, he would have preferred to eliminate Long Lixiao first. You should be the one to step aside. Long Lixiao retorted dismissively, uninterested in yielding. How about this? You two engage in combat first, and the victor may then contend with me. What do you think of my proposal? Yan Shengzi suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Xinjiang Saint's son eagerly chimed in. What a splendid idea. I had suggested this earlier. But alas, these two cowards refused to take action. He sighed dramatically, wearing an expression of utmost regret. Yan Shengzi turned his head, recognizing the newcomer, and rolled his eyes. Ah, it's you, the troublemaker. No wonder I caught a whiff of something foul from afar. The Xinjiang Saint's son was indeed a naturally flamboyant individual, always stirring up chaos wherever he went, reveling in the ensuing commotion. Yan Shengzi's remark about him being a troublemaker was delivered discreetly. Interestingly, in the original narrative, he was cast as an antagonist. His relationship with Yan Shengzi was rather amicable. The reason for his villainous portrayal was quite simple. He had a sharp tongue and had provoked Xiao Fan, ultimately meeting a tragic end at his hands. You are the true troublemaker. The Xinjiang Saint's son's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily defended himself. The grand gathering of talents. Can it truly be called such if it lacks excitement? I merely aim to create some spectacle for the enjoyment of all. How have I become the harbinger of discord? Furthermore, if I am to be labeled as such, at least I am still a stick, stirring up who knows what. Yan Xi's lips twitched in annoyance. Damn it, this fellow can talk even more than he does. Engaging in a war of words with him yields no advantage. It is better to keep my distance. Ignoring the true Sun Holy Sun, Yan Xi made his way towards the Peacock Tower. Hey, don't leave. Let us discuss a few spirit stones. I could yield, couldn't I? Seeing that Yan Xi paid him no heed, the true Sun Holy Sun lost interest and stepped into the Peacock Tower. Observing the departure of these two, the others followed suit. Only Long Lixiao and Peng Fu Yao remained awkwardly behind, exchanging glances in silence. As the crowd thinned, the two of them could only leave in dejection, trailing behind the main group with heads bowed and not a word to say. Upon reaching the top of the Peacock Tower, a petite girl with a cherubic visage approached, her curious eyes fixed on Yan Xi. You are Yan Xi? You seem rather unremarkable. You don't appear to be as formidable as my royal brother described. I expected you to possess extraordinary abilities. Xiao Wan spoke with a tone of disappointment. Yan Xi was taken aback upon seeing her. What? The love-struck Xiao Loli? It must be her. Xia Yixian has only one sister, and she looks like a child. There's no mistaking it. She seems foolish. And her actions are even more so. Apart from her adorable appearance, she is utterly devoid of merit. In her misguided attempts to assist Xiao Fan, she nearly brought ruin upon Xia Yixian, almost causing him to lose his very foundation and become a mere mortal. I truly cannot fathom how there exists such a naive woman. Only Xia Yixian could dote on her. If she were my sister, I would hang her up and give her 3 good lashes just to vent my frustration. The mere thought of the mischief this Xia Loli has caused sends shivers down Yan Xi's spine, She is a master of mischief, truly formidable and not to be trifled with. Xiao Wan is also one of the female protagonists from the original narrative, possessing a distinctive character design. When she first appeared, she embodied the image of a little lowly, and even as she ages, she maintains this youthful guise to preserve the image in Xiao Fan's heart. Affectionately referred to by readers as Xiao Lowly, this alone leaves Yanxi speechless. Not to mention, Xiao Wan is an undeniable love-struck fool, whose navet leads her into countless blunders, often at the expense of Xia Yaxian. In one particularly grave incident, she nearly shattered Xia Yaxian's foundation. Remarkably, he has never blamed her, which is utterly absurd. Had it been Yanxi, the grass on the grave would be 2 yards high by now. Xiao Wan stood there, dazed and silent. Yanxi, wishing to avoid conversation, swiftly maneuvered around her to explore other areas. At that moment, Xia Yaxian approached Yanxi, stating, "Holy Sun Yan. This is my royal sister, named Xiao Wan. She is still quite young. If she has spoken inappropriately, I hope you will forgive her." Xia Yaxian's demeanor was remarkably serene, devoid of any pretentiousness. He was well aware of his sister's temperament, and, concerned that she might inadvertently offend someone, took the initiative to offer her some advice. "Haha, it's all good. Children are quite endearing," Yanxi remarked with a smile, playfully tousling Xiao Wan's meticulously styled hair into a disheveled mess. "TSK, tisk, having such a mischievous little sister is quite the handful for you, Xia Yaxian. You'd better brace yourself. I must take my leave swiftly. This troublesome little brat possesses considerable charm, and I cannot afford to be entangled with her, lest I find myself unable to resist giving her a good thrashing." With that, Yanxi whistled and made his exit, leaving Xiao Wan trembling in place, lost in her thoughts. "Hello, I am Negong Qianrou. Would the little princess care to converse with me for a moment?" Negong Qianrou extended her hand with a warm smile. Xiao Wan glanced up at her and nodded, and together they retreated to a quiet room. Time passed slowly, and many distinguished talents took their seats. The assembly of exceptional individuals was nothing short of extravagant. Each one selected from this gathering could easily hold dominion over their respective realms, both in terms of background and prowess, truly a rare assembly of elites. Now that everyone is present, when shall the battle commence? Are we to engage in calm discussions here indefinitely? Peng Fuyao expressed his impatience. He had come specifically for Yanxi and had little time to squander, preferring not to indulge in idle chatter with this group of prodigies. "I concur. Can we hasten the proceedings?" Long Li Xiao chimed in, despite his usual discord with Peng Fuyao, finding common ground with him in this instance. "When shall we begin?" Lu Chun, the divine son of the Lu Wu clan, spoke in a deep tone. He had arrived earlier, but, being composed and reserved, had refrained from speaking until now. His understated approach led many to believe he had not attended the gathering until his voice captured their attention. Is it that the human race dares not accept the challenge? Have we merely been invited here for tea? The goddess of the Jinwu clan interjected. Her exquisite features, fair complexion, and slender figure, accentuated by long, shapely legs, radiated an intense warmth akin to the sun. Clad in a fiery red gown, her deep crimson hair blazed like flames, and her mere presence elevated the ambient temperature. Her beauty was rivaled only by Negong Qianrou in the vicinity. The Jinwu goddess, a contemporary heir of the ancient demon clan, embodied an ethereal grace. However, her fiery temperament made her both admired and feared, resembling a rose adorned with thorns, truly a being no one dared to approach. "Oh, how amusing. It appears some are eager for a beating. I have long awaited the opportunity to thrash this group of rascals." The true Sun, Holy Sun, raised his arm and rolled up his sleeves, eagerly proclaiming his intent. His silence was a blessing. Once he spoke, the atmosphere erupted. A multitude of formidable presences surged forth, colliding with the true Sun, Holy Sun. Unfazed, he unleashed his own aura, pushing back against the onslaught. "What are you staring at? Come on, let us settle this one-on-one." The human cultivators were left speechless. This true Sun, Holy Sun, was indeed a troublemaker. Just as Yanxi had described, a constant source of chaos wherever he appeared. Since everyone is so eager, let us dispense with the formalities. Choose your opponents. The competition officially begins. With a decisive wave of his hand, Xia Yaxian set the tone. The celestial gathering was not a venue for tranquil discussions. Seating the attendees in the Peacock Tower was merely a gesture of hospitality. With the desire for battle palpable, it was best to get straight to the point. Xia Yaxian hosted this gathering with the intention of testing his own mettle. He aspired to emulate the great Xia Xinzu, to sweep through all the prodigies, to be unrivaled among his peers, and ultimately, to be invincible. Through this noble endeavor, he sought to affirm his path and forge an unbreakable heart of the Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of prodigies rose to their feet, their gazes fixed upon Yan Shi. The collective target was unmistakably Yan Shi. Challenging me alone is rather dull. I propose this. Let each side, humans and myriad races, select 5 representatives for a one-on-one duel. The side with the most victories shall be declared the winner. To make the battles more intriguing, let us add some stakes. The losing faction must provide the victors with items worth no less than 300 million high-grade spirit stones. What do you all think? Yan Shi suggested with a smile. Confident in his ability to dominate all prodigies, he recognized that such an approach would strip the celestial gathering of its excitement. With so many prodigies present, it would not suffice for him alone to display his prowess. Opportunities should be afforded to all. Therefore, a contest between humans and myriad races would allow the ancient demon clans to bleed a little and simultaneously showcase the might of the human race. I have no objections. However, once the battles conclude, I wish to face you again. Xia Yixian's eyes burned with fervor as he regarded Yan Shi, his desire to duel unrestrained. In terms of his yearning to combat Yan Shi, he felt no less than any from the myriad races. Yan Shi was, without a doubt, the opponent he most wished to encounter at this gathering, not out of animosity, but for the sake of proving his own capacity. Very well, Yan Shi nodded in agreement. He was not surprised by Xia Yixian's proposal. I concur. I can certainly take on 5 opponents at once. The true Sun, Holy Sun, held his head high, exuding arrogance as he faced the myriad races. We also agree. The prodigies from the myriad races exchanged glances and nodded in unison, their thoughts aligning with Yan Shi's. Seeing Yan Shi's disinterest in battling the myriad race prodigies, they too chose not to insist. It was better to heed the arrangement and allow the humans to shed some blood, thus tempering their fervor. In the arena of competition, the participants may falter in their performance due to inadequate cooperation. However, in the case of individual matches, they can fully unleash their potential. Here, for prodigious individuals representing the human race, stand ready, each one a paragon of excellence, capable of securing at least 3 victories. Thus, both sides commenced the selection of their champions, and after a quarter of an hour, the duel was set to commence. The decision was finalized by the esteemed Xia Yixian. Subsequently, both the human and myriad races began their deliberations. On the human side, the trio of Yan Shi, Xia Yixian, and the Holy Son of Xinjiang were assuredly to take the stage, as they were universally acknowledged as the strongest among them. The other 2 participants were formidable in their own right, the illustrious Zhang Tianyuan from the Purple Mansion sect, and the distinguished Shi Qianqing from the Shi clan. The roster for the human faction was thus confirmed, featuring 5 individuals, all at the pinnacle of cultivation, renowned far and wide. On the side of the myriad races, the 4 divine sons occupied their designated positions, with an additional spot reserved for a mysterious figure. This enigmatic individual was none other than Qi Shao, the divine son of the Phoenix clan. The lineup of prodigies from the myriad races was extraordinarily lavish, surpassing that of the human race. The gathering of 5 divine figures was a rare occurrence, underscoring the significance the myriad races placed on this gathering and on Yan Shi in particular. Before long, the allotted quarter of an hour elapsed. A colossal arena emerged in the heavens, adorned with intricate formations and entwined with divine inscriptions, exuding an aura of profound mystery. This arena was specially crafted by the great Xia divine dynasty for the gathering of prodigies, capable of withstanding even the assaults of those at the tribulation stage for a brief moment. Such a robust arena would allow these exceptional individuals to engage in a fierce contest without restraint. Wait, were there supposed to be 5 participants? Where is one of them? Are they too frightened to show themselves? I could allow you to compete with just one hand. The taunting voice of the Holy Son of Zhanyang echoed through the air. Do not fret. When the moment is ripe, he shall naturally make his appearance. Zhanyang, come forth. I vow to dismember you today. Peng Fu Yao roared in anger, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the arena. Get up here. Peng Fu Yao bellowed once more from the center of the arena. He understood that with Qi Shao participating, it was not his place to confront Yan Shi. Instead, he thought it prudent to channel his frustration on someone else, and he had long been eager to teach the Holy Son of Xinjiang a lesson. Ah, here comes another eager contender for a beating. Sai, I shall reluctantly impart a lesson to you. The holy son of Zhenyang remarked nonchalantly as he floated towards the arena, oblivious to Peng Fu Yao's simmering rage. Upon their fateful encounter, the two adversaries clashed fiercely. The holy son of Zhenyang seized his verbal jabs, recognizing that Peng Fu Yao was no ordinary opponent. Neglecting to engage with full seriousness could lead to his own downfall. Whom do you believe will emerge victorious? Xia Yixian inquired of Yan Shi, who stood beside her. I place my confidence in the holy son of Zhenyang, Yan Shi replied. Though this fellow may seem somewhat despicable, his prowess is not to be underestimated. Peng Fuyo is no match for him, Yan Shi replied with a smile. I believe Peng Fuyo surpasses him, of course. I also hope that the holy son of Zhenyang prevails, Xia Yixian merely stated. Yan Shi nodded, focusing intently on the duel. Ordinarily, Xia Yixian's judgment would be sound. Peng Fuyao indeed excels in every aspect over the holy son of Zhenyang, be it strength or cultivation level. Unfortunately, Yan Shi is aware of the plot and knows that Peng Fuyao cannot emerge victorious. The holy son of Zhenyang is a cunning adversary, concealing formidable trump cards that make defeating him exceedingly challenging. At the very least, Peng Fuyao is not yet capable of such a feat. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, a voice tinged with excitement echoed. Old rascal, your divine son is destined to lose. Divine light surged forth as numerous figures stepped out from the void. These individuals were the guardians of the various holy sons from different factions, all of whom were formidable powerhouses. Wherever the talented gather, there are always protectors lurking in the shadows. Particularly for the holy sons of the myriad races participating in this grand assembly, their guardians have been replaced with even more powerful contenders. After all, Xianzhou City is the territory of the human race and the stronghold of the great Xia divine dynasty. Any misstep could lead to the potential downfall of their holy sons. I hope you remain this confident later. The guardian of the golden-winged Dapeng clan snorted coldly, then adopted a frigid expression. Turning to the guardian of the Zhenyang holy sect and ominously stating, when your holy son is slain by my clan's divine son, do refrain from shedding tears. The guardian of the Zhenyang holy sect chuckled darkly. I shall return your words to you, unaltered. He knew his own holy son well and was aware of the numerous tactics at his disposal. The chances of Peng Fuyu defeating him are virtually non-existent. I believe Peng Fuyu is bound to triumph in this battle. Once the duel concludes, do not attempt to evade responsibility. The holy son of the heavenly Dao sect has foolishly chosen to engage in a 5-on-5 contest, a self-imposed hardship. To presume that the human race could win 3 matches is akin to a delusion. Xia Yixian may have a chance, but the holy son of the heavenly Dao sect stands no chance against the holy son of Zhenyang. The other guardians of the myriad races emerged, sparing no effort in their mockery. On paper, the myriad races clearly outclassed the human race. Their superiority is beyond question. With 5 divine sons from the myriad races and only 3 from the human race, the latter are viewed merely as fillers. Furthermore, with Qi Shao backing them, it is inconceivable that any human could defeat him. They are utterly confident in this regard. Xia Yixian cannot, and neither can Yan Shi. Do not rejoice too soon. This has only just begun. Winning 3 matches against you will be more than sufficient. Our Zhang Tianyuan is no pushover. The Shi family has remained hidden for too long. It seems we have been underestimated. The tone of the myriad races left them deeply dissatisfied, especially the guardians of the Purple Mansion Dao sect and the Shi family. On the surface, they may appear inferior, but can battles be judged solely by appearances? Without engaging in combat, who dares to draw conclusions? From your tone, it seems as if the human race is already destined for defeat. The guardians of the myriad races merely sneer, their silence revealing a clear and resolute stance. The battle on the stage has escalated to a fever pitch, with divine lights bursting forth, causing the arena to tremble. Peng Fuyo, is this truly all your prowess? You cannot even pierce my skin, yet you dare to challenge Yan Shi? How absurd. The true holy son, having acclimated to the rhythm of combat, has entered a frenzied mode of mockery, his words firing off like bullets directed mercilessly at Peng Fuyo. Peng Fuyo's expression darkened significantly as he silently endured the verbal onslaught, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. In the next instant, he shifted his stance and launched a ferocious attack on the true holy son. You shall perish here today. Myriad wings of the long river. In an instant, Peng Fuyo transformed into the form of the golden-winged Great Peng. Countless feathers resembling sharp swords glinting in the sunlight, raining down mercilessly upon the true holy son. This is the innate divine ability of the golden-winged great Pung, with feathers as sharp as blades, capable of piercing even magical artifacts. An overwhelming array of feathers blotted out the sky, filling the entire arena. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Perhaps in your next life you may indulge such dreams. True Sun, indestructible body. The true Sun, Holy Sun bellowed. Divine light bursting forth from within, intricate and profound Dao patterns manifesting all over his form. Under the radiance of this divine light, he appeared as if sculpted from gold, shining so brilliantly that it was nearly blinding, akin to a divine solar being descending to earth, exuding an aura of annihilation. Die. The true Sun, Holy Sun vanished from his position, reappearing beyond the sword-like feathers, now behind Peng Fuyo. With a fist radiant with light and an unparalleled momentum, he struck with a thunderous impact against Peng Fuyo's back. In an instant, the golden feathers adorning Peng Fuyo's body shattered like fragile paper, disintegrating into a cascade of golden dust. Peng Fuyo's form exploded, golden blood showering the heavens, while countless feathers fell away, reduced to mere spirit. A look of terror gripped Peng Fuyo as he gazed upon the true Sun, Holy Sun, unable to comprehend the source of such terrifying power. Die. The true Sun, Holy Sun, resolute and unyielding, saw that Peng Fuyo was now just a spirit, and he did not hesitate to deliver the fatal blow. Despite his usual frivolity, he would not waver in such a moment. I care not for your status as a divine son or your ancient lineage. You dare to threaten my life. Do you truly believe I am easy prey? Those who have attained such cultivation and position have all waded through rivers of blood. None are soft-hearted. Mercy cannot cultivate immortality. Root out the threat to prevent future calamities. How dare you? Halt. Observing the true Sun, Holy Sun's determination to kill, the ancient demon race could no longer remain passive, with all but Long Li Shao voicing their protests. Although Peng Fuyo's defeat was a blow to their pride, they could not stand idly by and watch him perish before their eyes. Such an event would be a devastating blow to the entire ancient demon race. Suddenly, the void shattered, and an enormous hand emerged, emanating a terrifying aura that sent a chill through all present. With a crack and a bang, the arena's protective barriers succumbed to the assault, disintegrating into scattered rays of light. The massive hand then seized Peng Fuyo, preparing to depart. As it left, a beam of golden light shot forth from the hand, aimed directly at the true Sun Saint. Old fool, you truly have a penchant for courting death, exclaimed an elderly voice. The golden light, initially hurtling towards the true Sun Saint, abruptly halted mid-air, mere inches from its target. It then erupted into a dazzling explosion of sparks. The true Sun Saint's expression remained as tranquil as a placid lake, as if he had anticipated such an outcome. Many witnesses, upon observing his composed demeanor, felt a surge of awe. Clearly, the true Sun Saint was no ordinary individual. His fortitude was remarkable. To remain unperturbed in the face of such peril demonstrated an extraordinary level of calmness. What a formidable character the true Sun Saint was. Such composure and self-assurance. The crowd murmured their admiration, while some began to revere him. Damn that old man. This was clearly intentional, in stark contrast to his outward calm. The true Sun Saint's inner turmoil painted a different picture. He remained motionless, utterly drained of strength. In his quest to defeat Peng Fuyo, he had exhausted every available resource, and the final surge of the true Sun immortal body had depleted the last vestiges of his energy, leaving him incapable of even lifting a finger. When the divine light had surged towards him, he had been momentarily paralyzed with fear, unable to react. Had the elder from the Holy Land acted even slightly slower, he might have already met his end. Once the divine light detonated and he regained his composure, the fear dissipated. There was no longer any need for trepidation. That old man undoubtedly acted with intent. He seethed inwardly. With his prowess, deflecting such an attack would have been effortless. He must have sensed the threat the moment it was unleashed, yet he chose to intervene only at the last moment. Is he merely waiting to witness my humiliation? He thought, his teeth clenched in frustration. Just wait. I shall not let this matter rest. The true Sun Saint knew his protector's temperament all too well, for words encapsulated it. Disrespectful to the old. His own impulsive nature was largely a result of the elder's influence. It was merely an accident. I was too eager to save him and failed to control my strength, the protector of the Golden-Winged Rock clan casually explained. Such a thing could hardly be admitted as intentional. They would not speak of their understanding. Instead, they would cling to the narrative of a miscalculation. blocking the path of the true Sun Saint before it could be traversed. To do otherwise would provide the true Sun sacred land with a pretext for retaliation. Furthermore, the Great Xia Divine Dynasty would certainly not wish to escalate matters, as this was their domain. Even an unintentional offense would carry consequences. Liangyang Zhenren would return the favor. Resistance would be futile. Otherwise, one might find their life claimed within my ancestral city. The Emperor of the Great Xia declared with an air of authority, reaching a resolute conclusion on the matter. Since someone dared to provoke him right under his nose, they would have to bear the consequences. Otherwise, it would give the impression that the divine dynasty of Great Xia was merely a soft target. Absolutely not. Both individuals exclaimed in unison. The protector of the golden-winged rock felt that it was beneath dignity to be punished for such a trivial matter, while the Radiant Sun True Man believed that such a significant issue warranted a far more severe punishment. It was rather unjust. I care not for your opinions. Or do you too wish to challenge me? The Emperor of Great Xia asserted, revealing his formidable aura without hesitation. He was unconcerned with their thoughts. To dare to contradict him in such a public setting was a grave affront to his authority. Do not forget where you stand. Indeed, upon hearing his words, both fell into a profound silence. In that case, Radiant Sun True Man, proceed, the Emperor stated calmly. With the Emperor's decision finalized, others refrained from voicing further objections. The Radiant Sun True Man did not hold back, unleashing his most potent divine power against the protector of the golden-winged rock. The latter's form was abruptly shattered, blood cascading through the void. After a brief interval, the protector reformed, his complexion pale and visibly weakened. TSK, how did I not manage to eliminate this old nuisance? The Radiant Sun True Man grumbled in dissatisfaction. Others could only remain speechless. It was clear that this ancient figure was remarkably resilient. Did he truly expect to slay him without consequence? If he succeeded, the Emperor of Great Xia would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. Provoking an ancient demon clan without cause would surely arouse the Emperor's ire. The true son of Xinjiang took a moment to compose himself. Strolling out of the arena with an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing his features, he appeared quite ostentatious. As he stepped off the stage, he was met with raucous cheers from countless human cultivators. The true son of Xinjiang is magnificent. What a glorious display for our kind. The true son of Xinjiang is truly handsome. I always knew that the rock would not be a match for him. It seems my prediction was spot on. Nonsense. Just moments ago, you claimed the true son of Xinjiang was doomed. Quiet down, quiet down. We mustn't allow the myriad clans to mock us. If we are to laugh, let it be with joyous mirth. Indeed, many had long harbored disdain for the ancient demon clan, whose arrogance was now met with a resounding slap in the face. Witnessing their defeat was immensely satisfying. We are secure now. The true son of Xinjiang has secured a crucial victory. With Xiaya the Immortal guaranteed to win, and the Holy Sun, Yin also assured of victory. Even if the other two prodigies were to lose, it would matter not. 3-2. Our human race has this victory in the bag. Your words are misguided, my friend. The other two prodigies of our race are formidable in their own right. Should they unleash their full potential in battle, it is entirely possible for them to triumph over one or two divine sons. Indeed, what are divine sons but mere figures akin to the Ba-Shi divine son? With the true son of Xinjiang's victory in the first match, the fervor among the humans reached unprecedented heights, their faces practically emblazoned with the word victory. In their eyes, Xian and Yin Shi were certain victors, with the remaining three competitors serving merely as unpredictable variables. Should the true Sun Saint win a single match, the subsequent outcomes would be virtually predetermined, with a worst-case scenario of 3-2, and perhaps even a clean sweep of 5-0 if fortune favored them. The notion of Xian and Yin Shi facing defeat had never crossed their minds. Impossible, non-existent. The victory was as assured as the seat of Qin Shi Huang. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere among the human faction, the myriad races were engulfed in a dismal pallor, akin to having swallowed a fly. Their expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. The match they had deemed a sure win had unexpectedly slipped through their fingers, leaving everyone astonished. Peng Fuyao was truly worthless. Clearly, he was all show and no substance. His bravado faltered when it mattered most. Long Lixiao cruelly mocked, seizing the opportunity to deride Peng Fuyao, with whom he had always been at odds. It is not Peng Fuyao's fault. The true Sun Saint, like us, is an heir of the same sect. In such high-stakes confrontations, victory could sway either way, remarked Lu Chun, the divine son of the Lu Wu clan. With a calm demeanor, he comprehended the duel's dynamics clearly. Both competitors held equal standing. No one was superior or inferior, whether saint or divine son. They were both inheritors of ancient sect powers, extraordinary prodigies in their own right, each possessing unique skills. The outcome hinged on a mere thought, with either side capable of triumph. On the surface, it appeared that Peng Fuyo had a slight advantage, yet that did not encapsulate the entirety of the situation. He is still worthless. If it were me, victory would be guaranteed. Long Lixiao scoffed. Although the Wulong clan did not belong to the ancient sects, their affiliation with the ancient dragon clan granted them considerable confidence, leading them to believe they had surpassed the ancient sects, dismissing many ancient monstrous races. Silence. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. An overwhelming aura suffused with murderous intent surged toward Long Lixiao. He had endured Long Lixiao's insolence for far too long. His tongue was as irksome as that of the true Sun Saint, with naught but disparaging words, grating on the nerves. While the true Sun Saint directed his ire at outsiders, this fellow directed his disdain toward kin. Was this not akin to an elbow jabbing outward, intentionally causing discord? You. Long Lixiao's expression darkened, preparing to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Chen's voice. If you utter another word, I shall end you. Do not invoke the ancient dragon clan in my presence. While others may tremble before them, our Lu Wu clan does not fear. You accuse Peng Fuyo of mere bluster. Yet I see you as the true waste. If you are unconvinced, then secure a victory for us. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. Lu Chen's tone was icy, showing no regard for Long Lixiao's feelings. As a formidable race among the ancient monstrous clans, the Lu Wu were among the few who did not cower before the ancient dragon clan. Furthermore, the Lu Wu possessed an innate prowess for battle, characterized by their fierce and unyielding nature. Even the ancient dragon clan would extend a modicum of respect and refrain from engaging in conflict with them. Long Lixiao gritted his teeth and lowered his head, a frigid expression etched upon his face. He understood Lu Chen's character well. He was a man of his word. If he dared to speak out of turn again, Lu Chen would indeed resort to violence. Should he perish here? Even if the ancient dragon clan were to learn of it, they would likely remain silent. As for the Wulong clan, they would not dare to provoke the Long Wu clan for the sake of a mere divine son. His demise would be in vain. Fool, the golden crow goddess scoffed. Unable to tolerate Long Lixiao's demeanor, he strutted about with an air of arrogance, relying solely on the ancient dragon clan to assert his dominance. Yet, he remained oblivious to his own limitations, failing to recognize his own insignificance. If he possessed no real strength, he ought to refrain from drawing attention to himself. Long Lixiao trembled with rage, but dared not retort, for she was yet another individual he could not afford to offend. The true divine son returned to the resting area of the human race with a beaming smile. He relished the cheers and accolades showered upon him, absorbing every word with delight. Though he appeared calm and collected, internally, he was bursting with joy. Were it not for the concern of appearances, he would have eagerly performed a series of backflips in celebration. Enough boasting. We all recognize your prowess, Yanxi remarked with a hint of annoyance. This young man was clearly reveling in his triumph, and Yanxi saw through his thoughts, sharing an unspoken camaraderie born from their mutual penchant for bravado. Well, it's merely average. I could easily dominate two more, the true divine son declared as he reclined in his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Zhang Tianyuan, who had been poised to rise, immediately sat back down upon hearing this, gesturing for applause for their great benefactor, urging him to take the stage once more. Indeed, I, too, wish to witness what other techniques Taoist Li Zhengchun possesses, Xia Xian remarked with a nod. Li Zhengchun felt a surge of anxiety. He was merely boasting. Yet it seemed this crowd was intent on pushing him to his limits. Old Li Go, we all emerged from the crucible of battle. Stay sharp and maintain your dignity. Yanxi encouraged, patting Li Zhengchun on the shoulder. Without hesitation, he yanked Li Jingxuan's chair out from under him and delivered a swift kick to his backside, sending him flying from the resting area. Yanxi, you scoundrel. Others jest, but you seem intent on my demise. Were it not for the disparity in our abilities, I would surely demonstrate the unparalleled techniques of the true Sun sacred sect. Li Zhengchun shouted as he soared back into the room. Bang! Just as Li Zhengchun returned, Yanxi seized the moment and delivered another powerful kick, sending him flying once more. Yanxingzi, it appears Li Zhengchun is unable to rise, Shi Qianqing observed weakly. Fear not, calamities linger for centuries. And he still has several hundred years to live, came the reassuring reply. Yanxi waved his hand nonchalantly. You've only lived for a millennium? Your entire family has lived for a millennium. Upon hearing Yanxi's words, Li Zhengchun was instantly enraged, springing to his feet with the agility of a carp. His spirit so vibrant that he could very well take on Tu Peng Feiyao, who among the cultivators has lived for a mere 1,000 years. Even during the nascent soul stage, one's lifespan spans thousands of years. To claim he has lived for a millennium is akin to cursing him to an early demise. It is said that you are a calamity. Living for a millennium is already quite a fortune. Do your utmost, and remember to embody the spirit of our human race. After finishing his remarks, Yanxi gave Li Zhengchun a thumbs up, wearing an expression of encouragement, while standing at the edge of the resting area, ever ready to deliver another kick upon Li Zhengchun's return. Damn you, Yanxi. Li Zhengchun's temples throbbed, not knowing where the sudden strength came from. He rolled up his sleeves and charged towards Yanxi. Ultimately, Li Zhengchun returned to the resting area, albeit with a face bruised in shades of blue and purple, looking quite miserable. This time, he had wised up, pulling out a portable stool and sitting far away from Yanxi. At the same time, he fixed his gaze intently on Yanxi, gripping the stool tightly, refusing to let go. Seeing Li Zhengchun so defensively poised, Yanxi could only sigh inwardly, lamenting the loss of such a fine target for a kick. Observing Yanxi's shaking head and sighing demeanor, Li Zhengchun instantly sensed mischief brewing, his eyelids twitching furiously, itching to curse. The others, witnessing Li Zhengchun's plight, couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Indeed, it takes a formidable being to bring the fearless true Yang Saint's son to his knees. All right, enough of the antics. Let us return to the matter at hand. Xia Xian interjected at the right moment, bringing an end to the farce. With the commotion settled, Zhang Tianyuan stood up and declared, I shall take this round. Thanks to Yanxi and Xia Xian, they decided against employing any cunning strategies akin to the Tiaoji horse racing. They would allow these two to take center stage for the grand finale. For the second and third rounds, Zhang Tianyuan and Shi Qianxing would alternate. If Xia Xian were to participate in the second round and Yanxi in the third, there would be no opponent capable of withstanding their prowess. This would also deprive the other two prodigies of the opportunity to showcase their skills. Yanxi expressed indifference, stating that it mattered not who the opponent was, for none could surpass him. Meanwhile, Xia Xian was reluctant to participate in the second round, fearing that the opposing team would likely send out Long Li Xiao, a contender unworthy of his efforts, which would be a disservice to his reputation. If he were to fight, it should at least be against someone of the caliber of the divine son of Lu Wu or the divine maiden of Jin Wu. Relax and give it your all. The outcome is inconsequential, Yanxi encouraged, urging Zhang Tianyuan not to feel too tense. Among teammates, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Yanxi felt it necessary to offer encouragement. As they were all part of the ancient sect forces, and they might interact in the future, it is always beneficial to be amicable and forge new friendships. I will do my best. Zhang Tianyuan nodded, then soared towards the arena. Meanwhile, from the side of the myriad races emerged the divine maiden of Jin Wu. The primary reason for dispatching the Golden Crow Goddess was the current demoralization among the myriad races, which desperately needed a victory to restore their dignity. Furthermore, there was speculation that the human race might seize the opportunity to pursue victory by sending out Yan Sha or Xia Xian. The only chance for success lay in the Golden Crow Goddess's participation. Regrettably, the humans did not proceed in such a manner. In order to allow the other two prodigies to take the stage, both Yan Sha and Xia Xian were willing to enter the fray last. Opportunities to engage with figures of divine caliber were exceedingly rare and beneficial to both parties. How can it be you? Upon recognizing Zhang Tianyuan, the Golden Crow Goddess frowned, her displeasure evident. She had initially anticipated Xia Xian's arrival, as they had surmised that Xia Xian would compete in the second match and Yan Sha in the third, aiming for an overwhelming 3 consecutive victories. It now appeared they had overestimated the situation. Arrogant. It is sufficient for me to defeat you without their assistance. Zhang Tianyuan faced the formidable opponent with unwavering resolve. Moreover, he harbored a flicker of confidence within. Despite the odds, he was not necessarily without the means to contend with the Golden Crow Goddess. Ignorant. The Golden Crow Goddess dismissed further conversation with a cold snort and launched her attack. Golden red flames materialized from thin air, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. The same hue glimmered in her eyes, and her fiery hair danced without wind, exuding an aura that was both searing and profound. Golden Crow Divine Flame, an exclusive divine ability of the Golden Crow clan. This flame possessed tremendous power, capable of igniting anything and even burning the soul, inflicting significant damage to the spiritual essence. This singular divine flame solidified the Golden Crow clan's unassailable status among the myriad races. Furthermore, this divine flame bore another unique effect, specifically for the Golden Crow lineage, as it could nourish the soul. Should a member of the Golden Crow clan meet an untimely demise, if a fragment of their soul could escape, it could gradually recover within the Golden Crow divine flame until consciousness returned, thus allowing for the reconstitution of their physical form, a form of rebirth through a metaphorical phoenix-like transformation. This rendered the Golden Crow clan exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Unless their souls were utterly annihilated, there remained a possibility of resurgence. Supreme Dao Wheel. As the divine flames surged forth, Zhang Tianyuan understood the futility of resistance, yet remained undeterred. His inner vital energy erupted, and countless intricate patterns emerged, coalescing in the air into a colossal wheel. This wheel was profoundly enigmatic, as if embodying the very essence of the Dao, emanating a mysterious aura. It was a divine technique of the Purple Mansion Dao sect, visualizing the Dao, comprehending its principles, and ultimately consolidating the Dao, wielding immense power. Boom! The two forces collided, with the wheel crashing into the divine flames, shattering them. Yet in the next moment, the fragmented flames reconstituted, slowly climbing upon the wheel like parasites, gradually eroding its strength. The immense wheel was thus slowly consumed by the divine flames, its power diminishing with each passing moment. Defeat. In an instant, the Golden Crow goddess appeared before Zhang Tianyuan, gathering golden flames in her hand, and struck towards his forehead with a palm. Zhang Tianyuan remained composed, closing his eyes as intricate patterns emerged upon his brow. From these designs emanated a divine light that surged forth, aiming directly at the Golden Crow goddess. "A mere parlor trick. Be gone," she proclaimed with authority, her own eyes shimmering with divine radiance. Her golden gaze, imbued with boundless majesty, resembled that of a sovereign surveying the earth, instilling profound awe in all who beheld it. Two beams of divine light burst forth from the Golden Crow goddess's eyes, colliding with Zhang Tianyuan's assault. Whoosh! One beam neutralized Zhang's attack, while the other pierced through his head. Bang! In the next instant, Zhang Tianyuan's form collapsed, his body shattering into fragments. Only his soul remained, helplessly adrift in the air. Observing Zhang's defeat, the Golden Crow goddess merely snorted before turning away from the arena. Unlike Li Jingchun, she did not seek to deliver a fatal blow. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to her inability to do so. The celestial ancestor city was the domain of the human race, and countless formidable beings were watching this contest. She had no opportunity to act. Acknowledging the futility of further engagement, she wisely chose to withdraw, sparing herself unnecessary complications. Alas, it was a pity that Zhang Tianyuan was still too inexperienced compared to the Golden Crow goddess. The protector of the Purple Mansion sect lamented, initially hoping that their prodigy might undergo some remarkable transformation during this battle. Though he fell short, one could never dismiss the possibility of a miracle. If he could overcome this challenge, Zhang Tianyuan would have a substantial chance of becoming the new Dao leader, a status akin to that of the Holy Sun. Yet, it was evident that the disparity remained vast. What is there to lament? Is it not entirely normal to be defeated by our clan-esque goddess? Do you truly believe your sect-esque prodigy could prevail? Replied the protector of the Golden Crow clan dismissively, his tone laced with contempt. From the outset, he perceived this battle as devoid of suspense. The chasm between the two was glaringly apparent. Should Zhang Tianyuan have triumphed, it would indeed have been a curious anomaly. Such an occurrence was unimaginable in the presence of their Golden Crow goddess. It was sheer fantasy. Had Yanxi been there at that moment, he would have interjected. After all, Zhang Tianyuan was not the central character. Had it been Xiao Fan, one could envision a dramatic outburst, transforming into an indomitable force and ultimately vanquishing the Golden Crow goddess. Subsequently, she would be left in shock, her heart stirred, forever remembering the man who had bested her. Following that, a melodramatic twist would ensue, filled with love and enmity, leading the Golden Crow goddess to succumb to becoming one of his courtiers. It was a quintessential tale, overflowing with flavor. Witnessing Zhang Tianyuan's defeat, the human faction fell into a profound silence. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight of his swift downfall left many feeling deeply disheartened. After all, a promising situation had been overturned, returning both clans to a level playing field. The roles had shifted, and now it was the myriad races that rejoiced. When the holy sun of true Yang had triumphed, it had left the myriad races holding their breath. Now, having secured a decisive victory, they could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. In an instant, a barrage of mockery and ridicule was hurled towards the human race, exuding an air of arrogance. The humans, incensed by the taunts, retaliated with their own insults, resulting in a cacophony of vulgarities echoing throughout the celestial ancestor city. It could be likened to a stand-up comedy routine filled with nonsense. As for the content of the argument, it resembled a performance devoid of a musical accompaniment. I apologize. I have failed and disappointed you all. Alas, the gap between her and me is still too vast, Zhang Tianyuan sighed. Do not fret. Defeat is merely a stepping stone. Who hasn't experienced failure? Remember, failure is the mother of success. Dedicate yourself to training, and you shall reclaim victory in due time, Yanxi consoled. Have you ever experienced defeat, young Saint Yin? Zhang Tianyuan inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Not at all. I have remained invincible, Yanxi replied, shaking his head. The others responded with exasperation. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you merely trying to show off? How infuriating. Li Zhengchun seethed with frustration. Zhang Tianyuan felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Your words are quite disheartening at this moment. They are more vexing than Li Zhengchun's antics. Had I known, I would have remained silent upon my return. Zhang Tianyuan sank into despondency on his bench. Young Saint Yin, you must be doing this on purpose. Your remarks are placing immense pressure on me. I dare not even participate in the next event, Shi Qianqing lamented. Yanxi chuckled, I speak not without basis. This wisdom was imparted to me by a venerable elder. He advised me to not take matters to heart and to maintain an open mindset. For the sea is vast and full of opportunities. Zhang Tianyuan interjected, your next line wouldn't be that the elder never anticipated your undefeated streak, would it? Yanxi gave a thumbs up. You are correct. I do not wish to be this exceptional, but alas, being too perfect is a burden. I shall bear this torment for your sake. Li Zhengchun, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, while I may be known for my sharp tongue, young Saint Yin is even more acerbic than I. You must cease to speak ill of me henceforth. Before Yanxi could respond, Xia Yisyan chimed in. When it comes to sharpness, young Saint Li surpasses all. Do not be modest. Yanxi nodded in agreement. I concur. Zhang Tianyuan and Shi Qianqing echoed, agreed. Agreed. Yanxi spread his hands, feigning innocence. See, this is the consensus. You should hone your acerbic wit and strive to become the most notorious wit of the Tianyuan continent. Li Zhengchun was taken aback. This is prejudice. You are perpetuating a stereotype against me, Li. The entire Tianyuan continent knows I am a warm-hearted individual. I merely enjoy conversing. Yanxi snapped his fingers, and an earth-grade artifact floated gracefully in the air. Very well, let us engage in a delightful game. As long as a mere tenth of the inhabitants of Xianzhou City regard you as a kind-hearted individual, you shall emerge victorious, and this earthly tier magical artifact shall be yours. Conversely, should you fail, you will forfeit a profound tier artifact to me. What do you think? Is it not a lucrative deal? Would you care to accept? Yanxi spoke with an enticing tone, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Li Zhengchun merely crossed his arms and scoffed. I shall not participate. He was quite aware of his reputation. After all, he was someone who needed to carry protective artifacts even when traversing the sect at night, which spoke volumes about how much he was loathed. I may be unrefined, but I am not foolish. I will not be sending money to Yanxi. Yanxi was quite displeased with Li Zhengchun's reluctance to engage. Preventing him from profiting, Li Zhengchun was truly insufferable. Such a handsome visage, adorned with thick brows and bright eyes, wasted on a name so melodious. He was clearly a fool, yet possessed a clever mind, utterly detestable. Now it is my turn, Stone Qianqing declared as he rose. I suspect it will likely be Long Li Xiao. He is the weakest among them. Despite his elevated realm, his actual strength is quite lacking. I once faced him when I was 3 minor realms beneath him, and after merely a few hundred exchanges, he fled. Truly a striking example of form without function. Li Zhengchun curled his lip in disdain. At the onset of the Celestial Heroes gathering, Long Li Xiao had boisterously challenged Yanxi, and Li Zhengchun had rushed forth to deal him a blow, seeking retribution for a previous ambush. To think a divine son would resort to such base tactics, only to flee mid-battle. How cowardly. Li Zhengchun had little patience for such individuals. Well then, I shall strive for victory. Stone Qianqing took a deep breath and patted his face. These prodigies could confront others with ease, but facing a divine son, to be frank, was still somewhat daunting, especially those from the ancient sects like the Wangu. They were far more extraordinary than the likes of them. Although Li Zhengchun scoffed at Long Li Xiao, dismissing him as weak, the latter was still a divine son of the Wulong clan, backed by the ancient dragon lineage, ensuring he would not lack in resources. Perhaps he was insignificant among divine sons, but for Stone Qianqing, he still posed considerable pressure. Do not, Yin Shengzi, I implore you, spare me your words. I fear your utterances may bring misfortune. Yin Shi had intended to offer some comforting platitudes to alleviate Stone Qianqing's anxiety. However, Stone Qianqing reacted as if startled, abruptly cutting off Yin Shi's remaining words. Li Zhengchun stifled a laugh nearby, though it was an overt display, feigning a hand over his mouth merely to vex Yin Shi. Without further ado, Yin Shi swiftly positioned himself behind Li Zhengchun, kicked the stool, and executed a dramatic maneuver, sending Li Zhengchun, who clung to the stool, flying from the resting area. After all was said and done, Yin Shi smiled and nodded at Shi Qian, offering him an encouraging glance. Go on, do not feel pressured. Treat it merely as an inconsequential contest. Even Xia Yixian, rarely seen with a smile, displayed a fleeting grin. This unexpected expression left everyone momentarily stunned, including Xiao Wan, who was particularly astonished. Since she could remember, the instances of witnessing Xia Yixian smile could be counted on one hand. Brother, you smiled. Xiao Wan exclaimed in surprise. You are mistaken. Xia Yixian's expression abruptly shifted, returning to his usual stoic demeanor. No, I did not make a mistake. Brother, you truly smiled just now. Xiao Wan insisted, growing increasingly anxious. I did not. Xia Yixian, feeling somewhat awkward, retorted. It was merely a smile. There is no need for such a fuss. The commotion made it seem as though a significant event had transpired, rendering him somewhat embarrassed. But you did. I clearly saw it. Why do you deny it, brother? Xiao Wan's voice trembled with mounting grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Sighing, Xia Yixian gently patted her head. Yes, it was my mistake. You did not see incorrectly. I indeed smiled just now, noting Xiao Wan's impending tears. He could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor and offered her consolation with a touch of helplessness. Only this love-struck Xia Loli could tame the cold-faced Yama. Yin Shi mused internally as he observed the scene. This was a moniker from the original text, where Xia Yixian was depicted as extraordinarily talented yet emotionally detached. Having been born into royalty with a hardened disposition, his perpetually icy expression, coupled with a history of vanquishing numerous formidable foes, earned him the title of Cold-Faced Yama. He maintained this demeanor with everyone, even in the presence of his biological father, the emperor of the Great Xia. The world perceived Xia Yixian as a soulless being, yet they failed to realize that his emotions were reserved solely for one person, his sister, Xiao Wan. It was only in her company that he revealed his humanity. The royal family is indeed no paradise, Yin Shi reflected, shaking his head, momentarily enlightened. He contemplated how he would behave if he had a sister like Xiao Wan and found himself in a similar situation. After a moment of thoughtful deliberation, he reached a conclusion. It seems I would need to discipline her. If I don't break 3 belts, I shall consider myself cheated out of genuine leather. Satisfied? Yin Shi nodded in approval. The competition continued, in stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere of the cultivators from both sides. The resting area of the ancient demon clan was surprisingly tranquil. To them, it was merely another victory, no different from their previous defeat. You go this time, Lu Chen casually remarked, glancing at Long Li Xiao. At his words, Long Li Xiao lowered his head and silently exited the resting area, fervently praying within his heart. Do not let it be Xia Yixian. Do not let it be Xia Yixian. Even Yin Shi would suffice, but it must not be Xia Yixian. Among the contestants of the human race, Xia Yixian is universally acknowledged as the most formidable opponent. Yin Shi has only just broken through to the Great Ascension stage, and it is generally accepted that his combat prowess will not be particularly strong. No matter how exceptional he may be, he requires time to consolidate his abilities and cannot fully unleash his strength in a short span. In contrast, Xia Yixian stands apart, for he has a proven track record as a genuine powerhouse. As Long Li Xiao anxiously muttered to himself, he stepped onto the arena with trepidation. Upon seeing his opponent was Shi Qianqing, Long Li Xiao smiled, genuinely delighted. As long as it is not Xia Yixian, he thought. A mere Shi Qianqing is no match for him. He could easily subdue him. If I were you, I would concede now, Long Li Shao said nonchalantly, his arrogance palpable. If one were to assess Long Li Shao, he could be described as exceedingly haughty, perhaps even conceited. Alternatively, he might be seen as shrewd and aware of his circumstances, or someone who bullies the weak while cowering before the strong. When faced with those whose power and influence surpass his own, he would fall silent, swallowing his pride, as he did before Lu Chun and the goddess of the Golden Crow. Yet when confronting those beneath him, his demeanor shifts entirely. He would eagerly seize the opportunity to humiliate them, reveling in his own superiority. At this moment, Long Li Shao said, "You cannot be serious, can you?" Shi Qianqing, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Among the five of you, you are the weakest. If I concede, how shall I navigate the Tianyuan continent in the future? What would my teammates think of me? You truly overestimate your own importance." Shi Qianqing could not fathom what mindset Long Li Shao was in to utter such words. In this scenario, I would never concede, even against the son of Lu Wu, let alone you, the weakest among us. Does the Shi family's pride mean nothing to you? Long Li Zhao's expression darkened immediately, a fierce killing intent swirling around him. He had offered the opponent a chance to concede, sparing them the agony of physical defeat, yet they not only failed to appreciate it, but dared to mock him. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Is your mind in disarray? I am merely speaking the truth, Shi Qianqing retorted, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Do not infect me with your insanity. I am a rational person. Long Li Zhao's countenance grew even more grim, his murderous intent swelling further. Then perish, he bellowed, transforming instantly into a colossal dragon, charged with the ferocity of annihilation, surging towards Shi Qianqing. I have been waiting for you. All swords returned to their origin. Shi Qianqing's expression sharpened as he shouted, gripping a long sword in his hand, its blade glinting ominously. Waves of sword energy erupted from behind him, splitting into 2, then 4, and multiplying exponentially until the entire arena was enveloped in a sea of razor-sharp sword energy. Flash! A tremendous roar reverberated. The two formidable powers collided instantaneously. A relentless series of explosions ensued, the formation flickering ominously as if it might shatter at any moment. As the two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange, their pace quickened and their blows intensified, culminating in a climactic struggle that revealed an equilibrium of power. In the depths of the void, the proud protector of the Wulong clan remarked, "This prodigy from your esteemed lineage possesses remarkable skills. Managing to contend with our divine scion for such an extended duration is indeed a rarity. Alas, he shall ultimately succumb to our champion." The guardian of the Shi family was rendered speechless. What audacity! On what grounds do you presume our prodigy is destined for defeat? Your confidence is utterly unfounded. Are the members of the Wulong clan all afflicted with folly? Fool! The Shi guardian spat in disdain, refusing to grant any semblance of respect to such insolence. You flaunt your might among the myriad clans, but it is merely due to your powerful connections that others refrain from provoking you. Here among the human race, what arrogance do you possess? Do you presume to intimidate my Shi family? I shall not indulge you. Depart as far as you can. Humph. It appears you are rattled, aware that your champion cannot prevail against ours, thus resorting to indignation. Indeed, our scion's unparalleled talent is not something any ordinary being can withstand. To be defeated by our scion is no disgrace. The Wulong protector lifted his chin, sneering. Bah! We shall never concede to your wretched scion. We cannot afford such humiliation. The Shi guardian retorted vehemently. How dare you? The Wulong protector seethed with rage. I care not for your so-called divine scion. Any discerning I can see his true capabilities. What nonsense you spout. To lose to your clan would be a disgrace beyond measure. The Shi guardian unleashed another scathing tirade. Ha ha, old Shi, you are on the verge of reducing this wretched creature to tears. Look at his pitiful state. He might return to his ancient dragon clan, seeking solace from his father. The real man of the fiery sun interjected with mockery. Indeed, how terrifying. The Shi family's ancient sect is trembling in fear. The Shi guardian, caught up in the moment, joined in on the ridicule. Faced with this blatant derision, the Wulong protector's expression twisted with rage, yet he dared not retaliate or strike. For this was the territory of the human race. More importantly, he recognized that he was no match for either of his tormentors. The other members of the ancient demon clan feigned ignorance, choosing silence as they observed the spectacle, sharing in the discontent towards the Wulong clan, who, emboldened by the support of the ancient dragon clan, had committed numerous acts that incited public ire. They held disdain for all, yet were meek in the presence of the formidable, while mercilessly oppressing the weak. Such was the nature of their entire clan, reeking of arrogance. If it weren't for the ancient dragon clan, the Yulong clan, with its disgraceful demeanor, would have been obliterated countless times. For certain ancient demon clans, the Yulong clan is even more detestable than the human race. They secretly wish for the Yulong clan to face misfortune. Amidst the cacophony of battle, the results of the contest emerged, astonishing everyone. Both combatants simultaneously lost their ability to continue, resulting in a draw. The human faction was quite pleased with this outcome, as a non-defeat was satisfactory. Conversely, the myriad clans were left feeling utterly disgusted, as if they had ingested refuse. A situation that seemed guaranteed to secure victory had ended in an unexpected stalemate. Who could possibly endure such a blow? What a disappointment. As a divine offspring, to be unable to triumph over even a prodigy. Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. In their eyes, Zhang Tianyuan and Shi Qianqing were mere pawns, destined to win effortlessly. After 5 rounds of combat, the scores of these two were practically handed over. Zhang Tianyuan had already secured his points, and Shi Qianqing's should have been a foregone conclusion. Who could have anticipated that Long Li Xiao would prove so ineffectual? Boasting only in words, but faltering at the critical moment, resulting in a tie even against a prodigy? A disgrace indeed. One might wonder what exactly he is so proud of. Lu Chun had never imagined such a scenario would unfold, and he felt an urge to curse vehemently. The Yulong clan truly is composed of inept individuals, both the old and the young. The Golden Crow goddess unabashedly voiced her disdain, encompassing the entire Yulong clan in her tirade. The Yulong clan's protectors, hidden in the depths of the void, furrowed their brows upon hearing her words. Such remarks from the younger generation were utterly unacceptable. How dare they speak of their elders in such a manner? Before he could continue, the protector of the Golden Crow clan appeared before the Yulong protector. His voice sharp as he demanded, "Excessive? Who do you deem excessive? Speak again if you dare. You worthless creature. Do you have the right to speak here? One more word, and I shall end you." The Yulong protector's face turned a shade reminiscent of spilled paint, his expression shifting dramatically. Just as he opened his mouth, it seemed a dreadful memory flickered in his mind, compelling him to swallow the remaining words. Blood surged in his veins, anger coursing through him, nearly causing him to spew forth blood. His face flushed. Yet, recalling the fierce temperament and capabilities of this woman, he dared not retaliate, forcing himself to endure. What a disgrace. The protector of the Golden Crow clan, feeling unsatisfied, hurled another insult. The other human powerhouses exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by this internal strife among the myriad clans, as the Yulong clan remained silent. What was happening? Ah, this old worm dares not speak. When the human race clashed with the myriad clans, the latter faced defeat largely due to this old worm and his counterpart, a failure in every endeavor, ultimately leading to the collapse of the entire front line. Were it not for his father from the ancient dragon clan shielding him, this old worm would have perished countless times. It is worth noting that this ancient worm was once the previous divine child of the Wulong clan. It appears that the legacy of incompetence can indeed be inherited. Ha ha ha. The master of the blazing sun laughed unabashedly, and only then did the crowd come to a sudden realization of this hidden truth. No wonder they dared not retort. It turns out he was a sinner who had brought calamity upon his entire clan. Indeed, he is truly worthless. The truly disheartening aspect of worthlessness is not its existence, but the arrogance of those who remain oblivious to their own failings. Such a state is lamentable for our human race. We cannot afford to produce such individuals. The strength of our foes is not what we fear, but rather the presence of cowards among our own ranks. Upon my return, I shall earnestly instruct the disciples of my sect never to become like this. The words of the protectors of the human race pierced the heart of the Wulong protector like daggers, leaving him wounded and battered, yet he remained silent. For he was afraid for his life. Integrity is not worth more than life. He could only console himself in the recesses of his mind. The 4th round of combat commenced. Xiaoya faced off against the divine child Lu Chun. Both were top-tier prodigies of the Tianyuan continent, their abilities nearly indistinguishable. Such figures stood at the pinnacle of the talented, with few capable of rivaling them. Their strengths were closely matched, and ultimately, the outcome mirrored that of Shi Qianqing and the others, a draw. The results reverted to square one, with both sides now standing at 2 draws, 1 victory, and one defeat. The true decisive battle would hinge upon the final contest. The practitioners from the myriad clans were filled with fervor, their eyes alight with excitement. Human race, you are destined to lose. Lu Chen's voice, though somewhat feeble, was imbued with unwavering conviction. This was not due to any other reason, but because the last participant was none other than Qi Xiao, the unparalleled prodigy of the Phoenix clan, and she was surely doomed. Suddenly, the void was rent asunder, and a cascade of colorful flames erupted from the fissure, enveloping the entire sky. The radiant flames gradually coalesced into an immense phoenix, exuding an aura of dominance that shrouded the earth beneath. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed forth, causing countless hearts to leap in trepidation as they instinctively gazed upward. There stood a young man, his visage as exquisite as jade and his demeanor striking, poised atop the flaming phoenix, surveying all below. Upon seeing this figure, the expressions of the human practitioners shifted dramatically. The divine child of the Phoenix clan, the most gifted prodigy among the ancient demon tribes, Qi Xiao had arrived. The sky was ablaze with vibrant flames that carried an overwhelming majesty, altering the very hue of the heavens, while the void itself seemed to warp under the strain of such immense power. The overwhelming pressure cascaded over the entire Xianzhou city, leaving every heart weighed down with foreboding. With a tranquil countenance, the divine child Qi Xiao gradually descended from the heavens. With each step he took, a flower of 7-colored flames blossomed beneath his feet, and his aura surged ever higher. Endless divine power surged from him unabashedly, akin to a river of stars flowing backward, ceaseless and overwhelming. The cultivators of lesser prowess began to pale and struggled to breathe, finding it impossible even to steal a glance at the visage of the son of Qi Xiao. In this moment, the human faction, both the younger generation and the elders, were solemn expressions. They had not anticipated that Qi Xiao's cultivation had grown even more profound over the years. Truly, he was a peerless prodigy standing at the pinnacle of the entire Tianyuan continent, and such cultivation instilled a sense of dread. The son of the Phoenix clan, Qi Xiao, barely over 200 years of age, had already attained the Great Ascension stage. In the year he attained this stage, he single-handedly battled several formidable beings at the 7th and 8th levels of the Great Ascension, defeating them all. A few years prior, news emerged that sent shockwaves across the continent. He had single-handedly slain a powerful figure on the brink of transcending tribulation. The might of this son was beyond comprehension, and no one truly knew the extent of his strength now. Before Yan Shi, he was the earliest individual of this generation's prodigies to enter the Great Ascension stage, achieving this at the tender age of 150. Were it not for Yan Shi, Qi Xiao would likely be universally recognized as the strongest prodigy, without exception. The only one capable of overshadowing him was the son of the ancient dragon clan, but that was not due to innate talent. It was a matter of cultivation. The son of the ancient dragon clan was over 100 years his senior, naturally possessing more time for cultivation. One can only imagine what a remarkable figure Qi Xiao was. No wonder the myriad clans exuded such confidence. They had summoned him. I had previously wondered why Lu Chun was the second to last to appear. It turns out there was someone even stronger. The ancient demon clans could only induce Lu Chun to step aside for those two. Fortunately, it was Qi Xiao. Had the son of the ancient dragon clan arrived, hope would have truly been extinguished. It's hard to say, in terms of innate talent. Yan Shengzi and Qi Xiao may be closely matched, but Qi Xiao has nearly a century more of cultivation experience. Such a brief span may seem trivial to ordinary individuals. Yet to prodigies of their caliber, it is a chasm of difference. Hearing this, I too feel a sense of despair regarding our prospects. All we can do now is place our faith in Yan Shengzi. How wonderful it would be to grant him a few more years. Alas, what a pity. Indeed. In due time, Yan Shengzi would undoubtedly be able to contend with Qi Xiao, but alas, the hearts of the human cultivators were heavy, and they harbored a pessimistic outlook towards this contest. It was not that they wished to undermine their own spirit, but rather the reality laid bare before them compelled a sense of hopelessness. The more they rationally analyzed the situation, the more they felt the chances were bleak. Were it another son, they might still harbor confidence, but against Qi Xiao, victory seemed inconceivable. Qi Xiao's achievements were widely acknowledged, showcasing an extraordinarily formidable strength. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the paragon among prodigies. Among the ancient demon clans, the Phoenix Sun and the ancient Dragon Sun were heralded as the unparalleled twins of the myriad clans, their talent, strength, wisdom, and cunning beyond reproach. From the moment they emerged, They suppressed the entire younger generation, leading the way with unrivaled prowess that instilled fear in all. Even the esteemed Shar may not stand a chance against these two individuals. The enigmatic scion of the Lin family might possess a glimmer of potential, yet it remains merely a possibility. Yin Shi, on the other hand, may have an opportunity to contend with these two, but alas, his training has been too brief, putting him at a significant disadvantage. I suggest that your human race should concede gracefully, lest you suffer a far greater humiliation. There is no possibility for your kind to emerge victorious. Not even a sliver of hope. Ha ha ha. Surely you do not believe that the scion of the heavenly Dao sacred sect can triumph, do you? Surely not. When the Phoenix Scion makes his move, he will undoubtedly sweep away the younger generation of humanity, leaving no one to rival him. How foolish of me to have been apprehensive. Had I known that the Qishao Scion was to make an appearance, I would have celebrated in advance. Although Long Lixiao has disappointed us, we still have the Qishao Scion. Crushing Yin Shi will still signify our victory. The Qishao Scion, invincible and unmatched, has always been so, and will continue to be so. Your human race can never surpass him. Ha ha ha, why the silence now? Just moments ago, you were so brazen in your laughter. I must admit, I rather enjoyed your arrogance. Your current reticence is quite disconcerting. Upon the arrival of Qishao, the excitement amongst the myriad cultivators surged as if they had been invigorated. To them, Qishao is the anchor of hope, instilling boundless confidence. Loss? An impossibility. With the Qishao Scion in battle, they cannot fathom a reason for defeat. Upon witnessing the plight of the human race, they immediately unleashed a torrent of mockery. Previously, Long Lixiao's draw with Shi Qianxing nearly brought shame upon your side. They are acutely aware that Long Lixiao's performance was indeed lackluster. To draw with a prodigy is one thing, but to be even with someone who does not rank within the top 3 of the Shi family is utterly disgraceful. As a scion, drawing with such a character is no different from losing. Now, with Qixiao's arrival, their emotions have erupted, transforming all grievances and anger into sheer ecstasy. What mockery! What vile words! Let them be hurled at the human race. Were you not so bold just moments ago? Let us see how brazen you can be now. You relished your earlier jeers, and now it is our turn. You are Yin Shi? Qishao, perched upon the fire phoenix, gazes down upon Yin Shi, akin to a sovereign surveying a subordinate, inciting Yin Shi's ire. Another pretentious figure. His late appearance must surely be intentional, merely to showcase his arrogance. I detest those who flaunt superiority before me. I loathe those who speak from a higher vantage point. You would do well to descend now. Yin Shi remarked coolly. Those surrounding them sensed an invisible tension enveloping the air, as if myriad sharp blades lay concealed, poised to erupt at any moment. Oh, and what if I refuse? What then? Qishao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unfazed as he spoke. Today, he is eager to witness the prowess of Yin Shi, a figure renowned for surpassing his peers. In his heart, Qishao harbors a profound sense of resentment. He has come to this grand gathering of prodigies solely to confront Yin Shi. First, he intends to assert his dominance and gauge his opponent's strength. Quite well. You have begun to provoke my ire, he mused. You disregard my attempts at civility and compel me to take action. My dashing good looks, charm, and amiable demeanor have been tarnished by your kind. I merely wish to be a serene and handsome gentleman. Why must you force my hand? With a sigh, Yin Shi silently extended his palm. However, on the flip side, having you all around is rather amusing. I take pleasure in watching your arrogance being swiftly dismantled, leaving you in a state of utter disarray. When it comes to bravado, I fear no one. Now, behold a magnificent treasure. A terrifying aura emanated invisibly, imbued with a sense of annihilation, yet it went unnoticed by all. Even the guardians in the void failed to perceive this force until it erupted in full force. With a thunderous crack, the space surrounding Qishao shattered, and the colorful flames coalescing into a phoenix were abruptly extinguished, as if crushed by an unseen giant hand. The suddenness of Yin Shi's attack left Qishao no time to react. By the time he sensed the threat, it was already too late to evade. The phoenix beneath him vanished, and he found himself in a disheveled state, his carefully arranged hair in disarray, covered in dust, resembling a fugitive in a pitiful plight. Yin Shi stood aloft, divine light coiling around his hands like ethereal serpents, his demeanor cold and commanding, silently observing Qishao below. The roles had reversed. Yin Shi now held the upper hand. How does it feel to be outdone? Yin Shi inquired, looking down from his elevated position. How dare you attempt to show off before him? Even Xiao Fan would not dare, So what gives you the right? He aspires to be the king of arrogance. How could he possibly allow anyone to outshine him in this regard? The narrative of the book Yin Shi traversed is heavily centered around the theme of bravado. Be it Qi Xiao, Xiao Fan, or Long Li Xiao, each character relishes in their own arrogance, yet none truly grasp their limitations. In the realm of arrogance, it is a fundamental aspect of the story. There is no way Yin Shi could fall behind. If you all flaunt your arrogance, then I too must partake. And I shall do so with finesse, grace, and to new heights. As they witnessed Qi Xiao unexpectedly suffer a setback, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Both humans and myriad races stood in disbelief. This fellow is truly shameless. He has voiced my thoughts. Lamented Li Zhenchun, I am the one who embodies the charming and dashing Holy Sun, and yet Yin Shi audaciously appropriates my sentiments. Infuriating. His words were only believed by himself, while others chose to disregard them. Yan Shengzi has performed admirably, granting our human race a sense of relief. I, too, harbor disdain for that wretched phoenix. It is rather arrogant. Well done, Yan Shengzi. Zhang Tianyuan and Shi Qianqing remarked with smiles. The other cultivators of the human race echoed similar sentiments, each cheering in approval. Since the appearance of Qi Xiao, the myriad races have been clamoring incessantly, as if the defeat of the human race were a foregone conclusion. While the cultivators of our race might entertain such thoughts, can it truly be the same? This is a matter for our human race alone. What business is it of yours? We may express our opinions, but you cannot. What is with the tone of the myriad races? Celebrating with champagne halfway through? The battle has yet to commence, and already you pop open the champagne? This Tian Dao Xingzong's holy sun is remarkably powerful. Xiaowan exclaimed in disbelief, her mouth agape. She had not anticipated that the opponent could even put Qi Xiao at a disadvantage. Surely, even my royal brother could not achieve such a feat. I am no match for him. I cannot accomplish what he does so effortlessly. Xia Yaxian's eyes glimmered with profundity as she spoke solemnly. Yet, her tone bore a hint of rigidity, her stern visage twitching slightly. Unlike ordinary prodigies, Xia Yaxian does not consider herself above others or scorn the heroes of the world. He is an exceptionally composed individual, adept at reflection and self-analysis. He dismisses those weaker than himself, while he readily acknowledges those stronger, striving to surpass them in turn. Does my royal brother share this opinion? This revelation astonished Xiaowan even further. In her recollection, her royal brother was exceedingly proud and rarely acknowledged others. It was rare for him to offer compliments, let alone concede inferiority. What merits does this Yin Shi possess to receive such praise from my royal brother? Little did the child know, this was not pride on Xia Yaxian's part. Rather, it stemmed from his elevated perspective, as the individuals he typically encountered hardly captured his interest. I refuse to accept it. My royal brother is the strongest. 100 Yanshis could not compare to even a single finger of my royal brother. Xiaowan exclaimed indignantly. Hands on her hips. She cared not for Yinshi's prowess. In her eyes, he could never surpass her royal brother. Even if all believed Yinshi to be formidable, her heart steadfastly held that her royal brother was superior. She would never concede to that detestable Yinshi. Observing Xiao Wan's pouting expression, Nangong Qianro covered her mouth with a light chuckle, her eyes sparkling with mischief, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. In the depths of the void, it seems this Phoenix Scion is not as impressive as rumored. Could the tales have exaggerated the truth? However, this Yinshi lad resonates quite well with me. It would be splendid if he could join our True Sun sacred sect. Master Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Liang, if you wish for death, do not drag us along. You may not fear for your life, but I do. I have yet to live enough. The guardian of the Zifu Dao Men replied with exasperation. Do you not realize who Yinshi's guardian is? Daring to speak such words, are you not afraid of being met with a sword? What is there to fear? What pretense is this, my friends? I find it hard to believe that none of you yearn to bring Yinshi into your respective sections. You dare to criticize me? At least I am forthright, expressing my thoughts candidly, unlike your hypocritical selves. Upon reflection, my desire for this child, Yinshi, has only intensified. I must discuss this with our holy master and see if we might entice Yinshi over. After all, we could always appoint another holy son. I must say, this plan of mine is rather brilliant. As the real man of the blazing sun spoke, he gestured animatedly, bursting into laughter. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, convinced of the merit of his idea. Impatient to act, he declared, esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave to confer with our holy master. Until we meet again. With that, He stood up and bid farewell to the assembly. The remaining guardians, both of human and ancient demonic lineage, exchanged peculiar glances at the exuberance of the real man of the blazing sun. Did he truly not comprehend who was present from the heavenly Dao holy sect? How could he speak so freely in the presence of that individual? Just as the real man of the blazing sun prepared to turn away, a chilling glint suddenly materialized at his throat. The icy sensation sent shivers down his spine, raising every hair on his body. A wave of cold surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing his spirit to tremble. It had been years since he had experienced such a feeling. In an instant, a plethora of unsettling memories flooded his mind. Without a doubt, he recognized his interlocutor. Swallowing hard, the real man of the blazing sun stiffly exclaimed, "Ha ha, Fairy Mingza, I was merely jesting. We are old acquaintances, and you know my temperament. I adore humor. Please, do not take it to heart. Consider it a trivial jest, and let me go, will you? Ha." As he spoke, his laughter grew increasingly strained. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly, questioning why the heavenly Dao holy sect had sent her to guard Yanxi. The treatment bestowed upon Yanxi was absurdly extravagant, even for a holy son. And how could Qin Mingzi have agreed to such a role? What was she thinking? The real man of the blazing sun felt profoundly embarrassed, having been caught in the act of attempting to abduct another's holy son. Even with his audacity, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. He had never anticipated that Qin Mingzi would serve as Yanxi's guardian. No one had informed him. For their cohort, Qin Mingzi represented a nightmarish specter from their generation, an indelible memory better left unexamined. Especially for the real man of the blazing sun, who, in his youth, had been notorious for his indiscretion, often provoking others with his caustic humor. It was no wonder that he had faced numerous reprimands from Qin Mingzi, leaving him with lasting psychological scars. So even this old rogue has his fears. Fairy Mingzi, in my humble opinion, it would be best to simply eliminate this ancient miscreant, for his continued existence is a source of annoyance. As the blazing sun faced a setback, several old acquaintances of his erupted in laughter and mockery. In the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, few possess the ability to subdue the esteemed Liu Yang. Even the leader of the True Sun Sacred Sect sometimes finds himself at a loss against him. This fellow, relying on his profound cultivation, often stirs up trouble, inciting the ire of many. Witnessing his demeanor akin to a mouse confronting a cat, the onlookers found the situation exceedingly amusing. To Liu Yang, however, Qin Mingzi represented an entirely different reality. A veritable nightmare he had endured for years, his sworn nemesis, a name that instinctively prompted thoughts of retreat. You lot, do you already know that Fairy Mingzi is here? Why did you not inform me sooner? Were you merely waiting to witness my humiliation? Liu Yang glared at the others, his teeth gritting in frustration. Had he known that Qin Mingzi was also present, he would have refrained from coming. Well, you didn't ask, did you? Besides, we all assumed you were aware. Just a moment ago, I was pondering when you had grown the audacity to challenge Fairy Mingzi. I even thought you were maturing. One of the guardians shrugged innocently. Liu Yang's face turned a shade of green with anger. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Qi Xiao took a deep breath, calmly adjusted his garments, retied his hair, and fixed a steady gaze upon Yanxi, suddenly breaking into a smile. Impressive skills. It was worth my personal visit for you. Yanxi raised an eyebrow, taken aback. This is not what I expected. Shouldn't you be scowling and exchanging threats before launching an attack? Your composure seems at odds with the imposing entrance you made earlier. After I embarrassed you so thoroughly, shouldn't you be rushing in a fit of rage like Long Li Xiao? By all accounts, the ancient demon clan is known for such behavior, Yanxi inquired. Others echoed his curiosity, nodding in agreement. Many turned to Long Li Xiao, eager to see his reaction, only to be met with disappointment as he remained silent, head bowed. Truly, it appeared they were bullies only to the meek. Qi Xiao subtly smirked, replying in a tone devoid of emotion. If you wish to call me a fool, feel free to do so directly, without the need for circumlocution. Yanxi quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, you're overthinking it. I detest insults. I am nothing like that scoundrel Li Zhengchun. Li Zhengchun interjected. Why am I being dragged into this? You two can spar without involving me. I am a person of integrity, so don't tarnish my shining image. Upon hearing this, the entire city was engulfed in a wave of incredulity. Your audacity is truly remarkable. To equate me with Long Li Xiao and liken the entire ancient demon clan to him is rather insulting. Qi Xiao spoke with an extraordinary calmness. his expression unperturbed, not appearing to be intentionally so. In the face of Yin Shi's jests, Qi Xiao remained composed, unlike Long Li Xiao, who would have been in a fury, nor did he carry an incomprehensible air of superiority. Initially, I merely sought to provoke a response from you, to gauge your capabilities. It appears I have inadvertently left an erroneous impression. In the ancient demon clans, talent abounds, and countless prodigies emerge. Certainly not everyone resembles the likes of Long Li Xiao. Qi Xiao replied coolly, as the holy son of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, to liken us all to a worthless individual like Long Li Xiao is indeed excessive. The Golden Crow goddess interjected with evident dissatisfaction. They harbored a disdain for the Wulong clan, and their contempt for Long Li Xiao was palpable. Yin Shi's comparison of them to Long Li Xiao was tantamount to branding them all as worthless. Who could possibly take such an affront lightly? Observing the discontent expressed by the two prominent figures from the ancient demon tribes, Long Li Xiao found himself the focal point of countless scrutinizing gazes. Feeling the weight of their stares, he buried his head lower, his countenance growing increasingly grim, dark as coal. However, any one of the three who spoke was an entity he could not afford to provoke. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could only endure. Even as they virtually pointed fingers at him in condemnation, he dared not utter a word. It seems that everyone harbors a disdain for Long Li Xiao. Perhaps my prior judgments were indeed biased, and I shall be more mindful in the future, Yin Shi remarked with a grin. Who could possibly tolerate such a person? Individuals like Long Li Xiao are universally reviled, be it among humans or the myriad races alike. Let us set aside idle chatter and commence with the matters at hand. If anyone has further remarks, they may be saved for post-battle discussions. Given their reasonableness, Yin Shi chose to forego any pre-match bravado. Verbal sparring held little merit. It was far better to let actions speak for themselves. Why not conserve both parties' time and commence the battle directly? Very well. I too am eager to witness the prowess of the most renowned prodigy of the present age. Qi Xiao smiled confidently and soared directly towards the arena. Rest assured. You shall witness it, Yin Shi replied, also hastening towards the stage. Upon the immense arena, intricate formations rose in layered succession, reinforcing the impending clash. A hazy radiance gradually enveloped the entire platform, subsequently sinking into the ground. In the center of the arena, Yin Shi and Qi Xiao exchanged glances across the distance, their auras steadily escalating, the power they radiated swiftly morphing into a fierce wind, wreaking havoc throughout the arena. It is not out of arrogance that I assert. In our current confrontation, you possess no chance of victory. Should our realms be equal, perhaps you might stand a chance. However, as it stands now, it is exceedingly difficult. Qi Xiao stated matter-of-factly, his tone devoid of embellishment. Yin Shi was only at the third stage of the Great Ascension, while he himself had ascended to the seventh stage. Both were figures of the Holy Sun caliber, with resources and support nearly identical. In terms of innate talent and background, they stood at the same level. The only disparity lay in their realms for minor stages apart. For individuals of their caliber, even a single minor stage could result in a monumental difference. For minor stages could indeed be likened to an insurmountable chasm. Given this, I propose a suggestion. To ensure fairness, I propose that the divine child of Qi Xiao compress his realm to match my own level. In this manner, should I face defeat, I would have no excuses, conversely. If you, the divine child of Qi Xiao, emerge victorious, no one could claim your triumph was unmerited, thus silencing those who assert that I, of the same realm, could surpass you. What do you think of this suggestion? Yin Shi remarked with a smile. This tactic was indeed learned from Xiao Fan, who once attempted to challenge Yin Shi in such a manner, only to be unmasked and rendered a fool. It is rather distasteful, to say the least. Qi Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a laugh. I never imagined that the scion of the heavenly Dao sacred sect could be so shameless. He was astonished that Yin Shi would make such a brazen request. Both were prodigies of the highest caliber. Yet Yin Shi's approach lacked the grace expected of one of his stature. Was it not said that the scion of the heavenly Dao sacred sect was someone who cherished his reputation immensely? Yet, upon meeting him today, this did not seem to be the case. I learned from the divine sun scion. Today marks my first attempt. Yin Shi casually shifted the blame onto Li Jingchun. Nonsense. Slander. Both Li Jingchun and the real man of the blazing sun exclaimed simultaneously. If it were truly his instruction, Li Jingchun might have accepted it. The issue was that he had never taught Yin Shi such things. He had not set foot outside the divine sun's sacred land in years, let alone interacted with Yin Shi. Where could he have imparted such lessons? It was utter nonsense. Yanxi was undoubtedly more shameless than him. This was the essence of Yanxi's character. You all have been deceived by Yanxi's facade. Yanxi, you are utterly shameless. It was always he who falsely accused others. When had he ever been wronged? By comparison, I, Li Zhengchun, am truly a kind-hearted and innocent person. Li Zhengchun was incensed, feeling as though a great injustice had been thrust upon him. His explanations went unheeded, leaving him deeply aggrieved. Zhang Tianyuan and Shi Qianqing glanced over, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness, instinctively taking a few steps back. Li Zhengchun was on the verge of spewing blood. I am truly wronged. Oner, keep your distance from him. He is not someone with whom one can easily associate. Xia Yixian earnestly cautioned Xiao Wan. His sister's heart was pure, akin to a blank canvas, untouched by the malice of the world. If she were to frequently associate with someone as shameless as Li Zhengchun, it would undoubtedly leave its mark on her. The mere thought of Xiao Wan becoming like Li Zhengchun in the future made Xia Yixian feel as though the heavens were collapsing. Oner, promise your brother that you will avoid contact with Li Zhengchun, he said with a serious tone. Oh, all right, I will listen to my royal brother, Xiao Wan replied, somewhat bewildered, not comprehending her brother's sudden agitation. Upon hearing her agreement, Xia Yixian breathed a sigh of relief, then fixed a watchful gaze upon Li Zhengchun. His wariness nearly palpable. In the void, the real man of the blazing sun was on the verge of cursing. Once again, that familiar cold glimmer was poised at his throat. It was abundantly clear. Qi Mingse felt that the reason was indeed related to the true sun, holy sun. What a colossal misunderstanding, dear Mengze. The master of the blazing sun wore a sorrowful expression, pondering for quite some time, yet found himself at a loss for words. He began to suspect that perhaps the issue lay with Li Zhengchun. Henceforth, it would be prudent for the disciples within the sect to maintain a distance from the true sun, holy sun. Indeed, it is quite alarming that even the holy sun of the heavenly Dao sacred sect has been tainted. It is a pity for Yanxi, such an extraordinary talent. How promising he was as a child. Alas, we must also keep our distance from that old fool, Liang, to set a proper example for the younger generation. Indeed, spending too much time with him has made me feel somewhat peculiar as well. The other guardians of the human race began to murmur amongst themselves. Even the ancient demon race members regarded the master of the blazing sun with wary eyes. The master of the blazing sun felt a profound sense of despair. In the arena, Yanxi spoke. So, you are unwilling? Naturally, replied Qi Xiao. This is my advantage, earned through my own diligent cultivation. Why should I relinquish it? Moreover, the words of others cannot sway my resolve. He scoffed lightly, asserting that only the mediocre or exceedingly arrogant would be affected by such provocations, and he, Qi Xiao, was certainly not among them. Those capable of becoming a holy sun were no ordinary individuals. Such petty tricks could not deceive his keen perception. Aside from his penchant for ostentation, Qi Xiao was nearly flawless in every aspect. I awaited your response. Your refusal aligns perfectly with my intentions. I feared you might consent to compress your realm and duel with me. If I were to defeat you then, who knows what rumors might spread, tarnishing my reputation as a holy sun. This way is far better. I can defeat you honorably and proclaim to all that I am the strongest prodigy. Yanxi patted his chest, exuding a sense of relief. Qi Xiao fell silent. How can one be so shameless? Are you certain you learned this from Li Zhengchun? Let's begin. Qi Xiao dismissed any lingering doubts. His singular focus was to conquer Yanxi. With that, Qi Xiao lunged at Yanxi, who showed no signs of retreat, immediately unleashing his divine power. Great veil of heaven. The arena trembled, the array patterns flashing wildly as if under immense pressure. Yanxi's aura erupted, unleashing a torrent of divine light that enveloped the surroundings, and he appeared as a descending deity, radiating overwhelming authority and gazing down upon all. A terrifying presence surged from the arena, sweeping across the entire immortal ancestor city. In that moment, every cultivator felt an oppressive force akin to suffocation. Yanxi shed his previous jovial demeanor, adopting a serious expression, his eyes deep and filled with boundless pressure, leaving others in awe. At this moment, Yanxi embodied the holy sun of the heavenly Dao sacred sect in the eyes of all, powerful, composed, and unperturbed by any challenge. It seemed as though the heavens could collapse, and he would face it with calm fortitude. This was the true essence of a holy sun, the path of the cosmos. Yanxi extended his palm, upon which countless divine lights clung, radiating sanctity akin to that of deities. A terrifying wave of power erupted from his hand, enveloping an entire expanse of space within its grasp. Subsequently, Yanxi clenched his palm into a fist, causing the surrounding space to shatter and collapse incessantly. Qi Xiao could not escape this fate and was swiftly ensnared. Break. Qi Xiao's expression remained tranquil, devoid of panic, as he merely uttered a single word. In the next instant, the colossal palm exploded, and the space contained within it disintegrated, vanishing entirely, allowing Qi Xiao to emerge effortlessly. Meanwhile, traces of blood began to flow from the center of Yin Xi's palm. Phoenix crying in the nine heavens. Golden light flickered in Qi Xiao's eyes as formless spiritual power surged forth like a torrential river, transforming in midair into a gigantic phoenix, bearing an overwhelming might as it surged toward Yin Xi. This was the supreme divine ability of the Phoenix clan, among the most formidable spiritual offensive techniques in the entire Tianyuan continent. Its power was boundless and utterly terrifying. In the face of Qi Xiao's most formidable strike, Yin Xi advanced rather than retreated, entirely disregarding the impending collision with the divine phoenix, his gaze icy and piercingly clear. Boom. The collision between the divine phoenix and Yin Xi produced a thunderous roar. The anticipated defeat did not manifest. Yin Xi emerged from the explosion unscathed, his body adorned with ancient Dao patterns, with traces of the great Dao manifesting behind him, rendering him enigmatic and profound. An ancient seal hovered above Yin Xi's head, with strands of the great Dao circulating above, perpetually safeguarding him. Yin Yang Seal. Observing that his divine ability had proven ineffective, Qi Xiao displayed a calm demeanor. As a holy son, possessing a treasure that protected his soul was evidently within his expectations. Reciprocation is the essence of courtesy. Without hesitation, Yin Xi launched a direct offensive. Starfall Palm. Yin Xi pushed his hands forward, his palms enveloped in a radiant silver light, resembling a galaxy adorned with shimmering stars, as he struck forth. Crack. The immense power caused the surrounding void to explode, echoing with a sound reminiscent of shattered porcelain. The array patterns surrounding the arena trembled violently, as the entire platform quaked as if it could not withstand the force. Such a phenomenon had not occurred previously. The battle between Xia Yixian and Lu Chun had merely caused a brief tremor in the patterns before tranquility was restored. Yet now, it appeared as though the arena's array could barely endure. Indeed, he is an unparalleled prodigy. This strike already possessed the might of the tribulation stage. Moreover, I doubt that even ordinary tribulation stage practitioners could contend with him. Lu Chun should feel fortunate not to have faced Yin Xi, otherwise, he would undoubtedly have suffered a devastating defeat. If it were not for Qi Xiao at this celestial gathering, the myriad clans would likely have been swept away by Yin Xi alone, truly fearsome. It is no wonder he is treasured by the Heavenly Path sacred sect, deemed the hope of the sect for millennia. I have never encountered such a prodigy. The younger generation is formidable indeed. Many guardians were equally astonished. The power unleashed by Yin Xi had far exceeded their expectations. Though it may seem to be the period of Mahayana, in truth, one has already attained the strength of the tribulation phase. Moreover, given Yin Xi's relaxed demeanor, it is evident that this is not his full power. A casual strike from him possesses the might of the tribulation phase. If he were to unleash his complete strength, one can only imagine the level to which Yin Xi could ascend. The dominant Phoenix Fist. Qi Xiao refused to yield, a smirk curling upon his lips, radiating an air of arrogance, with his battle intent blazing like a fierce inferno, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Roar. The myriad of fist shadows filled the skies, exuding overwhelming force, conjuring a scorching gale reminiscent of a phoenix-esque cry. The divine light surrounding them shifted abruptly, as a phantom of a phoenix soared forth, merging into the fray. Boom! The meteor collided with the phoenix, akin to a comet striking the earth. The dazzling divine light erupted violently, compressing the entire arena to its limits. Crack! In the next moment, the arena's formation could no longer withstand the sheer force, shattering instantaneously. The formation was powerless against the onslaught of these two titans. Their power was simply too terrifying. Whoosh! A dozen beams of divine light surged forth, forming a barrier that completely isolated the arena from the outside world. In the current Xinzhou city, there is no shortage of formidable beings. An unexpected incident would not be allowed to unfold, especially with the great Xia Emperor present, serving as the anchor of stability. With the combined efforts of several powerful individuals, a highly unique space was constructed, thoroughly severing Yin Xi and Qi Xiao from the external realm. The battle raged on. As the dust settled, the figures of both combatants re-emerged. Whether Yin Xi or Qi Xiao, both appeared somewhat disheveled, their garments torn, with blood lingering at the corners of their mouths. Yet, Both were more exhilarated than ever, an endless battle fervor igniting in their eyes. "Haha, bring it on." Qi Xiao, shedding his usual demeanor, laughed heartily, displaying a stark contrast to his typical composure, appearing somewhat frenzied. He craved this kind of battle. Among the myriad of races, he was a prodigy without equal, unmatched among the younger generation. Not only among the myriad races, but even within the human race, he had yet to encounter a rival. Countless talents had fallen before him, and each expectation had turned to disappointment. He had sought out the scion of the ancient dragon clan, but alas, the latter had refused to meet him. Until now, he had never crossed swords with that individual. To speak grandly, Qi Xiao had not encountered a worthy opponent since his birth. To outsiders, he was the mightiest scion. Yet, none could fathom the profound loneliness within him, yearning for a battle of equal footing. High places are cold and lonely. It was upon hearing rumors of Yin Shi that he hastened here. Initially, he presumed Yin Shi to be yet another self-promoting prodigy. However, upon engaging in combat, he was certain that Yin Shi was the adversary he had been seeking. The combat prowess displayed by Yin Shi was utterly astonishing. Strong. Incredibly strong. Despite being 4 minor realms higher, he found no advantage, and instead felt the weight of pressure. This exhilarated Qi Xiao, making him tremble with excitement. Rebirth cycle. Fueled by fervent emotions, Qi Xiao boldly launched his attack. The blazing divine flames erupted from the void, transforming into a magnificent river that surged into the hands of Qi Xiao, emanating an aura that sent shivers through the very soul, causing the entire space to tremble incessantly. The river of divine flames compressed and solidified, ultimately morphing into a jade disk. As soon as the jade disk appeared, it seemed as though an infinite conflagration was ablaze, akin to the calamity unleashed by the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord, with celestial fire cascading downward, engulfing the entire world in a sea of flames. The terrifying heat was beyond the tolerance of even the void itself, causing ripples to manifest. The jade disk spun, and the heavens and earth were upended, conjuring a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic destruction. Witnessing this spectacle, the hearts of all present quivered, though they were separated by boundless voids and existed in 2 distinct realms. They could still sense the terrifying might emanating from Qi Xiao's divine prowess. It was a strength so formidable it induced a sense of dread. This was no longer the combat capability typical of the Great Ascension stage. Even some formidable beings of the Tribulation Transcendent stage felt a surge of fear, unable to suppress their silent curses. Those who had reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage were once paragons of excellence, yet in comparison to these two, they appeared as mere wastrels. The path of heaven and earth. Yin Shi formed a sword gesture and gently pointed forward. A shocking scene unfolded. The entire space before Yin Shi collapsed. Not merely the void itself, but the void's essence vanished, revealing the most primal aspect of this realm. Nothingness, utter void. Before such power, even the forces of rebirth and reincarnation could not endure, disappearing alongside the collapsing space. The celestial fire was abruptly extinguished, returning to tranquility. The entire world fell into a profound silence, devoid of all sound. After the silence came an endless roar. Dazzling light flickered incessantly, and the shattered void continued to be reborn. It was as if scenes of destruction and rebirth were playing out in an endless cycle. Boom. Bang. Yin Shi and Qi Xiao unleashed their full prowess, summoning a myriad of powerful divine abilities. Each divine technique bore unfathomable might, and each method wielded unimaginable destructive power. Fortunately, the two were situated in a different space. Otherwise, the city of immortal ancestors would have surely been reduced to ruins. So powerful, Li Zhengchun murmured in a daze. The more he observed their battle, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of terror. His emotions shifted from initial shock to a numbing realization. As fellow holy sons, how could the disparity be so vast? Li Zhengchun was compelled to acknowledge the insurmountable chasm that had formed between him and Yin Shi. They were no longer on the same level. He even questioned whether he and Yin Shi belonged to the same species. Otherwise, how could there be such a difference? It was not only Yin Shi. Qi Xiao exhibited the same. The combat prowess they displayed could not merely be classified as that of the Great Ascension stage. It was already comparable to that of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Li Zhengchun estimated the outcome should he face either of them. He sadly concluded that he could only endure a few exchanges. He felt utterly despondent. To exist in the same era as such monsters was truly a source of despair. Zhang Tianyuan murmured softly before letting out a heavy sigh. Prior to his arrival, he had been filled with confidence, believing that despite the disparity between himself and these prodigies, it would not be insurmountable. He was certain that with diligent cultivation, he would eventually catch up. However, after witnessing the recent competition, his confidence began to crack. Yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope. It was only after witnessing Yan Shi and Qi Xiao in action that his confidence shattered completely, leaving not a trace behind. The gap was far too vast, rendering him utterly despondent, extinguishing any spark of motivation to pursue. The magnitude of this disparity was something he had never experienced before, making it difficult for him to come to terms with. The chasm between individuals can sometimes exceed even that between man and beast. Shi Qianqing approached and gently patted Zhang Tianyuan on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Do not dwell on it too much. Some individuals are simply beyond reach. Once you grasp this truth, your heart will remain steadfast, allowing you to soar freely in the vast expanse of life. Throughout history, how many have truly ascended to immortality? Most merely return to the dust of the earth. Understand that with our talents, aspiring to become an immortal is but a fanciful delusion. So, indulge in life. Eat, drink, and do not burden yourself. Adopt a broader perspective. Perhaps a miracle might occur, don't you think? Upon hearing Shi Qianqing's words, the previously dim light in Zhang Tianyuan's eyes rekindled. Your tone suggests you speak from experience. Do you have a story to share? Li Jingchun inquired curiously as he leaned in. Why do you sound like an old sage? I recall that we are of similar age. Shi Qianqing sighed, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, a melancholic aura emanating from him. You do not understand. I am from the Shi family. From a young age, I have always been at the bottom tier. No matter how desperately I chased after those ahead of me, I could never catch sight of their backs. When your efforts are destined to be in vain, you will find yourself in a similar state as mine, abandoning fantasies and reconciling with oneself, ultimately learning not to live in such exhaustion. Shi Qianqing's sentiments stemmed from the exceptional prowess of his generation within the Shi family. With 3 prodigies preceding him, his own strength only ranked him fourth among his kin. Initially, he refused to accept his fate, striving to prove himself through relentless training. Yet, as he ultimately realized, all his efforts were futile. No matter how hard he tried, he could not keep pace. Eventually, he chose to adopt a more open-minded approach. While he did not completely resign himself to despair, his mindset became remarkably more expansive, leading him to realize that he had not emerged empty-handed. Oh, I truly do not understand, for I have always been invincible in the Xinjiang sacred sect, never encountering a rival. Li Zhengchun replied with a mischievous grin. Huh. Shi Qianqing inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger that threatened to surface, and gritted his teeth. Do you believe I would not cut out your tongue? Li Zhengchun chuckled once more, deliberately sticking out his tongue to taunt Shi Qianqing. Useless. Even if I cut it, I can restore it. Hee. Shi Qianqing could no longer contain himself, shouting as he swung a fist towards Li Zhengchun. Die. This blow was effortlessly blocked by Li Zhengchun, whose mocking voice echoed once more. I believe you are right. There's no need to compare with Yan Shi, as it only invites unnecessary troubles. However, I can certainly compete with you. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over me. Thank you for helping me see through it all. Li Zhengchun wore a look of feigned enlightenment. Oh, I'm going to kill you. Shi Qianqing was on the verge of losing his mind. How could Li Zhengchun be so insufferable? Both vile and repulsive, he was hardly human. Zhang Tianyuan and Xia Yaxin exchanged knowing smiles. Although Li Zhengchun was indeed bothersome, his presence ensured that the atmosphere remained lively, offering plenty of entertainment, provided one did not get entangled with him, lest they discovered just how irritating he could be. Evil begets evil, Zhang Tianyuan remarked with a smile. Only Yin Xingzi can handle him. Xia Yaxin nodded in agreement. Yin Shi had previously put Li Zhengchun in his place, a spectacle they all witnessed. Upon hearing Yin Shi's name, Li Zhengchun instantly erupted in anger. No one can deal with me, not even Yin Shi. He crossed his arms boastfully. Oh, is that so? I've recorded this. I will show it to Yin Xingzi shortly. Shi Qianqing brandished a crystal recording stone, shaking it in front of Li Zhengchun. To quell any doubts, he played back the recording, confirming its contents. Damn, how despicable. Give it to me. Li Zhengchun panicked. If Yin Shi were to find out, with his notorious temperament, he would undoubtedly receive another beating. This was not cowardice, it was a strategic retreat. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere among the human faction, the myriad races were enveloped in a somber mood, stifled by an oppressive ambience that left many feeling suffocated. Even Qi Xiao could not subdue him? The son of the heavenly Dao sect was perhaps more formidable than we had anticipated. The The Golden Crow goddess spoke with a grave expression, her spirits low. She had come prepared to easily overpower Yanxi. In her eyes, he was merely a small fry. A newly ascended player. Calling him the strongest prodigy of the human race was nothing short of absurd. Who could have foreseen Yanxi's strength? The Golden Crow goddess felt a wave of relief wash over her, thankful that she hadn't crossed paths with Yanxi. Otherwise, she would have become a subject of ridicule. While losing to a prodigy like Yanxi was not disgraceful. Recalling their earlier confidence and disdain towards the human prodigies made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could they have dared to entertain the thought of defeating Yanxi, let alone crushing him? It was sheer ignorance. They could only hope for Qi Xiao to emerge victorious. If Qi Xiao failed, their only remaining ally would be the ancient dragon race. However, the scion of the ancient dragon clan has not been seen for decades, and it is uncertain what level of mastery he has attained, or how he compares to Yanxi in terms of strength. Lu Wu, the scion of the clan, spoke in a low voice, his expression far from pleasant. To be candid, he felt uncertain within. Yanxi's exhibited prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Even with his utmost effort to appraise Yanxi's combat capabilities, he had not anticipated such formidable strength. Renowned figures are seldom without merit. Lu Chun was a remarkably composed individual. From the outset, he had never underestimated Yanxi. He had presumed that if Yanxi could engage him in battle without falling behind within 100 exchanges, it would be a remarkable feat, especially given that he had only recently ascended to the great ascension stage. After all, even prodigies have their limits. Thus, Lu Chen had mentally prepared himself for a contest with Yanxi. Yet, after witnessing the confrontation between Yanxi and Qi Xiao, he now regarded his earlier confidence as sheer folly. Had he been the one fighting in the arena, Lu Chun was acutely aware that he would not possess even the slightest chance of victory. This realization filled him with despair and helplessness. Qi Xiao was already the strongest among their generation still active in the world. The other scion of the ancient dragon clan had long since retreated from public life, leaving no knowledge of his current level of mastery. He might far surpass Yanxi, or he might be greatly inferior. This remained an uncertain variable. Humph. Are you merely speaking nonsense? If it were my elder brother Ao Xiong who took action, Yanxi could easily be subdued. Long Li Xiao interjected, his dissatisfaction palpable. Hearing Lu Chen's words incited Long Li Xiao's ire. What did it mean to compare strengths with Yanxi? While Yanxi was indeed powerful, could he possibly stand in comparison to Ao Xiong? Ao Xiong was undeniably the foremost among all races. No one could rival him. Although Ao Xiong had been reclusive for decades, it did not imply that anyone could match him. Qi Xiao could not, and neither could Yanxi. Fool. The Golden Crow goddess scoffed disdainfully. Lu Chen merely snorted in response, choosing to disregard her. The protector's enthusiasm was commendable, yet it was rooted in utter ignorance. Long Li Xiao not only lacked strength but also possessed a woefully inadequate perspective. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could perceive the terrifying level of combat displayed by the two. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of divine weapons erupted, sparks flying, and the unleashed power reduced everything in the vicinity to oblivion. Following this, the divine weapons returned to their respective wielders. It is indeed quite challenging to defeat you, Qi Xiao remarked with a smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yanxi's strength had surpassed his estimates, making him the very adversary he had long desired. If the disparity were too great, akin to those ancient monsters, it could hardly be deemed a contest. Only when the two were evenly matched, able to exert pressure upon one another, could the battle be deemed worthwhile. Clearly, Yanxi fit this description. Should he be effortlessly defeated, would it not reflect poorly on the heavenly Dao sacred sect? He could not allow them to be disappointed. After all, he bore the weight of the entire future of the heavenly Dao sacred sect. He was its hope. In this lifetime, he was determined to sweep away all obstacles and assert dominance over the present. Yanxi let out a thunderous roar, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as a thread of pure white aura slowly emanated from his brow, reminiscent of the arrival of the great Dao. Countless patterns surged toward him in a frenzy, unleashing a majestic aura that spread like the vast heavens. The righteous energy of the heavenly Dao, the domain of boundless valor. Qi Xiao truly deserved to be hailed as the foremost figure among the myriad races of this era. His strength was not to be underestimated, and she needed to unveil even greater trump cards to triumph over him. The great ascension stage differed vastly from other realms. With an almost inexhaustible reservoir of true energy within, mere consumption had lost its significance. If Yanxi did not employ a more formidable force, it was likely they could battle for a year without a victor emerging. Haha, this is precisely what I intended to convey. I shall transform into the radiant sun, eternally suspended in the heavens, gazing down upon all beings. Qi Shao's fighting spirit soared ever higher, as a blaze of crimson gold flames ignited across his form, instantly morphing him into a majestic phoenix. The crimson gold flames exuded an ancient and noble aura, compelling onlookers to bow in reverence. The true flame of nirvana. This was the most potent and primal force of the Phoenix clan, surpassing even the phoenix's cry that pierced the heavens. In that moment, Qi Shao truly transformed into a crimson gold phoenix, coiling in the air like the radiant sun, surveying the world below. Simultaneously, the righteous energy of the heavenly Dao was thoroughly awakened, enveloping Yanxi in a pure white aura, rendering him ethereal and transcendent, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, imbued with boundless mysteries and the essence of the Dao, standing apart from the mundane world with extraordinary grace. Whoosh! The domain of boundless valor unfurled completely, encompassing the entire alternate space within. Even though this space had been crafted by the combined efforts of numerous formidable beings, it was utterly insignificant before this overwhelming power, which transcended all earthly laws, rendering everything powerless against it. Defeat. Yanxi parted his lips and uttered this single, indifferent word. In the next moment, it was as though a supreme celestial being had enunciated the decree of the heavens, and with a soft pop, akin to the bursting of a bubble, Qi Shao's form vanished without warning. The colossal phoenix was denied even the chance to touch Yanxi, crushed into mere particles by an indescribable, supreme force. There was no sound, no forewarning. He was rendered unable to react in time. And the once sky-covering flames alongside the celestial sun vanished without a trace. After the crimson gold phoenix disappeared, Qi Shao reappeared in human form, looking utterly wretched. His body drenched in blood, marred by cracks resembling a porcelain figure forcibly reassembled, as if it could shatter again at any moment. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He could not comprehend why he had succumbed without resistance. There had been no signs. He had not even sensed any energy fluctuations. Although Yanxi's previous strike had been exceedingly concealed, there had at least been some trace to follow. Yet this time, he felt nothing at all before being defeated and crushed. He could accept defeat, but not in such a manner. This sensation left him powerless and terrified, as though he and Yanxi existed in entirely different dimensions, devoid of any possibility of victory. Whoosh! The void fissure opened, and a divine light enveloped the form of Qi Shao, whisking him away into the distance. It was the protector of the Phoenix clan who had intervened. Boring. Yanxi, with his hands clasped behind his back, maintained an expression as tranquil as a still pond, his deep-set eyes gazing into the expanse of the void, softly uttering 2 words. As Qi Shao departed, the entire immortal ancestor city fell silent in an instant, as if the world had been paused, with even the faintest sound of a needle dropping audible in the profound stillness. In the next moment, a tremendous cheer erupted, reverberating through the skies. We have won. We have triumphed. Yanxi is invincible. The Celestial Path Sacred Sect is unmatched. What of Qi Shao? What of the foremost among the myriad clans? He too has succumbed to the hands of our Yanxi. Yanxi is the foremost prodigy of humanity, the premier talent of the Tianyuan continent. If Qi Shao is no match for him, then none can rival Yanxi in the present Tianyuan continent. Terrifying. Such talent and strength. The achievements to come are beyond imagination. Yet, thankfully, Yanxi belongs to our human race. Who was it that declared Qi Shao would surely win? Step forth. I have tolerated you long enough. Just see if I do not deal with you. You there from the myriad clans, why do you flee? Weren't you just cursing with great enthusiasm? I remember it all. Come back here. What a release. What a release. How exhilarating. Glory to our human race. Countless human cultivators erupted in cheers. This battle had transcended mere spectatorship for them. They were a united clan sharing in both honor and disgrace. Yanxi's victory or defeat was a matter of pride for them, representing the face of all humanity. Had Yanxi lost, they would have been unable to hold their heads high before the myriad clans in the future. Now, this victory had ignited their pride, allowing them to face the myriad clans with confidence, proclaiming, Yanxi belongs to us. After thousands of years, the Celestial Path Sacred Sect has finally awaited the emergence of an extraordinary prodigy. However, the Celestial Path Sacred Sect must remain cautious, lest this bright promise be cut short. Indeed, the more exceptional the individual, the more susceptible they are to untimely demise. The ancient demon clan's protectors remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Witnessing the triumph of the human race left them feeling somewhat envious, and upon seeing Yin Shi's displayed prowess, they felt an undeniable bitterness. Unable to resist a few jibes, unfortunately, they had misjudged their target. The Celestial Path Sacred Sect is no easy mark. I have memorized each of your faces. You had best pray that nothing untoward befalls our sect's holy son. Should any misfortune befall him, the Celestial Path Sacred Sect shall undoubtedly bring ruin upon your clans. I, Qinmingzi, am a woman of my word. A chilling voice echoed, imbued with an inexhaustible aura of menace. Though her voice held little emotional fluctuation, it sent a jolt of alarm through the hearts of the protectors present. In that moment, all recalled Yin Shi's protector, the former human race's god of slaughter. Qinmingzi. She bore the stains of countless lives from the myriad clans, striking fear into their hearts. She too was a woman of her word. Since she has spoken, should Yin Shi encounter any misfortune, Qinmingzi's sword will swiftly strike at their necks. The few protectors of the myriad clans who had initially spoken now found themselves steeped in regret. Why did they provoke the heavenly Dao sacred sect with their careless words? If it were anyone else, perhaps they would have merely issued a few threats. But Qinmingzi is different. She is a person of unwavering authority. Should any trouble arise, she would undoubtedly eliminate them first without hesitation. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back, and regretting now serves no purpose. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, they could not afford to lose face. Fairy Ming's tone is indeed formidable. Our clan eagerly anticipates the arrival of the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Do not be too proud. Even if Qi Shao loses, our ancient royal lineage still has Ao Xiang. Indeed, the day Ao Xiang emerges will be the day Yin Shi meets his demise. The protector of the ancient demon clan snorted coldly. Now, they could only invoke Ao Xiang's name. Only this once celebrated prodigy of the Tianyuan continent could possibly suppress Yin Shi. Still stubbornly holding on. Ao Xiang hasn't shown his face in years. I know well that Qi Shao has challenged him multiple times without a single response from Ao Xiang. With such cowardice, how dare he compare himself to our Yin Shi? Bah! He lacks even the confidence to defeat Qi Shao, yet he possesses the audacity to challenge our Yin Shi. Trust me, you few should hurry home, wash up, and get some sleep. Everything will be possible in your dreams. The real man of the blazing sun interjected at an opportune moment, his face adorned with a sneer of disdain. This was his moment to shine in such a setting. The real man of the blazing sun emphatically stated that he was not afraid of Qinmingzi. He merely found this group of ancient demon clan elders disagreeable. The ancient demon clan is just that, yet they arrogantly label themselves as an ancient royal lineage, as if they have any dignity left. Can a royal lineage escape being beasts? What use is it? A loss is a loss. Why act so tough? They possess no understanding of grandeur. I hope you all can maintain such unwavering belief in the future. A protector of the ancient demon clan sneered repeatedly, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. The others felt there was nothing more to see and stood up to follow. Wait, you intend to leave just like that? Leave your belongings behind first. Let us not forget that we have a wager. Do you intend to renege? The real man of the blazing sun quickly intercepted them. Before the match, Yin Shi had made a bet with the ancient demon clan. The loser was to provide items worth no less than 300 million top-grade spirit stones as a prize. And both parties had agreed. Now that the human race has triumphed, it is time for the ancient demon clan to fulfill their promise. Humph! With a cold snort, several streams of light shot forth, containing spirit stones and various cultivation resources. Ah, little Yin, you are barely a century old and already so formidable. How are we? This group of old fellows, to survive in the future? Aside from being a tad more handsome than you, I truly possess no advantages left. Sigh. Upon seeing Yin Shi return, Li Zhengshun was the first to approach with a playful jab. Although they were also considered part of the younger generation, in reality, each of them could easily be Yin Shi's grandfather. No, not just a grandfather. They could be his ancestors. The youngest among them is nearly a century older than Yin Shi, sufficient to span 5 or 6 generations. Their centuries of cultivation, combined with the resources afforded by the sacred grounds, pale in comparison to the less than a century of accumulation that Yin Shi has achieved, which is utterly infuriating. Li Zhengshun cannot fathom how Yin Shi has reached such a level in merely a few decades. If he were to attain their age, what heights would he reach? Ascension? Becoming an immortal? Just a few years prior, Li Zhongchun had encountered Yin Shi, who then was merely a fledgling in the Golden Core stage. Now, in just a few years, he has surpassed him, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. In the realm of cultivation, persistence is paramount. The higher the realm, the slower the progress. The Great Ascension stage serves as a watershed. It is quite common for one to take years, decades, or even centuries to break through a minor realm. The subsequent tribulation, transformation, and ascension stages are even more arduous. It is not unusual for individuals to remain stuck at a level for millennia, waiting for the inevitable approach of death as their potential and enlightenment have been entirely exhausted. Yet, they see none of this in Yin Shi. Rather, he appears to be practicing a different form of immortality altogether. Yin Shi deftly dodged Li Zhongchuan's outstretched hoof and disdainfully brushed off his shoulder. What are you? A mere child? From now on, refer to me as Brother Yin. In the cultivation world, status is determined by strength. Ideally, you should call me father. Yet, I am allowing you to call me brother, which is quite a generous concession. Furthermore, if you wish for your life to end, I could facilitate that for you at no cost. With that, Yin Shi drew his sword and held it against Li Zhongchuan's neck, his eyes gleaming with mischief. You wretched creature, do you have a death wish? I could overlook your claim of superiority, but to assert you are more handsome than I, that is intolerable. I was joking. Brother Yin, please, don't be impulsive. Li Zhongchun pleaded, fearing that a moment of excitement might lead Yin Shi to strike him down. No. I am quite displeased at the moment and require a target to alleviate my frustration. You shall suffice. Brother Yin, please don't. The two engaged in a chaotic scuffle. Li Zhongchuan's words reminded Yin Shi of the narrative from the original text. In that story, Yin Shi had suffered due to his youth. The heirs of the major factions were hundreds of years old, the youngest over a century, while Yin Shi had only just turned 70. In comparison, his cultivation time was disproportionately short, lacking a century of experience. Had he been granted the same duration of training, the Yin Shi of the original narrative would certainly have surpassed the nascent soul stage, let alone being replaced by Xiao Fan. Despite this, the later Yin Shi faced numerous trials and managed to elevate his realm. In just over a decade, he caught up with the majority. Such terrifying talent would astonish anyone. Alas, the emergence of Xiao Fan, along with the conspiracies he orchestrated, completely severed Yin Shi's path to ascendancy. Otherwise, as the hope of the heavenly Dao sacred sect for thousands of years, how could he possibly have fallen midway? Yin Shi's fate would not have been so tragic. Age, fate, and fortune, intertwined with the myriad complexities of circumstances, compounded by the oppressive machinations of the destined child, Xiao Fan, ultimately culminated in a tragic outcome for Yin Shi. However, the current Yin Shi is no longer the same. He will not permit such occurrences to transpire again. He has ascended to the stage of great accomplishment, having acquired the qualifications to tread the path of immortality. In this lifetime, he is determined to reverse all misfortunes and rectify every tragedy and regret. Indeed, the words of fellow Taoist Li hold some merit. The ancient demon clan should be grateful that the holy son, Yin, is still in his youth. Otherwise, today's contest would not merely involve a simple defeat. It would be an overwhelming annihilation. Zhang Tianyuan remarked with a smile. I told you my words carry considerable weight. I was merely praising you. You simply do not recognize goodwill. Yin Shi, disinterested in his ramblings, turned to Xia Yixian. How is your current condition? I am ready for a contest at any moment. Xia Yixian shook her head and solemnly replied, let us postpone this competition for now. I shall challenge you once I have made further progress. Having witnessed Yin Shi's battle in its entirety, Xia Yixian understood that she was not his match at present, and to force a contest would only bring humiliation upon herself. It would be wiser to wait until she had honed her strength for a future confrontation, making this agreed-upon duel a source of motivation for her advancement. Very well, Yin Shi shrugged, not pressing the matter further. After all, he had already played the role of the greatest contender in the Grand Assembly. The absence of one more challenger was trivial. With the conclusion of the battles, individuals from various factions began to disperse, signaling the end of this prestigious gathering hosted by Xia Yixian. The contests between the human race and myriad clans had been remarkably thrilling, with each prodigy exhibiting their prowess. Particularly highlighted by the climactic clash between Yin Shi and Qi Xiao, which left the audience thoroughly entertained and craving more. Such extraordinary confrontations had not been witnessed for many years, and it remained uncertain when they might occur again. While they reveled in the excitement, a tinge of disappointment lingered in their hearts as they departed from Xianzhou City, feeling a sense of incompleteness. Xia Yixin also took her leave, seemingly spurred by Yanxi to seek solitude for cultivation. However, Xia Wan did not leave. She had been shadowing Yanxi for days, her intention shrouded in mystery, which left him somewhat vexed. After all, she was not his own kin, and thus he could neither reprimand nor chastise her, yet her presence was undeniably bothersome. He had no desire to become entangled with this infatuated fool. This girl was a veritable source of troubles. In her infatuation, she ensnared anyone in her path, functioning as a formidable force of disruption. Even Xia Yixin had suffered greatly at her hands, and she had no wish to experience the bitterness of being ensnared. Noticing Yanxi's furrowed brow, Nangong Qianrou stifled a laugh, tugging at his hand as she inquired, "Brother Yanxi, where shall we go to play next?" Having spent nearly half a month in Xinzhou City, they had explored nearly all the attractions the city had to offer. The remaining places yet to be explored are either forbidden zones or lack the interest of Nangong Qianrou. It seems it is time to depart. Next, let us venture to the Sea of Ice and Fire, Yanxi replied with a smile. The Sea of Ice and Fire is a renowned location in the eastern wilderness, where glaciers abound on one side and flames rage on the other. The fusion of these two extreme environments has earned it its name. Our purpose for visiting is not mere amusement. Rather, it is to acquire an ancient legacy. Indeed, the original opportunity of Xiaofan. Yanxi has not forgotten the purpose of this outing, primarily to enhance Nangong Qianrou's strength, and secondarily to make a grand impression at the celestial gathering. Mozi, Yanxi and his companions have left the city. It is time for us to act, whispered Nangong Hanxia, her tongue flicking across her lips. The duo, Mozi and his companion, had been waiting for more than half a month, eagerly anticipating Yanxi's departure from Xinzhou City. They lacked the audacity to act within the city, as it is the stronghold of the great Xia divine dynasty, concealing countless formidable beings. To stir trouble here would be folly, regardless of their numbers. Mozi initially planned to strike during the competition, dismissing the inhabitants of Xinzhou City, believing he could roam freely. However, upon witnessing the prowess of the celestial prodigies during the contests, Mozi's bravado waned. The moment he observed the clash between Yanxi and Qi Xiao, he fell profoundly silent. If the prodigies are so formidable, how mighty must their protectors be? Mozi came to realize the folly of his earlier thoughts, and thus they have patiently awaited this moment. Let us set forth. Mozi, devoid of his earlier arrogance, now appeared somewhat disinterested, likely due to the celestial gathering. Yanxi's reputation has soared to great heights, becoming nearly universally acknowledged. As they journeyed toward the Sea of Ice and Fire, the two concealed their presence and moved stealthily to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, shortly after leaving the city, they were intercepted. Stop right there. Nangong Hanxia emerged, blocking their path. Master? Upon seeing Nangong Hanxia, Nangong Qianrou's expression changed dramatically. I have matters to discuss and am pressed for time, Yanxi remarked, his brow furrowed, his tone decidedly unfriendly. He held no fondness for this ancient sorceress. Whether from the texts or their current encounter, she was the type he found utterly detestable. After all, Qianrou is the saintess of my Hahuan sect. I kindly request that you spare her and allow me to take her back to receive the teachings of our sect, Nangong Hanxia said, striving not to offend the celestial path holy sect. Despite Yanxi's unwelcoming demeanor, her tone remained exceedingly polite. Are you threatening me? Yanxi quietly shielded Nangong Qianrou behind him, raising an eyebrow in response. He was acutely aware of the old witch's intentions. You wish to harm my dear sister? Surely. You jest. He had originally intended to find an opportunity to eliminate this troublesome matter, but he never anticipated that she would deliver herself right to his doorstep. This is beyond your control. A fissure manifested in the void, and the demonic figure appeared alongside an elderly man before the group. Nangong Qianrou was of critical importance to the demon, as her fate was intertwined with his future cultivation. Today, he must acquire her at all costs, even if it meant offending the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Moreover, the reputation of the soul-devouring demon sect was already tarnished. An additional formidable enemy was inconsequential now. Oh, so it's you, the soul-refining old demon. No wonder those two exuded such confidence. They had your backing. However, it seems you have miscalculated a bit. Do you three truly overestimate your worth? Yanxi spoke with a hint of disdain. Upon recognizing the soul-refining old demon, Yanxi felt a slight surprise. He was aware of Nangong Banxia's collusion with the demonic sect, but he never imagined she could summon a being of such caliber, daring enough to appear before him. It seemed this old witch was prepared to abandon the Hehuan sect, and might soon submit to the demonic path. Haha. They say the Holy Sun Yin is an unparalleled prodigy, flawless in both talent and other aspects. Yet, upon meeting him today, I cannot agree. How could a mere great ascension stage cultivator dare to speak so insolently to me? What gives you the audacity to utter such words? Or do you believe I fear to kill you? As his voice faded, the soul-refining old demon unleashed a torrent of demonic energy directed at Yin Shi. The soul-refining old demon, a late-stage ascension cultivator, stood among the top tier of powerhouses in the entire Tianyuan continent. Coupled with his mastery of numerous dark arts and adeptness in stealth techniques, the number of those capable of slaying him was exceedingly small. His threat to kill Yin Shi was not mere bravado. He possessed the means to do so. Clang! Just as the demonic energy surged, a radiant sword light swept through, cleaving the demonic aura to shreds. The exquisite sword intent bore an unstoppable momentum, striking fiercely at the soul-refining old demon once more. In the face of this terrifying sword intent, the old demon's eyes clouded with dark mist, and a human skull unexpectedly appeared in his palm. With a resounding bang, the skull released a wave of black mist, colliding with the sword light. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Then, 1,000 miles around trembled violently, mountains and rivers reversed, reducing everything to ruins. The sword intent of Dreams a Fairy remained as sharp as ever. However, I did not come here to reminisce with you, Dreams a Fairy. I am here for Nangong Qianro. As the saintess of the Hehuan sect, she should return to inherit the sect's legacy. I implore you to grant me this favor and step aside promptly. The soul-refining old demon spoke while continuously elevating his aura. Surely, Dreams a Fairy would not wish for your sect's holy son to perish here, would you? Even though you possess formidable power, it would not be difficult for me to obstruct you for a moment. But how would your holy son withstand the might of the Nangong sect leader? A mere cultivator at the Great Ascension stage is hardly a match for the esteemed leader of the Nangong clan, the soul-refining old demon remarked with a confident smile. The underlying threat in his words unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qianro trembled, releasing her grip on Yin Shi's sleeve, and forced a smile as she said, "Brother Yin Shi, he is not mistaken. It is indeed time for me to return and inherit the teachings of the Hehuan sect." During this period, Yin Shi abruptly interrupted her, casting a fierce glare at Nangong Qianro, and spoke with an air of dominance. "What concern is this of yours? Stay here obediently and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your scope." Nangong Hanxia stepped forward, unleashing the full force of her ethereal pressure. "Young Master Yin, this is not merely a matter of your willingness," she stated with a smile, her overwhelming aura enveloping Yin Shi entirely. Her strength was formidable, a late-stage ethereal cultivator in her own right. The aura she casually emitted was enough to instill fear and trepidation, not to mention the sheer weight of her full power. Were it not for the support of the ancient sacred body, Yin Shi might well have found himself reduced to a pitiful state upon the ground. Noticing Yin Shi's unwavering stature, Nangong Hanxia's eyes flickered with surprise. The aura she emitted alone could crush those at the Great Ascension stage. Yet this, Yin Shi astonishingly managed to withstand her entire pressure, truly remarkable. "I dare say this is indeed a matter of young Master Yan's willingness," a resonant voice interjected. Then, a hand emerged from the void, reaching directly towards Nangong Hanxia. The presence of its owner was vast as the deep ocean, surpassing even that of Nangong Hanxia. "Xia Feihu, what brings you here?" Nangong Hanxia exclaimed, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. "I have not ventured out in quite some time. It appears the world has nearly forgotten me. Even my royal brother recognizes me, yet fails to acknowledge my presence." Another voice resounded, a terrifying force emanating from the newcomer, causing the surrounding space to wail in protest. "The Emperor of the Great Xia." This revelation left not only Nangong Hanxia in shock, but also rendered the soul-refining old demon speechless. It was not merely a prince of the Great Xia who had arrived. Even the reigning emperor had made his appearance. What on earth was happening? The soul-refining old demon felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp seemingly ready to burst. Had it been only the Dream Lake Fairy, he might have retained some confidence in stalling for time. However, with the addition of Xia Feihu and the Emperor of the Great Xia, whether he could return alive was now in jeopardy. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I initially thought you would only emerge upon securing the Ice-Fire Sea, yet here you are, so eager to show yourselves. It seems you do not regard the Great Xia Divine Dynasty with any respect. Truly, you are brazen and ignorant. And as for your inquiry into my confidence," Yin Shi replied with a calm smile, an aura of unwavering strength erupting from him, transforming him into an entity akin to a celestial being. His profound gaze surveying the soul-refining old demon. Old fool, this is my confidence. Familiar with the original story, Yansha understood all too well that Nangong Banksia, the ancient sorceress, would undoubtedly spare no effort to please the soul-devouring demon sect, which meant she would not let Nangong Qianro escape her grasp. However, relying solely on her own power was far from sufficient. Moreover, the demon heir of the soul-devouring demon sect was a character of despicable temperament, utterly unworthy of trust. In her pursuit of strength, she could not afford to wait for the old witch to make her preparations before striking. The only recourse left for the ancient sorceress was to seek assistance from the soul-devouring demon sect. Aware of this, Yansha had long since made his arrangements, keeping even Nangong Qianro in the dark, quietly biding his time for the prey to take the bait. To his astonishment, the hastily set trap ensnared a great fish. The soul-devouring demon sect had actually dispatched the ancient soul-refining demon to take action, a most unexpected delight. You, how did you know we would make our move? The expression on the soul-refining demon's face was exceedingly grim as he pondered how such a clandestine matter could have been leaked. The number of individuals privy to this information could be counted on one hand. How could Yansha possibly be aware? Could it be a traitor among us? With this thought, the soul-refining demon grew wary, distancing himself slightly from Nangong Banksia. I have no habit of explaining myself to my foes. You shall depart with your regrets. With those words, he commanded, now, let us take action. As his voice fell, the three assailants simultaneously struck at their adversaries, with Nangong Banksia and the soul-refining demon being drawn into the void by two formidable beings of the great Xia divine dynasty. Meanwhile, Yansha charged directly towards the demon heir, still attempting to flee. Great overarching hand. Observing the demon heir's intent to escape, Yansha scoffed, extending a colossal hand that effortlessly grasped the demon heir, pulling him back with ease. The demon heir, akin to a helpless chick, offered no resistance as he was subdued. Impossible. How can I possess no capacity for defense whatsoever? You displayed no such power when you battled Qi Xiao. The demon heir's heart raced with terror as he shouted in panic, though he was not on par with a prodigy like Yansha. The disparity should not have been so vast. After all, he was the demon heir of the soul-devouring demon sect, a figure of the same echelon as the holy sons and daughters. Even if he were no match for Yansha, he should at least have been able to escape. Yet reality revealed to him that in Yansha's grasp, he was even less than an ant, an existence that could be crushed with the slightest ease. I am at the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. I have transcended the pinnacle of cultivation. He protested, incredulous at the outcome. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? When did you come to believe that I exerted my full strength during our duel? Yansha replied nonchalantly. Although his battle with Qi Xiao had been exhilarating, it was merely a source of enjoyment. He had not even tapped into the ancient sacred body. Yansha wished to avoid appearing overly ostentatious, keeping the words of the third elder in mind. The talent he had displayed was already sufficiently extraordinary, should he exceed those bounds. It was entirely possible that those elder beings would become impulsive and take matters into their own hands, especially the myriad races. In addition, Yanshi found it rare to encounter a worthy opponent and wished to indulge in the pleasures of combat, testing the limits of his abilities. The reason a trump card is termed as such is that it should not be easily revealed before others. Otherwise, once all secrets are thoroughly discerned, one is not far from demise. Have you been concealing your strength all along? Even amidst that battle, you still had the capacity to hide your true power? The demon child's eyes glazed over, falling into a stupor. That was Qi Xiao, the most formidable prodigy among all races. How could you dare to hold back against such an entity? If you could handle yourself so effortlessly against Qi Xiao, just how terrifying is Yin Xi's true strength? The demon child's worldview collapsed entirely. Speaking of which, your absence in the chaos at the Immortal Ancestor City was quite unexpected. I had thought you had changed your ways, but it seems you sought reinforcements instead. Yanshi casually grasped the demon child's neck, speaking as if he were intimately familiar with him. Upon hearing Yanshi's words, the demon child trembled, feeling a chill run through his limbs, as if his very soul was on the verge of freezing. You knew from the very beginning that I would come to the Immortal Ancestor City. The demon child felt his spirit quiver, an overwhelming terror creeping into his heart. Yanshi, unfazed by the demon child's question, continued speaking. Given your nature, upon hearing of the prodigy convention, you would have rushed to the Immortal Ancestor City with great urgency. Then, You would showcase your prowess by defeating the prodigies of both the human and other races, proclaiming the strength of the demon sect. However, your absence from the entire convention is clearly abnormal. I surmise that after witnessing our battles, you were struck with fear, acutely aware that you were not our match, and chose to hide away rather than seek humiliation. You then comforted yourself with the excuse of needing to conceal your identity, quietly lurking in the shadows. It appears wise, yet in truth, it is cowardice. Am I correct in my assessment? Yanxi smiled faintly, his words calm, his deep gaze sparkling with the light of profound wisdom. The demon child bowed his head, silent, as if his very soul had been stripped away. He realized that Yanxi spoke the truth, as if he possessed the ability to read minds, laying bare his innermost thoughts under the glaring sun. Do you know why you have become the demon child? Yanxi spoke once more. This question seemed to revive the demon child's awareness. He raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. Are you suggesting that I lack the qualifications to be the demon child? Even if I am inferior to you? Even if I were to perish by your hand today, you need not resort to such insults. I have become the demon child precisely because my innate talent is the strongest within the entire soul-devouring demon sect. This is an indisputable fact. If you seek to undermine my resolve, Yanxi, you may as well save your breath. This is the one thing the demon child holds most dear, and I will not allow anyone to slander it. You truly know nothing at all. It is pitiful, lamentable, and also contemptible. Regrettably, from beginning to end, you are nothing more than a pitiful creature devoid of intellect. Yanxi shook his head gently and continued, years ago, you were acutely aware of your standing within the soul-devouring sect. You were but an ordinary outer disciple, so commonplace that you faded into obscurity. Yet, suddenly, you exhibited astonishing talent, surpassing numerous prodigies and encountering a series of fortuitous events that propelled your cultivation across borders. Have you never pondered the reasons behind it? Do you truly believe that it was merely your innate potential awakening, granting you meteoric rise? Upon hearing Yanxi's words, the demon son fell silent once more. He recalled that he had indeed been, as Yanxi described, just another unremarkable outer disciple within the soul-devouring sect, both in strength and aptitude, utterly ordinary. Then, one day, he inexplicably unleashed unparalleled genius, joining the ranks of prodigies, and shattered the bottleneck that had plagued him for years with ease, his cultivation progressing smoothly and swiftly. During that period, he seemed to be blessed with extraordinary fortune, reaping numerous opportunities wherever he went. At the time, he believed it to be a turning point, a favor from fate. Now, upon reflecting calmly, he recognized the peculiarity woven throughout these events, as if orchestrated by unseen hands. What exactly are you trying to convey? The demon son's voice was hoarse, as if he had lost his very soul. He was uncertain how Yanxi had obtained such insights, or why he chose this moment to reveal them. I could not bear to witness you being kept in the dark, so I felt compelled, before your impending demise, to unveil the truth, allowing you to find peace in death, Yanxi replied. From the very beginning, you were merely a pawn in another game. Your sudden emergence of astonishing talent was not the result of an awakening of your innate potential, nor a divine favor. It stemmed from your fusion with the primordial yang source. Your abilities are a gift of the primordial yang source. You were chosen solely because your constitution was the most suitable for the implantation of the primordial yang source within the entirety of the soul-devouring sect, maximizing its efficacy. The soul-devouring sect was willing to dispatch the soul-refining elder to protect you, even at the cost of antagonizing the heavenly Dao holy sect to retrieve Qianro, solely because she harbored the primordial yin source within her, not because you, the demon son, held any significant value. The fusion of the primordial yang source and the primordial yin source, these two rare treasures converging, could transmute into the primordial sacred body. The primordial sacred body is one of the most formidable physiques in existence, aligning with the fundamental principles of yin and yang in the universe. Should one possess the primordial sacred body, they could, at its pinnacle, wield dominion over the entire realm through the path of yin and yang. However, you have long been ensnared by a hidden spell of substitution. As soon as you attain the primordial sacred body, the spell shall activate, and all that you are will transform into another discarded garment. This is the entirety of the truth. Everything is but a fleeting illusion, and you are merely a pitiful pawn manipulated by others. Having spoken, Yanxi gazed at the demon son with a touch of compassion. The demon son's fate, as depicted in the original text, was indeed among the most tragic. He lived his life ensconced in a beautiful dream, forever a mere pawn in another game. He resembled a domesticated beast, awaiting the moment of plumpness when the butcher's knife would descend, transforming him into another's meal. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the truth. Impossible! Impossible! How could this demonic child be a pawn for others? This demonic child possesses unparalleled talent. Your words are merely an attempt to shake my resolve. Ha ha ha, I understand now. I comprehend. You envy me, this demonic child. You are filled with jealousy towards me. Yanxi, you are the pitiful one, the most lamentable soul of all. Ha 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 ha. Yanxi's words struck him with tremendous force, shattering all his perceptions. It was as if his entire life had been a farce. It fundamentally negated everything he had ever known. All his efforts were in vain. All his gains rendered useless. Even his existence seemed devoid of meaning, a realization he could scarcely endure. Overwhelmed by intense emotional turmoil, the demonic child succumbed to madness. Unyielding in his delusion, Yanxi shook his head and exerted force with his hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Yanxi swiftly snapped the demonic child's neck. Once more, he unleashed a beam of divine light, causing the demonic child's body to explode, leaving a luminous orb suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Yanxi produced a black jade vial, gesturing towards the orb, ensnaring it within the vial. Instantly, a golden orb emerged within the vial, resembling a miniature sun, radiating dazzling divine light and exuding an aura of profound mystery. The primordial yang source, an exceedingly rare and potent celestial treasure, alongside the primordial yang source. The primordial yin source also came into existence. These two are symbiotic in nature. Strictly speaking, neither the primordial yang source nor the primordial yin source can be classified as mere celestial treasures. They represent a higher echelon of existence. Possessing either one alone could forge a top-tier prodigy, while possessing both could attain the supreme constitution, the primordial sacred body. The emergence of the primordial yang source necessitates a rather unique set of circumstances. It can only manifest when no primordial sacred body exists within the realm or following the demise of one who possesses it. Thus, encountering the primordial yang source signifies the opportunity to become the next bearer of the primordial sacred body. Brother Yanxi, what did you mean by the primordial yin source? Nangong Qianrou's complexion paled slightly. She had never heard of such a thing existing within her own body. Oh, foolish sister. Have you not pondered why that old hag, Nangong Banksia, insisted on selecting you as the saintess despite the opposition? Yanxi affectionately ruffled Nangong Qianrou's hair, his tone imbued with tenderness. Brother Yanxi, are you implying that I am akin to this demonic child? Nangong Qianrou gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Initially, she had been perplexed by Nangong Banxia's unusual favor. She had thought it was merely due to her beauty and some ulterior motive. Now, she finally comprehended that there were deeper reasons behind it. However, unlike the demonic child, Nangong Qianrou had harbored reservations about the old hag from the start. She simply lacked the knowledge of the specific reasons. No wonder. Nangong Qianrou murmured softly, her fingers trembling slightly, her complexion far from pleasant. Although she harbored reservations about the old crone, their years of companionship had forged a bond. Throughout the years, the old crone had not neglected her. Be it resources or magical artifacts, she had always been there to fulfill her requests, rescuing her from peril on numerous occasions and offering solace during her moments of despair. In essence, she had been a competent mentor. However, as the truth emerged, illuminating the old crone's schemes, the last remnants of affection dissipated entirely. Foolish sister, now you grasp the situation, do you not? Fear not, for I shall be by your side. No one will dare to conspire against you again. Do not dwell on it. Simply continue to be that joyful little sprite, Yanxi said, regarding the pale-faced Nangong Qianrou with a twinge of concern, drawing her into an embrace to comfort her. I understand, brother Yanxi. With you here, I fear nothing. Like a flower revived by sunlight, Nangong Qianrou regained her vitality, a sweet smile gracing her face. Brother Yanxi, what must I do to ensure you obtain the primordial sacred body, even if it costs me my life? I shall not refuse. To Nangong Qianrou, Yanxi was everything, her entire world. She was prepared to pay any price to grant him this formidable primordial sacred body. Ouch. Brother Yanxi, why did you hit me? Yanxi playfully delivered a sharp tap to Nangong Qianrou's head, causing tears to well in her eyes from the sudden sting. What nonsense are you spouting about dying? What use would I have for the primordial sacred body? I already possess the ancestral sacred body. Do I lack such triviality? He retorted, slightly exasperated. This is intended for you. Before Nangong Chinro could protest, Yinshi continued, "Our expedition from the sect is primarily to seek opportunities for you. Only by strengthening your abilities can you assist me better. Consider it a sacrifice for my sake to absorb the primordial sacred body. Should you refuse again, I might become displeased. Beware, or I shall spank you." Yinshi feigned displeasure, raising his hand to lightly pat her cheek, which brought a crimson hue to Nangong Chinro's face. I understand. But there are others around. It wouldn't be proper." She leaned closer to Yinshi, whispering something meant for only their ears. Upon finishing, her face flushed a bright red, resembling a ripe apple. Yinshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is that true?" Nangong Chinro quickly covered her face. "Oh dear, brother Yinshi, please stop. It's so embarrassing. If you continue, I might just retract my words." Yinshi chuckled, nodding repeatedly. All right, I won't say another word." "Ah, and what delightful surprises await us. By the way, Chinro, there's one more thing. To absorb the primordial sun source, we must venture to the ice and fire sea. As you journey along this path, remember to regulate your breath and maintain a clear mind, for impatience must be avoided. During the absorption of the primordial solar essence, allow no distracting thoughts to intrude, lest you risk failure and be compelled to start anew," Yinshi earnestly advised. Nangong Chinro nodded obediently, silently committing his words to memory. The Taichu sacred body, a most formidable constitution, did not evoke envy in Yinshi. Why, you may ask? Because, in a certain sense, Yinshi's ancestral sacred body is the most powerful constitution, unrivaled by any other. This superiority stems from the intrinsic characteristics of the ancestral sacred body, which encompasses all, possessing myriad forms. Whether it be the paths of yin and yang or the passage of time, they are but facets of its vastness. The ancestral sacred body embodies them all. This is both the strength and the weakness of the ancestral sacred body. It possesses a breadth of capabilities but lacks specialization, rendering it inferior in singular aspects compared to other sacred bodies. Yet, there exists one exception. Should an individual possessing the ancestral sacred body succeed in unlocking all the latent potential within, it would emerge as the most formidable constitution in existence. Mastering all forms of Dao, it would be akin to holding dominion over every sacred body. However, such a feat has never been accomplished throughout history, for it is an endeavor of Herculean difficulty. Ordinary individuals require countless years to fully develop a single constitution, and if that constitution is exceedingly powerful, the effort required multiplies exponentially. This is merely one constitution. The ancestral sacred body, encompassing all, would demand an astronomical investment of time and energy to reach its deepest potential. Yinshi is acutely aware of the shortcomings of his ancestral sacred body, yet he remains unperturbed. If he has declared himself to be invincible in this world, he must fulfill that promise. His greatest assurance does not stem from his innate talent, his lineage, or his foresight into the plot due to his transmigration. Rather, it is the unassuming yet ever-supportive salted fish system that fortifies his strength. With the system by his side, all possibilities unfold. Together with the system, we shall sweep aside all obstacles. Salted fish system, reveal to me your limits, and elevate me to greatness. Of course, these are mere jesting words. Personal effort remains paramount, and Yinshi will strive diligently to achieve unparalleled strength. Beyond his ambition to cultivate the ancestral sacred body to its pinnacle, Yinshi has also discerned that Nangong Chinro's potential seems to be waning. He had noticed this during their dual cultivation at the 9 Immortal Peaks. Although her progress remained swift, it had begun to decelerate overall. This gradual slowdown is imperceptible to Chinro, but as the preeminent prodigy, Yinshi's perception far surpasses hers. Nangong Chinro, akin to an ordinary person who suddenly acquires wealth, is deeply entrenched in a mindset of modesty. Her extraordinary rate of advancement has left her astounded, rendering her oblivious to the subtle declines in her progress. In contrast, Yinshi is acutely aware of the disparity between Chinro and true prodigies, and he has sensed the trend of her diminishing potential. The innate talent of Nangong Chinro is fundamentally bestowed by the primordial Yin source, akin to that of the demon child. Her natural abilities may not inherently reach such lofty heights. Moreover, her primordial Yin source was covertly implanted by an ancient sorceress, remaining only partially absorbed, thus providing limited assistance. Although Nangong Chinro has previously absorbed the essence of the true spirit of the vast void, endowing her with the congenital body of the lunar essence, this alone is insufficient. Without devising some strategies, it is highly likely that she will remain stagnant at the stage of transcendence for the entirety of her life. This is utterly unacceptable to Yan Shi, who aspires to attain immortality. He cannot bear the thought of leaving his beloved sister, especially someone as cherished as Nangong Qianro, behind. Therefore, if her innate qualifications prove inadequate, he shall compensate through acquired means. Yan Shi is determined to forge a prodigious talent with his own hands, resolutely propelling Nangong Qianro onto the path of transcendence. The primordial sacred body is one of the key aids Yan Shi has meticulously chosen for Nangong Qianro's ascent. Only by possessing such an unparalleled physique can one grasp the threshold of the immortal path and secure a ticket to embark upon it. With the primordial sacred body, all subsequent aspirations may have the potential to materialize. Furthermore, this body is the most suited to Nangong Qianro, harmonizing perfectly with her long-practiced yin-yang principles. Despite Yan Shi's occasional disdain, the formidable power of the primordial sacred body, one of the strongest physiques, is indisputable, a treasure coveted by countless individuals. Otherwise, the soul-devouring demon sect would not have expended such immense effort to acquire it. Regrettably, after years of meticulous planning and depleting countless resources, the coveted treasure that the soul-devouring demon sect had dreamt of ultimately fell into Yan Shi's possession. To this, Yan Shi could only express gratitude. Thank you, my friend, for bestowing the primordial sacred body. Upon mentioning the soul-devouring demon sect, Yan Shi's expression grew cold, an involuntary surge of murderous intent rising within him. Who could have anticipated that the notorious leader of the soul-devouring demon sect was none other than Xiao Fan's father? According to the normal progression of events, these two would eventually become the figures representing the righteous and the demonic paths, dragging the entire Tianyuan continent into an abyss of despair. The son of the demonic leader would ascend to become the master of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, wielding authority over various righteous factions and reigning over the entire human race. It is indeed the most ludicrous of tales. Even more absurd is that upon discovering his father's demonic affiliations, Xiao Fan silently accepted his assistance and ascended to the position of master. As if the hatred for his father's abandonment had vanished entirely, their relationship would only grow increasingly intimate, engaging in countless heinous deeds together, descending to a state worse than beasts. However, such occurrences shall not transpire again. The current Xiao Fan is merely a paper tiger devoid of allies, incapable of stirring any tempest, nor can he replicate the upheaval he once caused across the continent. Yan Shi retains him solely to better reap rewards from idle pursuits, treating him as nothing more than a tool. The day Xiao Fan loses his utility will inevitably herald his demise. After all, entanglement with the soul-devouring demon sect has destined Xiao Fan to be Yan Shi's adversary. Several hours later, the two great powers returned once more. Is the soul-refining old demon akin to a loach, so adept at evasion? The voice of Xia Feihu echoed from afar in discontent. Yan Shi heard this and felt no surprise. The soul-refining old demon was notoriously elusive. Had it been so easily vanquished, it would have perished countless times by now. Even with all the formidable warriors present launching a concerted assault, capturing it would still be uncertain. To confront such an ancient fiend, one would require extraordinary means to ensure a decisive blow. I have captured the sect master of the Hahuan sect, Xia Feihu declared, casting Nangong Bansha at Yan Shi's feet. At that moment, Nangong Bansha appeared exceedingly disheveled, her powers sealed, devoid of any semblance of grandeur, revealing a pitiful expression as she gazed at Nangong Qianro. Execute her. Such a traitor to the demonic faction is not worthy of pity. Yan Shi pulled Nangong Qianro behind him, preventing her from establishing eye contact with the old witch. Keeping her alive posed an inherent risk. Given the modus operandi of the soul-devouring demon sect, they had surely placed restrictions upon her. Even if one sought to interrogate her for information about the sect, it would be futile. Should she attempt to divulge secrets, the restrictions would activate, potentially leveling the entire immortal ancestor city. Moreover, with the soul-refining old demon having fled, it would not be long before the soul-devouring demon sect received word, and Nangong Bansha would inevitably be excluded from their ranks. If action were not taken swiftly, the restrictions would trigger, resulting in further casualties, Yan Shi stated coolly. Though the old witch possessed considerable strength, being in the late stage of the ascendance realm, she was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb, liable to detonate at any moment. Furthermore, Even if such a duplicitous individual were willing to serve Yanxi, he had no desire for her allegiance, especially considering her intent to harm her own sister. Clang. Once more, that overwhelming sword intent surged forth. Before anyone could react, Nangong Bansha collapsed to the ground, her spirit extinguished, leaving no possibility for rebirth. Observing her complete demise, Nangong Qianro let out a soft sigh. There was a flicker of sorrow, a hint of relief, but more than anything, there was an attachment to that man. Looking at Yanxi, who had steadfastly shielded her, Nangong Qianro felt a warmth in her heart. The sword intent of the Dream Lake Fairy grows ever more formidable. Xia Feihu murmured, retracting his neck. He had once battled with Qin Mingzi, experiencing her sword intent firsthand, and had narrowly escaped death beneath her blade. Now, after so many years, Qin Mingzi's sword intent had become even more potent. Xia Feihu sensed that she might have touched upon some profound boundary. Should she shatter this limit? Transcending these shackles, her future would unveil a realm of unfathomable terror. While it is regrettable that the soul-refining old demon has escaped, we have flawlessly resolved the situation with the others, thus fulfilling our agreement. I must trouble you, Saint Sun Yin, with my daughter. The Emperor of the Great Xia smiled. Though I do not comprehend her persistent desire to accompany you, let her be, if that is her wish. I do hope, however, that you might impart some wisdom upon her, aiding in the correction of her spoiled tendencies. The reason why the two formidable beings of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty intervened was due to a clandestine agreement reached with Yanxi. This matter traces back to Xia Wan. After the gathering of the prodigies concluded, Xia Wan, afflicted by an inexplicable ailment, persistently followed Yanxi and expressed her desire to accompany him back to the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Yanxi, without a moment's hesitation, declined her request. Undeterred by his swift rejection, the young lady turned to her father, the Emperor of Great Xia. Meanwhile, Yanxi found himself in need of assistance from the Great Xia Divine Dynasty to resolve the troubles posed by the soul-devouring demon sect, leading to a mutual agreement. They would lend their aid, but in return, Yanxi had to keep Xia Wan by his side for a period. It must be said that the Emperor of Great Xia genuinely cherished his daughter, as evidenced by such an outrageous condition. Reluctantly, Yanxi acquiesced. Now, with the Great Xia Divine Dynasty having resolved this predicament, it was time for Yanxi to fulfill his promise. He sighed inwardly and clasped his fists before the Emperor of Great Xia, assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed Emperor Xia, I shall protect Xia Wan diligently." The Emperor, upon hearing Yanxi's assurance, nodded with a smile. "Very well, your words bring me comfort. Moreover, with Fairy Mingzi present, there shall be no danger." With that, the Emperor waved his hand, and a diminutive figure soared from the horizon. Before the little one could land, it opened its mouth and transformed into a ferocious dragon. Lunging at Yanxi's arm. "Dare to disdain me? I shall bite you to death." Yanxi swiftly dodged, holding Xia Wan's south head in place, and turned to the Emperor of Great Xia and Xia Feihu, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The two men immediately twitched their lips, averted their gazes skyward, feigning ignorance. "I entrust my daughter to you, young Master Yan. I entrust my niece to you, young Master Yan." With those words, they vanished in an instant. Yanxi was even more perplexed. "Are you sending a plague upon me? Why is everyone fleeing so swiftly?" He began to doubt the wisdom of his decision to care for Xia Wan. "Let go of me." The little one, Xia Wan, protested indignantly, writhing her head in Yanxi's grasp, displaying her discontent. Yanxi pinched her soft face, stretching it playfully. "Did you not see how your father and uncle hurried to escape from you? What kind of reckless deeds have you been up to in Xinzu City? You are surely a quintessential troublemaker." Xia Wan, incensed, retorted through gritted teeth. "You are the one without sense, you troublemaker. Your entire family is filled with troublemakers." In the void, two profound figures ambled leisurely. They were none other than the recently departed Emperor of Great Xia and Xia Feihu. "Brother, are you truly at ease in trusting one to Yanxi?" Xia Feihu inquired. "What is there to be concerned about? One can glean Yanxi's temperament and character from our conversation. He is no nefarious villain. There is no need to fret about one straying from the right path in his company. Moreover, Wano has resided in the imperial city for many years, scarcely venturing into the outside world, which is not conducive to her mental development. It would certainly be disadvantageous for her to step out later without this experience. Thus, I am quite delighted that she wishes to embark on an outing this time. Yanxi, as the holy son of the Celestial Path Sacred Sect, possesses unparalleled skills and knowledge. His guidance for Wanner is far superior to that of the tutors within the palace. Do not underestimate this young man, for his future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary, and he may very well reach that esteemed realm. Perhaps the aspirations of the Celestial Path Sacred Sect, held for countless millennia, will be realized through him. In terms of safety, the presence of Fairy Mengza ensures that no crisis will arise. As you have observed, Fairy Mengza has been concealing her true abilities. Even without our intervention, she alone could resolve any complications. Yin Shi's actions aim to strengthen the ties with our great Xia divine dynasty, and we must not let him down. You still have a long way to go. The Emperor of Great Xia stated with a smile, his confidence palpable. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Xia Feihu felt a jolt of realization. Upon reflection, it seemed indeed as his imperial brother had suggested. This agreement appeared to be Yin Shi seeking aid from the great Xia divine dynasty, yet in truth, it was an opportunity to forge closer bonds between the two parties. Particularly, what would outsiders think upon seeing Yin Shi and Xia Wan together? This, in an intangible manner, would transform the Celestial Path Sacred Sect and the great Xia divine dynasty into allies. But whose idea is this, the Celestial Path Sacred Sect's or Yin Shi's? Xia Feihu sensed that there was more to this matter, as if the other party was on the verge of a significant move. I believe this is Yin Shi's doing. Are you not aware of the temperament of the Celestial Path Sacred Sect? The current Holy Son of the Celestial Path Sacred Sect is no ordinary individual. He is someone destined for greatness. Perhaps this young man will indeed revive the glory of the Celestial Path Sacred Sect from 100,000 years ago, the Emperor of Great Xia remarked softly. Upon hearing this, Xia Feihu fell silent, immersed in contemplation. 100,000 years ago, and even further back, the Celestial Path Sacred Sect was undeniably the most formidable power across the Tianyuan continent, a sect that dominated the entire region, with all other forces bowing in submission. This period of glory persisted until 100,000 years ago, after which the Celestial Path Sacred Sect gradually fell into decline due to various factors. Nonetheless, even now, the Celestial Path Sacred Sect remains a colossal entity within the Tianyuan continent, one that no one can afford to underestimate. Achoo! While on his journey, Yin Shi unexpectedly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and murmured, "Who is speaking ill of me behind my back?" In truth, the Emperor of Great Xia was correct. Yin Shi indeed harbored intentions of establishing relations with the great Xia divine dynasty, for soon, he would require the assistance of formidable warriors. As one of the ancient sects, the great Xia divine dynasty stands as a commendable option. Moreover, as the most powerful dynasty, its foundation is unparalleled. The support of the great Xia divine dynasty will significantly bolster Yin Shi's future plans. Forming an alliance with such a companion is undoubtedly advantageous for both parties. Senior Mengza cannot afford to wait too long. Yin Shi instinctively gazed into the distant void, his eyes reflecting profound thoughts. Qin Mengza, a paragon of strength within the heavenly Dao sacred sect and the entire Tianyuan continent, has reached the pinnacle of the ascension stage, standing on the precipice of transcending to the next realm. Given her innate talent, overcoming this threshold should have been a mere trifle, and she ought to have already attained the status of a transcendent being. However, Yin Shi was acutely aware that her stagnation at this juncture stemmed from an ancient curse she had encountered during a catastrophic battle years ago. This curse was akin to a parasite, eluding resolution even by the heavenly Dao sacred sect. Unlike other lethal incantations, this curse remained dormant, neither manifesting nor depleting the life force of its bearer. Instead, it insidiously gnawed away at the soul of the afflicted whenever they exerted their true energy. The more one drew upon their strength, the faster the erosion progressed. Should Qin Mengza ever unleash her full potential, it would spell her soul's fragmentation and her demise. Consequently, for many years, Qin Mengza refrained from utilizing her powers extensively. It was also the reason she willingly acted as Yin Shi's protector. He sought assistance from the Daxia Immortal Dynasty, wary of the repercussions of Qin Mengza overexerting herself. Such an outcome was intolerable to him. He was determined to save her. As he stroked his chin, Yin Shi began to contemplate the ensuing narrative of the original text. The Demon Wasteland, the soul-devouring demon sect, the Bash clan, and the ancient Sima clan. These four formidable factions united and disseminated word that a solution to Qin Mengza's curse could be found within the Demon Wasteland. Subsequently, the leader of the heavenly Dao sacred sect, accompanied by Qin Mengza and several elders, ventured forth in search of clues, only to fall into an ambush. The conflict resulted in a devastating defeat for the heavenly Dao sacred sect, with the leader, Qin Mingze, and multiple elders perishing, leaving only a handful of elders to escape, one of whom was a traitor who had already allied with the demonic sect. Following this battle, the demon wasteland was irrevocably opened, plunging the entire Tianyuan continent into chaos and warfare. Is there anything I might have overlooked? Yanxi incessantly ruminated over the intricate details within the text, striving for total comprehension. After a considerable period, he exhaled a deep breath, successfully untangling the threads of this incident and formulating a strategy to address it. Clenching his fists, he directed his gaze toward the void where Qin Mingze resided, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. He then murmured softly to himself, "In this life, I shall not allow you to suffer sacrifice again." This sentiment weighed heavily on Yanxi's heart. In the original narrative, he was depicted as an exceptional figure, excelling in background, strength, and innate ability, destined for remarkable achievements. Yet, due to this incident, the Yanxi of the original text suffered a profound psychological blow, leading to his abandonment of cultivation and allowing Xiao Fan to surpass him. After being supplanted by Xiao Fan, the original Yanxi's psyche endured further turmoil, plunging him into madness, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance against his master, easily manipulated by Xiao Fan, ultimately meeting a tragic end without peace. This conclusion, when juxtaposed with the originally exalted position of the sun, presents a stark contrast that renders the fate of the character Yanxi in the original narrative tragically poignant. He commenced with a promising beginning, yet succumbed to the folly of being a sycophant, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Thus, the experiences of Yanxi impart a crucial lesson. Those who debase themselves as sycophants often meet a grim fate. It is entirely the fault of the sycophant. Such behavior is, indeed, intolerable. Promise me, refrain from becoming a sycophant, will you? Forget that person, focus on your own life, and abandon the path of servitude.